Calm down, everyone.
Anime is really,
Happy
really
New
bad.
Year!
Happy New Year, everyone. This
Yo, man.
is our Trueanime's end of the year discussion for 2016, where we'll be going over the best and the worst that 2016 had to offer in regards to animated Chinese cartoons. So,
Oh, baby.
I just want to go over some basic housekeeping things. First of all, we're going to try and emulate Giant Bomb style here. If you've never seen their end of the year awards, what they do is just have a number of nominations and then go through and remove shows until we have a top 3 in each category. We've already got nominations that you all submitted, and the other thing here that's going to be a little bit different about what they do is that most of us haven't seen all of the anime. Luckily, we do have a couple people here who've seen a vast majority and can help us out in those situations. But it's going to come down to how well you can present your arguments to get your show into the top 3 or the top 10 in anime of the year. So in this, I really want to emphasize that it's more about spirit of the meeting, as the Quakers say. It's more about a consensus, and just I would try and avoid being super close-minded. So anyway,
No, yeah. Your anime sucks, and so does your waifu.
thank you.
Anime is
Yeah, I
dead.
Oh, we have best. Yeah, we have best character. Okay. All right, so let's get started with this because we've got
Are
a.
we counting Togatsu as this year, next year?
Yes, any anime that aired this year and is fair game. So if it started last year and continued into this year, into the winter season, then that's fair game. Also, any anime that started this year and continues into next year, like Sangatsu, is able to be talked about. Of course, not anything that didn't air this year, just the portions that did. All right.
Who gets
Alright.
Jeff Gerstmann and shits on everything?
No, Tim's not here.
We're missing Rand.
We are.
Go ahead.
He's working.
Yeah,
we're-
he's gonna be at work till like 9, so like that's
And-
not happening.
I'm sure other people will be popping in and out over the course of the couple hours it'll take us to do all this. So I wouldn't worry too much about it. Oh, the other thing is if nobody's here to defend a show, then it just gets removed. Can't entertain any nominations without arguments.
All right.
So you guys ready?
No.
All right, so we're going to start with a positive category. That would be best surprise. And I think the idea behind this one is that it's the difference between how good you expected a show to be and how good it turned out to be. There's a large element of expectations in this one.
Right, goes hand in hand with biggest disappointment.
Right, which would be the next category. So not the best show, not the worst show, but the ones we expected to be a lot better or a lot worse than they turned out being. So, anyone?
Flip floppers.
Flip. Can we talk about the
Or should we
expectations?
go down
of
the
flip
list?
flippers?
We should take things out of the list.
Yeah, pick things out of the list that you don't think will be top 3. Like I don't think Flip Flappers, the expectations going in, at least on our community, were not very negative. We expected Flip Flappers to be. We were kind of cautious, but we expected it to be pretty good.
Yeah,
That's
the
true.
preview was super good. Like I
It's
think
still,
a
it
couple
still
of people
was
were
better than I
hyped.
expected, though.
Sure. Do you
Yeah,
think
okay.
it's top 3 though?
Okay.
Yeah, maybe. We could
Unless
take out.
there's more.
Can we
Oh,
just
okay.
throw Kuromukuro out of there? That does not deserve to be there. It's horrible.
Yeah.
It's a waste of goddamn fucking time.
Wait, really? I heard great things about it. I haven't
Hey, you
watched
need to
it though.
keep this chat PG. Come on, man.
Wait,
You know how this
wait.
is.
Do I have to censor myself?
Yes, you have to replace every F-bomb with a colorful euphemism.
I'll just say flip and flap. How about that?
Okay.
Yeah.
Wasn't
Yeah,
that
do
the-
it. Yeah, flap that show.
So we're taking off
flap that.
Komurkuro?
Flap it till it flips.
I don't know. I've heard great things, but I don't think anyone here is to defend it, right?
No,
No,
no.
I think only
Rush
Kura has
will be
seen it.
the only one who will defend it, and he's not gonna do it.
What about Kura? I mean, he's not here, right? But
He's not here. Oh no.
Oh, shame. Okay.
On to the next one.
We can
I
take
think
out
I think
Girlish
Ping
number.
Pong Girls. I think
We should take
that
out
one.
Girlish number because that had hype.
Oh, I don't know.
That was hype.
A
That
lot
was
of
hype
a lot of the hype was there's going to
show
be a
that
Shirobaka ripoff.
no, the
think the
hype was
hype
it
came
was gonna be Oregairu meets like Shirobako, and it kind of was. So
Yeah, I don't think that was like betraying any expectations.
Yeah, I think the only
That
people
was
who had low
straight.
expectations were the one who didn't actually know anything about it.
Yeah, like I mean, I'm
Yeah.
a big fucking
Alright.
Wataru fan, but you know, it wasn't
yeah,
what I expected it to be.
yeah, it has a lot of fans. I'm not a big fan, and I still had high hopes. So
Yeah, I think it'll get
yeah.
its due later on too. So, Occultic
Damn, I really
9. Were people really high on
No,
that
it
one?
had no hype at all. The light novels got cancelled for some reasons. They had absolutely no hype. It was just like a cash in on the
Wait, can someone tell me what's on the list? Because I can't look.
Oh, sorry, I should have read them off.
Flying Witch, Flip Flappers, Kokaku no Pandora, Scorching Ping Pong Girls, Occultic 9, Sansha Sayo,
It's Shakunetsu, guys.
Tanaka-kun,
It's definitely
Shakunetsu
Shakunetsu.
as fuck, top.
It's
Yeah.
definitely that one.
Ushio Totora Season 2, Honobono Log, Konosuba, Rakugo, and Super Lovers Not Being a Dumpster Fire.
Yeah.
Since I'm talking and no one's gonna interrupt me, does Rakugo
Fuck you.
like screw off? Rakugo, should it really be up there? Like, I
Nah.
don't know. I know we had the whole Studio Dean is shit meme going on, but like it was really well presented, like with the trailer and stuff, and people were really surprised with like the topic content that the show was representing with the first trailer.
Just the setting alone was enough to get people hyped. I remember when that aired.
Yeah.
I think the surprise came from just a show like that airing and not a show like that being good.
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Was Contessa the one putting Pandora on because like there's no one else hyping that show
Probably.
at all?
I don't
I
think
think
anyone else
Temp
has
watched
seen it.
it. Temp watched it.
so
Because-
neither of them are here.
It
I
really
mean-
wasn't that great.
But how is it surprising if it's like the Ghost in the Shell mangaka? Like, I say that was more disappointing than surprising.
I mean, it's not out of what he's doing, and he was doing it together with the Excel Saga writer.
Yeah, but it's not gonna surprise you. It's under your radar, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you don't follow Masamu Nishiro today, you would probably expect something else.
Yeah.
Wait, you mean the guy who did the gits and then does the hentais?
Yeah,
Okay,
Yeah.
him.
Oh,
Okay.
are we talking the fucking cyborg girls?
lesbian show. Yeah,
Yes.
like that. It was surprisingly
that's-
fun, but it was also
It's
not
bad.
that great.
It's bad.
Okay, so which one are we cutting next?
How many people actually ended up enjoying Sansha Sanyo like in the long end? Like many people were surprised in the beginning, but who actually kept up with it and kept thinking it was great.
I don't think anyone did, and it's also Dogakobo doing Dogakobo.
Yeah, exactly.
like,
it's
Who cares?
it's half
Yeah.
of the course.
All right,
I have to be right back. Don't talk about super lovers without me.
Okay.
talk to me about how good Konosuba was.
Oh yeah,
Pretty
no,
great.
this belongs here because that was
Yeah.
Studio Dean. Yeah, no, this needs to stay here for now
Yeah.
at least.
It was
For now.
Okay.
it was
okay.
way funnier than I expected.
Mm.
Yes. Does Flying Witch deserve to be
It's
here?
not-
I thought
it's
it was
not.
underwhelming.
Yeah.
Nah, fuck Flying Witch. Nah.
Yeah.
Flying Witch was exactly like what you would expect from the manga.
Yeah.
So
Yep.
Exactly.
Yep.
Like,
I
know
think
we
Rush
were
put
in
that
an
there
age-
because he doesn't know what a Yashike is.
yeah, exactly.
like, you see, like we had that whole hype about like Iashike shit going on, or however you pronounce it, and then Flying Witch came out, and then it confirms everyone's assumption that no, just because it has those elements doesn't make it good. And then everyone was shitting about it like 3 weeks into the season. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah.
Tanaka-kun? Do we know anything about that?
I had a friend of mine talking about it. He enjoyed it, but it wasn't nothing phenomenal from what he was saying.
yeah,
I saw the first episode, but that was it.
I mean,
Yeah,
I
it
think it
seemed like a
dropped.
totally fun show.
Yeah,
Okay, so nobody's going to bat for that one.
No strong feelings.
Nope.
All right.
No.
I'm killing him. Bijutsubu?
Who put
Yeah,
that there?
that Jiggle added
Better
that
than
one,
expected.
but
Yeah. Can we leave it there for a moment? Wait, is Jiggles even in here now?
yes.
Yeah, boy.
Okay.
That's my shit.
What was this anime?
The
I
art
don't
club
know.
one.
What?
It was the one with the art club and the girl who likes the boy and the boy who never likes the girl.
Screw that show. It's awful.
Yeah.
I don't.
That show was funny and cute.
It was okay, but it was
Fucking
definitely cute. It was super cute.
Hmm.
Yeah, dude, the girls are super cute in that show, though. Highly recommend.
Hmm.
Okay, well, Hono Bono Log, what is this?
That's a short.
Oh, wait. Can we add still?
Oh shit, Luluco, dude. Blew my
I'm
expectations.
adding nominations at the bottom list because we haven't approached them yet because I forgot about nominations.
Did you? Were you
Luluco
really?
surprise you? Like the
Fuck
Yeah.
yeah.
It's Trigger though. It's
a
Imaishi, yeah.
Yeah.
I knew I was gonna have a little short, like a cute short, but dude, that fucking that
You told a
blew
good
up.
story.
No, that didn't surprise me. It was great. It was amazing, but not surprising. It was just
It was
Imaishi
surprising.
being
Yeah.
like,
I expected
He's-
Trigger goodies, but that was way
Yeah,
better.
it's Trigger.
That if you told me at the start of the year that Trigger was going to make a short, and an original short, and it was going to be, that's exactly what I would have predicted. I couldn't see it any other way.
yeah,
I agree
yeah,
with that.
yeah. And Imaishi, like, he directed the whole thing. He wrote it. It was his first time writing something. I had so high expectations.
Yep.
That's
Oh, we
true.
have a
I-
best short nomination?
Yeah,
What?
we do have best short later on. So
Okay,
hold,
so
hold
if
your
we're
love for
adding
that.
shorts, what about Galko-chan? That
Yes,
That was
Galco-chan. I was
surprising.
about to add it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
add Galko-chan. Okay, since it has support.
Is it a surprise though? That's all I want to say.
Yeah,
No, I mean,
Galko-chan.
I was surprised. It's a lot more intelligent in its comedy than it is.
It is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll go to bat for Galco-chan.
Yes,
Hmm.
me too. It seems we have enough support for that.
I really want to keep Scorching Ping Pong Girls on here. I think that's a
Yeah,
really
me
strong
too.
nomination.
Yeah, me
boy.
too.
I've
Yeah.
watched one clip from the show, and I still think I need to watch it, but I'm just being a lazy shit.
Oh,
I-
dude, the music is so good. Like,
Yo,
Ah.
dude, I'm so sad. There's not gonna be
hypes you up.
two. I'm so sad.
Season 2 when?
Yeah, and I think it was pretty big in Japan. Like, it's in the. I don't think it sold a lot, but I saw some lists from Japanese websites, and it seems like it was very popular.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I saw it was kind
Yeah.
of popular too, but I don't know. I don't have.
Yeah,
Well, I think the thing was just coming into that aesthetic, you just expect this to be so much a different type of show. And while
Yeah.
I don't know if it really became ping pong the animation, it certainly had that type of bent when I was not expecting that at all from that show.
It's a sports show and combined with the moe shit.
and gay girls who.
Yeah, but in a good way.
Yeah, in a good way. In a good way.
And I think we were all just expecting the moe shit.
Man, that shit was moe as fuck.
It was.
But it worked.
Yeah.
There's no butt in there.
All right, give me a cut. Come on, you guys. What about Ushio Totora?
Who actually watched it?
I'm going to bat for that one.
I watched it. I watched first season. I watched half of second season. It's nothing amazing by far. I think a lot of it just comes down to people enjoyed the animation that Mappa did. But if you're experienced enough in shonen tropes, then it's nothing new. It doesn't do anything different. In fact, it
I
does a
think-
little bit worse.
I think for the fact that it's season 2, it doesn't really belong here.
Right,
Because
right.
I mean, expectations were set by season 1.
Yeah.
I actually disagree with that because I'm the one who added it, first of all. So season 1 followed like a typical like Monster of the Week kind of format. And that's generally not usually like very strong when it comes to like shonen and stuff like that. Like it's watchable, but it's nothing to like really sink your teeth into. But then they actually like in season 2 introduced a plot and like actually like some character development, and it was definitely a lot more entertaining than the first season. So
Yeah,
I wasn't expecting it, and it was a surprise to me personally. So
Mm.
Hmm.
Mm.
Is
But
Oh,
I
that
that
don't.
sounds fine then.
I don't think many people here have actually like really seen it though, so I guess it might not like entirely qualify. But
Mhm.
I mean that's my interpretation.
Well, I mean, before we can take it out, we can like I think we can take out Flip Floppers and Super Lovers. I don't know why that's still there.
Yeah, Flip Floppers wasn't surprising for me at all, especially with the director having that Space Dandy episode. I was very hyped for Flip Floppers before it came out.
Yep.
It did surprise me, but not much. Like I was just,
It
oh, it's
was-
better.
It was definitely my like most anticipated of the season.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Super
I guess
Lovers?
I was the only one surprised by Flip Flappers
Alright.
because I knew nothing about it and I saw the thing and I made like one joke meme comment on the Reddit and then I actually watched and I was like, what the fuck have I been talking about all my life?
All right, so Super Lovers. This has been my meme for the entire year, and everyone kind of assumed that I'd watched it when I hadn't, and I'd just been kind of screwing around with it. But
Wait, you hadn't
I
actually
don't know.
watched it?
I have watched it now, but
Oh.
I hadn't when I was making all the jokes. But I was just 100% certain that it was like a 1 or 2 out of 10 complete dumpster fire, and that it was gonna just be horrifying and in bad taste and just awful. But it's like a 5 or 6 out of 10, and that is, if anything counts as a surprise, it's that big of a jump. I mean, it's not gonna win obviously because I'm the only one who's seen it, but it was mind blowing that it wasn't awful.
That's good to know. I'm gonna take it off the list unless anybody else wants to support it.
Also, is there a difference
I
between
support it.
Thank you, Jacob.
is there a difference between biggest and best surprise? Because the category says best surprise, but
Hmm.
biggest might be a lot of what some people are
Yeah,
talking
it's
about.
biggest. It's
No,
biggest.
biggest.
I
Yeah,
can
the next
figure
one
it
says
for me
biggest
then.
too. Yeah, let's change
It's
that.
biggest.
I don't speak English. I'm sorry.
Me neither.
Biggest surprise. All right.
There we go. That's good.
I'm a lot less interested in this entire thing now that I know it's just a popularity contest.
All right,
See,
calm down.
Hey, Kai,
I am calm,
I
man.
brought this to your attention.
You did argue this earlier. All right, we've got to get a top 3 out of these, and it sounds like everybody's in support of Ping Pong Girls. I need 2 more, so that means cutting 4.
I would probably say personally,
Which four do we have right now?
Konosuba, probably.
I would second Konosuba.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
it
then
was.
Occultic Nine.
I think from what I've heard about it, it is kind of smart in a way, but just the jump between what we thought and what it turned out to be wasn't so huge.
What else is on the list?
Hobano Log, Galco-chan, Ushio Totora, Bijutsubu, and Occultic 9.
Yeah. Occultic 9, maybe?
A second.
Yeah, Occultic.
Everyone keeps telling me
Yeah.
to watch Occultic 9, and I'm like, this is just another VN. Like, I don't know.
It was a pleasant surprise for me.
Yeah, it was a huge surprise to me.
The director has chops, man.
Did it end up being that good though?
Yeah.
We're a lot split on that on this.
I still need to finish the last couple episodes, but it even then like it's super surprising. It's super well done. The best directed episode show of the one of the best directed shows of the year. It's very good.
I easily think it's one of the best directed of the year, but it's so 5 PB the whole anime.
Yeah, but
You know,
5
if you're a
PB
fan
are
of
good.
science adventures and stuff, dude, you love it because you recognize that what they're doing.
I mean,
They
I'm
do it. So
a big fan, and this is my favorite of their stuff.
yeah.
From what I heard, the first episode was looked at like really, really critically, and then it ended up just
First
like
episode was
surpassing.
good though.
I mean,
People are just
Mm.
stupid.
I was out on the
Yeah,
first
no,
episode.
everyone here loved the first episode. I don't.
Loved
I'm-
it. Loved it.
I don't know,
Yeah.
really.
not everyone.
Well, except Kai and someone else. But
I
most
wasn't.
people,
I wasn't
yeah.
big on it.
I mean, neither.
What even is it? It's like a horror thriller?
Watch it.
I mean, it's what's
I
in the
watched
name.
episode
It's,
1. Like a supernatural thriller, right?
yeah, kind of mystery. It's a mystery, really.
Okay. What about Hobano Log if we don't want to cut Occultic 9?
Yeah, we can cut that. I don't know what that is.
I think only Nia's seen it.
I didn't actually watch it. I just saw it on the charts. It was a really short one.
Well, makes that
I
easier.
think it came out like daily or something.
Okay.
It
So,
was about a couple or stuff.
I
some
think
stuff.
we should cut the art club show because it was awful and it didn't look good in the first place.
Fuck all of you!
Yeah, and
I'm sorry,
Yeah,
Jake.
cut
I
that
really,
one.
I really do like Galco-chan as a surprise because
Yeah,
even if it had a manga, right? It had some original.
Yeah, in the manga, actually, the art is like it. I think the anime adaptation was better. In the manga, the art was pretty rough, and I don't know that the jokes were timed quite as well.
Nope, not
so,
at all.
Yeah, it seems,
My biggest thing is
So
just
it
the
was
color palette. The
definitely-
color palette is definitely pretty what gives it
Garish.
away. Yeah. Also, sorry for cutting you off.
Oh, no worries. It happens.
It sounds like a lot of people are voting for that one. So
right. So that's 3. Well
yeah,
done.
yeah, I feel like it's down to Ping Pong Girls, Konosuba, and Gauken or whatever.
Oh, we already done cut Konosuba.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
then the other one is what, Tanaka?
Oh,
No, we're
that's
down to 3.
So pick your winner.
Ping Pong
Ping
Girls.
Pong-
I would
Ping
say
Pong
Ping
Girls.
Pong Girls as well.
Ping Pong Girls.
All right.
Sounds like it's it.
Biggest surprise of 2016 in anime: Scorching Ping Pong Girls, with the runners-up Occultic 9
Squirting
and
ping
Gal.
pong girls.
No right to be as good as it.
It really,
as
it really
is.
doesn't. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well done. Next category. I'm gonna read them all first. This is the biggest disappointment. That would be the exact opposite of the one we just did. That is the one we had the most expectations for, and then just fell flat on its face. So the nominations
Yuri
are.
on Ice.
Whoa! 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 Whoa!
Yeah.
Okay, let
Calm
him
your
read the
tits.
list.
Let
First-
me read the thing.
Nominations: Magical Girl Raising Project, Myriad Colors Phantom World, Mobile Suit Gundam Iron Blooded Orphans, Dagashi Kashi, Kumo Miko, Orange, Dragon Ball Super, Sailor Moon Crystal Season 3, Under the Dog, Yuri on Ice, Bakuan, Lost Storage Incited Wick Sauce, Amanchu, Izetta, Danganronpa 3, 91 Days, Fune wo Amu, Kanabanari,
There's a lot.
Cabaneri.
Boku
Kabaneri.
Daku ga Mai. Is that a race?
A race.
Is that,
It's a
who
race,
the fuck
yeah.
writes
Yeah,
Boku
it's a
Daku?
race.
Speak English.
Okay.
And the Berserk adaptation.
Alright, guys, I got this. It's gonna be Grimgar, Berserk, and Yuri on Ice.
And Grimgar isn't even here. And
Actually, no.
Grimgar
Did
was.
anyone think the
What did I
Berserk
say? Fuck
adaptation was going to be good?
No.
No, you saw the
No.
No,
No.
but you're still disappointed because it exists.
No,
But
we
it's
have
not.
no
But it's not a big. It's not
That's
a
not
big
how it works,
disappointment.
though.
But you're still disappointed.
Like,
Yuri on
no,
Ice.
no, look.
Grimgar.
The
It's
concept.
disappointing.
fucking-
Let's go one by
PG
one.
isn't
Let's go
always
one by
bad
one.
though.
Why is Grimgar not on that list? I'm so fucking triggered. Oh,
You can still put
Kumamiko.
stuff in.
Yeah, but why is that disappointment when
Oh my
Yeah.
god, dude.
Do you think Grimgar is a top 3 disappointing show of the
not
year?
at all? It was a
Yes.
great show.
Grimgar
Wasn't-
was fucking
Yeah.
atrociously handled.
I think first of all, we should probably cut Phantom World from the list.
Oh, hold
I
on.
don't. I don't think it was that disappointing.
Yeah, it wasn't that disappointing, and no one had much
I
hope
mean, if you
because
read the
in generic-
synopsis,
Yeah, after the last few Kyoani shows weren't up to the level that I really expected from them, I don't think I was going into Myriad Colors Phantom World with that high of expectations, especially with the character designs.
And not only that, like there are still like redeeming qualities about the show, and the ending wasn't even really that bad.
I agree. It's not as bad as some of these shows, and it was also not very hype. People were curious how Kyoani was gonna handle the battle harem thingy.
Yeah.
So
I think we
It-
can
it-
remove Racing Project because I mean it never looked good.
Oh no.
yeah. That one.
We chose that as our hate watch from before episode 1, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
maybe worst show we'll see that again, but
They'll show up.
Actually, I don't know. Funeo Amu might actually be up there for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what
That
I
was
heard.
I don't know.
Why
Mm.
is Bakuan on this list again? Like,
Yeah.
Rush.
Yeah,
Super
Bakuan's a
Rush.
good show. Screw those guys.
Good show.
it's
Ooh.
right.
It's exactly what it says on the can. So
Yeah, like who expected it to not be exactly what it was?
I also don't think 91
don't know.
Days should be on here either.
Hey, hold on. Can we talk about Bakuan? I thought that was going to be much more K-On, and that turned out to be an incredible amount of fan service.
I don't see how you could.
I'm sorry, Kai. You are a special element in our group right here. You are an interesting factor.
Okay,
No.
you guys saw through the bullshit. I wanted cute girls doing cute things, and then it was just wow. There was a lot of motorcycles and a lot of tits.
Yo, cut Cabaneri.
You didn't think it was disappointing?
It was gonna be a
I
train wreck.
expected it to be.
It was
good.
gonna be
Yeah.
shit. It was gonna be shit. It was gonna be an
Like-
attempt to be Attack on Titan, and then you look at the freaking people who were working on it, and you're like, yeah, what the fuck are you gonna expect from this?
Also, can I suggest Kisniver be added to the list?
Oh
I disagree.
no, it was.
I
Disappointing.
mean, you have a cut on.
It was
on writing.
disappointing, but it
know what
wasn't
you're
like a
getting.
big disappointment. Like it
I
was
don't
just-
know.
Yeah, no.
I
so
saw
here's the
Mario
thing.
Okada, and it
Here's
was
the
like,
thing.
you go 50-50. You either
I'm
get the
not
50-50 mix-up.
I'm not saying it's the most atrocious letdown. I'm saying that it had so much more potential than everything else and ended
Huh.
up not using it.
You know
Sure.
what? Maybe let's add it for now. I agree.
Sure,
I'm
sure.
behind this.
I still highly
get that.
disagree. It wasn't like I don't think it was ever
It
going
was
to
a
be
letdown.
like.
It was a good show. It had a lot of good stuff going for it, but you can't tell me it was fulfilling in that.
It was a disappointment, but in the topic of like biggest disappointment, I don't know.
So-
I'm not so sure. But
Let's just take out the obvious one in Sailor Moon Crystal because nobody expected the third season of
Yeah.
that show. To
Yeah,
be
it
good.
can't
Yeah.
be worse than the first.
I wanted to talk about it, and I wanted to say it's an absolute abortion of writing, and it destroys
Well, there you
everything
go.
that
right,
the original Sailor Moon did well.
Got it all
But
out.
so did season 1, and season 1 and 2 did it on a
Yeah.
much more
I
egregious
think
level.
you should remove Under the Dog because like you had years to figure out it wasn't gonna be good and it wasn't in issues and
I don't
And
know.
I don't know. I mean, I didn't have much hypes, but I thought it would be still much better. Like
Yeah.
that was like a fucking waste of time. Like
Under the
Dude,
Dog.
I fucking still haven't received the Blu-ray. I'm so pissed.
Under
It was
the
better
Dog
than I-
is straight up. It's straight up the Mighty Number 9 of anime.
Yeah, but it came out
Yeah.
before Mighty Number 9 and all these other Kickstarter failures that happened
yeah, but
this year.
they have
so.
production issues and like I
Yeah,
don't
it's
see
like
how you
That's
could
true.
the
expect it to
exact
be.
same way though.
That's true. It's really bad though. So, but I guess
No,
take it off.
people funded this. I don't think we should take it out. I think this is top 3 because
Yeah,
people
I
funded
think
this.
Underdog
It
should
had
go in
hype.
there.
Yeah, you had time to remove your hype, but I think that was
Yeah.
also during this year. Like, oh, I think it's not gonna be good. So the whole thing is this year.
Yeah.
Is anyone
Okay,
whose
okay.
name isn't Contessa going to defend Wixos for this?
No,
category?
No.
just take it out. Just
No,
take it
can
out.
we get rid of Dragon Ball Super? It's
Yeah,
Toei
Dragon
Animation, it's
Yeah,
Dragon
drop
Ball.
it.
It's Toei Animation, it's Dragon Ball.
Yeah, but it had Akira Toriyama. It had a really cool first couple episodes that were more character based. I don't know.
I
Yeah,
will-
He also
yeah.
wrote
I don't
the
think it's
blue
top 3, but
yeah.
I mean, I don't know.
yeah.
I'm a big Dragon Ball Z apologist, but come on.
All right.
We
you're
can
right.
take other stuff before that. Okay, well, it just
Kuma Miko.
Nah, that
No, I
deserves to
haven't-
be on there.
Kuma fucking triggered Miko.
It was so fucking different. So yeah, I was
From-
really sad about that show.
Different from the
so
manga.
Salty, dude.
can we take out?
I triggered so fucking hard with Kumamiko because I was like, this is a diamond in the rough. There is potential out of this. I like what they're
Easily
doing,
biggest
but they just had
disappointment.
to
Oh my
run.
God.
They had to run with the dumb fucking cringe styled comedy, and then they just. It's not even good cringe style comedy because like the way how they frame it is just she's
It was
socially
at
awkward
first.
and I'm supposed to be funny.
Mhm.
It's horrible because there's no uplifting moment that usually happens and stuff like a Watamote, where like there's at least a speck of like uplifting. But Kumamiko just went in. It just went in, especially at the end when like, oh my fucking god, it was just
Dude.
oh.
Fuck.
Yeah, okay.
Oh.
I'm
We'll leave it
so
on there.
So
Triggered.
So
Yeah,
So
we should remove some obvious stuff that's still here. Like we have Gundam and Dagashi Kashi and
Yeah, remove
Orange
Gundam.
and
Yeah.
remove Gundam.
Dagashi Kashi and Orange weren't disappointments
Also,
for me, but I
yeah.
could definitely see why, because Orange is a massively popular shoujo manga, and Dagashi Kashi is like the most popular manga, like the most popular new manga in Japan for like what people are excited for anime adaptation.
Yeah. I
Yeah, but
didn't-
it was like people who were hyped about it got what they
Nah,
wanted.
dude,
It was
remove
everyone else,
Dagashi.
right? Yeah.
It wasn't a letdown. It did exactly what the manga was, and it was adapted like literally one for one.
Yeah, that's what I saw of the first
Yeah.
episode.
I think we should remove Iseta.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Who the hell expected that to be good?
Rush.
Plague.
I did, but I still like it. So
Oh, okay. So
the
it wasn't
one person
disappointment for you.
who wanted it to be good was satisfied, and no one
Oh,
else expected. Yeah.
Man, I'm glad you were satisfied. I'm happy about that.
I think we can really take off a Manchu.
Yeah.
I wanted it to be Arya. I really did, and it just wasn't, and that's kind of sad. But it in a couple episodes it kind of got there, and it wasn't that bad overall.
you did that to yourself.
I did. I hyped that. I know. I know. Junichi Sato is my favorite director of all time. So
I've heard bad things about Danganronpa, and it's a well-regarded game. But do we have anyone who watched it here?
No.
It's just Contessa, I think.
I watched it, but it's Danganronpa. It's yeah. I don't think it's the biggest disappointment at all.
Did you play the games?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Let me just take it up.
all right, I really have to take off Yuri on Ice. That's cute, you guys, and maybe you don't like it so much, but
Yeah.
it's
No.
even in the middle
It's my
at its
number one.
worst, it was not even close to being as big of a
Yeah, it was a
disappointment as the
disappointment.
rest of
It's
these.
the biggest one.
Nah,
I think it's up there.
See, like the potential that was wasted from the first episode, I agree on. It still attempts to
Yeah.
do something, and it doesn't go to shit. It
if
just,
if
it
you
just
want to
weakens itself.
Sure.
It's
If you want to say that you came into this story for the sports that I did as well. I was into like the first 3 episodes where it was about this battle on ice, and then kind of their feelings off the ice reflect accurately in their performances. I was really into that, and then somewhere along the line, it became about two guys falling in love, and I don't know that that's what I bought a ticket for. In that episode 1, it certainly wasn't.
Yeah.
Even in spite of all of that, there's very good direction throughout. There's very good.
Arguable.
There's a very good story that happens, even if it isn't the story you were expecting.
No, it was what I
You're-
was expecting. I was just didn't. I don't know why they decided to put so much random focus. Like it's just the lack of focus. Like on
Yeah.
all the side characters that I
Yeah,
utterly do not care about.
yeah. So,
Why did they not focus on the girl? Why?
Why?
Yeah.
Who cares?
yeah,
The first
She's nothing,
episode.
and she deserves nothing, and she got nothing.
I
Yeah,
agree
Girls
with you.
don't sell for Joshi material.
That's true.
It has to be the guys.
That's true. And I've actually talked to other fans that really felt that Yuri on Ice delivered everything it promised and more. And yeah, maybe I get that this is our list and maybe this is our perspective. I see three bigger disappointments on here already.
Yeah, what I saw was also like some people who were fans of the director being like disappointed, even at the first episode.
Sure. And I love
Like,
Michiko and
her not
Hashin more
being-
than everybody else here.
Yeah, but it's still a good show. That's true.
Yeah,
it
It
does.
is. It's just
Did you guys expect Funimo Uamu to be anything more than it was?
I knew nothing about it.
No.
I barely watched anything of it, and I didn't care to care.
Funiwa Amu, I expected it to be good, and I thought it was good, so it wasn't a disappointment.
Yeah, it wasn't a disappointment for me either. A
Um,
little
somebody
tedious
took it off
towards the
randomly,
middle
though.
though, but I found it pretty good overall.
what's up with 91 Days? Just to be curious. Like, I was like, yo, we had the gangster story, but we just had gangsters. So like, fuck this.
Yeah. I think a lot of people were into that type of Godfather, mob crime drama thing.
I didn't watch it, so like, I can't.
So, 91 Days was my biggest disappointment of the season it was in because I
this
expected it to
thing
be
called
good, and it was
Fango.
like a 5 out of 10.
There's this guy named Fango, and he just fucks shit up.
Yeah, I
Okay.
think Funga ruined the tone of the show quite a bit.
Yeah, he was awful.
Yeah, that's what everyone was telling me, and I was just like, I want a good gangster story because that's just what I kind of
It's
grew up
like
with.
it's like they were trying to like ape Lad Russo, and they just did it in the worst possible way.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, this was
Yeah, I can see that one staying.
it's a lot, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I'll defend it at
Hmm.
least because it was my biggest
Let's
disappointment.
let's talk.
I
Let's,
just think 91 Days and Yuri on Ice are my two. So
let's talk Erased.
What's
yeah,
up? What?
let's talk
What?
Erased.
Yeah, let's take a race. It's
Mm-mm.
time.
oh yeah, race could fit too. I guess.
Mm.
The ending
Wait,
was-
discuss
Hey,
Nah.
I just
We
we already talked about it, so I just want to know what I missed.
basically, you missed absolutely nothing.
All right, biggest disappointment. Erased.
Who just came in?
Phaeton. We need to hear him talk about how college football is anime.
No, not now. Later.
I heard that that Erased wasn't really that great from the beginning.
No,
It was good for like
Okay,
8
okay,
episodes.
okay. Wait. Let me get my moment
It
of
was
shine.
great for 8 episodes.
Look.
know.
Erased has good directing. I'll give it that. It's just like from the get go. I was 3 episodes in, and I looked at the writing, and I was like, okay, this is obviously gonna be like a mystery or a fucking thriller, and then we're gonna have someone. In order for this to be good writing, the person who's the culprit has to be in the cast that they already introduced. And I was like, none of the kids are doing it, and we have 3 adults, so obviously it's going to be one of the 3. And they didn't introduce any new characters, so I was just like, okay, the writing is shit, and I'm done. And then it confirmed
Yeah.
my shit because in episode 8 was just like, okay, so basically you've confirmed my suspicions that this guy from my guest in episode 3 was the culprit because you refused to introduce any other characters, and
Yeah.
also because you threw away most of your setup. You literally threw away most of your setup near the end because it was like they do a bunch of things with the different characters, and it just doesn't work out because they introduce so many elements. I felt at the end when they didn't need to because they're getting to the climax, and that's when you're supposed to like just start cutting out plot elements to get to that climax.
Okay, so I want to disagree. First of all, I think it's technically really good. I'm a sucker for that aspect ratio that it uses.
Mhm.
More anime should do that. And the fact that this show isn't fantastic is a shame. Then there's also like a lot of science fiction elements or fancy elements that kind of made me think that the kids could be like a kid could be a time traveler who just wanted to kill people or something. Especially the blonde kid.
Yeah,
He
Kenya.
seems smart. I thought maybe he's also like from the future or something.
So I'll be honest, I have not seen this anime, but I have seen so many people talk about it that basically just like my meta-analysis from all the other analysis is that Erase is an anime that had extremely good directing, and yet it didn't really fulfill the fundamental aspects that make what a thriller thrilling. And so it failed on like the core idea of a thriller, but it just presented the story in such a good way that a lot of people were able to sort of forgive it for that.
Yeah, I'm back. My phone died.
I don't think that Erase was particularly good or particularly bad, but I definitely wasn't disappointed by it because it was like, how did you not see exactly where it was going? It was like obvious from like pretty right away what it was going to do, and then it did it, and it turned out to be mediocre, just like the rest of it.
It failed the
Yeah,
community's
yeah, but also the directing
expectations.
gets worse. The
Oh, yeah, I
directing is
mean,
worse. Like,
If you're
it's more
talking about
subtle
the
at the
anime
beginning.
community in general, then sure, it's a huge disappointment. But
But
I'm
I
just-
think
I'm
I
just
think the
being ignorant.
directing is worse, and the fact that this show isn't as good as it should be is disappointing to me because again, it has things that I think the anime industry should move towards, and the fact that this
Sure.
isn't amazing means that it doesn't get there. It's a disappointment to me on multiple levels.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'll echo Blake there, in which there's a lot of things I'm just disappointed in, and to go even further, I'd say a lot of it just deals with story. Like, well, I'll admit, like Brave Witches is not. I'm not saying it's an amazing anime, but it has easily had the best final boss fight I have seen from a just construction level than I've seen in anything in recent years, and for one main reason, in which they establish everything before the fight and they don't introduce anything new. And so the
Okay.
fight is just a logical progression of people using talents and abilities and ideas that have already been established before. And so it's really fulfilling because it's actually seeing people work through a problem and then achieve success than just, oh, well, I guess we're just going to bust out the awesomeness to do some crazy animation and then maybe throw in some friendship or it's all about love and then we win.
Okay. But we're not talking about Brave Witches right now.
Yeah, we're
Really
talking
big.
about the biggest disappointment.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
we're on disappointment.
can we delete Erased or
I will
keep it?
say we should
I think we
delete
should.
Erase.
I think we should delete it.
We should delete
We should
Orange and
erase it.
Kisniver before deleting
I
Erase.
think
Delete
Kiz.
Delete this.
Oh, okay. If
We should erase it.
Yeah,
I think Erase should be delete, but honestly, I feel the biggest disappointment is easily going to have to be Azeta the Last Witch.
nah,
Because
Oh.
We
We
already
already
went over
did
that. Yeah. It's
it was obviously
Kisniver.
going to be bad from
Wait,
the
is
start.
this the one with Kuma Miko?
Yes.
Yes.
Then
Yeah.
Kuma Miko, motherfuckers.
Yeah, I think that may win, but we should delete Orange. Why is Orange still here?
Orange is here because it was like a super anticipated from like the people.
can see
the
that.
fans
It
of the
was.
manga,
Anyone
but I don't think
here-
anyone here cares about it. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
I
Yeah.
kind
I
of
mean-
just threw it on there to see what people had to say about it, because
Yeah, I
can talk
I
about
read
it.
the manga and I really
a big
liked the
fan of it.
manga, but I didn't care to actually watch the anime because it didn't look like it would do anything the manga didn't already do.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
It does what the manga does, and has shitty animation on top of that for a lot of it.
yes.
Sure. Can
Which
we
doesn't help.
is
also?
there a document that we're supposed to be referencing that I do
Yeah.
not know where it is?
Yeah, I think.
I don't think Kisniver should be on here because I think it's pretty good. And I
Well,
expect-
okay.
Yeah.
I don't
I
think
expected it to be better
Yeah,
and it was
it's not
bad.
the
So
top. It's
I
not
don't-
the top disappointments. Easily.
Yeah, it's Okada.
in
You-
terms of
Yeah.
in terms of a disappointment, I agree it's a disappointment. And the fact that it's like good doesn't mean that it can't be like the biggest disappointment. But I still don't think it was like the biggest disappointment.
Yeah, there were worse ones.
I
Nowhere
don't
near
know.
as
We have
triggered.
Mario Okada working on this. You have to know her background story. You have
No, she's good. She's good. She's better than
No,
people
but he
think.
has
She's
her
good,
moments. He has her moments, is what I mean. You have to expect that.
That's what we expected.
Exactly. That's literally her fucking career, dude. She's got potential
Yeah.
and blows it.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Like who?
That's literally it.
And
And that's why you
Ohana.
should not be.
Except for Anohana, fuck all of you.
Whatever. All right,
I
we
have
need to
not
cut.
seen Hanasaku Iraha. I have not seen Anohana, so fuck off.
Oh,
All right,
shit.
all right, calm
Okay,
down,
we
calm
have to
down.
cut one more.
Language.
Alrighty now.
Yeah, we have to cut one more. I'd
So-
say we cut 21 days.
I think both are equal.
Yeah,
Like erased in 91 days. I don't care which one gets picked off.
yeah.
I don't think
I don't
91
know.
days should be on there.
I don't think 91 days should be on there either.
All right.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Done.
All right, so we have
I
our
vote-
top three for biggest disappointment. This is Kuma Miko, Under the Dog, and Erased.
I vote for Kumabiko.
Yeah,
I
same.
vote for Under the Dog because it's just a massive
Yeah,
uh,
I'm kind of
like
leaning towards
train wreck of
Under
a
the Dog
thing.
as well.
Like, yeah, people had hopes even like for pandering towards the West from Japan and everything. You had more than just just being like a good show. It represented things for people. I didn't back the Kickstarter. It looked bad, but
Yeah.
They didn't even
Yeah.
use the trailer footage in the actual short.
no, they didn't. It was a mess.
Yeah.
I haven't seen Momiko though, but the reaction to that was quite a sight to behold.
Because
Oh.
it was legitimately like a funny show throughout the first few episodes, and then like fucking it just turned into an absolute shit show at the end.
So it sounds like there's two
Yeah.
different things going on here. That
Yeah.
Under the Dog had all this external kind of support or expectations going for it, and then Kuma Miko really set
in
up
the same
something
anime.
interesting within itself.
Kumamiko
That-
was like a roller coaster. Like I didn't expect it to be good, and then it was funny, and then it was just not good again. So it was
Yeah, it
it
did
raised
itself
my
dirty.
expectations just to destroy them.
I will say one thing with Kumamiko that was also kind of weird was like even after the flap fest that went on with it, you see so much blame game going on because like the community was just really at like pointing fingers as to just see what was going on, and it was just awestruck because like honestly it was the author being like he trusts the studio to keep up like the appearance of what Kumamiko represents, and then they just throw it under the bed. Especially near the end, where it was just like, "Oh, I'm willing to throw this little girl under the bus to make sure that my town gets recognized," and that just really sealed the coffin there, because it's like, is this really what the show's trying to be? Is it trying to say I should throw little girls under the coffin, under the bus,
So
just to?
in a way, I kind of admire that as like a creative stand, or like he had the agency to do something that would be incredibly unpopular, and he went
Mhm.
through and did that.
It doesn't fit with the tone is the problem. There's no
Mhm.
reasonable backing behind it, and that's my biggest issue.
Oh, okay.
Because it's
yeah.
an interesting element to have. I agree with you, Kai. It just doesn't work
Okay,
in
so
that particular setup.
sure. And if that's the situation, then I could see Kumamiko being number one over Under the Dog.
Yes.
You also have the whole, like, I know a lot of people expected it to be kind of like Inuyashiki, like Flying Witch, that it was just gonna be relaxing slice of life, and then it was just bullying turned up to 11.
Yes. Yes. Oh my god.
Wow. So Kumamiko, for not just having no catharsis, and not just ending on a terrible note, but also because it was a kind of bankrupt in an artistic ideal.
I'm beyond triggered. Fuck.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, let's
Good.
keep it to that.
Kumamiko, number one, biggest disappointment of the year. Second, Under the Dog, and then Erased.
Drew, I disagree that
Good.
Kumamiko was bad from the start, but
Yeah.
Yeah, I disagree fully.
All right, we're
it
on
was
to our
it was pretty funny.
Yeah,
it didn't
it's pretty
have
cool.
all the problems were pretty signposted, but whatever.
It wasn't though. It wasn't.
That's fine.
Drew, like, you're lucky I have to attempt to censor myself here.
Oh yeah, I don't know what I would do if I had to deal with you.
Calm your tits. All right, so we're on to our next category. This
Oh,
is the
baby.
best character of the year. This is
Yeah.
waifu/husbando of the year. This is best writing in a character arc of the year. This
Make it
is.
about that.
Can we get
please.
rid of Kaio one time? Why is she even here?
All right, hold on. God,
Yeah,
would
why
you
she-
quit jumping the gun? Like,
Yeah,
all right.
definitely get rid of Felix.
No man.
You
No, man.
have to at least let me
I said-
read them.
I
Come on.
said,
All
I
right.
said husbandos and waifus count. So.
Oh my god.
All right.
Read the list.
Best characters.
That one's both of them.
Best characters of the year nominations: Mob from Mob Psycho 100, Rem
Go.
from ReZero, Rei from Sangatsu, Kaio from Erased, Chitose from Girlish Number, Smoogie from Anima to Zuma, Papika from
Sweetness
Flip
and
Flapper.
Lightning.
Okay, that's the little girl.
Yeah.
Okay, Papika from Flip Flappers, Iron Detective Ratio from Concrete Revolutio, Yoshikage Kira from JoJo's 4, Nishioka from from Funiwa Amu, the director's cat from New Game, Felix the Trap Cat from ReZero, Peachit from Yuri on Ice, Sake Roku from Rakugo, Reagan from Mob Psycho 100, Kihuhiko from Rakiko, All Might from All My Hero Academia, Rory Mercury from Gate Season 2, and that's all.
That's not all. I have one more.
All right.
I have one more.
Kagari from Rewrite. All right. Can we... You guys gonna...
Just seemed to-
Oh wait, I remember
Guys
one
gonna
more.
stop?
I remember one more. Wait.
You guys gonna stop sometime soon?
No.
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 All right.
You
so
don't. You
you
just announced the
Why?
nomination.
Yeah.
Tsukishima
Okay,
from
mine was
Gaku.
actually serious.
Okay, guys, that's enough.
All right.
No, leave that.
Nominations are
Don't delete
closed.
that, Kai. No, I think
What
we
is-
can nominate more.
I don't know what Love Pone from Mayoiga is, but that show is terrible, so I'm glad I don't know.
It's a sociopath.
All right, calm down. We gotta take names off instead of put names on, guys.
That's not what nominating is.
The nominations you had all week.
Yeah.
No.
All right.
Okay, for real now. Come on, guys.
All right. Start taking names off. I think we can take off
Rory
Felix.
Obviously,
We should
take
off
off
Love
Felix.
Pond.
Take off
No,
the-
no,
Love
no.
Pond is a treasure to the world. Okay.
All right, these are jokes. Those kind of memes. That's what I'm getting.
No, she's a fun character. No, seriously, we can't talk about
Kill
that.
yourself. Take
Okay,
off
okay.
JoJo. Take off the JoJo guy.
All right.
No,
Is
Kira-
anyone
Kira is at
defending
least as
JoJo
good.
guy?
Yeah, I'm
Kira
not.
is as good of a villain as Dio.
I'm trying to think who actually thinks Pachit is a good character.
I
the fuck
put
is memeing?
listen, can you stop with that? But I put Pachit
Yeah.
on there. I think he's a character that deserves mention. Maybe he's not top 3, but he's got a lovely backstory of his relationship with Yuri. He's got a whole backstory with being a Southeast Asian skater. And he's just adorable
No.
throughout the entire show.
No.
Like I said, maybe his arc isn't as good as some of these other characters, but I wanted to bring up
I
Pachit.
mean,
He's great.
I think he's a good
Okay.
character. I just don't think that he's top 3.
I just wanted to see
Yeah,
more
he's definitely
Pachit
not.
every time he was on screen. So,
Okay, I can understand that.
all right.
Okay, so I nominated Tsukishima from Haikyuu.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, he's one of like the side characters, I guess. He's not even like a main character in the sense of the word. But his development at the end of like season 2 and into season 3 is like
Oh, it's really good. Yeah.
done so well.
Yeah.
Because like at first he's kind of like in the first 2 seasons he's kind of a guy that doesn't really care about volleyball at all. He's just kind of going through the motions.
Is that the really tall dude with the blonde
Yes.
hair?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. That was really good.
And then he finally applied himself to volleyball, specifically at the end of season 2, which is still 2016. And then he like really showed all of it in the last match, which was all of season 3.
What's
And,
your nomination?
Yeah,
What's up?
he went from not really caring to actually fighting through being injured and really wanting to win.
Mhm.
Sorry, I wasn't
that
really
was
wasn't really paying attention. Do we remove any yet?
oh, we removed the meme.
yeah. Let's
ones.
remove first.
Felix the Trap Cat.
Damn, y'all making me want to watch Haikyuu, dude.
Yeah, that sounds
Yeah, it's
really neat.
fucking
Yeah, Haiku's
amazing.
pretty good. Haiku's pretty good.
Yeah,
It's really underrated.
I'm comfortable.
Yeah, Haikyuu is good. I
would,
read the manga though.
I would question whether anyone from Gate could possibly be best character of the year. I have not
Yeah,
watched
delete
season
this.
2.
Delete
Okay,
this.
and
Yeah.
so okay, here's hey, give me a moment to at least like talk about this one.
Of course, he's the one.
Dig.
Okay, and so the issue that you have to deal with this is that Rory Mercury is probably the biggest waifu bait I've ever seen in a long time, and one that was actually extremely successful. In which she was just a loved character, but again, like she was just designed to be just waifu bait. Now, I'm not going to say that if we're looking for waifu bait, I don't think there's anyone else this season that's better, or this year that's better than that. But if we're trying to go to like,
Not
which
really.
person had the biggest character development, then I would have to admit it wouldn't be Rory Mercury, especially not in season 2.
I think you're forgetting about Rem.
Yeah, I mean, I'd have to look at Rim. Like Rim is very endearing, but yeah, like Rory Mercury is she's a force unto herself.
Well, I mean, if you're talking about practical, like whoever is more popular, then
Well,
We-
that's
we
just
have
because
numbers.
Ray Zero was a more popular show. I mean, if we're going
well,
with
then that
then
means that's
Asuna
how
from
you
Sword Art
define the
Online is the
success
best
of,
character
of
because
that.
she's extremely popular because Sword Art Online is popular.
Yeah, but that's not this year, right? There wasn't
Well,
anything this
I
year,
guess
right?
I guess the question is we're going to have to like, are we going with which character is the most popular? Which character we can try to determine is the
Oh, we're
best
not. But I'm just
waifu
saying
bait,
that
or
even
which character
even
has the
even
best
if
character development.
using the most popular thing or whatever,
Whatever.
it wouldn't be that.
All right.
So-
I just thought best character assumes that it's the character that's best executed in what it was attempting to do. Because
Yeah,
Yoshikage Kira for JoJo 4 is a well executed villain for the series, I think. Because he's just a character that like he's
How
not
about best
necessarily
written
good.
characters?
Oh, you
that
want
better?
just best written?
Well, I think
Uh,
that's up to interpretation.
Yeah,
I think
I'm
that's
not
up
gonna
to-
put
yeah.
that.
Okay, but
you have
everything.
to argue how well the character executed is how I feel. It's like because a character may not have a lot of writing behind them, but like if he fulfills a purpose very well, then I think it's fair.
Right. Yeah, I think that's where like the title of the nomination is up for interpretation, not necessarily like how you feel about a character. So like, if you
Yeah.
think the best character is Rem because she was best girl or whatever, that's fine. But I think more
Yeah.
people here are gonna value like how well the character is written.
Well said,
Yeah.
Church.
Hmm.
We should
Hey,
remove some
let's
stuff.
let's go down the list
Yeah,
and
come on.
Yeah.
see.
Let's take
Yeah.
some out. Who are we cutting?
We can take out Paprika. I love
Take off
Flip
Rem and Paprika.
Oh
Rem
yeah.
is memes.
Um.
Rem is
Yeah.
just memes,
Whoa,
guys.
whoa, easy. But yeah, Papika. She worked well in the story. She was endearing.
I mean,
She's
Yayaka's
I
a
think
better character.
her chemistry
Yayaka is
with
better. Yep.
Coconut is great, but I don't think as a character on
Yep.
her own she
Yep.
really does anything.
Yep.
Yeah.
Agreed.
I recommend removing Samugi because while she is the cutest thing on the planet,
True.
she's an awful character because she's not a real person. Like no kid is that. She's like a
Just fucking kill me.
look.
Wait, but that doesn't make a character bad. That's not an argument.
Yeah, if a character is
Nah.
perfect, then they
She's
are
a-
badly written. Like there's
No, that's not true. They
argument.
can serve a purpose on a show. Like that would be like it didn't air this year, but Hajime from Gatchaman. She's perfect, but she's great for what the show's doing. So
Yeah.
I don't think
A
that's
table can serve a purpose in a show. It doesn't mean a table should be best character.
All right.
That's true.
Tell me about Samugi's personality, other than the fact that she's cute and likes food.
I don't care
No,
about
I
her
don't
personality.
care.
I care what she does with the show. What does her element in the show help to, express ideas that the show is trying to present? That's what I want to argue about.
Well, I don't care enough to argue about that, so argue with
I
yourself.
don't think she does anything exceptional.
Yeah, I think
Exactly.
we can remove her.
Yes, there.
Hey, can I nominate someone?
No, we're trying to cut.
Yeah,
man.
you can. No, yeah, you
Oh,
can.
but
What
you
do
guys
you want?
Who?
Kumiko.
From who? Oh,
UBK. Yeah.
Oh fuck!
yeah, maybe.
Why isn't she
She's a good-
here?
She's a good character. I would say for Kumiko though, so much
Maybe
of
not. Actually, you know what? Maybe Asuka's.
All right, wait.
Yeah,
I like Asuka.
yes.
because all of
Can we delete Chitose because she's memes?
Whoa, no,
what?
no,
No,
no.
no.
That's definitely memes.
No.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, I
I
don't know
think
about
she's
that.
legit.
So Asuka is really kind of the focus of Hibike Euphonium Season 2, as much as it has a character-based focus, and she has some great scenes with her mother and with Kumiko.
So my only counter to the Asuka argument is that Kumiko is the focus, and so everything we see in Hibiki Euphonium comes from Kumiko's experiences. And I gotta say, like as a character, honestly, I think Kumiko is probably one of the best written characters in anime. The only challenge I have with it is that she was written in such a way that I don't really like her. And so like if I honestly imagine that she's probably the closest thing to an actual Japanese high schooler of anything we've seen in this anime list. But there's also just a lot that I don't really like about her, probably because she was written so realistically.
Right, and Asuka too is, while her problems do feel real, and she has a great arc with her father in the last episode.
Kristen,
Well,
are we
but
gonna
again,
really?
it's all from Kumiko's perspective, in which it's through how we see Kumiko and how we see her interact with Asuka, which is why it's so challenging when you get a show that's from a first person perspective, in which it's not just Asuka as presented to Kumiko and understood by Kumiko.
I get what you're saying, but I think a character that's not main character can be best character of the year. So.
Yes, but I'm just saying in this show where like Hibiki Euphonium, I find that very hard to put forward because again, like the character that's going to have the most of everything is going to be Kumiko because whenever she interacted with Asuka was also a way to develop Kumiko as well.
I also liked Asuka better in Hibiko Euphonium Season 1 as kind of the mysterious yet eternally Genki girl. And she, when you see what's behind that, I don't know if it really added up to what I had imagined she would be like underneath the surface in Season 1.
Yeah, I agree with this.
And so, and I admit that's true, but then I also say that Kumiko is easily one of the most surprisingly two-faced characters in there, and which is something even Asuka calls her out on, is that when you see like Kumiko has about like 4 different faces that she wears around to different people. and when she interacts differently when she's with her two friends. She interacts differently when she's with her sister. She interacts differently when she's with that trombone dude. She interacts differently with her parents, and she interacts differently with when like
Right,
oh
right, we
man,
get
that
it.
one trumpet girl. And so Asuka's a person who attacks her on that, in which it makes it pointed to the audience, even though I would say it's sort of clear beforehand. And that's the thing I like most about Kumiko, is just how varied she is, and just it's really interesting to see how she handles herself in different situations to different people, and what she puts forward and what she doesn't given the situation.
All right. So does anyone else feel strongly about Asuka from Hibike?
No.
I didn't keep up with it this season.
Yeah, me neither.
But beyond that, I'd probably say Asuka is probably better than I think almost anyone else on this list. I just don't think she's better than Kumiko.
All right.
I think there's another one I want to add. Hayama from Shokugeki no Soma.
No, we
Fuck
we
outta
need to
here.
cut
Come
these
on.
down. We can be
Memes.
here
Yeah,
all
I know,
night
but
talking
If
about
you actually
characters.
cared, you would have nominated them before today.
The
No,
nomination
didn't
announcement
look
was
at the
shit.
list.
Hey,
I didn't
hey,
look at
hey,
the
stop
list
yelling.
until today because it was so long. I was like, fuck that.
Yeah.
Who do we still
Oh god, we still have like 10. We still have.
I don't know. Depends.
Ooh.
Like, did anyone else finish this
Let's-
Shokugeki no Soma this season?
get rid of Rem, dude?
All right, let's hold on. Everybody calm
Rem is
down.
gone.
What we'll
Rem
do,
is gone.
because
Ah,
it's
nigga.
been incredibly difficult to get people to delete these characters, let's go through and pick 3 that we think, or some that we think are absolute above the others.
I pick all 3 from Rakugo.
Kikuhiko for sure.
Yes, Rakugo
Yeah.
characters for sure.
I honestly think that every character in Rakugo is better than every other character in every other show.
Really?
Here.
Yes, yes, yes.
I suppose maybe Ray too from Sangatsu.
Ray.
Yeah,
I haven't
yeah.
caught up,
Easily.
but Ray
Yeah,
is a
yeah,
very
Ray.
interesting character.
Keep Ray.
I
I
haven't
like
seen
Reagan a lot
Hibiki
from-
Euphonium, but I would probably say Asuka too.
Yeah.
I would
Oh,
think
wait,
Mob is better than Asuka. I think Mob's a super strong
Mob
Wait,
would
character.
be
okay.
up there for me
Yeah,
too.
wait,
Wait.
From
I
My
think
Hero
Mob
Academia.
is an interesting character in interactions with others, but he himself, I don't know, standalone, he's okay.
I prefer Reagan to Mob.
Yeah,
Okay,
I think
Yeah,
Reagan
Reagan
has
is
a lot more
definitely-
intricacies with Mob
Yeah,
than
yeah.
Mob to Reagan.
Okay,
Reagan's
so
good.
do you want to go with Reagan, Kukihiko, and Ray from Sangatsu?
I mean, I like Sukeroku a bit more than Kukihiko, but Kukihiko
True.
is more complex.
We're also leaving
Yeah.
out Tsukishima, and there was support for him too.
Yeah. All Might is a good ideal character in Shonen. Like, you haven't seen that in a while, but other than that, eh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like All Might a lot, but he's not top 3.
No,
Yeah.
I think he is. He's.
Mhm.
I think
even
he is
his design. His design is important for the show.
Yeah.
He's like the best part of My Hero Academia.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
He
yeah,
functions
I
well.
That
adore
show
him.
itself
Definitely.
is great.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't
Um,
wanna. No.
Is
There's-
Kukihiko the best of these Rakugo characters?
he's the most
Yeah.
complex character for sure. I think it's an argument between Sukeroku because he just has a stronger character arc. In my opinion, at least.
Mm.
Because Sukeroku just kind of has like this whole. He is like a genius in his art, but he doesn't have the discipline that allows him to get where he wants to be. And
Okay.
and like they're kind of like foil between one another. So it's an argument to say
Ah,
which one do
jeez.
you think it has a more interesting character arc?
Do you want to cop out and say like Tsukiroko and Kukihiko?
Yeah, that would be fine. I think.
I'm
I'm
fine
okay with that.
You got,
You
like,
would
wait,
slash them?
Actually, no. I mean, I have other characters from other shows. I don't know.
All right. We'll say the relationship between Kukihiko and Sukuroko, or
Yeah.
the way they play off
Because-
each other.
yeah, their dynamic is just really good. It's a really good dynamic.
They probably get first place or something.
Okay. I'm gonna offer up Chitose because you guys sound very passionate about these guys. I think Chitose is
No.
wonderful. She's
She's great.
Wha-
beautiful. She has
Can-
this great kind of perspective, this worldview that's so interesting and so crucial to what Girlish Number is trying to do as a show that it really, really connects you to her. And even though she's not the best person in the world, you kind of feel you feel things on the way she feels things. She comes a
I've-
long way over the course of the show, and her character design is great.
Can I be educated on the Chitose memes?
No,
I got
there's
no.
no memes. There's only a
No, there's
character.
no meme. She's a good character. I think she should stay.
Well, you
Wait, what?
I
guys
think
have.
she was great, but her
It's memes.
development
It's
in the later
memes.
part was kind of underwhelming.
Is Kaya from Erased really in the same?
No, I
Can we
don't
just
know
get rid
why
of
she's
this?
here.
I said this at the beginning when we approached this
All right,
topic.
calm down, calm down. Stop yelling. All right,
No,
Iron Detective Ratio. Anyone else want to speak on him?
Kura's
Nope.
not here.
He was
Yeah,
just
Neither
okay.
Neither is Rand.
Yeah.
Done.
I think Jean's the only one who
He's
could
the only
defend
one who's
him.
seen it. Yeah.
I don't like him as much as Kikuhiku and Sokiroku.
Yeah, me
Ray.
neither.
Okay.
Talk to me about Ray from Sangatsu because I dropped that after a few episodes.
He's the
Oh,
goat. He's the goat.
Is he the main character, Frowny
Yeah.
Man?
Yes.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
Frowny Man. You want to nominate the Frowny Man and not the
yes,
the
because
girls?
his brownies make me sad, and
We're still
Yes.
nominating.
He's such
Episode
an
10,
interesting
y'all.
character.
That's
Yeah.
it.
Character.
Episode fucking.
Well, this is not best episode. That is later.
I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
That
That's still part of
episode
his
is
character.
Yeah, the whole
Where's-
show is
Okay,
revolves around characters.
Well,
Where's
tell me what
Luluko
happens
for
with
best
him.
character?
What?
Watch it.
She's okay, but come on. Talk to me. What makes Ray from Sangatsu best character?
He just has a lot going on with him.
The way
And the way how
feels,
he's presented to the story. The way how he's presented to the story is the best because what it is that you don't necessarily get everything off the bat is one for sure because anime kind of seems to like to just exposition drop, but like it's also because his interactions with other characters lead on to what you assume his mentality is at the time, and he's just something I haven't seen in anime in a while where it's very character study esque, kind of like Taxi Driver and shit, and he just has a lot of nuances to him that I like. I don't have anything particular I could point out, but that's just how I feel about him.
the way he deals with loss and how it affects his worldview is what makes him so believable as a character.
Yeah, I think Sangatsu has like the most human characters probably this season.
yeah.
So
Yeah. I mean, he's like my character of the year.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wait, my second. I don't know. Up there.
Yeah, it's like the Rocket
Wow.
and him tied.
Kai's deleting characters before
I'm
we
not
even touch
deleting them. I'm putting an
Oh,
order
I see.
here.
I see.
Can we delete these 5 down here?
No.
No, Jiggles,
wait.
tell us about Nishioka. Tell us. Jiggles.
Me,
I mean, the argument for Nishioka is that he carries the show.
He does.
Yeah, he does.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel
But-
like he was a
but-
great character, but maybe it's just because I don't really care that much about the show. But after finishing it, it's not like, oh, I want to go back and look more at this character. He was just like he did great in the show, and that's it.
Yeah. I think he's great, but not like as good as the top ones.
He's a very real character, but not much else.
Okay. I'm willing to.
You can definitely get rid of Miyokishi or whatever fuck her name is. I mean whatever the flapper name is. She is a good character, but like she's just there for support. Like she just gives. She's like what's the word I'm looking for? A plot device, in my opinion. Yeah.
No, I think she's better than like most of the characters on this list.
I mean, every like character in Rakugo is better than.
We
most.
already put 2. We already cheated and put 2
Look,
on
on
the top.
Rakugo, just say like any character from Rakugo, and it's just say the entire time.
The entire cast
Yes.
from Rakugo.
The entire cast.
What's a quick a quick summary of why Mob was taken off? I wasn't here. Just like a
We
sentence or
decided
less.
Reagan's better, I think.
Yeah.
Is that
Yeah.
pretty much what it was?
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
pretty much.
Yeah. We argued that Reagan just does more influence to the show than Mob because Mob alone as a character isn't very strong. It's what he does with other characters.
So
That's what my
Well,
argument
I actually disagree with that. I think Bob's a better character than Reagan, but I wasn't here to defend it, so
Mhm.
rest in
Like,
peace.
tell me about Reagan and if he's better than Tsukishima.
Alright, so
Nah,
I think
Tsukishima's way better than
is
Reagan, in my opinion. Tsukishima just has a more because his entire spiel is that it's actually a coming of age kind of story, so he just has more going on. Reagan is just a personality that influences other characters very well.
I mean, he does it real well, but I agree with you.
Tsukishima is like his development is especially like well done too. Like it's not
Yeah.
just like it's not
Mhm.
sort of. It's not uninfluenced. Like it didn't just happen. Like
Hmm.
there's very good reasons for it happening,
Mhm.
and it was executed well too. So
And it wasn't just like he was told some kind of new information and oh yeah, now I'm a new character. We actually saw it happen in the fights they had, like in the matches.
yeah, he also invoked the most emotion too in the last
Mhm.
season.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Specifically when well, I guess I don't want to really spoil anything if people are planning on watching it.
No,
But
this is a spoilers. This is the end of the year. You spoil whatever you want to spoil.
but yeah, he when he finally like blocked what's his name, Ushijima, when he finally blocked Ushijima and scored a point off of it, it was like one of the best feelings I've ever gotten from even watching the show. So
Yeah.
it was definitely pretty hype. And I think the writers did especially a good job on him too, because they allowed him to get the one block on Ushijima, which is like the best like spiker in their entire like prefecture. So it's like a really big deal. They only allowed him to get one, like, and I think that's good writing because like he was still upset at the end of the match, and that I think that's like really compelling for a character, because usually most people would be like, yeah, I got one, I'm happy, but he it showed how determined he was to really push it to the limit.
Yeah, he was never like that before.
Can anyone explain why this rewrite character is on here?
I can.
One block would have been enough for like old Tsukishima. So like
that sounds
it's,
great.
It's just really cool.
Yeah.
One thing. I already know we're not adding any more, and we already took them off. But if we were going to, I wanted to say actually that thinking about it, I actually would have nominated Mob's brother over Mob because
I agree too.
Yeah, it's probably fair.
Yeah,
Well,
because he. Yeah, go on.
You can say what you like about Mob's brother if you want.
Oh, I was just gonna say because when he's first displayed, he's just, oh, I'm that poster boy carrying little younger brother who tries to look out for the man, and then like he kind of like they give him nuances to say that he's slowly jealous of his bro for having psychic powers, and he doesn't understand what Mob has to go through, and it's just an interesting perspective in the show because you don't really expect the show to go that way in the first place, and then it just ramps it up. His character goes through this whole entire I finally have this that my bro had that I didn't, and you kind of get drunk with power, and then he kind of gets this realization. It's just a really well done character arc for him. That's why I think it's probably the best character for Mob.
I definitely didn't think I was gonna like his brother as much as I did.
Yeah.
From the start of the show.
Well, it looks like we have a tentative top 3 here. Is everybody okay with this?
I mean,
I'm fine.
My favorite character of the year is probably Carrier from Bray, right? I think she's like the most interesting piece of writing of the year. I mean, she's the only reason I like the show.
Holy shit, you weren't kidding when you said the entire cast of Rakugo. All right.
Yeah.
That's Kappa if I've ever seen one.
Yeah,
Look,
we're
it's
cheating.
It's better than.
I mean, I think we somehow settled on. We somehow like. Did we explicitly settle on only one character from each show?
Nope.
Or
No. I
thought
all right,
we
so
abbreviated-
we implicitly did
We
that.
cheated.
I thought it
Otherwise,
was
they would
good.
just take the top 3.
I thought it was Kikuhiku and Sukiroku.
Yeah, I'm okay with
What
that.
did they
We can
change?
just do that.
You want to change it back to
Yeah, just change
Tsukihiko
it
and
back.
Yeah.
Kikuroku?
Yes.
Change it back.
It's less cop-outy.
All right. We've got other stuff to get to, so.
Also, I think Peyton made a good argument for Kumiko, actually. I think I agree with him now.
Yeah, I like Kumiko. I don't know if that argument is better than the one you guys put for either Rei or Tsukishima.
What was the TLDR of it? I missed it.
What? Can you say that again?
What was the TLDR of it? I missed it.
Okay, so basically, biggest surprise so far: Ping Pong Girls, Cultic 9, and Galko-chan. Biggest disappointment.
No, about Kumiko.
Oh, Kumiko. Oh, I wasn't paying attention.
Yeah, it's hard to
Uh,
summarize. I don't know.
Yeah, you can probably go watch it on.
Yeah,
what-
it's
It's
being
just
recorded.
that she's like the show is like entirely through her lens, so you get to see a lot of like multifaceted parts of her
so-
personality.
I think she's
Since
better
I was
than
the one who was
Rei.
making the argument for Kumiko beforehand, I'll just quickly rehash it. So the first thing to understand is that the anime is an adaptation of a novel. The novel, I assume, is written in a first-person perspective. So what makes Kumiko interesting is that she's a passive character, but she has inherent responses and biases.
Yep.
And so what you see is that she subtly changes who she is based upon who she interacts with. And this is something that isn't really explicitly stated until Asuka hints at it this season, but it's something that's really fascinating to see how she will handle herself with her parents, with her sister, with her friends, with her teachers. And so she actually feels really like what a high school girl would be. And what makes it interesting is that it's not really that likable all the time because she is inherently two-faced in the way that I imagine everyone is inherently two-faced, in which we don't always lay all our cards on the table. And that's something which honestly I found to be the biggest or the most impressive thing about Hibike Euphonium, because I have many other problems with that anime.
Oh,
So-
I think they did explicitly say that. Like that's the whole reason why Reina wanted to be friends with her, because she said that like, oh, you're different. You can see the stuff or whatever.
Yep. That's the whole budget smile in season 1. But I think. Do you think she's better than the 3 we have listed here?
I don't remember Tsukishima that well because I read the manga, so that's not fresh in my mind.
I would
But,
say
I would
I
put her
like.
with that.
Also, with Tsukishima, like he developed a lot, but like just from the show that he's in, like the show itself invokes a lot of passion within the viewer. So like, there's some bias there. I feel like, even though I do like Tsukishima.
What?
I mean, what about Tsukishima wasn't like compelling? I guess. Like, what are some of the negatives about his development?
It's not so much as like a negative, but like it's a pretty clear cut. Like, I mean, it's well done. It's definitely well done, but it's a clear cut, like coming of age sports. Oh, I should help my team kind of story, right? Like it's been done before. Whereas Kumiko hasn't. It's not necessarily that I think Kumiko should be better, but
I feel like what
that's
was
just my thought
different.
about it. Like you
I-
can like a lot of shonen anime, like if they're really well done, then you get like really invested in the characters, and that's not saying that's not worth anything, but just the way that like you said, like Kumiko's passive, so you just kind of watch it like passively, and you're not really invested in her personally. Whereas we're being
No.
watching
Her
actually
passivity
I would
is.
invested in the characters.
I would say, like, if I had to write an academic paper on it, I'd choose Kumiko.
Kumiko's passivity is part of. It's like her weakness in a lot of times, and then when she finally acts with Asuka's storyline, that's a big deal because
Yeah,
she
and
is
when
just
she talks
so.
to her sister.
Yeah, or when she stumbles across all this information, when she finally chooses to do something about it, is a real big moment. I like her better than Rei from Sangatsu.
Well, you inherently have a giant hate boner for Sangatsu. So.
I think here's the thing. I think they both are entirely accurate to real life. They feel like real people. I think Kumiko. What they do with Kumiko is a bit more interesting than what they do with Rei, and the
But how far
position
did
they
you get?
place him in. Well, that's fair. I didn't put him that
You
far.
watched like one episode, right?
I was like 2, but yeah.
Okay, you.
I
jackasses,
just
I'm finally
wanted
here.
to quickly on the point of Tsukishima, and that he like learns to do it for his team. That's not what happened. Like he learned to do it for his own reasons for himself, and I feel like that was pretty important.
Should we go around the horn? Should we say who we want? Are Kuki Hiko and Suki Doku?
Sukeroku.
Are
Should I
those?
start doing pronunciations?
Are they a lock? Are we saying those are a lock?
For me,
yes.
they are.
Yeah, I'd say the same.
Same with Ray.
Same with Ray.
You guys.
Yeah,
So
I don't care about the 3 and the 4.
what you're really
Like,
arguing
you can
is.
put them in whichever order you want.
I mean, we can tie Kumiko and Tsukishima. I'm okay
No, we
with that.
can't.
I mean,
Just pick one.
Look. Let's just have them tied so we could get down to like the next category.
Let's
We
go.
already been
Let's
here for
go.
an hour.
Yeah. Let's go around the horn.
Yeah.
Who wants Tsukishima? Who wants Kumiko? Hype. What do you say?
Kumiko more complex.
Rice.
Tsukushima's pretty straightforward.
wait.
I
So
haven't seen most of season 2 yet, so but like just from what I've seen of season 1 and all the seasons of Haikyuu, so I'm gonna go with Kumiko.
Church.
Tsukishima.
Contessa.
I haven't seen either, so pass.
Cal.
Kumiko.
Gru.
Kumiko.
I'm going
Sorry,
Tsukishima.
Church.
It's all good, Guru.
Nia.
I don't really care.
Blake.
I think Neo was Tsukushima.
I want a rewrite character. I don't know.
Okay, Peyton.
I think Kumiko got it.
Like
Yeah,
with the protest
it
vote.
sounds like Kumiko had the more support there. I loved your argument for Tsukishima. I really, really do. And
I
I
think
would
the problem is like
I would take him
like,
over
only,
Ray.
Only like 4 people have seen Haikyuu.
Yeah, it's a problem.
See, that was my
Because it's
argument
a
before,
sports
dude.
anime.
That was my argument before, but everyone
read
told
it.
me that it was actually really
and so,
popular here.
So again, I'll be honest. I haven't seen Haikyuu, and so I mean, like, take what I say with a grain of salt. What it sounds like is that it was just a very basic story idea that was done extremely well.
Yeah,
And so you're not dealing with a complex character, but you're dealing with a character that does a simple character development, but is done in extremely well done way, which is
Right.
extremely insightful to watch.
And I love that
It's-
small stuff,
It's
man.
it's not especially easy to gauge Tsukishima at the beginning though. Like you could tell like he kind of doesn't really care that much, but like there's always like something there that kind of makes you think that like
Yeah, I mean he also
he's
puts up
not
a front.
entirely like that. Yeah,
Like, he
I don't know.
also puts up like a front.
He's definitely not a one-dimensional character, but
Yeah, that sounds awesome.
But that's fine. I can get behind Kumiko. I haven't seen Hibike, so that's what it is.
You'd like her. You'd like her.
Probably. But yeah,
All right, we
even
got.
though I'm not, I'm just gonna say I'm not okay with like originality over tropes, especially if like the tropes are really done well. I don't think just because it's original automatically like gives it like a pass or like a boost in the argument.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, if it
Well,
was
yeah,
original,
but then honestly, sometimes it's crappier shows will have moments where they'll actually do like the tropey stuff the best, which is something I've always find interesting. Like I will say, like Fubuki has hit some better character points in Kantai Collection than I think any other characters I've seen in anime. But I'm not going to say Fubuki's the best character ever.
All right.
No
all right,
disrespect. No disrespect. So who's number one? So we can move on.
Yeah, we got a lot to get to.
I don't have an
Ray from
opinion on either
Zangetsu.
one.
Kiku Hiko for me.
Yeah.
I
okay.
think the
Bing,
Rakugo
bam,
guys
done.
too.
Character
Yeah.
design.
Wait,
Let's
what?
go.
What do you mean?
Hold
done?
on.
So-
Shh, shh.
I feel
Quiet.
like we weren't done with that one.
Quiet. Yeah, I think Kukihiko and just the Rakugo, the character arcs, that's what that story's all about. Ray from Sangatsu, boy, you know my feelings on him. I don't like that character at all. I don't think he's interesting. I don't think he's realistic. Yeah.
I mean, who's gonna argue against the list right now? Can we just move on?
Yeah. We probably really should. We have like 8 other categories.
Should we take a
Speak
break?
up if you don't agree.
Should we take a stretch break?
we can take a break after characters.
After character design,
mean,
this one should go pretty
Just
quick.
gonna sit in my chair anyway.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah. I don't
All
know.
right. So wait, hold on. Best character: Kukihiko and Sakiroko. Rakugo.
Yeah.
Congratulations. That's a bit of a cop out, but it's good
I'm
writing
sure
in the
they
show.
appreciate it.
Followed by Rei from Sangatsu and Kumiko from Hibike Season 2. So, best character design. The nominations we have: JoJo's Bizarre Adventures.
Diamond is unbreakable.
Thank you. Keijo, Macross Delta, Tales of Zestiria the X, Flip Flappers, Kisniver, Kotetsujo no Kanabanari,
That sounded Italian.
Boku no Hero Academia, Amanchu, Concrete Revolutiono, Drifters, Yuri on Ice, Mobile Suit Gundam, Thunderbolt.
Do Keijo's character designs really have anything going for?
Oh
like,
my
that's
God,
the
are you
reason
kidding
I
me?
watch that show.
Oh,
Flap.
They're
Put a
just
flap
like
like that
super
there.
basic.
okay.
No, they have the bold outlines
Yeah.
that really make the whole show distinct. Because if you look at
So
the
many
backgrounds,
shows
they're
do that.
super generic.
Yeah. Okay. I just really
I
like the
mean-
one. I really like the one character with no neck, the short fat girl. I
Yes.
just think that's the
Yeah.
best design ever. But yeah, we could take that one out there.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah, we can take it out.
Same
But
thing
it's
too.
good.
I put on Macross Delta. I think they look gorgeous from just an idol anime type thing, from a magical girl type angle. I think the little flap in the girl's hair is the cutest thing of all time when it lights up when she sings. I think it's great. But I don't
You
know
got
if it's
like
top 3.
pictures or something? Because I haven't seen some of these.
You haven't seen Macross Delta?
I have this thing called Google, so I'll go find some pictures.
Yeah, I'm
Exactly.
gonna
Me
do that.
too.
I'm gonna do that.
Yeah.
Tales
What's
of
up?
I think-
Hysteria? Why is that on there?
Yeah, same. I was
Probably
wondering.
Rush.
They're very complex
Probably Rush.
and really.
That seems like a Rush thing.
I don't know.
I
It
mean,
seems
I
like a
I
Japanese
thought that show
fancy
totally
art style.
fine, but the art style was just like generic.
Generic Japanese fantasy story, Final Fantasy. Your little,
I don't
little-
think Flip Flappers should be on here personally.
Whoa, why not?
Wow.
Yeah.
It might be an unpopular opinion, but I don't think like Flip Floppers like. I don't think it was out of the ordinary. Like I don't think it like.
Yeah,
I
it
don't-
doesn't.
Like they're good, but I don't think they like deserve to be in the talk for like best.
Yeah.
If
I
that
think
makes
they look
sense.
amazing.
Ditto on Konosuba.
Well, to
Yeah.
put
Oh,
throw
yeah,
my two
I
cents
see
out
that.
for
I didn't
Why
even
is
see that down
Manchu
there.
here?
to throw my 2 cents out for Flip Flappers, I feel the challenge is that like its background design was amazing, and the
Mhm.
character designs worked well with the background, but on their own, I don't know. Yeah, I don't think the character designs are really spectacular.
Yeah.
Well,
They
I
just
think
fit
I
everywhere.
think I think character designs, like talking about character designs, it's actually important to discuss like how well they go with the rest of the show.
Mhm.
And I think that's fine, but I still don't think they like stood out to me personally.
No, it's almost like they're intentionally plain. I think in a lot of ways.
Yeah, which is
Yeah.
smart. Which is
Well, it
smart.
was
I
it was
really
going
don't
for a
agree
sort of
with anything you
storybook.
just said.
It was sort of like Flip Flopper was going for like a storybook sort of style, which really worked for me personally. I think I it's not the one I'd vote for the best, but
Yeah. Yeah, but there's
I liked how they were designed. Coconut and Pepik were designed around each other. They felt very cohesive as a pair.
right, and
I
inverting
guess-
their hair color on their transformation. That was really cool.
Yeah, their
and not just
outfits
that.
too.
I
Even
really-
with the lighting, when they're shaded, their colors are mirrored too, which is super interesting to do, and it's clearly part of the design.
I also liked about Pepika's design is even in what was it, the episode where the Pepices, or I'm not sure if I said that right, but even though Pepika's design changes so much, you can still recognize who she is.
Yeah.
I guess in opposition to what I said about like their character designs, the basic character designs I think aren't like out of the ordinary, but I think like their transformation and like those designs are actually just like insane.
Right, and I think
I
it's
think
more
they're so good.
it's more art direction and how that fits into the character design that makes that show special.
Right.
Sorry,
I
I'm
think
playing Overwatch. What show was that?
the direction behind the character design is good. We're talking about Flip Flappers.
Oh, okay, okay.
why isn't Manchu on this list?
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, I
I
don't
think,
know.
I think they're
Oh.
fine.
Hey,
They're perfectly
Monkeys is
fine.
good.
The art style was gorgeous.
I
Well,
think they
it
had one of
wasn't
some of the best
chibi
character
stuff.
design.
Yeah.
It's fine for
this
it
year.
to be here, but it can go.
Yeah, they
Why?
overused the Arya faces. They really ran them into the ground. Otherwise, I'd be much willing to fight for this a lot more.
I think that's not really as relevant to
I
this
mean-
point on the character designs because the character designs themselves look gorgeous still.
Yeah, I think Amanchu's
Like-
got the best this year.
Well, the
Yeah.
alternate
Yeah.
design is still part of the design, isn't it?
Yeah,
and
yeah,
you
that's
may
what I
like
was
it or
thinking.
you may not like it, but I mean, there's a point to make about how much they use that alternate design, but I still think that the base design is just amazing.
You think it's one of the top 3?
Yeah, definitely.
Does
could-
anyone want to defend Concrete Revolution?
I do.
Yeah, I do too.
Hey,
haven't-
contestant
okay.
crew is here. Contestant crew is here. Oh yeah.
I think they're bad.
I don't even okay, so I don't
Yeah, I
even
don't
have
like
an
'em either.
opinion on the show itself because I haven't seen it. And I know it's like a pretty divisive show. But from what I've seen of the character designs, I think they're great.
I like the use of color palette. That's the biggest thing for me.
I
Yeah.
don't like it. I think it's really poor. They tried. I get what they were trying to go for, but they didn't nail it. Like they don't have their color theory down, and it kind of sucks.
Yeah, yeah.
It was pop art. That you don't.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, no, I get the idea. I get the idea. I love when shows go for that. I think Concrete Revolution is really bad at doing it.
See,
I feel like they have a really neat way of like making their characters like look unique and interesting.
Yeah,
I think it just looks
Oh,
ugly
yeah, I
as
like
all
a lot of
sin.
the designs.
Looking at the designs themselves, I think my problem is a clash with everything else. But yeah, I think they're fine.
See, I thought they were really good. I felt they got like the comic book feel that it was going for much better than something like My Hero Academia did.
Oh no
So
way!
Yeah, I agree with
Wait.
Contessa.
Mm,
Is My Hero Academia here? Wait, why isn't it here?
Yeah, it's there.
Yeah, it's
Oh, I don't see it. I'm
I
blind.
had to personally put it in
Also-
there like yesterday.
Oh, there it is. I'm blind.
So I liked Konosuba a lot, but I'm not sure the character designs are
They-
really anything to
Ah,
write home
oh
about.
yeah, really.
No.
They felt really average for the whole.
I mean, they're like kind
fantasy
of like
world thing.
yeah, it's like purposefully generic, right?
Yeah, and I
Yeah.
mean, even if that's the case, it doesn't, add up to
Yeah.
great characters.
I mean, there's a lot of saggy tits.
he wears the whatchamacallit. He wears the tracksuit better than Subaru did.
Yeah.
That's true.
I want to take off Yuri on Ice. I think they do
Yeah.
really cool things with all the
Yeah.
characters. When Chris is basically having an orgasm on the ice, it just fits what he looks like. And you just think that's the guy who's gonna have the orgasm. But that
So,
it's fine.
not to mention all of their what's it called? Outfits when
Yeah.
they're actually skating. Like
Yeah.
they're all really nicely designed.
Yeah. I think it's special, but I don't think it's top 3.
While we're talking about character designs, does anyone want to do nominations for best art direction, because it's kind of lacking compared to like what we have for character designs? And
I think we'll get there because
Yeah,
I
calm
think
down.
I'm the only one who added to that list. No
Mhm.
one else did. Yeah.
All right. Boy,
So
what else
I
can we
just
take?
heard a bunch of positives for Yuri on Ice, and then it got removed.
No, it was just like
It was top 3.
It's not gonna
farewell-
stick.
it was a farewell thing. Yeah.
I was a huge fan of like the. I haven't seen very far into the show. Like I kind of dropped it after the first few episodes, but I did think the main trio, their designs were very good.
Yeah.
Maybe not as much Yuri himself. Like
Yep.
I feel like that might have just been the artist. His like main character look, I guess. Like because he drew him almost exactly like he drew Shinichi. from
Parasite
Parasite.
guy.
Yeah, so I don't know. I don't know about like that one being like good or original, but I don't think it was. I'm not
Yeah.
sure that it was meant to be original. I guess, but
Well,
He was
Victor.
meant to look Japanese in a cast that was filled with
But-
mostly non-Japanese characters.
the main 3 looked really.
I mean,
really
that's
good.
also one thing I have to give them props for. Like a lot of shows, when they say foreigner, they just draw some guy with pasty skin, blonde hair, blue eyes. Like, yep, this is a foreigner.
Yeah.
But Yuri on Ice actually made an effort to differentiate all the different like nationalities.
So you guys think that's top 3?
Probably not.
No.
No,
Well,
I don't. I
I'm
don't
only
think it's.
arguing for it
I don't-
because I haven't seen most of the stuff on that list. So
I don't think it's top 3, but I think it's at least worth mentioning.
Honorable mention.
Yeah. I guess if I had to pick a top 3, like personally, I would probably keep Kisniver,
Yeah.
Cabaneri,
Yeah.
and either Hero Academia or Concrete Revolution.
No, I don't
think-
think. I don't think Cabaneri. Like I love how Cabaneri looks, but a lot of it is the shading, and that's
I think
more
it's the overall,
art
like,
design
art
than
design.
character design. The character
Yeah.
design are very special.
I'm not too fond of the main character's design in Cabaneri, the guy.
Yeah, I think we should take it out and give it
Yeah.
a nod. Like it's better on the art design overall than the character designs themselves.
I guess
Also,
that makes sense.
That,
But
the
that's
only
an honorable mention.
but
I
Mume
think we
has
can
done
use
really well.
other
and-
things.
The only
They're-
character who stood out in Cabaneri for me was her back muscles.
Oh yeah. That girl.
Great.
I agree with Mumi's design was pretty nice as well.
Yeah.
Yes,
And
that
then
was the best design.
what about that one green-haired guy? He looked pretty dope.
He,
I
he,
thought he
he
was
looked
honestly-
like standard samurai man.
I don't
Uh,
I don't know if you know it's standard samurai.
That's
No,
what I
But-
think of.
Yeah, in anime, yeah.
Talk to me about drifters.
I didn't like
That's
Richard's
Guru,
characters as
right?
much as Helsing.
It's okay. As everyone says, I don't get Hellsing. The fucking
But those are
the
very
fucking
good,
boy trap,
though.
boy trap design. I don't know. Maybe because I'm a weirdo, so I like it.
The main character's design feels a little too recycled. He reminds me too much of Alucard design-wise.
I mean,
Well, it's
I
the same.
love the.
It's the same manga. It's top
I
3
know
for
it is.
me.
I mean, I love the art design. I don't think the characters are particularly.
I think they carry the show, and they pose almost as good as JoJo characters.
Yes, like Oda
We
Nobunaga's
shouldn't take
design
that
is pretty
out.
interesting. I like it.
Yeah, that I think it's on the same tier as the JoJo character, and I think JoJo's gonna win. So I don't think we should take it out before like Hero
Yeah.
Academia, Concrete Revolution, Amanchu, or anything else. It's much better than almost anything on the list. Almost anything like in the past years. It's way too good.
How do you guys feel about the character designs in Haikyuu?
They're alright.
I don't think
Alright.
I don't think it should apply. Just because Haikyuu started last year or 2 years ago, I guess technically.
Yeah, okay.
So like the
Alright.
characters like were already like established. Then most of the characters.
Design-wise, yeah.
So
Well, but we'd have JoJo as well.
Yeah.
Not these designs.
no,
We gotta-
well, yeah, JoJo's has different designs because it's a different like character, different like completely different characters, right?
All right, we
yeah,
gotta.
yeah, they're
Yeah.
different. They're new. They change even like the same characters, like Jotaro. Everyone knows.
Alright.
All right, guys, we
So,
gotta cut this down. You gotta
about-
suggest some
What
cuts.
about
Come on.
What about Thunderbolt here?
I
Persona
threw
specifically-
that in for art design, but I didn't know there was actually an art direction category, so that could get taken out for all the characters.
Because
Yeah, you can just switch that over.
yeah, because
Yeah.
it also had like mechs in parentheses, and
Yeah,
I don't know. I'm not really into mechs, so like I'm not sure like how the designs like really can vary that much or be that much better than other mech designs.
Oh, they
I
can.
think
They
I think the
can.
mechs in Thunderbolt are incredible, but I don't think it's fair to consider them character designs.
Yeah, that
There's
I
an
didn't
argument
know that
for
we had
it,
art
but-
direction.
Oh yeah, that makes
I didn't know
sense.
we had art direction. You gotta give me a break.
Oh no, that's fine. I was just asking a question
Yeah, it's no problem. It's no problem.
or making a statement, I guess.
Sangatsu's pretty good characters.
Yeah.
Yeah,
yeah.
they're very strong.
Yeah.
To me, it's more of the art direction than the actual character designs.
Yeah.
And Sangatsu, it's the whole package. So
agree.
we can go.
Can we
Yeah,
just?
That's probably
Yeah.
fair.
Yeah. So
I
that's just gonna get
disagree.
transferred over.
I think the character designs are really strong. Just the way their faces look.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that's true. Maybe we can
I
take
don't-
other things before that.
But
I
that's
think
Not top three though.
we can take. I think
Yeah, I guess
can
the
take Concrete
question is
Revolution.
it in the top three?
All right,
I
let's
mean,
make some
my
cuts. Come on.
personal top three is probably Amanchu, Sangatsu, and Flip Levels.
I think
Mine-
Kisniver has
His
to be
neither
there.
though.
Yeah.
I think JoJo has to like. How could we take out JoJo?
my two.
Yeah.
My two
I
locks
don't
are.
know how-
I don't know. That's
I love the
ridiculous.
character designs in JoJo. Is the thing. I love
JoJo
Arami's
has
art
to be
style.
top 3.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
Kisniver and
that's-
JoJo both have to be there.
I'm not hearing a lot of defense for Boku no Hero, but I adore those character designs. Just...
Yeah, me too.
They're real good.
I
There's a
haven't
lot of variety
defended
in
it
it,
because
too.
it's
They're
I
not
think
real
there's
good.
just a lot of strong character designs.
Yeah.
this year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can we
more or
move
less.
it up to 5?
Yeah, for this at least. I don't know. There's a
We'll
lot.
do
there's a
we'll
lot
do
going
honorable
on.
mentions. We'll do 3 honorable mentions.
All
Yeah.
right, that's fair.
So
Also,
who's
I
our
don't
who's
think Yuri on Ice should be honorable mention with these nominations. Like,
Alright.
there's
Yeah.
3 better on
Alright.
top of the 3 that are gonna win. Yeah.
so let's
Mm.
let's
I
top
think we
tier.
get rid
Let's-
of drifters. I think we
Yeah.
cut drifters.
I think
No,
flip
I don't
flappers
think.
too.
No, it's like
I like Drifter's character designs is the thing. As in people
But
say,
top
like
three
JoJo.
is the question.
Oh, top 3.
carry the show. They
Because
they
if it's not going to be in the top
designs
3, it's
carry
getting
the
cut.
show.
Well, JoJo does Drifters better than Drifters does.
Yeah, but Drifters does that better than anything else. I
Yes.
take it over Flip Flappers or Kisniver even.
I
But
don't
the question,
remember
okay,
what the
but here's
Kisniver looks like.
here's the
Oh,
question.
they're
though.
gorgeous. They're gorgeous. Yeah.
The question, like, asking for a top 3 isn't saying that the character designs that are getting cut are bad or like that getting
Right.
cut is bad at all.
Right.
Yeah, no.
It's just, is it top 3?
Which
So
is,
like, is drifters really top 3? Is my
yeah,
question.
definitely. It's top 2.
I don't-
It would be the best if JoJo wasn't here.
Where are we at?
I-
What's
I
up?
don't.
I
I
really
don't think
think
so.
Conrevo should be cut, and I like that show.
Where
Yeah.
are we? What are we doing?
See, I
just-
would put
Character
I
We're
would
doing
put
design.
character
Conrevo
design. We're doing character
as
design.
top 3.
Yeah, I think we
so-
can cut Concrete Revo. Conrevo. That's
Poor
I think it has
Conrevo.
pretty
Are we
strong
on best
designs.
show now?
I would put
Character
Conrevo in
designs.
the top 3
Jiggles,
this
you're
year,
low.
so-
Jiggles, you're low.
What are we on?
We're on
Oh,
best
I-
character
Oh my
design.
god, dude, I just
Shush.
told you like 6 times.
Yeah, you can't jump in and
Best
just
character
be like that.
Design, best character design.
design. Oh,
I
gotcha.
think definitely that Concrete Revolution has better designs than Drifters.
Yeah,
No,
I
no,
would defend that as well. So
I'm
I
gonna
think
cut
the
Drifters,
Concrete
too.
Revolution are very poor.
Hey.
Like they're
I-
bad. I think.
Yeah.
Not even like.
Kiss
wanna-
Sniper is
Not even
dope.
top 5.
I don't think Drifters or Concrete Revolution match up.
Kiss Sniper
No.
did such a good job of
You want to throw
I
down
mean-
honorable mentions then? You want to just
Yeah,
throw them both in honorable
Drifter
mentions?
character
Honorable
designs are
mentions.
legendary, and I don't think
Never had
Concrete
killer
Revolution.
character design.
Huh?
And it deserves a mention, but I don't think it's one of the best this year. But Koei no Katachi's adaptation of the manga's character designs is flawless.
Oh, but we haven't seen the movie.
Really excellent.
I have not seen the movie. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
Yeah,
that
no,
doesn't
I've seen
count.
the movie.
I can put a Manchu down in honorable mentions. I
It
think it's
definitely
think
really good.
deserves to be.
I don't think
I
it's
don't-
even.
You
It
think
should
it's
be that
I don't
high.
even think it's honorable mention,
Yeah,
honestly.
yeah, me neither. It should go.
okay?
So I'm just
I mean,
alone on that.
Nia's
fuck you
gonna
guys.
fight that
No,
because
hey Nia, I was with
Yeah.
you.
Oh,
I-
I know. Fucking.
It's in my top 3, Nia.
What had good character designs? Koko Sake and.
Shiggles, we already did nominations. We're trying to get them cut down.
Saying,
Okay, all right.
Honorable mention.
deserve
Honorable
a
mention.
mention. Two Masayoshi Tanaka character design shits this year. It was there's Koko Sake and then the other movie Kimi no Nawa.
Yeah,
I love
we
his
haven't
work,
seen
so.
those.
Yeah, we haven't seen that, so.
I think our top 3 are these top 3 right here. I think Boku no Hero Academia, Kisniver, and JoJo's.
I
I
probably
think there's a
agree with that.
clear gap between them and Flip Flappers and Sangatsu.
I don't
even
know about a
they're
clear gap,
good.
but I feel like
I'll
I
concede
feel like
on
I would
that,
choose
yeah.
those 3.
Yeah.
Maybe it's because I haven't seen Kiss Sniper, but I don't
Yeah.
think
Spot there.
Yeah, my thing with
Oh,
with
see,
Sangatsu
you
and
know
Flip
what?
Flappers
I
is the
posted some of the
the
character
art
designs.
direction is
no.
better
Yeah,
than
I
the
still
character
I
design.
don't.
It's
really-
more of the character art
Yo,
direction.
you know, dude, niggas, fucking Kizu, dude.
Yeah, I think that should be number
I was
1.
gonna say Kizu. I was gonna say Kizu. Actually.
I
He's
think
talking about the
Kizo
movie.
wins.
He's talking.
I think those
I have
designs
not
are gorgeous.
seen
Kai,
Kizu.
he's talking about the movie.
I don't think so. I
Yeah,
think
he's
No,
talking
no,
about
he's
it.
talking about
Yes,
the movie.
fuck?
okay. Well, regardless, I think Kisniver wins the
No,
category.
I would say
They look like
JoJo's?
Nah.
JoJo.
Jojo.
Yeah, I
JoJo.
agree with.
Okay.
I think
All
that's
right.
I think we
probably the
can.
worst.
Hey,
that
Jacob.
they've ended up with.
Everyone's saying JoJo, so
JoJo?
I
I
don't
would pick
know.
Kizu over Kisniver.
I mean, I think it's Boku no Hero, but I like JoJo's more than Kizu.
No, okay, so I have a big
Mhm.
argument against Boku no Hero even being on the top 3, and the problem with that is like they fucked up the villain designs. They're bad. All
Yeah,
of
I
the
don't think
antagonists are bad. They
they're
don't
not
look as good
bad.
as they should.
I wouldn't say they're bad because it really captures the manga's style with the eyes and whatnot. But
Yeah, they messed that
it's
up.
not artful. You know what I mean? It could.
Yeah, they messed that up. It shouldn't be on the top 3. If it was just the main characters, that'd be great. Like they did a fantastic job with All Might, but the
Yes.
antagonists don't look great, and it shouldn't be on the top 3.
I don't see any other one that I would put in there over Boku no Hero
Amanchu.
Academia.
No,
No.
honestly, I think it should. I think that Drifters should be there absolutely, but yeah, I mean,
Any other support
JoJo is
for?
the only one I see being in the top 3 right now.
Yeah. And then I heard some honorable mentions about Kizu. If anyone wants to make that argument, I don't know.
Nah,
Like,
dude, I think
Nah.
Kizu deserves to be in the top 3. That shit is.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, they're real good.
Yeah,
yeah, we can take Boku no Hero out and put
Yeah.
Kisame.
And Kisniver.
Yeah, we'll throw down honorable mentions and then we'll just fucking.
Man, everything's an honorable mention now. Like, just
Except
forget it.
Amanchu.
Oh,
It was
Okay,
a
we
strong
can-
year for character designs.
Yeah.
You know,
Kizumano
what we should
Gatari.
do is cut that.
How
list
did
of
how did
honorable mentions to
Kizumano
2.
Gatari get into
That's what we were talking about.
Because
Because it just
We were talking
got
about Kiss Sniper.
arbitrarily thrown in
Oh.
there.
That's what me and Jiggles are talking about. That's what everyone's
Exactly.
talking about.
do people agree on Kizu as 3?
I
Yeah.
looked at them.
I think it's
and
better
I
than
liked them a
Kizu.
lot.
I think it's better than Kiss Snipers.
Fuck yes,
No.
dude. That shit
Okay.
is so hot.
Yeah, we forgot about that because it's movie and we weren't thinking movies, but yeah,
Yeah.
All right.
we saw those movies. Yeah.
This is why Jiggles is a god because he reminded us, you know.
We got so many honorable mentions.
But look at Nico.
All right.
Category.
Nico is
Yes.
beautiful.
There's
All right.
too many honorable mentions. We can cut down.
Timeout. Shush.
the bottom
Shush. All right. What we're gonna do is gonna take a 5-minute break, and we're gonna get your
We're
head
not cutting
on.
down honorable mentions.
No, I'm gonna delete them all.
okay.
But next is
Put-
best OST/music. So be ready
Put
for that
Kisu
in
over
5
Kiss
minutes. 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Oh no.
Oh boy, probably hear that on the thing. I gotta mute my mic on the stream. No. And we're back.
It's like Mobile Suit Gundam Thunderbolts OST, but it's just not utilized correctly at times. And
All
I
right.
think, yeah.
Did you guys already start on the music?
No.
We had
no.
small discussions, but we weren't necessarily discussing which shows are better than others.
Why is
or, like,
audio
cutting
direction
anything.
not a thing here?
Well, we can get as granular as we want, but we want to keep it
Man.
so we can finish it tonight.
We're gonna rush with this shelter.
All right. So
Are
the
we
no-
including music videos?
I think we should get rid of Shelter. I don't think it
Yeah.
qualifies.
I'm down with that.
yeah.
It's just one song.
Yes.
It's just when you say it like that, it's really funny.
Yeah, but that song is done really well.
Yeah, but I mean, is it better
I know,
than
it's
like
a
the 29 tracks on some
It's-
CD?
Okay,
It's a
who's defending Izetta? Like, is anyone defending Izetta?
Oh, I thought I had some good music. I don't think it's
it
top
was
top
kinda
three.
just-
I was gonna say
No,
this
no,
is
no, don't remove it.
this is
Just-
Folly's time to shine, dude. Is that is a Folly show, dude? Oh, or Jolly show. That's what his name is. Hey, Jolly.
It did that thing. It
Just
did
call
that thing. It did the thing with the classical music where it would play over a bombardment. That was
Yeah.
not
No, but they
novel,
also
but it did it
like
well.
some great stuff. Like the third episode had with his words and the vocals. It's good. It's good. It's
The third
Yeah.
episode with its ass shots through tanks. You know.
yeah.
Wait, that's a thing. That's a thing.
Yeah, just you should check out the third episode. It's kind of silly.
All right, let's make some cuts. Let's take them out. Who wants to cut something?
Flip flappers.
Dude, I'm having major
Flip Floppers
deja
is fucking
vu
great.
about this.
Yeah,
I
but the
think-
Yeah.
is not.
It's
top
better
three,
than
right?
Izetta.
Because
No.
I'm considering this category to include audio direction now because we don't have one. So I want to keep flip floppers.
No, 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 no. We shouldn't.
This is a category that's going to be really hard for people who haven't seen those shows
Yo,
because
I almost want to throw this entire category out.
Yo,
Yeah.
Church,
It might be worth
What's up?
it. to be
Wait,
honest.
wait, wait.
You
If
would
we
like
put
this
Kizu
album.
in.
hold on,
Kizu.
Jiggle is talking.
You should look it up. It's called You by Tourist, like the letter U.
Just put it in non-anime.
I mean, I'm fucking.
Like type it
trying
out
to
non-anime.
I don't,
Oh fuck.
guys. This is my qualm. I don't know that we can have a meaningful discussion on a lot of this because none of us remember or have heard the music enough to
Yeah,
discuss
you
it.
gotta you
Okay,
have to
wait, what are
watch
we
the
on now?
show and you have to remember the music.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but how can you not have like that? But
I mean,
that's super
I
important.
see OP and end being
Okay,
okay.
Yeah,
'cause, like,
yeah. Let's go with OP
No.
and
Are we
ending.
on best episode?
No,
What's up?
If you don't remember the music, then
Yeah, you do. Like,
Yeah.
Music?
Remembering the music isn't the problem because if you don't remember the music, it's not going to be in the top 3.
yeah, but
Yeah.
how
Wait,
can you
hang
not?
on, nigga.
If you don't remember it, then it can just not be in the top three.
Yo.
That's what I'm
We
saying.
music?
But that's because maybe it's just not as
Hey,
good.
fam,
Wait.
music
Can we
time?
get Jiggles to say something?
Yo, we music?
Yes, we music.
Jiggles, I swear to God.
OST.
Music now. Wait, hold on. OST? Best
OST. Yes.
Fuck. Orange.
It's Kizu.
And Kizu. Kizu is fucking spectacular.
Let's go with that then. Let's go just recommendations for the ones you think are the best, and we're gonna cut all the rest.
Okay.
Mob
Just
Psycho.
Number one. No,
Kizu,
just
Yuri
one.
on Ice and Kizu.
Ping pong
I don't-
girls.
Tonkatsu.
Okay, so wait,
DJ.
we're just
Let me just
we're
say,
doing one for each
Tonkatsu
person.
DJ, yeah,
Okay, so go
Yeah.
to
it's
I
the
guess
only show
I'm a. s-
where the music is 100%
Orange the best
essential.
host.
Yeah, I would say Amanchu.
I think Mob Psychos is really important to the show itself.
Actually,
Pong
Amanchu
Girls is the
does have
reason.
a solid soundtrack.
All right, let's
I
go.
will
Let's go down the list. Let's go down the list
How
because we're
about,
not
how
going to
about
get
we
anywhere
just write
otherwise.
our names
Yeah, read
to
read
the
the
right
list.
of
Okay.
the ones we want to vote for?
Yeah.
Just or Kai can just go down the list because I'm not writing anything. I'm doing
Yeah,
some-
Yeah,
just go
let's go
down,
down the
go
list.
down the go down
Hype.
the voice list.
Hype. What do you want?
Hype. Oh, I'm almost in Gundam Thunderbolt because I'm the one who put that in there.
All right, Calliope. What's your pick?
Tonkatsu DJ.
Katsu, GJ. Okay. Rice. What do you got?
Yuri on Ice.
Church.
I'm gonna go with Mob Psycho.
Okay. Tessa.
Ping pong girls.
Kyle.
I already put mine for Kizu.
Okay. Crazy J, if you're there. No. Gru. Gru's not there. Jiggles.
He says Kizu.
Kizu.
No. Orange.
Okay.
Great. This is not going well.
Nia.
I already put myself on Amanchu.
Okay, great. Flake,
Quality code.
Lenny.
Tonkatsu DJ.
Yo,
It's coming out.
Alright.
Tonkatsu DJ, dude. Like it's so underrated.
And
So
Gene. Or wait, no, Spider.
OG as fuck.
Too late
I-
now.
Yeah,
Thunderbolt.
what the heck,
Thunderbolt.
Kai, you jerk.
All right,
Wait,
so
Kai's
we've got
doxing her.
exposing your identity. We've got Thunderbolt Fantasy. We've got a Manchu.
Hey, Mobile Suit Gundam.
And we have the
Thunderbolt,
DJ
straight fire.
Atega. What is it?
So I don't remember.
How about we
I'm not-
delete the stuff that don't have any votes?
Yeah, delete those.
I think we should just go with the top 3 that we have now.
Yeah, I'll switch my vote to Manchu actually. So
All right. A Manchu, if we just want to talk about it, it's all acoustic guitars from 2 guys called Ganti, and it's just so atmospheric. It's
Yeah,
insane.
Amanchu, I'm okay with Amanchu because that and Kizu are the only 2 OSTs I own from this year.
It sounds like Amanchu is clearly the winner.
Kizu and Amanchu definitely, but Orange and what is the other one? They need to fight it out. Fuck, what's the other one?
It sounds like Amanchu is the winner, to be honest.
Even though I voted for Yuri on Ice, there's one thing that I have against it, whereas like it's not really an OST, it's just pieces of music that fit the
Yeah.
performances. So like in that sense, it's really bad.
I
it
feel
does
that
feel like it kind of cheats.
Yeah.
I feel that same way about Macross Delta. So much of it's just like insert songs, but they're really good insert songs. But
So does Tonkatsu DJ get extra points for actually being about the music?
I would
don't
give
know.
it points. I would put it in top 3.
Explain it to me.
Points.
Explain it to me.
Not a DJ.
The,
It's about a DJ.
yeah, it's a guy that works in a Tokatsu restaurant in Shibuya, and one night he goes to a club, and wait, who here has seen it or hasn't seen it?
I've watched
I've
like
seen
most
I've
of it.
seen
It's
it.
great. It's
I've
great.
seen bits and
It's really good.
pieces.
I heard it's
Yeah,
super
it's a-
underrated.
It's
It's
way
so
underrated.
It's super underrated.
Okay, and then Mobile Suit Gundam Thunderbolt. What's up with that?
Oh, okay. So hear me out here. So like, I'm a sucker for jazz tunes, so that's one thing. But it actually is really good, and for the scenes that they do use the jazz roll on, it's just great. It's just so much going on that I like about it. I don't have a lot of technical knowledge in music, so I can't say. And the OST is done by Naruyoshi Kikuchi, and he also did the OST for Lupin the Third, the woman called Fujiko Mine. He did the opening song, and I think he did some of the OST. And if you have seen it before, you know that the opening theme is actually pretty good. It's well animated and well directed. So that's just that right there.
Well, those
Just
sound
really
like 3 really
Wait,
strong picks.
Does this mean that Ping Pong Girls is out? I thought that was gonna win. Before we did this, I thought that was gonna win.
Which
That
one?
one is my number 2. I know that.
Yeah, I think
Which one?
it's like everyone's
Ping Pong
number
Girls.
2 or
Ping
number
Pong
1,
Girls.
and
Ping
it's
Pong
just
Girls?
not Ping Pong
A lot of-
Girls.
A lot of
How the
people do
fuck is
like Ping
that
Pong Girls.
dead?
I
Yeah, how
would
is that
put
dead?
Ping Pong Girls should be on the list, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's my number 3.
Honorable
probably.
mention.
Which one do you think it's better than?
I would put it
I-
over Thunderbolt.
Yeah, same.
Okay.
Yeah, him.
Got support for
Hold
that?
on, niggas.
I haven't seen Ping Pong Girls, so I can't argue. But like, if it is, it is.
Yo,
P-
so like
The OST is what makes Ping Pong Girls good. Like,
Jiggles, turn yourself up. So
I've only seen one episode, so I can't really say.
Yeah, it's
yo,
those
hold up.
that
It was-
that made it work.
Jiggles, glue your phone to your face.
He's trying so hard. And he doesn't have the list. He doesn't have.
fucking dude. You know it deserves a mention. I don't know if any of you get. Well, we haven't seen it. We can't see it yet, but it deserves a mention because it's masterfully done. Is the Koe no Katachi original soundtrack? There's a lot of Ryuichi Sakamoto-esque shit going on there, and it's really good. I
Man.
do recommend listening. to
Wait.
it.
When I get a chance, I will.
The only unfortunate
we
thing
see
though
it-
is that we're pretty much already to like the top 3 here.
Yeah, we're right. And let's. Yep.
No,
which
yeah, dude. I'm just saying.
which one? What wins here?
Amanchu seemed like it had
I
the
would-
biggest
I
following.
would put Ping Pong Girls as the best, but I think Manchu is the second best. So I think
feel
I'd
like-
be fine with Manchu winning.
I feel like the
I-
Manchu has the most like.
Where's the fucking love for
Representation.
Orange, man?
It was
That's just
good. It
fucking
was good.
It seems like it's just you, Jigs.
It's really quiet and shouting into a phone.
Okay.
Boy.
All right, calm down. So, anybody want to make an argument against Amanchu winning?
Yes.
I don't
Yes.
care. I don't care.
Fucking
All
boring.
right, we got other stuff
I
to
didn't
talk
see
about.
it. Yeah.
I don't
Fucking
care.
boring.
Upwards and
That's
onwards.
perfect. It fits the show.
Wait,
Catholic.
is a mantra a show you like listen to the soundtrack like a standalone though,
Oh my
or
god.
is it
That's-
just
yes.
Yeah.
atmospheric?
That's not always what's important, though.
But it's
I
one of
would
the
say
metrics that we defined.
I think
I would
Orange
say
is
it's not-
better.
I would say it's not as important to be a standalone as it is how it mixes with the
But-
show.
No, I would
But
put
my
the-
point is Tonkatsu stands alone on its own for being a good soundtrack, but it also
Yeah.
complements the show
But-
perfectly.
But the thing
Yep, I
is, when you look at standalone, you can look at like how technical, like I guess it is, or like from a technical standpoint. But a lot of it is just going to be based on your taste.
Here's the thing, though. Since we're talking about original soundtracks, you got to consider how the director and how they're using the fucking show itself. You know, they're used and timely, in a timely manner. But dude, fuck all y'all for not having my back on Orange right now.
Yep.
That shit is masterfully done. It's
Hey,
really,
we pushed
well
Kizu
done.
on. We pushed Kizu on for
We
fucking
did.
characters night. So shut your ass.
You got one, Jiggles.
Bruh.
All right, we're on to best short.
Though.
Even though there's some good arguments, I get what you're saying about it being part of the story. But yes, I would absolutely put a Manchu on just while I'm going about my business every
Who the
day.
fuck put Gaku
I-
in Handsome?
So
Yeah.
we
Excuse me, Gaku and Handsome was the best short I watched out of
Yes.
the.
After
Then you didn't watch
I have
any.
not seen Gaku
Okay.
and Handsome.
I
Okay,
watched
so-
all of
Say
two
to the hero
shorts.
in
Oh,
your
three.
life.
Yeah,
sorry.
I think we can
One shorts.
narrow these to 4 shorts.
calm
which will
down,
be the-
calm down, guys. I
Very
haven't even
Kai,
introduced
Kai,
the
Kai.
subject yet. No, shush. I'm going to introduce
I have a-
best short. The nominations for the best short of 2016, a year full of great shorts, were Space Patrol Luluko, Maho Shoujo Nante mo ii desu kara, the second season, wonderful little show that you guys didn't see. Banana,
I saw it.
Ruby, Shelter,
Not anime.
Tonkatsu DJ.
Wait, did you just say Shelter?
No.
Yes.
Yeah, he did.
Okay, let him finish the list.
Yes, calm down. Maho Shoujo Naria Girls, Gakuen Handsome, Seko Boys, and Galko-chan. We also have Momokuri and Pan de Peace.
Okay, so
And the Piece is a meme show.
right off the bat,
Hey, yo, hold up.
right off the bat, there I have 2 suggestions. The first suggestion is to completely remove Shelter.
I think it
Uh,
doesn't
the
qualify.
second-
Rigor!
The second suggestion is to put Luluko already in top 3.
I think
that's number
okay.
one,
If we're being 100% serious, I think we can cut this list straight down. The Luluko, Galko-chan, maybe the Maho Shoujo, and
So,
DJ.
uh,
So
Okay,
Yeah.
which one of
Okay.
those?
Yes, we can literally just do that. We can literally just.
No,
Yeah.
I'll
Alright.
defend Momo Curry over DJ.
I hear Momokuri is
Where-
good, but
Hey,
Yeah.
listen here, you little
Wait,
shit.
I didn't
let's
see
take
that
out and the Beast. It's gone. Just gone.
Yeah, I
Where
just threw that in
is,
there for
Seiko Boys is gone. It was funny for half the first episode.
SEKKO.
Bananas
where is
memes.
fucking To Be Hero?
Fuck you.
Y'all are
No.
deny the existence of true art.
Okay,
And you're missing out.
I do want to say my piece on the Maho Shoujo, not Maho Shoujo Nante mo ii desu kara, and then Naria Girls. Naria Girls was a CGI random improv piece. I wouldn't
It
really
was a
I wouldn't
fucking
really call it a
abomination.
narrative. But it was just some motion capture CGI of 3 girls standing and ad-libbing. And it was
But-
the funniest thing I saw this year. It was
Yeah,
great.
but that's because you don't understand that it's an abortion of everything they've made before.
Right. I wouldn't. I don't know. I don't know if I technically call it anime. But it was hilarious.
Yes.
The other one I
It
want
was just so much worse than everything they've done before. Like, Tesagure is like a masterpiece of having these girls do ad lib comedy, and it's like a
Yeah.
variety show. It's
sure.
so fucking funny. But Naria Girls was like them just. It's like looking back into their past and when they were trying to make Tesabu.
I
Because
watched
it's just not
Tetsubu.
good.
I did watch Tetsubu because I like that show so much. Tetsubu, but we can have that discussion another time. Maho Shoujo Nante mo ii desu kara is just cute magical girl tropes being put up on the screen and then kind of played with a little bit. It's charming. It's honest. I don't know if it's top 3.
Yeah, I liked it, but I liked Momokuri better for the whole cute angle.
What
Yeah,
about
it was funny, but it was like every episode was her being embarrassed.
Yeah,
because she
yeah.
was like in skimpy clothes.
It didn't go anywhere. Yeah.
Oh, it's that one.
What about Tonkatsu DJ? Somebody tell me about this show.
So, like, can we just have my boy Rainy Lenny do his spiel?
Please.
I
Lead
don't
it.
know if I have a spiel. But shoot, this was the best thing that it's the best short, I think, of this year. I know Luluko's
My mic.
probably gonna make a run for that, but this one, I think, it was the biggest step up from a manga that you could have, because the sound design is on point. I don't know. I can't do this in voice because I can't think fast enough. But somebody back me up.
I got you. I'll back you up.
Save
I'll
me.
back it up too.
It's really
It
good
is
at the
lit.
comedy timing and the funky, goofy vibe it has going on with the whole Shibuya atmosphere. It's really cool.
It's a
fun.
pretty good like coming of age story sort of thing
Yeah.
too. So
It sort of
like
is.
it doesn't like break any like boundaries, but it just tells the story really well. So surprisingly well.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think that deserves a spot in the top 3. Also,
I would put it
I know
below
you guys think I'm fucking
Luca.
memes or something right now, but fucking, hey, I dead ass believe this, and Court will back me up. But To Be Hero is one of the fucking funniest.
Nice meme.
Nice meme website.
Rip Jiggles.
No, I saw To Be Hero the first episode, and it's the worst thing
good.
I've seen
I
this year.
hated it.
Wait,
I
you guys
hate it. I hate it. It's the worst thing I've seen this year. It was too long, and it was like 3 minutes.
Talk to me about Momokiri.
All right, I'll defend Momokuri. I don't think it's better than Galco-chan, but basically Momokuri is this really cute little like adolescent love story about these two kids, and basically the girl's like a super stalker, but instead of being like how you think it is, and she keeps stalking him and everything, but they actually become a couple in the first episode, like right off the bat, because like the boy's like, oh, she's cute, we can try this out, and he has no idea that of course she's obsessed and everything. But the entire show is just like them trying to. It's a show about communication almost, and I just find it really cute, and it feels good at the same time, because so many anime romances are just awful because of lack of communication, and this entire show is like them trying to build up that communication network. So I just really appreciate it for that.
That sounds
Mhm.
good.
Yeah, what Crazy J said too.
Yeah. For those who are not refusing to read the chat, Momokuri has a cool dynamic with a stock character actually taken seriously in a relationship.
And
So
it's not as creepy because like the guy is legitimately attracted to her, so it's not like it's a stalker who's like completely like hidden. Like it'd be creepier if there wasn't like a mutual attractiveness there, but it manages to. And it's not like she's not like stalking in like a scary like psycho way. It's like she has no idea how to communicate her feelings, and that's the only way she can figure it out. And it's a little weird, but it's done in such a cute way that I kind of give it a pass.
I like that.
Yeah.
So I really do think there's a lot of support for Galco-Chen, and Space Patrol Luluko is just one of the best anime of the year.
Yeah.
So which one of these two bottoms are we taking? That's what I'm thinking.
I'm
I'd
more
go for
educated on
Momokuri.
DJ, so I'm willing to drop Momokuri just because I just don't know too much about it. And it sounds like an interesting. It sounds like an interesting formula to have, an interesting like concept, but I have to see it to be sure.
Yeah.
What hype said.
I like Momokuri better than DJ, but I don't think that DJ is going to get cut instead of Momokuri.
Yeah.
So are people okay taking Tonkatsu DJ and for the third spot here?
Can we all circle jerk about Luluko real quick though?
Oh yeah, who wants to say something about it? Because I'll say something
Fucking
about
garbage.
it if you want.
Feel bad for liking it.
Luluko's the worst thing ever. Please get up.
Does anybody want to give a real good?
I mean, it was clearly one of the funniest shows, if not the funniest show of any anime, like this year.
Yeah.
And not only that, it was incredibly smart, and It did something that not a lot of like anime has done in with like crossovers, like with Trigger's own works and stuff like that. It's just it was all portrayed so beautifully and wrapped up in nice animation, and then a good old fashioned. I got some chills in the last episode for sure. So I can't say a short has really ever done that for me or made me feel the way Luluko has done. So
it's an existentialist affirmation.
Yo, Cal, we need that. We need that thesis, dog.
Yeah, Cal, talk a bit about it.
Well, what?
The whole thing of when Luluko gets her first love stolen, and then she, that ends her life, and then she realizes her whole journey there, her whole arc. The fact that they did this stupid little love story and it worked out so well. Your existentialist journey. Talk about it.
I just really like what they did with like they were like super over the top and direct with the message or whatever.
Yeah.
And where they were like, oh, the most worthless thing in the universe is middle school girls' love or whatever, first love. And then they like reversed that. It's the most worthless thing in the universe, but it's also to somebody it could be like the most valuable thing.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, to put my 2 cents in, I just enjoy the energy, and that energy along with that, that concept going on just kind of captured like it's not something a lot of people I think will pick up on, but like when I was watching it, it picked up like to me because I mean I was a middle schooler or high schooler once, and I had my crush, and it was like, whatever. But like you have that energy for a moment, so I had a bit of nostalgia coming in.
Yeah, definitely.
When they were introducing those points. It's a nice touch, and it's kind of nice that Trigger was really being smart about it too.
Hey, I think I should have gotten a nomination for character design too.
That's fair.
Possibly.
But that door's closed.
As far as like Luluko goes, I think it like legitimately like touched on basically everything. Like it had drama, it had comedy, it had originality, it had great animation, and it had it just had all these things that came together so well. So
Right. I think that's a good 3. And so best short, Space Patrol Luluko. Runners up, Galko-chan, Tonkatsu DJ. I think that's a good thing. Hype, server muted you because you were eating. We're on to best animation. 2 hours in, and we've got a number of categories down, but a number left to go. This is best animation. This is Sakuga. This is how pretty were the fights. This is how pretty was the thing in general. We have best art direction coming up, so don't confuse the two. Art direction being the technical aspects and backgrounds. This is best animation. It is just the pretty pictures moving. So.
All right, before we do anything else, I'm going to go up to bat for Funiwa Amu because that's going to be one
yet to
people point
announce.
out.
He has yet to announce.
Oh yeah, read the list. Okay, the list: Mob Psycho 100, Hibike Euphonium Season 2, Shelter, Concrete Revolutio, Flip Flappers, Myriad Colors Phantom World, Fune wo Amu, Uchi Patrol Luluko, that would be Space Patrol Luluko, you weebs, and Mobile Suit Gundam Thunderbolt, and Kizu. I believe that's Kizu Monogatari.
All right, and where's Koei?
No one's seen it yet.
We can't judge that movie because
I
it's
also
not
think
out.
Haikyuu should be on there, even though I don't think it's in the top 3.
My friend saw it. He flew to Tokyo for like a week or so, and he got to see it. And
right,
he said, dude,
no one gives a fuck, Jiggles.
Yeah, Jiggles, come on.
Good, bro.
We've got a lot to do here. Let's not talk about things that nobody's seen. All right, who wants to go? I don't know anything about this. This is all you guys.
Should we count Shelter? Yes, no.
No.
Sure. Yeah. If this is the one category where we absolutely can count Shelter.
Yeah, I actually
It could count, but I don't know.
I think it's kind of cheating, but
Nah,
Yeah, it's too short.
That's all Megumi Kono, dude. All of
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I think counting movies in this category too is kind of bullshit.
No, listen, Contessa. To that point, this is not best value. This is not best use of available funds. This is best animation. This is red
Okay.
line.
Yes, I
So-
understand
Yeah?
what
Okay.
best
Okay,
animation
we can
means.
count that, but it's gonna lose super fast
movies
because
are-
other
yeah.
shows have more of that.
Yeah.
So yeah, we can count that
Just-
and delete it first because
Just wanted to make the
it
difference.
can't
All right, go
compete.
ahead.
I think they should just be honorable mentions, if anything.
Yeah.
No,
No
honorable
way.
mentions.
No way, dude. Kizu is fucking.
But it's a movie. I don't
Okay,
know.
first question: is anyone actually gonna say MP 100 does not win this?
I think it's definitely wins.
Oh wait, what
but
about
I,
Thunderbolt?
I do think it should be in the top 3, like guaranteed, no matter what.
Yeah.
So
What about
Kizu,
Gundam
flip
Thunderbolt?
floppers.
Thunderbolt's gonna get shafted because no one likes Mecha.
No, but it
What
should. I've
about-
seen pieces of
CGI
animation and
though, isn't it?
it should win.
Yes, Thunderbolt is so good. Oh my god.
I would
about-
probably top 3 Thunderbolt,
Thunderbolt looks gorgeous.
MP 100. So
Thank you guys.
What about the puppet show?
Oh, you mean Thunderbolt Fantasy?
it's not
That's like-
animation.
Yeah.
It's not animation.
Yeah, that's
It's
stop
not-
motion or something.
It's live action.
No, it's
Yeah.
live action. It's live action. It's not even stop motion. It's
That's
not
live
voice
Yeah, I had my words mixed
Yeah.
up.
All right, let's cut
Thunderbolt
them.
Fantasy would have won under best character.
Can we get honorable mentions for Luluco for best Microsoft Paint animation?
I mean, yeah, that's not. Luluco is cute, but it's not best anime.
All right, so let me go up to bat for Funiwa Amu before we delete it, because that's going to happen. So I think Funiwa Amu is the consistently best looking animated show, right under Mob Psycho. Just every time any character moves, it looks gorgeous, and
Wrong.
yeah, that's right. Nobody cares about your opinion. But we're going to go serious now, and just every single time anybody moves, every time there's any kind of like cutaway, it's Sakuga all the way through, and just nothing looks as consistently good as that. I think
It's subtle.
No, it has good
I think it
character
wins
animation.
most realistic animation. So I will say that.
Yeah,
I don't
but
know if it's top 3.
yeah, it's
Yeah, it
Be
has the
rough to
best
do
character animation.
Nah, dude. Fucking Hibike blows out of the water.
Yeah, I was gonna say Hibike beats it in character.
So I'm gonna argue for Haikyuu, if that's okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude.
I think Haikyuu actually has it's not like it never messes up in animation, which I think is really important. Even like the episodes where they're just kind of, standing around talking or whatever, it's mostly dialogue instead of actual gameplay. It still never really drops in quality. And it only picks up during the games and like the action moments. And specifically from the season 3, because the last half of season 2 is actually still in 2016, which is where that post I did was from. But specifically from the last game, there's like a lot of moments with Ushijima, which is one of the rival characters who's the best spiker in the prefecture. In order to make him seem powerful, the animation had to be on point, and it really was. And then there's obviously, I'm not sure if everyone here has seen it, but the 360 shot from the last.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
that was epic.
I saw some of these on Sakuga Boru, but that definitely deserves to be in the top 3 in my opinion. There's so much talent on that staff.
Let me find the 360 shot real quick, in case.
Okay, I'm gonna
someone
say
hasn't seen
something
it.
in the meantime. So while Haikyuu definitely has amazing animation, and it's just like it's high quality all the way through, and then as you said, amazing through the actual matches. But I feel like where it's not as strong as some of the other contenders here is that it reuses a lot of animation, like their spikes, or like when they set it's just when they serve the ball, it's usually the same animation every time. So it just has these kind of pitfalls in the animation where you can
mean, like-
see, okay, this is the same. And also when Ushijima spikes, it's the same animation almost every time, and then it picks up in the last part of it.
Oh, that
So
seems like
it looks great, but it's the same thing every time.
Yeah, it sounds like a big problem with it.
Yeah, dude, the
What-
Genichiro Abe cut, dude. That guy's
I'm not-
fucking god.
I'm not entirely sure that it's like.
It's my favorite cut all year.
I'm not entirely sure that it's reused every single time.
No,
but-
it isn't. I'm exaggerating. But a lot of the time it is. And then they have these special moments.
We need to cut something.
I'm trying to find.
Why is Phantom World on here?
Yeah,
Like, does anyone-
Because that show is garbage, but the animation is actually really
Kyoto
top notch.
animation.
Well, I mean, if we're gonna keep a Q&A show, we can just keep HBK, right?
However,
I would probably cut HBK, to be honest. I mean, it probably will win best art direction, but as for
I
best
cut
animation, it's
HBK
probably
over
not that great.
over Phantom
See,
World.
so
Phantom World
I
had
think
some.
a lot of people overlook the animation in HBK because it's so realistic, but it's so fucking intricate when you pay attention. Like the way
Yeah.
they move legs and hands and shit. The
Yeah,
instruments.
you can tell which character it is from their legs.
EBK is good in its animation for the exact same reason that Funiwama is good.
I think this is just a very good year.
Yeah. And I think that we have an inherent bias to the fantasy or things that can happen in real life. I don't think that's a negative in general. Because, yes, creating something with some degree of verisimilitude is honorable and is interesting, but the creativity in something like Mob Psycho, I think, is just a bit, pushes it a bit over the edge.
Yeah, I think
I'm not.
Kyle Kisniver.
Yeah, I prefer keeping like Phantom World over HBK on animation.
All right, done.
Especially episode like I think when he becomes a small kid. That episode had some great animation.
So what are you guys cutting?
You can probably cut Conrevo, I think, I guess.
Cut Conrevo.
Like it has
Yeah,
those
yeah, it has
Utapon moments, but yeah.
But Utapon.
I think we can cut Kisumonogatari. He has some super standout scenes and then some that are not super animated. It has a lot of detail on backgrounds. It's great though. It's great, but
I think you can cut Haikyuu too, because as amazing as it is, it's spread out, like compared to the other shows. The other shows just have more.
Yeah. Okay.
Can I?
I don't know if that's necessary.
I wouldn't agree with that in comparison to like Mob Psycho, right? Like,
yeah.
If we talk about consistency, then like Hibiki and both Phantom World would be on this list. Like we shouldn't have taken one off for the other if we're going by that metric of consistency. But we're talking about like Sakuga, like the like moments where it's just like, wow, that's great.
Well, I mean, it's animation. It's not necessarily best animated moments.
Can we get Flip Flappers? He has some great stuff, but
I think so. That's the one I'd cut next.
Yeah. So how consistent is Thunderbolt? I've seen scenes from it.
I just watched the movie, and it like the OVAs have the ONAs have some moments where it seems kind of weird, but mainly because there's like they try to do a lot of detailing in the background with like the little bits, and it just looks odd. But then when you watch the movie, Kuro's not here because he just watched the movie, so he can't back me up on this. But I will say that it's definitely more consistent in the movie, especially just because I just watched it, so I can confirm this. I literally have a box right next to me.
I think you should just cut Haikyuu and be done.
No, you need to see
Rip
the
the Band-Aid off.
Like way too many people have not seen it.
I can't find animation. It's like the only show that's doing that on this list. I think we can cut Haikyuu.
Not until you see this.
I'll post it.
What do you think I've been doing, man? I've been looking
Like,
for it.
I love Haikyuu as much as you other guys who have seen it do, but I just feel like it has worse elements than the others do. Like in the repeated animation and the standing around.
Nia, who saw it, is saying like he's okay with
Okay, every single anime has people standing around, so I don't know what that accomplishes.
Yeah,
by
but
pointing
Haikyuu
out
has
that
more of it than the others.
It's a
on the
longer
list.
show.
No,
right,
it's all.
but no, wait, it's shorter. It's just 12 episodes this year, right?
No, it's been going on for the entirety of the year. It's been going on for the entirety of the year.
So what's your pick?
Yeah, cut Phantom World, dude.
Oh man, Phantom.
No, Phantom World has better.
I kind of like that show at all, but those boobies.
Nobody's shitting on Conrevo. It just doesn't have the standout moments that Mob does. That fucking blow it out of the fucking water.
No, I think
Rainbow's
Phantom
not
World
on the
has.
list.
I like Phantom World more than Mob Psycho animation wise.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah,
No.
definitely.
Mob Psycho is a way better show, but the animation.
Yeah, it's a far better show, but
like looking at the drawing and Genga, technically, from technical standpoint, the shit that fucking Yutapon does in Mob is crazy.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
it's
but
something
Phantom
completely
also
different.
Some of those shots. So, and I get what you're saying about, you know, like the movement of characters, but in Mob, it's more about putting, like, using the world, like, animated to push those characters to the limit, and it does it so well.
yeah, but so does Phantom World. And Phantom World also has that element of realism of Funewo Amu and Hibike Euphonium.
Really good
and,
fighting animation.
And on top of that, the fighting, yeah.
But dude, the shit that fucking Yutapon did in that show is crazy.
Yeah, I know it's super good, but I still think that consistency-wise, even when just characters are just talking,
so I
Phantom World looks great.
It might be more consistent, I guess, maybe for the character animation, but it doesn't have those standout moments that really, count. I can't remember off the top of my head of like, a cut from that show that is like crazy. But Mob, like, straight 5 seconds from my head, I can think of the alleyway fight, the fucking school blowing up. You got fucking the fight between him and the fucking lava guy or whatever the fuck. Just crazy, dude.
I mean, but to be honest, to me, Mob looks so fucking average when it's not doing that. Like,
I think it still looks good.
Then again, it's
so
not.
I feel like you personally are really focused on like when no one's doing anything.
Yeah, but for
Which is
example,
like
Phantom
every
that's
show.
important.
Phantom
But
World
every
looks
show
great.
does it.
No,
Is
yeah,
the
but
thing.
Phantom World looks great when no one's doing anything, right? Like they're just talking, and it looks fantastic.
Yeah.
I still think
Haikyuu
Mob
does
looks
like
good.
that. Mob
When,
looks fine, but that's the art style. That's not the animation.
I also posted the rotating shot.
I took a look at
Yeah.
that. I don't know.
Yeah, it looks good, but it doesn't
It's
make
not.
it the
It's
whole show,
by
right?
far
Like, it
not the
doesn't-
best show from Haikyuu. The cut. It's
Yeah.
by
Where's
far not the
the-
best from Haikyuu.
Where'd you put it?
So we have two
It's in
discussions
the,
here.
Movie night.
We have two discussions here. I think first is the third and fourth place. Which one do you guys want to take? Mobile Suit Gundam
I
Thunderbolt
don't
or
care which one
Haikyuu?
gets it.
I think Thunderbolt.
I
Wait,
think
we're
cutting
not
out
doing movies?
conversation.
What the fuck?
Well, I mean, it's also an ONA, and it looks really good.
Kizu is literally Sakuga of the Year, dude.
Actually, that's true.
Oh,
That
Jesus.
was on.
Thunderbolt looks better.
I think Thunderbolt looks better, but we should kick it just so we can have 3 shows in the.
You want to limit it to series?
No, even if we have keys, if we added movies, that
Hey,
I
what?
think
You got
it would look the same. Yeah.
Myriad Phantom, bruh. I will fight everyone.
Phantom's not even in
Kisu's
discussion.
trend is a lot of the times the art design or backgrounds.
Yeah.
Are you shitting me, dude?
Wait, why is Phantom World over Flip Flappers?
Flip Flappers.
Phantom World just looks good all around, and
Yeah,
it
it
has
looks
like
good
elements of fantasy.
Wait, where was I when Flip Flappers was eliminated over
Guys.
fucking Phantom
They
World?
kind of did it, and like the Hibiki took over and then deleted. And now Phantom World.
Yeah, I mean, Flip Flappers doesn't. Again, art direction is better, but animation wise, I don't think it makes like top 5.
Yeah, I
Its
agree with
highs
Blake.
are so much better than like almost anything. Anything but Mob Psycho, its
Yeah.
highs are better than.
Yeah, I agree.
So what would you feel
And its
about?
lows aren't even lows. Like they're like I feel like
the lows are super low. They just don't moving at all.
What would you
It
feel
just
about?
looks great because the character designs are so pretty, but the animation-wise, it's not that high, and its highs aren't higher than any of the shows that are on the
I
list
think
right now.
I think saving your budget for like insanely well animated moments is like just as important as having a little bit of movement during speaking scenes or something.
All right,
like that.
guys,
But
we
the
gotta.
show that manages to do both is better, which Phantom World
Which
does. Yeah, Phantom looks great when it's moving crazy with action, and it looks great when they're just talking.
It doesn't look better than Flappers though. In
Oh,
when it comes to
definitely.
action.
I think it does. I agree with Blake.
When it comes to action,
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with
Yeah.
Judge.
Yeah, and when they
How would
there's no action, it also looks better.
I'm in
I'd put
pain.
Flip Floppers over it.
How would you guys feel about Flip Flappers as 3 and then call this category?
Okay.
No, I don't think it
That'd be
should be in
fine.
the top 3.
That's
Look,
fine.
as long as Kizu is number 1, fam.
I mean,
That's
my,
all
top,
Jiggles.
my top
You
3
guys are
was
fucking
Mob
retarded.
Psycho, Flip Flappers, and Haikyuu.
I
so
agree
I
with
guess
Jiggles.
I guess it's fine.
My top 3
You
was
shitting
Mob
me? It's
Psycho,
literally
Flip
an
Floppers, and
animation
like
superstar
Thunderbolt.
team, dude.
Yeah, so we basically had the same top 3 minus like
All right.
a random show.
I agree with
Yeah.
Myriad Colors. I think it's gorgeous. I think Mob Psycho is on a completely different level than so much of what anime is nowadays.
Yeah.
And I can see Flip Flappers in the third, even though I don't really love it that much. It does have some cool moments.
I think it should be Thunderbolt. Like it's like the best 3D mecha ever.
Can we move on?
I'm so
Yeah, we
trash.
gotta.
My thing got shafted because not a lot of people see it. That's just
Okay,
honest.
wait. Seriously, for a moment, though, why is Keys not on here? Like, what was the reason?
Yeah.
I feel like it's kind of cheating.
No,
Why is it kind of cheating?
How is it cheating?
Because
Animation is animation.
I'm
I mean,
aware.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Like, I would
Really?
take
Yeah.
Flip
Makes
Flappers.
you think.
Do you think Kizu over Flip Flappers?
I would
I
take
would
Kizu over
even
Flip
see
Flappers.
Kizu over Myriad.
I'll budge for the
Kizu
sake
is
of
better
Jiggle.
than Moss.
Whatever. If it'll make Jiggles stop talking, let's do
Yeah,
it.
really.
Let's do it.
Yeah, okay, I can take
Alright.
Kizu over Flip Flappers.
Yeah, I can deal
like,
with that
I
too.
think
Kizu
Flip
looks
Flappers
fine.
shouldn't be here anyway. Whatever.
Yeah. Kizu looks great.
Whatever, Blake.
Wait, who's shitting on Kizu, dude? I need to find
No
this
one's
person.
shitting
Jiggle,
on Kizu.
shut the
I'll fight you.
It's just Blake thinks that
It's a
Blake
morality
thinks
thing.
the
Can we move on to
art
art
design is better than
direction?
Yep.
animation.
All right. Time out. Everybody, stop
Yeah.
talking. We're on to the next category. The winners for best animation: Mob Psycho 100, Myriad Colors Phantom World, Kizu Monogatari. Best art direction. This is everything that is not the animation. Guys, no technical aspects, backgrounds. The nominees: Kabaneri, Grimgar, March Comes In Like a Lion,
AKA Sangatsu.
Oh
Hibike
shit,
Euphonium,
Grimgar was this year.
Drifters, Myriad Colors Phantom World, Flip Flappers, Girlish Number, Mob Psycho 100, Mobile Suit Gundam Thunderbolt, Tales of Zestiria, Kisniver, Kizu Monogatari.
You know, if I remembered that Grimgar was this year, I would have put it in best OST just for memes.
Can we
Holy
get rid
shit.
of Tales of?
Yeah.
Can we get
Yeah.
rid of Girlish Number?
Yeah.
Oh no, Tales of has the best direction photography.
Can we get rid of Hibike?
Maybe under Hibike.
Yo, EBK though.
Not Hibike yet. I'll speak about Girlish Number
okay,
because we can cut that one. Girlish
Yeah.
Number, it had a nice pastel kind of feel to it. That opening's really smooth, and it really helps what the build the Tokyo that those characters live in. I don't know if it's top 3.
Yeah, I'm with you, but it shouldn't be top 3.
It seemed very normal anime-ish to me.
I haven't seen Kizu Monogatari, but I'm almost positive it's top 3 already.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm going with a strong push for Kizu and Hibiki for this.
Yes.
This one.
Okay, so my argument against Hibike, I guess. Granted, I might be wrong. I don't watch a whole lot of Kyoani shows, but I kind of feel like they kind of have like a formula, and they're kind of just like sticking to it with Hibike.
Yeah, I get what
Well,
you mean.
that's
I
if
don't
it
see how
works.
that's relevant.
It
I
looks
don't
different
see why it
from,
makes
like,
it bad. It doesn't
Yeah.
make it bad.
Yeah.
No. It doesn't. Okay, it doesn't make it bad, right? And like I said earlier, originality doesn't automatically mean it's like better, but I feel like that formula isn't as good as like other shows in this list when it comes to like art direction, I guess.
Well, I guess the challenge is that if you're just going to be calling out on formula, then Kizu Monogatari is just
That's
another
true.
iteration
That's
of the
true.
formula
But-
that's been going back
I'm not
to
gonna
Okay,
lie.
but that's not the point of my argument. The point of my argument is that formula doesn't stand up to other shows this year.
No, it's because all the
unlike Monogatari's.
all the Kyoani shows are meant to have some realism to it, and that's what those production values and all that effort into making those backgrounds so amazing and so realistic is for.
But is that better than something different like March comes in like a lion or like?
So I would point out that one thing, thinking back to ABK, that really struck me is that it did nighttime really well on the use of lighting, because I don't know, that was just something. It does little details extremely well, and I gotta say, like, it is a top-notch animation, especially, or top-notch art, especially if you're not going to animation with terms like lighting. But I don't know, that's just me.
I just want to say that Kisu looks very different from other iterations of the Monogatari franchise.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that, like, I don't know. I guess what I'm saying is art direction kind of feels what's the word I'm looking for? More, I guess, I'm gonna get mean for this, but subjective than like other categories, I guess, where it's like you can take bits and pieces, but really overall what you're saying is I like looking at this more than I like looking at that kind of thing.
Well, yeah, but you can make arguments. I think
Yeah, you could say
I would take Tales
I
of
feel like-
Suspiria over Euphonium because they both do kind of similar thing, and Tales does it better.
Yo, Cabaneri did have solid art direction. That's a good one.
Yeah, Cabaneri should be top 3 for sure.
Man, I thought that show looked ugly.
I think we can cut.
Like, apart from the shading, the color use was just, man, it looked like puke.
I feel like we could cut Kisniver because I feel like the best thing
Yeah.
about it was his character designs.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
What's the argument of Mob Psycho 100 actually on art direction?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, should Mob be on here?
Yeah.
I guess
I like the art design, but I'm not sure that it stands out on its own without the animation that I thought.
if I had to defend it, I would say that it's because it fits so well with like the mood of the show.
Yeah, it was pretty great that they went with how it looked from the manga a little more than One Punch Man.
Yep.
And
It's
also,
good. It's not top 3.
They're also very, very experimental too, and I think it worked out, like with the painting shots and stuff like that. I think those were like insane. I thought they were on a whole different level.
You can
and they worked really
probably
well.
get rid of Phantom World as well, because he destroys
I
it.
think we should probably say Drifters too.
Also Drifters,
and
yeah.
Grimgar maybe.
For me,
I
a
don't
big
know.
deal.
I really liked Grimgar.
I think Grimgar looks really nice.
I
Yeah,
have
so
not seen Grimgar. I cannot say.
Grimgar did something really interesting with the backgrounds. Like they
The
layered
watercolors.
them. Yeah, not just the watercolor, but they layered them like almost all
to create
anime.
the 3D.
But they did that 3D effect. It wasn't 3D. It was still like 2D layers, but they distorted them so that they would look 3D, and they did a fantastic job with that.
I think
For me, it's probably top 3 as well. Like, I think my top 3 will be, I don't know. I may take it over Cabaneri, honestly, because it's so experimental with the backgrounds.
Yeah, rip the Band-Aid off. Get Cabaneri off.
a big deal to me is
Why did
making
Tails get
the
back on there?
background art like not differ
It
from the
should be there.
characters. Because when some shows have like the backgrounds and the characters look like they come from different like dimensions, like having a 3D background and then 2D characters that just looks like cutouts walking across the screen, that looks horrible to me. So that's why I'd want to cut something like Tails off.
No, I think Tails does what Hibike does, but better.
I think
Yeah, but
taking
I'd
Mob
cut
off is
Hibike
fine.
too.
Yeah,
Yeah, I would
we
cut
could
both
keep
of those.
Hibike, but I wouldn't cut
Cutting
Tails
Hibike?
just yet.
Anybody against that argument? Tails and Hibike going?
Sorry, why are we
I'm
cutting
fine with
KBK?
Are we cutting them?
Like my argument is just that the backgrounds don't match the characters in a lot of the places.
I think they matched them better in Tails and Hibike. Tails did a good job with matching them.
The background doesn't match the.
I disagree.
What
I
does
mean,
that mean?
There's also that problem with Gringar and with Kisu too. I mean, I don't think it's really that big of a problem, and it's bigger with Hibike at best.
For the one who asked for an example, what I mean is, like, if you remember in Hibike in season 1 with the budget smile place, where they're standing on that road and it looks like it looks exactly like a photograph, and they're just standing on it and they're not the right size to fit on the street, and it looks awkward, like two cardboard cutouts standing on top of a photograph.
That's not true. I don't
I
agree.
don't agree with that either.
Yeah, and if it was true with Hibike, it wouldn't be true with Hysteria. It does the integration even better because
I disagree.
they do the post processing and the post the post production. They do it afterwards, and it looks fine for both shows.
Let's approach this from the other way then, because we're having a bit of trouble now. Which ones do you think are locks for the top 3?
Flip Flappers has to be.
I think so too.
Kizu.
Kizu, is that good?
Sangatsu.
All right.
Why do we have Flip Flappers?
Okay.
No,
Kizu won last time. Let's give Flip Flappers some love.
Yeah.
I do think Flip Flappers is the strongest this year.
Anybody
else want to make an
I would
argument?
put it number 1.
Yeah, me too.
So we're fighting for 3 then.
Flip Flappers, Kizu, and Sangatsu. How's that?
Yeah.
That's what I like.
What about the arguments for Grimgar though? Because like everyone's talking about
Sangatsu for Flip Flappers though.
Yeah, I appreciate Grimgar though.
I like Grimgar.
I have not seen, so I don't know. Please.
Also, doesn't Sangatsu also has watercolor style?
Yeah, I think Sangatsu's watercolors are better than Grimgar. So if Sangatsu stays, I'm okay with Grimgar getting cut.
I just really like that guy's frown. How miserable it is. in Sangatsu. So I'm cool with Sangatsu in 3. Does anybody else make a case?
I would say Sangatsu 3. Yeah.
I think Sangatsu is the first one, but that's just me.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's
So I'm not saying this to push Hibiki, but part of what made it like so good and so popular is the way that the direction and the art is. But it doesn't seem to really fall under any specific categories we have in this like end of the year thing. So like, what would you guys describe it as? Like, if it were to win something, like what would you say?
We need a photography section. No, we need a direction of photography.
Photorealism. Yeah.
No, photography.
No, that's two different things. That's two different things, Kai.
Yeah, that's a different thing. Photography, and then you have like TBK. Flip Flappers wouldn't even make it, nor Sangatsu, but you get like.
I think I would put Kizu in there for photography.
Yeah.
The background.
I would put Tales of Hysteria at the top, and then like TBK, and then something else. I don't know. Maybe Kizu. I don't know.
Okay. So for best art direction, congratulations to Flip Flappers. Astounding, beautiful. Then second place, Kizu Monogatari, and March comes in like a lion. Moving on, the next.
Can I cut in here?
Yeah, go ahead.
For best moment, I think we should just straight up cut this category because it's going to be impossible.
I wanted to do something different with it. We got to do it.
How about like everyone's favorite? Everyone's favorite moment.
Okay.
Everyone's
that's nice.
favorite moment.
Everyone say a moment they think is their favorite.
Well, okay. So what we'll do? I wanted to go through. I want to give each of these moments to do, and I want the person who nominated them to really just say something explaining why they're good, just a short little sentence or two. And then we can vote. We can all be like yay or nay, and then if it's nay, we'll just cut it. If it's yay, we'll keep it. How does that sound? So, for example, I nominated the first one. This is Inferno Cop's cameo in episode 9 of Space Patrol Luluco. And this is what happens. She dies. She goes to hell. In hell, she finds Inferno Cop, who hasn't been in the show before. And he, for some reason, is like the moral compass of the show, and then talks it out with her, and then gives her the inspiration she needs to realize that she hasn't been utterly destroyed, and that she can still come back from it. And just the fact that it was Inferno Cop had me laughing to no end.
Justice never dies.
Yeah, it was hilarious. So what do you guys think? Keep it or cut it?
That's definitely one of the goats.
Yeah. That's a yay.
All right. Anybody want to take Mob Psycho episode 2? Mob
That
chooses.
was me.
Go ahead.
Oh, that was really funny.
I would second this one. Yeah.
For this one, when Mob chooses the Body Prove It Club, I was not too keen on the show before this moment. This moment made me love the show.
Yeah, Mob has this choice to make where you think he's going to side with the misfits and the outcasts, and then he's like, "No, I actually want to get better and improve myself." And it's such a character moment.
Goat.
It's so funny.
Yeah.
I vote yes.
Yay for me.
Yeah. All right, next one I put on there, Unlimited Booty Works, Keijo. Even
I
just,
think that explains itself. I think that
just
explains
the
itself.
reference.
Right,
Well, it's
I
also
think everyone knows.
it's also
Yeah.
the character moment of like she's taking all the powers she got from her friends in the final match, and it's the whole big thing where all the butts come up behind. Whatever, we can cut it.
Also, wait. Let me say the piece though, because you haven't seen the reference show.
No, I haven't.
So
Yeah.
there's a lot of cleverness here. So in the original, it was a fight of ideological fight of copy versus original.
Yeah.
Because in Limited Blade Works, Shiro, his ideals of justice are just taken from his father, right? So he fakes it, and they took this like the other way around, because the joke is like this show is copying the original show, and it's mirroring the sides, because the girl with the unlimited stuff, she should be the one that's arguing for the original being superior. But they flip those.
Wasn't it Gate of Babylon, not
Yeah, whatever. I
Yeah, it's a Gate of Babylon, and they changed that for the Unlimited Booty Works.
I want to say that
because it's arguing, yeah.
we did have a smartest category show, and I kind of deleted it, but I think Keijo does operate on those types of levels, and Keijo being ostensibly fan service and then actually being a serious shonen battle thing was one of my highlights of the season. Maybe this moment doesn't make it. There's a lot of good ones. We got to keep going.
I think Booty Work should stay in. It's
I
emblematic.
vote to keep it.
It's funny, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the emblematic moment of the show. So
Yeah, it's too clever.
Sure. This next one's mine as well. And in the 4th episode of The Flying Witch, the sister character wakes up and the guy and the girl are talking, and she's like, and that's all she says for the entire scene. And she kind of pokes him and then kind of walks away and leaves him alone. Like, hey, okay.
nah.
No, made me laugh so
No.
hard.
I've seen that part, and I don't get it.
Blake, you.
Okay, I nominated the Durara one, and you could just cut it. So.
Wait, that's the plot twist.
That's depressing, but okay.
I did Thunderbolt Fantasy as well, and I think this was the hypest moment of the year for me. When we finally get to see protagonist, he finally pulls out his own unlimited Bladeworks thing, and we don't know anything about him until this point in the show. And the whole mystery is just who is he? And then he destroys this like world-ending demon that was going to destroy everything. No one knew how to beat. Just immediately destroys it with his powers that no one knew, and. It was silly. It was Luxia to the end, but it was so great and it was so good. I was shocked the whole time.
What do we say?
Man, I'm
Did anyone
not
else see it?
gonna. I'm not gonna name.
Yeah, I haven't seen it.
Come on.
I haven't seen it. It sounds awesome.
It's not animation, so
You fucking dick.
Well, it is animated. That's the parts of life.
Ken Urobuchi.
No, the props, it's live action. It's not animated.
Yeah, but they animate their props with their hands.
No,
This
it's
is
live action.
animated, thank you, because there's a lot of animation.
It's not an
effects.
anime, but it's animated.
They do special effects.
Is the next one a meme, or is that
All right.
serious?
Okay, I nominated ReZero's scene, and this one is more for the effect surrounding the scene as opposed to
Yeah, best meta moment.
Yeah.
But is it like? Is it a best moment, or is it like most controversial?
Once again, it became an emblematic moment of the show because it destroyed everything, and you can still find people fighting around Rem versus Amelia, and I don't know. I feel like the show ended up being around this moment, and that makes it deserve.
Yeah.
It should stay because I personally think it's good.
Yeah.
I like that moment. I think it's pretty good and promising for the rest of the show.
It's without a doubt the biggest moment of the year.
Finish the show.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, I feel if you ask most, like the general public, the moment people remember the most is this moment from this year. So
We
Should
should
we leave
keep
it?
it for now.
We leave it. All right, Ruru playing with the cats.
I don't know who did this.
No one?
It's a Phantom World one, so it can't be too great.
Damn.
Yeah, I didn't.
damn.
I don't remember this, and I like the show. I like the show, and I don't know what this is.
Okay, that's a good metric then.
What is this
Blake
one?
likes everything.
I added this one. It was just a funny moment. I did it on Rush's recommendation though. So if Rush ain't here, we can move on.
I mean, this still jiggles on the show, right? He's gonna watch
It did. It was really funny, and just seeing the ancient samurai who doesn't know anything just say "kill yourself" on 4chan. It worked.
That's cute. That's a little too meta for me, I think. That sounds a
Yeah.
little self-aware out.
What show is that from?
Kuromakuro.
Taking it.
All
Taking it.
right. So
Rakugo?
I nominated the final Shimigami performance from Rakugo. I think it's the best performance of Rakugo in the show. It's the culmination of the entire show, basically, because it's basically Kikuhiko's magnum opus, where he just takes everything he's learned from all the from coming to the master as a kid, through all the loss of everybody the loss of the people he cared about. He just puts his body and soul into this performance, and it's just the most chilling thing I've seen in anime in a long time. And I couldn't stop thinking about it for just hours after the episode ended. So
this is also my favorite too.
Yay!
You say yay?
It's a really great scene. It was really intense just watching him just perform, and the whole audience disappears, and you get wrapped up in the atmosphere of him just performing the story.
All right.
What episode was that?
Oh god, it was near the end. I think it was like the second to last or the last one. Not the
Yeah,
last
I haven't
one,
seen that part.
It's the second to last because the last episode's the epilogue where they
Yeah.
introduced the prison timeline.
All right.
Yeah,
Reagan
that's
saves the day.
Yeah, I haven't seen that part, so it's probably a day.
All right. I also nominated Reagan Saves the Day. It's basically all
my
the
gosh.
characters are stuck in this room that prevents them from using psychic powers, and they're just like basically the theme is like it doesn't matter that you have like the strongest espers in the universe in this room because they just can't do anything. And so Reagan shows up to find Mob, and I'm gonna mute Hype because he's echoing. Okay, now I can talk. So Reagan shows up at the front door of the evil base because he's looking for Mob, and he's just like he strolls in because he's like a professional con man, right? And everybody just assumes he's the boss, like the big super like master esper boss, and they just assume that he's the big deal, and so they're just following him, and he's like telling them what to do, and they never question it. And he opens the door, he's like, all right, where are the guys you captured? And he's like, all right, what the hell are you doing? We don't treat people this way. And they're like, what? But you said. And it's just this entire just ridiculous moment where he's basically conning his way through an entire building full of people who could kill him by blinking at him.
Yeah, I think the best part of that was like he not only does that, but he does it while like the way he convinces them that he's the boss is like he earns their respect by like showing that like, hey, why are you doing this? Why doing this is not going to help you?
He actually turns the evil henchmen into good people, basically, while he's doing this.
It's a thematic moment in the show, right?
Yeah, and then he continues to save the day by basically just treating the big bads like they're petulant children and just making fun of them for being just whiny little babies who can't handle the real world, and it's just hilarious.
Yeah, that was what I thought this entry meant by Reagan Saves the Day was like the second to last or last episode when they're fighting the whole lineup of the guys, and it's the real big thematic thing about how you're just a little kid, so let the adults talk this out, and then he gets down on that old man, and that whole part, that was what I thought Reagan Saves the Day was, actually.
I think it's all of that.
Or
yeah, it's kind of
okay, it's from the room to that.
It's kind of more than a moment then, isn't it?
Yeah, I suppose.
Maybe we should cut it. We have a lot of things to go.
Because as a moment, I really like the
But
second one.
as a theme, I think it's so much better.
Well, it's a moment because of the theme.
Okay. All right, you want to keep it? Should we keep it?
Keep
No,
it.
I want to keep it.
And we're keeping the next one too because that was just ridiculously good.
Why?
Yeah.
Explain it.
All right, do you want me to just link the?
No, let's let Contessa talk to us about this.
Okay, yeah, I was the one who added this. Once again, for me, this was one. It was so fucking hype. And I guess with this category, we're not just doing, oh, this is cool hype moments, although it kind of looked like it, but just everything on the scene, the final volley was perfect. Like the Sakuga was insane, thousands of impact frames or some bullshit like that. The OST just, and the Doki Doki, it succeeded in what it needed to do, which was make your heart go so Doki Doki more than any other point in the show.
So I wonder. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but I wonder
No, go
if
ahead.
it sounds like you're saying it was entirely visceral, and it was just your emotions and your reactions to that scene.
That was the hypest moment.
Can we?
Yeah.
Because I want to bring in the following entry too, because I think if we cut one of these, we have to cut both of these because they're in the same way. It's just amazing. I don't know if it ties into any of the themes or if it says anything a little bit more like some of these other entries do, but the full program scene from PBK2 was just the fact that KyoAni animated 8 minutes or 20 minutes or whatever it was of them actually playing things. So it was this crazy thing to see animated and very effective. I don't know if either of those say a little bit more about anything.
I would say the ping pong one. That moment was each of the, sorry. The ping pong one, that moment right there was each of those two players going like 110% all in on their own play style and how they view the game. And I know for me, I didn't even like that show until that episode and that moment, honestly.
Yeah, it was like
big
a
for me.
combination of their different motivations for playing the game.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Reminded me of like ping pong the animation.
Oh,
Like,
okay.
it
sort of was.
describing it.
You know,
So-
I could agree with that.
So how does it tie into their different motivations for playing the game?
Okay, so Kyori, the main protagonist, she plays almost strictly for fun. Everything about her character is she plays ping pong because it makes her heart go doki doki, and that's everything. Karuri is the opposite in that she kind of almost like plays it as obligation to stay with her sort of girlfriend, but not really on the team. Yeah, and she plays the ping pong as like a fee to keep her, but she's also like great. So
and right
also,
before this,
and in the end, Kyori wins, right? And so it kind of dictates that her fun style, beats the opposite.
yeah,
So.
and the moment right before this where which one was the green one? Shoot, that was Kururi. Yeah, she goes and talks to her friend there, and there's the whole it's fine if you lose. I love you anyway, and just keep playing your own style instead of trying to change it, which she had been doing when she started losing sets, and then she finally just locked back into how she wanted to play.
Also, Koyori, she doesn't only want to have fun herself; she wants the opponent to also have fun.
Yeah.
And Kurori, she was like, "I don't play this game for fun. Good luck trying to make me smile while playing this." So it was also Koyori's mission to make her smile and enjoy the game, and she succeeded in doing that at the end.
Oh, okay, that makes me
That's
like
true.
it a lot more.
So
Alright.
yeah,
Keep
I'd
that
say
one?
keep that.
All right.
Yeah, that sounds exactly like episode 10 from Ping Pong. That's great.
Yeah.
What do you say about the performance, the fully animated orchestral performance?
I mean, I love that entire thing just for what it is.
I'm assuming it was just breathtaking to watch.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, I think that has a lot of merit on its own.
It kind of has like this endless 8 balls to it, where they're like, they really did that? Wow.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean,
I was
I
kind of
don't.
underwhelmed by that, but
I like 3 other
I mean,
moments more than I like that.
yeah, same. Like the one where Asuka like plays for her or whatever. That
Yeah,
one's nice.
yeah. That was a good one. What do you say about the lover suicide?
What's wrong to go? So yes.
Yeah.
Well,
Is it
I
is it
I
better?
put this. I don't think it's better than the Shinigami performance, but it is kind of the culmination of Sukeroku's character arc, and it's in the same way that the Shinigami performance is the culmination of Kikuhiko's. And I don't know, I love them so much for different reasons. But this is like one of those things that kind of spoils the entire thing to explain it. So
I say nay.
Okay. Next
so
one.
Jiggle says nay, you know it's good.
Tell me about March Comes In Like a Lion.
All right, we're keeping all 3 of these, right?
All right, one of them.
Yeah.
Go
Wait,
ahead,
which
decide.
one?
Yep.
I can't see, bro. What is it?
Ray and Kyoko in the apartment. Episode 10 basically, and Hina's emotional scene in 3.
I want to keep 10
Cut
and 3.
Hina.
10 for
10
sure.
and
10 is easily, like a whole other
Yeah.
level.
We have
Yeah.
to get 3 though.
I will give
Yeah,
3 its
no, I
props.
like
3
10 and
is
3.
really
I like
well
10 and
built up on.
It sounds like
Yeah.
10 is
10
the
and
winner.
10 and 3 are great.
I mean,
Yeah.
10 if I
3.
had to choose one.
All right. 10, 10,
Okay,
10. We'll talk
so
about that.
I
Are we
had
doing one?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, Sangetsu could take all. Like,
Yeah, are we doing one per show or what?
I
What
think
are
we
doing?
should. I think we should do one
Yeah,
per show,
let's
guys.
keep
And
it
if that
together.
means eliminating one of these mob ones, we can do that.
Yeah.
So
I mean, I think-
without spoiling what happens in episode 10, basically what happens is Ray finally decides that he's tired of being a doormat and that he's tired of being dicked around by everybody and their grandma, and that screw people, if they're worse than him, they should fucking lose, or else they should get better if they actually cared about winning.
So,
oh my god.
Hey, can I ooze about this? Because this is one of my favorite
Go for it.
Of the year. So it's really cool to see this kind of cathartic, explosion from this character, and he doesn't lose. He doesn't ever lose in shogi. He never does. What he loses is his belief in people being good, that people can be good. And the way that it's just so visceral and real, how he breaks down and just fuck people, And fuck, man. Oh, dude, this guy almost just fucking cut me off. Jesus Christ.
Don't die, Jiggles.
Fuck. Okay, yeah.
All right, that's a good explanation there.
Please don't kill yourself.
Okay.
Or do.
It looks like we'll be keeping that one. I don't.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll get to that. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Mob Psycho, you got to argue against the other 2 Mob Psycho movies.
Movies.
Moments.
Okay, so I did I had that 100% sadness entry. So for me, this is the strongest scene of the entire year. So what happens in the scene is Mob confronts Teruki, or I guess I should say Teruki confronts Mob, and they begin to fight, but it's not really a fight because Mob isn't like fighting back. It's more or less just Teruki beating him to a pulp, and then it culminates into pretty much every emotion like within the span of like 5 minutes. So like the first emotion is like kind of like anger because like Mob Psycho or Mob is getting like destroyed, like, and you're just like, oh come on Mob, you got to do something, but like at the same time he doesn't want to use his powers. And then it turns into like kind of like a thriller almost, where you're like, he's getting choked out, and he's like, his percent's building, and at the same time you're frustrated because it's like, come on Mob, like what are you doing, man? Get yourself together. And you're also watching Teruki kind of break down, and you could really see the jealousy coming out of Taruki towards Mob, even though he doesn't realize it. And then Mob tells him that he is pretty much just jealous of Mob, or he's just like Mob, and he doesn't want to hear it because he's always used his powers to like gain stuff, whereas Mob kind of just has them and doesn't really want them. And then at the very end of the exchange, Mob passes out, but he hits an unknown percent and kind of blows up like the entire school and sends it into the atmosphere along with Taruki. And then the very end of the scene, he reaches 100%, but it's 100% sadness. And he starts crying because he used his powers and hurt someone, even though he vowed that he would never do that again. So it was just like a really like emotional scene. So like it goes from like, it has a little bit of comedy thrown in, but it's also comedy that makes sense too, because Taruki had his hair or whatever, and it got completely like cut off and like a giant bald spot on his head. But then that's kind of symbolic too, because he's all about how he presents himself and his look.
Isn't
and when
that what
gets
happens
taken
to samurai when they get dishonored? Like that same hairstyle? Like they have to cut their top knot or whatever?
Right. And because that happened to him, he basically got taken down to Mob's level when it comes to just kind of being there and like not standing out.
Well, I like
he wants
that.
to, so.
I like that moment over the other two Mob moments actually because of the accumulation of Mob's character arc there.
And not only Mob's, Taruki's too.
Yeah, he has this like Trigun moment where he's like, oh shit.
So I just think it's really powerful because it hits every single emotion. Like I don't think any show has made me feel every emotion in the book like in 5 minutes time like that, and it was pretty crazy.
I think I prefer Reagan's moment, but I wouldn't argue against keeping the 100% sadness.
I'm fine with either of those two.
What about the body?
Yeah, I mean, same.
That one's mine, but I think I prefer the other two more.
The thing about episode 2 is that it's what sold so many people on the show. It's like what made people go and get in love with it.
What do we want to do?
I think we keep 100% sadness.
Yeah, I like that too, just with the description you gave. All right, let's blow through these guys.
Where the hell's Tom Rad?
Yeah,
he can't defend All Might, but pretty much I guess what I have to say about the All Might Defends the Children is I'm not sure that it's up to the same level as all of them, but it definitely has that like that feel of just like Saturday morning like cartoons, right? Where it's like the hero swoops in, saves the day, and it's like it's really epic.
It's not even just that. It's just he decides that like he knows he's going to die defending these kids. But that since they're the next generation of heroes, like it's that sort of thing.
Okay.
Where he says, you know what, I've completely given up on this. It's okay. Guy doesn't care because he has shit taste.
No. I think that's awesome. We could sit here and talk about them all night, guys, but you gotta.
Well, what's the point of cutting any of these then?
Well, I think comparatively, you have to view like the impact and meaning behind the scene compared to the other ones, and if you would really keep it in like the top 3 or top whatever.
All right, let's keep going. Ikoma overcomes the Kanabe transformation.
That scene is meta as fuck, but it shouldn't. I don't know who put it.
Oh shit, that's a good moment. I didn't think about it.
It's great. Basically, Ikoma, the protagonist, he lives in this world where everybody's like scared shitless about this curse, but he's like, nah, that's bullshit. It's not a curse. It's got to be explainable. And he's like looking at how it affects people. And in the end of the first episode, he gets bitten and he's like, no, fuck this. I'm not rolling over and dying. And he realizes that it travels through the bloodstream. And so basically what he does is he like hangs himself with this like strap, freaking gets a bolt gun and bolts like a plate to his chest to keep it from like infecting his heart. And it's just the most metal shit I've seen.
It's like a Gurren Lagann willpower thing.
It's the best part of the entire show.
I would agree
That
because
scene and the one where he's trying to board the train and decides to let them go, and he gets left behind. Well,
Yeah, he's like, fuck those guys. They're assholes.
yeah, it's just like totally fucking depressingly, good. I love it.
You think
What
that's
do you want
top
to say
three?
about that, Contessa?
oh yeah, I didn't really like watch most of the show, but I remember I was so bored out of my mind during the first episode, and that moment was the only part of the show where I tuned in. I was like, oh shit, this might actually be kind of cool. So
Yeah, I think the show was pretty whatever, but I think that moment was just so fantastic. It was just.
Think it's top three?
I don't know.
Yeah, that's a yay for me.
I don't like moments like that, so I'm gonna say no.
I'm gonna say no. It was cool, but I didn't care that much.
It's one of those cool moments, but it's not really like a thematic culmination of a show.
That's kind of what I want to go with here. It needs to have some thematic weight to it.
It's
Too.
badass as fuck, but nay.
All right, psychic train moment.
Oh, I just put that in for memes. It's literally just this guy, a train comes to hit him, the main character, and he's just like, whoosh.
Prisma Ilia. Oh, jeez.
Oh, dude, I
Prisma
watched
Ilia
this.
is dope.
Let's go, Blake.
I watched this at someone's request.
Me.
Oh, it was Plague. Okay. Yeah, I don't think this is that great.
It's the best, one of the best directed fights all year, but I'm fine. Let's just take it out. No one's watching that show.
It's also just a fight.
Blake.
No, rewrite is the best scene of the year.
Wait, is Court on right now?
No, he's at work.
Yeah.
I've seen him pop in every once in a while.
I literally asked him what's up, and he's like, I'm
not
at
sure
work.
he's actually here.
Give me the one-sentence summary of the post-credit scene of Rewrite.
What's great is the complexity of the scene. Because it just shows one stuff, but it has way too many implications. That's what's so good about it. That's why it's my favorite scene of the year. I can explain it, but I might spoil heavily if anyone wants to read it at some point. It's some of the best science fiction ever.
so we can take it off.
I don't think we should. It's the best scene of the year.
Anybody else saying yay for this
I
one?
can explain it. I can explain it, but I just want to warn that I'm gonna spoil the whole thing.
We got a lot of
Depends on
good
how much you want at the spot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
know
want
what
it
you're
on the
talking
top
about.
three. Like,
I know what you're talking about. If I think it is what it is, and I don't think that's really worth spoiling. If people really want to play the game, because it's really good.
yeah, it's fantastic. It's the best. Again, it's the best scene of the year. It's one of the best science fiction concepts I've seen in my life. It's fantastic, but I
So
don't
are you
want
willing
to
to
spoil it.
sacrifice its position to prevent spoils?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
I can
Honorable.
respect the hell out of that, actually.
Io Fleming being fully amputated.
All right, so obviously this had to be me because I'm the only one here
Man, I
talking
wanna
about
watch
mecha.
One sentence.
No, you gotta give me at least 4 sentences. For real though. Okay, so the whole buildup of the scene is that basically Io Fleming just came out of a fight with the ace pilot of the Federation side, and then he's injured, and they throw him in the medic room, and they're gonna do a procedure on him to save his life. And then the thing is that they're in a sector right now where they're losing the position, and this is also the position where like a bunch of like amputee soldiers get sent over. And then what it is that there is a research going on that basically is like you connect yourself to a robot, and they amputate his body, but the one who has to like do the procedure is his girlfriend, and she like they do the amputation, and then he looks at himself, and it's just a really well done moment. And then he like it's done in the perspective of Io Fleming, who's getting amputated, and then he looks over to his girlfriend, and his girlfriend is literally just vomiting on the wall because she couldn't believe she had to do that to her boyfriend. It's just a really well done scene. And yeah,
it's Daryl.
Daryl? Wait, oh my fucking god, I'm a dumbass.
How have you done this?
Dude, best moment.
Best moment in the Trueanime Discord is when Hype's balls were
Gundam
exposed.
Thunderbolt.
Yeah.
Holy shit, that's metal as fuck. I need to watch this.
I don't know if I'd be into that.
Yeah. And yeah, it's there. Oh my god, I feel horrible now. God. But yeah, it's just a really well done scene.
Okay. So we're deleting it.
Wow.
I mean, you watch like 100 episodes of Gundam this year. You get some names.
I already know the next one's gonna get deleted. Like as soon as I'm done describing it.
Oh yeah, I'm deleting this one already in my head right now. I've saw this episode. This is not.
What do you mean?
This is
Okay.
not a moment, dude.
All right, dude. Whatever, man.
Wow.
Whatever you say.
It is a fantastic joke. Screw you.
Wow.
Wait, what's a joke?
The Konosuba.
That's not.
Like it's not a joke. Like it's a joke, but it's also like.
Oh, I wasn't
it's-
talking about the Konosuba one, but
Oh, well, what the hell are you talking about?
my next one, the one I put
Oh,
down.
okay.
Okay. Oh, so somebody want to talk about the Konosuba? That's the whole point of the show. They kind of. It's a
Yeah.
realistic fantasy world. They get menial jobs.
I mean, if I had a moment in Konosuba, it would be like Megumin saying her chant before the explosions.
Yeah, this
Not
is.
this one.
This
You
is
can cut that. Yeah.
the moment. Teko and Picari floating in the school.
Let me finish chewing. I was just eating.
Okay, yeah. Good tell. Did you really like Amanchu that much?
Yeah, I did. I mean, it wasn't Aria, but Aria also had like 50 episodes.
Yeah.
I like this. I would put it on the list. So
Okay, so I have a screenshot of like the moment I'm talking about because I
gorgeous.
feel like the visual part of it is also a big reason of why I like it so much.
Yeah.
So just to give some background, Teiko has just moved to this city and like she's clinging to her phone with her old friends. So she's really locked in her own shell. She doesn't really get out. And the theme of this show is like breaking out of this shell and letting yourself be dragged into like a more exciting lifestyle. And Picari is the one doing this to Teiko. And here in episode 2, right before this scene that I posted, she Picari is in the water and she's reaching out for Teiko to jump in with her. So it's like she's literally pulling her into her world. So I just thought it was really good because this is where the themes like really solidify in Amanchu.
I would agree with that.
I agree that it does that. I don't know if it does that as well as I would have liked. I get it, and it's a lovely visual
like,
with the
the
petals.
first episode when I watched it, I really liked it, but it wasn't an amazing episode, and I didn't think it would do a very good job of pulling new people in who weren't already invested into the genre.
Mhm.
But I thought like this moment in episode 2 is where I felt like okay, this show is gonna be good.
I like it. I like it. It's not in my
I
top
just
3.
thought like both visually and thematically it was the starting point of the series.
Definitely.
It was really, really good for me.
You guys say we got 2 saying yay.
I'll back it up. Yeah. So
Yeah.
That sounds good. I like that.
Okay.
Hey.
All right. Naruto and Sasuke.
All right.
Hey.
So here's where I'm going to get
Wait,
some flack here.
is this even anime?
Yeah.
I'm just gonna abstain on this.
Okay, so I think the reason this is I consider it one of the best moments personally is because this is basically a culmination of like the entirety of the franchise itself. Like it all boils down to this like to this moment where they finally like I guess in specific the moment where like they're running at each other and it shows like all of their past forms as they're running at each other and then when they finally clash. I think it's just I don't know. I just enjoy it a lot because it's something that I'm like heavily invested in, right? Like I've seen all of the series, so for that to like finally be the climax and we're finally there and it's like I don't know, it's just pretty powerful, I guess, to see that like two characters I grew up with are finally at the end of their
Can I ask a question? Did the show end after this?
Sort of.
No.
It's hard.
No,
It did,
that sounds
but
like
it,
a no.
No.
It did, but it didn't.
No.
Like the story for Naruto and Sasuke pretty much like ended. Like they grow up and have kids or whatever, but like the story is no
Naruto
longer
and Sasuke
focused
have
on that.
kids with each other. Did I miss something?
Yes, they do. They do. Let's keep the lore that way.
Great. But as far as their personal journey, and being the main characters of the show, it's pretty much over.
I have a question. Is this a video, the fight that YouTuber, forget his name,
It
made
is.
a video
Yeah.
on? Okay, yeah. I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah,
I
okay.
never had any interest in Naruto, and that video made me think, oh, that's cool. So I think we give it.
It's just kind of crazy to think that like a show that's been going on for so long, and like the main character and like his main like friend slash rival are like finally like at the end
Sure,
of
sure.
their relationship, where
It-
they kind of grew apart, and then they're like bitter rivals, but like they still deep down like cared for each other or whatever. So
Sounds like it's drawing on that too, as like the weight of the entire franchise coming to a close.
yeah, and it was still done well. Like it's not like just because like it's the end means it's like special, but like
Nah,
uh,
yeah, I agree.
the beginning part especially was done really well. It was animated really well. It kind of turned into like a something kind of crazy after that. Like they kind of board like spirit mechs and fight each other. It's like it's kind of
Okay,
weird,
that is weird.
but like as far as like them actually like fist fighting, like the animation was done really well, and
Yeah,
I think
Keep it.
the choreography was really well too.
Yeah, I say we keep it. I saw that video. That was amazing.
Yeah, and then like
I
after all that's over, and they're just like straight up like hitting each other, even though they're exhausted. Like it's pretty
That's the
crazy.
best though. Yeah.
The only thing I have against
basically
that fight,
Pokemon.
which is a great fight, but by the time it happens, I couldn't give less of a shit what happens to Sasuke in specific.
That's fair, but in terms of the franchise itself, it's just so important. So
All right. Moving on.
That
That was
exhausted
my-
fighting. That exhausted fighting is literally the first Pokemon movie.
yeah, but it goes on for like
Bruh, dude.
3 whole
Your mother. Yeah.
but the major difference is that it goes on for like 3 whole minutes, and there's like no music at all. Like it's just like the thudding of like.
And it took
their
like
fists
2
and shit,
decades longer to get there.
pretty much.
All right. Moving on.
That's a smart idea.
Yeah, that is a good one.
Yeah.
We got stuff to do, and if you guys have to go, no shame in dropping out. You know, we still got a lot of stuff to talk about. So, IQ final point.
Anyone?
I took it off of there. I had originally put it on there. I think
Deleted.
someone put it back on.
Ayato tricks Kira into revealing his what is this identity?
Why'd you take it off? I was gonna say something about it.
Oh
Yeah,
well,
you keep it
just,
on. But which one? The third
Final
season
point.
or the second season?
The final point
Second,
from the.
final season.
Oh, okay. I like the
Okay.
second season's one more.
I didn't.
I have a moment I like better than the final point, which was the voice actor for the character Yukai, the coach. He passed
Oh,
away, but his last line was delivered so well, and it was just lined up perfectly. I felt like that was the moment that stuck with me
Yeah.
the most.
That gave me chills too.
But anyways, so I'll talk about it since no one else wants to. So for those of you that haven't seen Haikyuu, it's about basically these guys that are really passionate about volleyball, but they've never really had a chance to play properly because their school has like they've fallen from fame. They've lost their coach, and like people don't want to play with them again, like anymore. But then through just like dedication, they've kind of like brought it back together. And like when you see it, you don't really see anyone that's like spectacular talented. And the entire idea behind the third season was going against Ushijima, which like has been stated before. He's like the best player in prefecture. And like one part of Haikyuu that I really didn't like is their metaphor of like, oh, it's like a bunch of crows can take down an eagle. Like I thought that was really cheesy and lame, and I really couldn't get behind that. But so they basically win the match through like having good combination plays instead of individual play styles. And at the ending, basically before they score the final point, you see like a metaphorical scene where Ushijima is like holding down the players on Karasuno onto the ground, and like it's I feel that was very well done because that's his entire presence through the entire match, that he's just like looking down on you. He's like you can't get up against him because of like how powerful he is. And like it while the play is happening, this metaphorical image of like more and more of the Karasuno players getting under him and like lifting him up while they're like blocking. Well, they didn't block his spike, but like they returned it. I thought that was like really well done. It was the first time in the third season that I could really get behind the whole like working as a team to take this guy down. And
Yeah,
like
that was good.
going by the idea of best moments should like be the culmination of what the show's trying to tell thematically. I think it fits, so that's why I added it back, even though it was removed.
I've never been more sold on watching Haikyuu in my life.
Yeah, no, the metaphor was so well done. That's originally why I had it on there, is because of Ushijima like holding him down, because he was introduced like right after the first season was over, and ever since then, like very little talking, but what he does do is like create this presence where you're just like, I know this guy is a fucking badass. Like there's no one better than this guy. Like I can just see it by the way he walks, by the way he stands around, by his voice and how little he says. Like he just emits like pure power. And then like the line that really sold me on it too is when right before he gets like Hinata and I think it's Tsukijima, they get held down. Right before he gets held down, he's like Ushijima, you why are you so cool? Like you're so awesome. And then they get pinned down and they're having such a hard time, and one by one the team makes plays and starts lifting Ushijima up metaphorically. So it was
That sounds really cool.
I'm looking for a clip of it because holy shit, that part was so hype.
I feel like he doesn't really talk that much in season 3, and he's not really established. Like they built him up in the previous seasons, but they didn't really do much with him other than showing his powerful plays.
All right,
I feel like
all right.
Kawa just had much more of a presence.
All right, we can keep it. I just want to. We could talk about each one of these moments all night, guys. But we really need to try and be concise with the plot details and just sort of get at what really made it great. So, if anyone wants to talk about JoJo, these two moments.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I put in the Hayato tricks Kira into revealing himself part because basically what sets up the scene is pretty cool, because basically what it is that I'm basically gonna spoil JoJo at this point. Kira gets this ability where he is able to create a time loop for a certain period of time, and Hayato is trapped in it. And basically what it is that Hayato doesn't have any special ability at all. He's just an intelligent character, is what he's built up to be. And the events that keep playing out and how they keep building up Kira's ability, because it's not fully revealed, but they keep adding minor details to it as the episodes go on. And basically what it is that Hayato, because he's able to retain memory of the prior time loops, he's able to slowly but eventually trick Kira into revealing himself to the main cast. And it's just a really well done moment to me, because I just like that kind of like writing when it comes to a protagonist versus antagonist setup, because it's not oh, I'm stronger, I'm weaker, but like I was just more intelligent at the time and I made use of my resources well, which is what I want more from shonen.
To back this up, what I liked about this is that in the end, Hayato ends up being like the guy who takes down Kira, despite being a 6-year-old kid with no stand powers, and Kira having just all these really bullshit abilities. And I mean, Kira at one point has him like, "Hey, I'm going to murder you right now," and Hayato sort of bluffs his way out of not Kira not killing him. And what I liked is that it really flips the dynamics of of the last JoJo fights, which are usually final like big bad guy versus main character with big bad guy or with superpowers. But Hayato has none of that, and it's a really good underdog sort of moment. So, and especially the final events in the final time loop, which leads to Kira revealing himself. Hayato's plans really well, and yeah, it's Keikaku Dori, but
yeah.
That's JoJo.
Yeah, I don't know. Contessa definitely sells it better than I did. Like Hayato's character is just really well done at this point in time, just because of all the things she said.
All right, and Kira has a boner. Is that a meme?
Yeah, that's a meme. You can take it off.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so if we go with that list, how do you guys want to do this? Do you want to vote?
Wait, yo,
Are we actually cutting it down to top 3?
No, please don't.
Yeah,
You
I don't
wanna
know.
do
I didn't
top
really like
10?
the whole cutting down to top 3. I think like everything has its moment that just worked well. Like it's kind of like an advertising to say you should probably watch this.
Okay, we have 11 moments. If we can cut this down to 10.
No,
Shiggles,
Justin Bieber.
no.
Jiggle, shut up.
Let me nominate one.
No, you're driving. You're not here.
Hey.
What is it?
Yeah, I am. Araragi catching fire on the roof of the abandoned tram school.
Fuck off.
Okay, no. Okay.
That's best animation cuts.
Genius.
Let's just cut the Amelia bullshit.
Yeah, let's cut the Amelia bullshit.
Seriously. All right. Hey.
What do you?
Not fair, guys. Come on.
Okay, that was a good scene.
So let me explain it though. So, it's not how it starts, obviously, in the book, but it's such a genius way of presenting this fucking retard on the roof of the dude. Look at this guy. What the fuck is he doing? There's a guy on the phone, and he's about to drive. Dude, he almost had an accident just now.
Great.
All right.
Okay. Anyway.
Band Jiggles?
Dude, Miami drivers are.
I'm about to serve a mute Jiggles.
Anyway, yo, Kizu's go watch it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Did it.
Thank
Done
God.
it. Done. All right. Which one are we cutting here? Which one do you think?
I think it has to be either Inferno Cop or Amelia, yeah.
I don't think Inferno Cop's all that great, to be honest with you.
What's the point?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
I'm okay with that too because
your own nomination, then I'm not gonna argue.
yeah, Luluco succeeds on so many different levels. I don't think one moment. I watched it again. It's not like this is a moment that really strikes you super hard. It's just amazing.
I thought Fight for Nova-kun was better, but yeah.
Yeah. Do we want to try and order these, or do we want to?
No, let's
just leave it be, cuz let's move on.
Okay.
Please, can
Best single episode. Best
All
single
right. Best single episode.
That was the longest category probably. So.
Yeah, that was we got through it
It
though.
was the most fun to talk about though.
We have OPs and EDs coming up, so we can't say anything.
We definitely have to
I
vote for
haven't
those.
seen enough of those episodes, so I'm gonna drop out and go do another Discord.
the fuck out.
Sounds good.
Dude.
Bye,
Thanks for
Celeste.
coming.
I'll be back.
Okay, so the nominations for Best Single Episode. This would be Yuri on Ice Episode 1, Yuri's Viral Performance. We have 3 episodes from Flip Flappers, Episode 5, 6, and 7. Episode 5, Yuri Hell. Episode 6, Iro. Episode 7, The Pieces. Okay. Then we have BoJack Horseman, Season 3, Episode 4, Fish Out of Water. We have Ochimusha, Psychic Powers and Me. This is Mob Psycho Episode 5. Sangatsu Episode 10, and Episode 12 of Rakugo.
All right, before we delete Fish Out of Water, let me just explain why I love it. It's basically it's the best representation of being in a foreign place that you can't communicate I've ever seen done in animation. And it is just, I don't know. It balanced comedy with that theme so well that I'm just absolutely in love with that episode. So that's that.
Everybody go watch it.
Yeah, watch BoJack.
Go watch BoJack Horseman. Underrated. Done by the same guys who did King of the Hill. And
Is it underrated though?
I think it's underrated because I never hear about it.
Oh, I always see it.
Yeah, I see a lot of BoJack stuff.
Yeah, same here.
I watched Episode 3 of My Hero Academia. Don't think it hangs. Really don't. You want to talk about it? Go ahead.
I mean, I love,
which one was Episode 3?
I love that show.
Episode 3 was the one where All Might finally decides to give his powers to.
Was it like the training one, kind of, where you had him?
No, it wasn't the training one. That was the one prior to it. It was the one where he attacked the gooey monster. I don't know what it was called.
Oh,
saved his friend,
okay.
and he didn't even have powers. He just ran straight at it.
It was good, but I don't know if it's up there with like.
Wait, the anime took 3 episodes to get there. I think that was like one of the first few chapters.
Wait, yeah, no, All Might agreed to give him his power after that.
Yeah.
No, I thought that was chapter 2 though, like in the manga or something.
Well,
that was
regardless.
like episode 2.
Oops, I'm wrong. It's episode 2. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure episode 3 was the training one.
Episode 3 was the training. Yeah.
Technical disqualification.
Damn it.
Okay.
So you want episode 2?
All right. So is episode 12 of Rakugo the climax?
It's the Shinigami episode. It's the penultimate. Because the 13th episode is basically.
Epilogue.
The epilogue, the present timeline thing.
It took too long. Kai's getting cynical.
Yeah.
I think we should probably narrow down 1 to 1 flip flappers.
All right. Okay,
Yeah.
I'll
Oh,
give. Do you want to go in
Yuri,
order?
I think it's
Who's episode
neither of these.
5?
It's the mecha episode.
I would say episode 5.
Episode
so-
5 for me.
Episode
episode
5.
five.
Explain.
Episode 5 's
What,
really good.
whoa.
Everyone said
Whoa.
5, Kai.
Can we explain what happens in episode 5?
That was the Goki
Wait, hold on.
Genyo episode.
That was the what?
That's episode 5.
Yeah.
Episode 5 is the repetition
horror
episode.
one.
The horror one. I didn't like that one at all, and I don't think it has any
Oh my
themes.
gosh, it's so good. Yeah,
That's
it
like
does.
the best one.
What
It had
are
the
the
most
themes?
themes.
Yeah,
What are the
it's
themes?
the most-
Tell me about the themes.
The theme is that okay, so the theme of the entire episode is that it's subconsciously what Coconut doesn't want, but she's doing anyway because she's afraid of
Okay, so
because she's afraid of making decisions and having them burn
And
her
changing.
in the end.
it has a piece of cultural context that it's actually discussing it. Maria Sama ga Mitaru, the Gekkengyo that it steals from, is more or less the most common example of Class S theory, which is a middle 20th century sort of thing that was formed as and it says that girls have homosexual relationships in their adolescence and then they grow out of them, and there's a sense of instilled purity to those that you can't, and there's a line you can't pass, and that you can never kiss, you can never, if you have those immoral feelings, it's negative, it's a sign of immaturity. And so that's why whenever they're about to like do anything intimate per se, as opposed the timeline just relapses completely, and they're stuck in the loop there. It's one of the main reasons why the show is more queer than most things. In addition to all the stuff with also Coconuts constantly stuck and trapped in her lack of ability to make decisions or
They get bored. They get bored with the everyday life. I like your reading there with the queer background stuff. That's neat, and I think that's in the little doll that sits on the thing and they kind of turns its head and it's always looking at them. I think that's definitely a thing, and I understand now that the reading of it being like this is her everyday life and don't you want to be happy, sort of like a disappearance type thing, and then rejecting that and climbing up the tower.
Yeah, especially because it points it out in the first episode, like how she is pretty much just going through school and like doesn't know what college, she doesn't want to make a decision on where to go after school and stuff like that. So
Let me just say real quickly, I can deal with episode 5 over episode 6. Episode 6 is the one that I really sold me on the series. That's the one where they go inside the gate and into the deep thoughts of the painter senpai, and they really get in there, and it kind of sets up this plot point that they kind of don't use at all for the rest of the series, that you can go into these other worlds and really get into somebody's headspace.
Yeah, they do. They do bring it back.
It's mentioned once in the finale. That's it.
No, that's the whole reason why Salt's dad went insane.
Yeah, I know.
Also, why Mimi went insane. Like,
yeah,
what the?
They don't go in Mimi's. They don't go in Mimi's little red space, do they?
They don't go in, but the idea of flipping with your alternate personality that is introduced in that.
Oh, you think
is? Yeah.
That's the alternate personality of the painter girl. I get what you're saying. And
Yeah.
that's the one that Mimi surrendered to. Okay. Yeah, but I really thought that show was going to then be about them doing this type of, it's a very like Sailor Moon Supers type deal where they're looking at people's dreams or inner thoughts, and kind of, I thought it would be a bit about them kind of solving those problems for people. It wasn't, but it was a great episode nonetheless. Can we also say something about episode 7? And that's the multiple papikas.
This is realizing you're gay 101.
Okay, that's not what I got, but okay, go ahead.
So
Someone
the episode 8 or 9, was it? The mecha episode?
8,
right? Yeah. No one liked that? I thought it was the best episode.
I liked it for the references, but it's not strong. It's not strong compared to the West.
I love
I
it.
think 9 is my personal favorite.
I think the whole Flip Flappers has this whole, like, at least at the beginning, it had the whole appeal that maybe stuff like Ghibli has, at least the way it presented the settings. But it's also really, really immersed in the whole otaku imagery, and the mecha episode was like the combination of at least aesthetically of Flip Flappers.
Man, I don't. Boy, I don't agree at all. But hold on to that for
Not thematically, just the way, like,
I think
has
it did
fan
look the
service.
best.
Yeah.
Like
Okay.
the design, the art design in that episode was really good.
All right,
Yeah, aesthetically, it's the best. It's the
was top
best
tier.
episode.
All right. Okay. Talk to me about Sangatsu 10 and then Mob Psycho 5.
Wait, do we want to keep talking about the multiple paprikas? Because I feel like
Nobody voted for it.
Contessa won.
You guys all said 5.
Yeah,
If you
I
want to
don't
talk
really-
about
Did we vote?
being
Sort
being
of, yeah.
gay, it was kind of. I thought that episode was all about Coconut figuring out which Papika she really wanted or what she really wanted from Papika. But if you want to do a
Of
queer
which-
reading on it,
Yeah, of which I mean, they have a whole scene where she like admits that at the end with the dexterous Papika, like she likes her like that, but not that Papika, right? So
yeah, it was good. It was a real good episode.
yeah,
I agree.
I thought that was the episode where the character development sold the most for me.
Yeah,
per se.
Definitely.
Since
We
we're
should
going
just
to be
narrow down so like we can move.
I'm not gonna lie, this whole list should be for Flippers like 5, 7, 9.
On to the
And
next.
that's-
Yeah. All right. Mob Psycho 5. Who's
That's me. It's the same episode with Taruki versus Mob, and then the Body Improvement Club going to help Mob. So
yeah.
I just
100% sadness.
yeah. But the power of friendship in the beginning is pretty cool too. How like they recognize that Mob is trying to improve himself, so like and they consider Mob one of them, even though that Mob might not be as strong or as fast or as powerful as them.
That's pretty
trying.
So yeah, at least he's trying, right? So they go and rescue him, and then they get wiped out, and then that's when Mob and Taruki happens, and then that's pretty much the episode. But it's got really strong themes.
I like that more than the actual moment itself because the beginning stuff is so good too.
Oh yeah, that stuff is great. I love the Body Improvement Club, and this episode really featured like their strongest points.
Sangatsu episode 10. Anyone want to speak to it?
I think we already kind of talked about it.
Yeah, we literally like said like the whole selling point of it is because of Ray's emotional scene.
So it's just that moment.
Yeah.
There's the build up to it, but that's something that you kind of just experience. It's something you just notice, and it's just really well done.
Yeah.
Okay. So we've already kind of.
I agree with Gru and Contessa, by the way, about Yuri.
Okay, I'm gonna say a little bit about Yuri on Ice episode 1. I think this was the best episode to air in years. I think it's a perfect episode. I think it is set my expectations right where it needed to be. It had me so hyped for this show. There's the introduction of the characters and sort of the focalization again on the Japanese Yuri. You see what's happened. It gets you in media res. It just plunges you right in there, and just how on the down slope, catching this guy as he's coming down, and just beats him down until he finally hits rock bottom and he's just thrown everything away, and then he's just on the ice for what he thinks is important. And the rawness of his performance and how it's animated perfectly is just, it was insane to see emotion come across in that way. And listen, I don't think Yuri on Ice is anime of the year. I thought it had some problems, and I thought the show promised in episode 1 wasn't the show that the series delivered. but I think episode 1 of Yuri on Ice was by far the best single contained episode that I saw this year. And if I'm going to fight for anything, I definitely think this is the best.
I know. Okay, I feel like it was really strong, but I don't think it was. Well, we gotta cut something.
Okay, so I mean, I'll go against Yuri on Ice episode 1. As much as I like, I do like the episode. I do think it's good, but I was one of probably the most tenuous people about Yuri on Ice right from the beginning, and I think that there's a lot of like, yes, you have this one really fantastic scene at the end, which I will agree the ice skating scene is phenomenal, and I would even go for that best moments, which it looks like. I guess we're just keeping that list. I don't know how that's working, but I think that the episode as a whole, there's a lot of goofy comedy that doesn't always really hit the mark, and that really isn't even tonally consistent. I don't think the characters really aren't set up particularly well. And I think there's just a lot of awkward stuff in the first episode that doesn't really work all that well.
I would discount it just for the really out of place comedy stuff that sort of gets sidelined as it goes on. So
yeah.
Boy, that didn't bother me at all. I thought that was nice. It was cute.
I think it's top 3 material. Also, there's a show where I want to add. I didn't add anything for this before, but I think episode 1 of Occulting 9 should be here.
Oh God, no! Oh God.
I mean, you hate it, but you hate that kind of stuff, right? Like that's
well,
just.
How's that any different than Yuri?
Huh?
But they're completely different.
How did you just guys not like the comedy in Yuri on Ice episode 1, and then you're gonna write it off for that? I think the full episode.
I think Yuri on Ice is like up there. It's possible candidate.
I put Yuri on Ice as 4. Like
I think we should add Occulting 9 1 to the discussion.
I agree.
Don't at all.
Yeah.
I agree.
Okay, we add it.
Occultic 9's first episode was very good at making me understand that the show was not going to do anything interesting and was a terrible show. So, successful.
You said yourself you hate mystery, right? You hate mystery. You never liked a single mystery show.
Well, okay, fine. Okay, hold on. Then wait, I can use Kai's argument against Yuri on Ice episode 1 because Yuri on Ice episode 1 is the reason why I was so disappointed in the show. So it made the whole show worse by comparison, really. I might have been okay with it if the first episode wasn't setting my expectations so high.
Occultic 9 episode 1 sold it on me just because of how fucking relentless that pacing and directing was. Like
pacing was amazing. I loved it.
It really,
that was the worst.
Really
that was
delved
the worst
you,
part, though.
It
was the
really
best
worked
part.
in delving you into what the story wanted to do with this fast-paced, like flashy mystery thriller thing. And the speed of the pacing really worked to its advantage, I felt, because you have no time to process what's going on. It worked.
Yeah, and I mean, it also had like the themes really strong there. The first scene of the episode with the whole media spin on the mass murder, the faceless people just going about their jobs, taking photographs of all the cadavers. It's great. It's just a high octane episode, setting up a mystery that actually came together pretty nicely. But yeah, that episode was amazing.
Well, if I'm gonna have no support at all for Yuri on Ice episode 1, I'll agree to cut that as well as.
Hey, I'm supporting you.
Yeah.
I'll support you because I still like it a lot.
I support that. I mean, I prefer Occultic 9, but I support episode 1 of Yuri on Ice.
I think number 1 goes to Flip Flappers.
Yeah, I think so.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah,
definitely.
I want to
You
say
can do it,
Occulting 9 and Flip Flappers for me.
Yeah,
I do. Yeah,
the thing with the Rakugo episode is that I like the show a lot. I don't know if there's any single episode that stands out.
Yeah,
I think
nothing stands out strongly.
Yeah, I think if there are any episodes of Rakugo to put up, it's the first one or the second one. Those episodes were both really good.
Oh yeah, because it really just throws you in there and it just sets up the story well.
The thing about Rakugo is that like all the episodes are incredibly strong as like a complete package, but it was episode 12 that made me realize it was going to be one of my favorites. Just I'd never seen something translated into animation quite like the Shinigami performance, and that performance lasts a good chunk of the episode, so it's like a defining aspect of it. But just everything leading up to it, just everything you feel as he's going up on stage, and then the fallout from that is just on another level.
The only thing I'm thinking is that both Sangatsu episode 10 and Mob Psycho episode 5 kind of were
Yeah, they had
talked
the
about
moments,
in
right?
the
Yeah.
moments. And while I think the rest of the episode surrounding those moments is great, maybe we should just.
I'm fine with that.
That makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, Sengetsu's gonna win Anime of the Year. We can.
I think
Yeah,
Jake's is trying to
pretty
say.
Dude, that whole episode deserves to be there. It's not a moment.
No, but like Sangatsu's like consistently good. I wouldn't say it's like especially great compared to the rest of them.
I have another nomination. I really thought Erased in episode 1 was really top notch.
Oh yeah.
The directing was good. The directing was good. I'll give it that.
Really, really good.
As a mention, yes.
Hey, actually, yeah. Oh wait, never mind. Yeah, never mind.
Yeah.
But
So
again,
we all agree. We all agree. Number one is Flappers.
Yeah.
I don't know.
So.
Can I just say, personally, I would rather have Yuri's performance as in one of the best moments and have a different episode here.
God, no.
No,
Like,
yeah, it's
no.
fine.
Actually,
Fine.
kicking down the Yurio kicking down the thing in the bathroom. His interaction with Victor, and then you go back and you know that what he did when he was drunk in episode 10 kind of factors into Victor's reaction there. Man, the little kid snapping it and it being like using social media to become a thing, that plot point of getting it big and starting and being the thing that makes Victor come to Japan. I think everything else in that episode is amazing.
Yuri's phone call. Yuri's phone call was my favorite moment of the entire show.
Oh,
like when he's in the stall.
Oh yeah.
It was like it just set like it went from like 100 to 0 real fast there, man. It was like whoa, like
that's what I'm
you got real emotional on me real fast.
Yeah,
and it was a realistic
and
phone call too.
You talk about the chibi stuff and the comedy. That's the direct tonal contrast from this, like him being, hey, yeah, I'm Yurio, and I just got done a bad skating performance, to being in the stall, just crying, just telling him that he's screwed up and he's terrible. Like that's like, whoa, there we go. We're rock bottom, and that's where it starts. It gets you to rock bottom ASAP.
Yeah, so that category is done with, right?
So for OP and ED, should we have like a top 3 of each?
Should we just vote? What do you guys want?
Well, no, we have to do a discussion. If we just vote on this, there's gonna whoever wins is just gonna be like.
I really don't have an opinion on this. You guys.
I don't.
Yeah,
we really either. But
this
is a bit of a discussion. I'm okay with a discussion a little bit. I don't know.
If it's
how about we go through and just say ask people do we want this? Do we want this? And then we can take out the ones that nobody wants.
All right.
I actually do not care for History Maker, so that's the first thing I will say.
We were born
I think a lot of people actually like it though. I think it's good.
It had the whole thing.
It's good. It's good. It's good. I'm not gonna. It's good. It's just I don't know.
Animated by one guy, and then they add a color each time, and then the song's in English, so you can kind of understand it and hear it and feel it. It's like...
See, if you look at History Maker and you look at the other stuff the guy makes, like his Persona 5 opening is oh my god.
I actually think the Drifters OP is really good, but
wait, this is Shoji Meguro?
Yes.
Is it?
Yes, I did this the first week.
Wow, so he must really
Don't
like
yell
the
at
director because he also does.
You mean Spider? You fuck.
No, the director here. She does the art for the opening in Persona 5 too.
Yeah. Oh
she
wow.
does the ice skating. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Oh yeah, I mean she directed the opening. Yeah. The director of Yuri on Ice is the director of the opening of Persona.
Yeah.
Okay, so Occultic 9 ending? Yay, nay?
It's okay. I mean, I
don't
It's
like
pretty
it.
good, but you can say
I
It's
don't
a
care.
nay.
I think Jiggles really likes it.
I like it too, but you can cut it. I think.
I like it too, but
I like the
What's
ED
up? What
more.
do I like?
The Occultic 9 OP.
No, ED.
No, ED. It was
ED.
ED.
Can we just say right now that Flip Flap ED is going to be top 3?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's so
you can
good.
put that top
Flip
3.
Flap ED.
It's so
Do we have
good.
any other ones that are really, really good?
I want.
Sangatsu.
I really want to say Styx Helix.
Chojo?
Zero's ED one. I would even say Dimension W's, but
I mean,
have
I
a
would say
feeling I'm gonna fight.
Hikariare.
I'd say
Sangatsu.
Concrete's over Dimension W, maybe.
Dimension W is like the second best ED this year, so just straight up.
really, I like the opening more.
We can get to that
no, we
point.
don't
Oh,
really have-
Scorching Ping Pong Girls. Ping Pong Girls has to be on there. Like,
Yeah.
Which one is it?
Oh,
No.
Rakugo's OP. Is
Oh
Okay,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah. Rakugo's OP is really good.
This is like not getting us anywhere.
No.
Okay, yeah, no, we should keep going the way we were. We were
Yeah,
going
yeah.
to
The way we were doing it was fine.
I don't know where we trying.
Boy, I don't love this Rakugo opening.
You don't?
It's so long.
Okay, yeah, so Cavaneri, do we take it?
Cavaneri ending.
The ending though.
The ending was really good.
I like the
Okay,
ending
we
more
keep
than
it
the
for now.
opening.
Yeah, I think
I
we
think
can.
the opening's pretty bad.
The ending is fucking god tier, dude.
Wait, the
Yeah.
ending for what?
Cabaneri.
Okay, hold on. So are we just talking about like visuals and
Everything,
Everything.
Yep.
everything?
Yep.
Okay,
OP
well then,
as a whole.
I think we should toss out Cabaneri because it has the most boring and cookie cutter visuals
Nah,
ever.
yeah, you're
it's
right.
That
it's
makes
just
sense.
like
Yeah.
For the ending?
Yeah.
it's
So,
just
okay.
pan shots of characters doing things. It's
Yeah.
horrible.
I don't think it's that bad.
Iron-Blooded Orphans.
Can we just scrap that? I don't
I
care.
don't
for it.
Scrap
care about that
idea.
one.
Scrap
I
it.
think Rush put that in there and he's not here. so.
99 Choir is definitely, I think,
Yeah.
up there.
Yeah, that's pretty
Yeah.
good.
And
Visually, it's
ending,
good, but I don't really like the music.
Oh,
Yeah, I
the
don't-
music is
music.
so good,
I'm
dude.
not into
Yeah,
it
I
either.
mean, it's so
I think-
creative that they count.
Yeah, but
I mean, it's obvious, but it's right.
it's like a one joke.
Ending was like just as good, right?
I
It's
do
the
understand.
animation, but the song I
It's
don't
okay.
really-
The song's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
delete it.
Well, okay, so 99 Choir or the end. Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
It has to
Um,
be the OP.
I have not seen Bungo Stray Dogs.
I don't know why this is on the list.
Yeah, I
I
don't
don't
think
remember
it's.
either of these. I only saw
might be
one
Rush
episode.
again.
Yeah.
I think
I
it's
liked
Rush.
I liked the first opening, but it's nowhere near like.
Shakunetsu
I guess.
Switch should at least
like-
get past the first round.
Yeah, keep
But-
Shakunetsu.
Yeah.
Conravos is really good. I wrote 1,000+ words on it during the OP contest, so
I probably watched
I
it then.
have not.
Yeah,
seen
it was really good.
breakdown. It's a JoJo, a final JoJo OP.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so
it's one of the worst one I've seen of JoJo.
I've actually heard that it's not like one of the better like openings.
It's not one of the better ones.
series.
But I don't know. I like the Cure version for the gimmick that it does. That's the only reason why I had it there.
I'd be fine actually cutting it.
Yeah,
Dimension
I don't mind cutting it.
W. Okay, Dimension W is like disgustingly good. Surprisingly, it's easily the best part of the show. So
What about the ED? Is that also good? Or can that be
no,
cut?
it's the ED that I'm talking about.
Oh, the ED.
not the
Okay.
OP.
Okay.
Yeah.
OP can be cut. Okay.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah,
the OP
it's pretty
the OP
well directed too.
Both of them are really well directed. Like I was really surprised by just how it really got into the characters. Like it's mostly the cat girl, right?
Oh yeah, it is pretty cool. I'm watching it now.
What's with all of these?
And it's really
Someone's
really
like-
well directed. I feel to the music, like it gets the tone across really well. So
I think someone might have their push to talk on V or something.
Who?
yeah, it's mine.
Mhm.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Drifters.
I heard
Oh,
it.
Yes,
come on.
yes, keep
Yeah.
Yes,
Drifters.
yes,
Keep
yes.
that
Keep
one.
drifters. Keep drifters.
You can cut Thunderbolt.
It might be the best part of the show.
It's
I
for
think
sure the best part of the show.
I think both 3-0
Stick
suggestions.
Helix, I think, is really good. Paradise's Paradoxicum, I think you could take off maybe, but Styx Helix, the things they do with the ED, it almost hits like roundabout levels of interaction with the show, I feel. So
I think the OP, the first OP, is the best one of ReZero. Like that kept me hyped at the beginning. I mean, I like the show, right? But yeah, like the first time it hits, it was great. I get goosebumps. It's if we kept any ReZero or anything, I think it should be the first OP.
But should we keep anything from ReZero?
yes,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we should. Come on, just give it something.
Are we getting the opinions of people from the text chat? Because I'm not keeping up with text chat.
No, who cares about text chat?
I mean,
right now they're saying no ReZero, so they don't matter.
I don't remember the OPs very well from ReZero.
yeah, I don't
really. I mean, he comes back. He's there.
Are they top three?
and they
Are
only
top
do
three?
them. They only do
The rewind.
they only do the openings every like 2 episodes, right?
Yeah,
Something like
yeah.
that.
They only did it once every other episode. But it's
I
such
thought
a
they were
good
just
OP.
okay. Like they were fine in the show, but it's not the
I
stuff.
agree.
that
All right, not top three. Boom.
Erased, I would be the first to say it's definitely my top 3
Yes, that
Oscar bait of the year, OP.
Yeah,
of the
Oscar
year,
bait
yeah,
OP of
dude.
the year. So
I also
Man,
don't
it's like
remember
every
Erased.
other Asian Kung Fu Generation song.
I posted another Asian Kung Fu Generation song too. In
Yeah,
there.
but it just sounds the same to me. I thought the
It
other
doesn't
words were
fit
way
the
better.
show, like
it
tonally. I
does
think.
not fit the show. That is the one thing.
It sounds like the OP to a shonen.
I disagree. Actually,
yeah.
it's a little more downtone.
The
Personally,
lyrics fit, but it is a little too upbeat, I feel. But
No, it also has like the letterbox thing with the film theme it has going for it. When they
I think we put past the first round for now. So
okay, yeah, it should stay for now.
All right. Rakugo.
Yeah. I mean, I like the
don't.
track.
I don't like it. I gotta.
Sorry, Kai.
There's no animation. There's text. There's kanji all over the screen. It's just
I'm with Kai.
people
It's
sitting.
classy, but I don't care.
It's like,
I'm really with Kai here. So
I think it's a really good
Yeah.
song.
I don't really
It's
like it
classy.
that much.
It's nice, but I don't think it stays.
it's like I want it to be a penguin drum opening, and it's just not.
Yeah,
well,
I mean, I can
that's
see
not
that.
any.
Yeah.
That's not any fault of the shows, though.
No, it's because the song sounds like it, but yeah, I don't.
I'm willing to cut it.
I don't think it's top 3.
I mean, at least it was better than the ED.
Hikari Are, dude. is
Yeah.
top
Oh my
3.
god,
dude, I
That's
watched
so
this.
amazing.
I watched this for you, man. And I
Dude,
get
I
it.
don't like this
They turn into birds, and I get
Oh
it,
my
man.
God.
There's
It's not even about just that.
The
Like, the
visuals, I don't think
the
they're that good.
symbolism's-
Like the metaphors.
Oh, I love the visuals. I love the metaphors, but
yeah, same.
the animation is like top quality.
Yeah.
The metaphors are strong. The song is really like on point. I don't know. I think everything about it just like promotes the show in a really good way. Like, I really feel like if you watch like the opening of Haikyuu, you'll understand like exactly like what the show is giving you in this season.
Yeah, can we keep this category to 5? I think 3 is too little.
Maybe.
Yeah, we should probably
Because-
do like the best moment thing. With,
Dude,
like, the
top
best
5.
opening.
Let's
Top
do
five?
top 10 to get
Top
this
five?
over with.
Just
5.
top 5. Top 5. Top
Alright.
5.
I
think
mean,
that's-
I think we should do 3 EDs and 3 OPs because I think that what is good for either of them are different.
Okay, that makes sense.
That could be fair.
3
Yeah.
and 3. Okay. Yeah.
I still don't
There's
think
way more
Haikyuu.
OPs on here though, so that's like.
Oh yeah, it wouldn't be fair. Okay, let's just
Yeah, we'll
keep
deal
it
with it.
5. Top 5.
Well, no, but that's not fair.
Just
to
narrow
EDs
it down and
because
see
then
what
EDs get EDs
Yeah,
get
it's
top
fine
5.
because there's more OPs anyway. So all the
All
EDs.
right.
here will make
Man,
it. Yeah.
freaking Cabaneri.
I mean, you can get rid of Hikaru Yabare if you want, but I think
No.
it deserves it.
No, it's cool.
It needs to be there.
Maybe I just don't like what it's presenting very much, and that's kind of
Well,
the
what do
reason
you
why
mean? What don't
I'm
you
put
like
off
about
by
what it's
it.
presenting?
You know, I wouldn't watch that show just based on the opening. Like,
well, that's just because you don't want to watch the show. It's not because
right,
the opening isn't
right.
good.
But I think there are an opening can kind of fool me into watching the show, not by misrepresenting, but by making things look cool, and that just
That's
looks
exactly.
like that just looks like
exactly
sports,
why,
though.
That's
like,
exactly why it's good, because it's not trying to false present something that the
Mm.
show isn't. It's giving you exactly what the show is.
honest.
But like in a good way. It's honest, Kai.
Truth
Don't
and
you
menu.
like honesty?
Truth and menu.
All right now.
All right,
Hey, can I
Kisniver.
explain- Can I ask a random question about this haiku
Sure.
OP? What is up with this bird thing?
Okay, so
Here
Karasuno
we go.
is the team that the main characters are on.
Yeah, their
And
school's like
yeah, their school represents like crows because they're all individually good, but to
Karasu
like
means
but
crow.
but like when they come together is when they're at their strongest. And then the eagle represents Ushijima, which is like the best player in their entire prefecture, who's on the other team. And so he's kind of like what they're trying to overcome. So that's like the whole bird symbolism thing. Whereas like he's powerful.
Together
He's an
they
eagle.
murder.
Yeah.
Okay.
Kisniver.
Do you think that's a bad like
No, I was just
comparison or a
confused by it.
metaphor?
I was just confused by it.
Yeah, it has a lot to do with the names of the places.
Yeah, the school is Karasuno, and Karasu is crow.
And it definitely represents the team itself too.
Yeah.
I think we could pass on his neighbor.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh, it's so good.
No, it's not actually.
It's so fucking good.
It's the characters with a
okay.
couple little lines behind them. It's like
in relevance to the show, it's not like
it's nothing.
It's
No,
not.
it is.
It's
It
not
does
entirely
have like stuff about.
I don't know.
But it
just-
shows off. But it shows off what it knows is the best part about the show, and that's the character designs.
Yeah, but are you
Just not
liking the
compared
character
to the song
designs?
Take
We
on
already
Me.
we already gave it the character design.
No,
award.
I
We
know.
can't-
I'm just telling you that it's smart.
Nah.
It's honest. It knows what people like about the show, and it
The
puts it out
song
there.
is like okay, and it's
so good.
It doesn't.
a ripoff
it doesn't
of
really
Take on
leave an
Me?
impression.
I hate
Is it really a? Is it really a ripoff of Take on Me?
Take on me.
No, it's not.
It just sounds like it a lot.
All right, we're done. We're done with that. Don't talk.
So no, I think we should keep it.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We don't need to keep it.
No, I mean I like it a lot. Like
Is
has
it better
the-
than
I
the
know,
other
but,
ones
like-
we've already
like,
have up
you-
here
It
played?
one of the
I-
best ones. Oh, it does really well the effects. Yeah.
You and I are the only ones defending it. So
No, okay, so like it has when it goes into her eyes and it shows all the characters and then comes out the other side and it comes out through the eye of the main character. It's kind of like a symbolism for the whole Kiss Never being connected. It's super good. It has symbolism. It has amazing animation, top tier design, lighting. It's so good.
I actually like it a lot. The first time I just watched it. It's really cool.
Yeah.
There's so much going on. There's so much going on. Oh my god.
It's
Yeah.
the characters dancing in front of shiny lights. It's nothing interesting.
It's fine.
Yeah, it's okay.
I think it's a fine OP, but I wouldn't put it like top.
Yeah.
we can
It's
we can
cool.
get rid of kids, dude. It's fine.
Who put the Funel Warhammer though? I just watched it. It was boring.
The song's nice, but yeah.
Yeah, I don't
Oh,
like this.
Damn,
Yeah.
Clay.
Usually.
I don't like it either.
I feel like Cal put it Natsume Yujincho.
No, that was not me. I think it was Nia, probably.
Yeah.
We're the only two who watched it. You know, I like the EDs more generally. I don't know.
Yeah.
Did you
same.
put the ED or did you put the OP?
The ED. Oh, I forgot
Yeah,
to
the
write
ED
that.
is great. I love the ED.
Sangatsu, ED. There's also the OP down here.
I think the OP is
if any
better.
stays, I think the ED is better.
The OP is just so much more visually interesting.
For Sangatsu?
Yeah.
I like both. I'm okay with either.
I especially like that part with the glowing orbs where it spins around him.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's
I mean,
bump
it's
of
the same. The music
bump-
is similar, so
bump of chicken.
yeah.
I'm down
Like
for
song
bumble
wise,
chicken.
I
I
don't
don't
really
actually
have
like
officially
Sangatsu's OP
OP.
very much.
We go with
I
ED
think
then.
the AD
I don't think
better, but
it's just kind of like
really good.
I don't know.
I think it's way better than the ending.
Hey, did anyone put the To Be Hero ED on there?
No.
Oh fuck yeah!
It's the best part of the
dog.
show. It is the best part of the show.
what?
The To Be Hero ED.
I actually watched that. It's actually pretty entertaining. It's cute. It's super cute. It's super
The
cute.
first thing when I typed in To Be Hero on YouTube is To Be Hero ED.
Wow.
It's great. It's amazing.
Yeah, it's really good.
The Luco's ending too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I like
Oh,
that.
yeah.
It was cute with the cardboard cutouts, but it was kind of
Is
tonally distant.
Luluko's ending the same singer as the Tatami Galaxy one? I think so. Right?
Dude.
Same as Yuri Komarashi too, I think.
It wasn't Tatami
Oh, yeah.
Galaxy. No, that was
What the fuck's with all the V's? Hey, get your keyboard off your hand or
That's
something.
it's Contessa.
It's Dalco, right, for the ED of Luluko. She did the me.
That was it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Guys,
I'll
we're
go
trying
to
to
bat
cut
for
them
Vivo
down
Password as well. That is
rather
pretty
than add here.
Yo, the To Be Hero opening too, though. That shit gets me hyped.
I feel like we should stop nominating things that already haven't been nominated.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
need
but
to
the
go
To
the
Be
other way,
Hero
guys.
ED is pretty lit.
It's kind of at the point. Yeah,
Can
like
we really just need to get to worst of the year and get
we had like an entire week to add what we wanted to add.
Yeah, let's go here. Do we?
So are we doing top
Culinary
5?
OP is not good.
Are we doing top 5 or
I wanna-
top
I
3
wanna-
of each?
Top 5. I
Top
think.
Top five in this one. All right,
Yeah.
so
Top
I
five.
wouldn't even like go through the rest of these in the same way. It's getting kind of exhausting.
We're almost done, I think.
You want to
Yeah.
keep it
The
going?
Naruto one is Flames.
Flames.
Flames. It's hot. It's heat, baby.
Nah, man. To me, it's glaciers. Glaciers.
Okay, so first of all, Asian Kung Fu Generation does it, and they're like the one to do like the best one from the first season, which is like one of the very first ones of the entire show. So that's another reason why it's up there for me. And then it's just like all the symbolism and like flashbacks from like earlier in the show and all these things that Sasuke and Naruto shared and then like kind of separated, and now they're at the final part. So I guess it's basically the same reason why I like Naruto versus Sasuke moment.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess we can get rid of it, but it's still GOAT.
Cabaneri OP.
No.
Nah. Rip. Konosuba ED.
Nah.
No.
Nah.
I'm assuming Amanchu OP is going to stay for the second round.
I really like that one. Yeah. It's really good.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
good. Yeah.
One of the best parts.
I cannot watch the Natsume Yujincho ED, so if someone can give me a redirect.
Yeah, same here. Let me try to find a new one then.
All right, we'll just put this on the side for now and then consider the rest.
It's Aima, if that means anything to you.
No.
Oh, it is?
I am an uneducated scrub.
Yeah, I can see
Same
it.
as Cabaneri ED.
Wait, did anyone leak it?
I'm finding a new link for it.
Because
Alright.
I like Aimer. Yeah, let me hit.
While that's going on, what's the opinion on rewrite OP 1 and 2?
Haven't seen either.
I haven't
First
seen
one's
either of
okay,
them
but
either.
it's nothing special.
Okay.
I think the second one is great. At least both are super good. Especially
Do we want to keep OP2 for consideration for the next round, so everyone gets a chance?
That's fine.
Yeah,
I haven't
because we
seen it.
still have to go through the rest, and then we
I
have
mean,
to
if we already think it's gonna get docked from the list, then
just get it over with.
I mean, no one watched it. It's like I'm
Yeah.
the one with it. I mean, I think it's pretty good.
Seems pretty cool, but
I would say it's probably like good,
It's not
but
my
it's
top,
just the fact
yeah.
that we can't like really discern. Like,
Yeah.
it's more than it's pretty much only you that's like really seen it and had time invested into it. So
I don't think it's gonna hang. I'm looking at it right
Alright.
now. good.
Yeah,
but-
same. It's fine. But I don't think it's extraordinary.
This category seems like it's definitely more of a popularity contest.
Yeah,
than the rest of them.
yeah. I think that's unavoidable. In some
All
degree.
that matters is that Flip Flap ED wins.
I,
So
I don't think
everything
there's
else is
anything
secondary.
that challenges it. It's so good with the storybook aesthetic and the song.
No, I don't think there's
everything.
anything that challenges.
Okay, we got the new link for the Natsume Yujinjo ED. If anyone wants to check it out, and then Kurumukuro. I don't care. I really
It's
just
not
like
that
watch
good.
this. Yeah, I feel like this is
Yeah,
is a rush category.
It's super serviceable for the OP, but it's nothing like award
Okay,
worthy.
I'm trashing it then. Trashed.
It's like standard J Rock.
I can't view the.
Yeah, no.
It's blocked in my area.
Seriously,
In America.
There's
it's
two
the
versions.
lol.
Right? There's two versions of the ED. The one doesn't have the right like animation because they didn't make that until later.
Well, then
so it's really hard finding one that both
There's
have.
like a
You know what it
Hatsune Miku
is?
one.
You know what it is? It's banned.
Banned?
Banned.
Banned?
If we can't know what it is, then it's banned.
Okay, well,
Yeah, it's just if nobody can watch it, then it can't really
Yeah.
be.
all
Too
right.
bad.
Which sucks, but it's has to be done.
It's
Okay,
the
I
one.
mean, it's
We're down to 10 now. We're down to 10 now. Let's figure this out.
It's
The
the one on
Flappers is
Teams.
staying there for sure.
I also really disagree that Erase ending sounds like it should be for a different show.
I didn't
Like
say anything about the ending.
I prefer the opening to Erase.
a lot
I
of
prefer the opening, but even then, I
I've,
don't care.
I've I've heard that opinion, like literally when we were talking about it earlier,
Yeah.
and
About
I
opening.
feel like I really Yeah, that's what. Oh, did I say ED? I meant
Yeah,
opening.
yeah.
Sorry.
Okay, that was
Yeah,
confusing.
Mhm.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I meant opening. I feel like
Yeah.
the general mood of it isn't some like kind of upbeat like we're gonna go adventure kind of thing. It's kind of like a I don't know. It kind of makes me want to sit and like reflect when I listen to it. So
It's got the
I
water
think we
coming
have
through the
like a
hall.
clear winners almost.
Yeah.
Yeah, should we go through and say the ones that we think are the better here or a step above the rest? Again, being cut doesn't mean it's bad OP.
I mean, I'm just
Right.
gonna guess, but I think it's gonna be like Flip Flappers, Yuri on Ice, Mob Psycho, Scorching Girls, and Drifters probably. I think.
You should keep Sangatsu.
I would say Flip Flappers ending obviously, and then I would go with like Erased, Mob Psycho, and I don't know. Based on the opinion on Ping Pong Girls, probably that. Even though I haven't even seen it.
Let me watch that one.
Yeah,
Can you
I
get a
was
link for
saying
that
what
one?
I think is gonna win. I don't think Erase will make it.
Now I don't care for Erase. Like in my mind, I'm just gonna scratch it.
Yeah.
I just relinked Ping Pong Girls in chat. So
All right, nice.
Ping Pong Girls is like
Is it hot?
Yeah, Ping Pong Girls should make it. No way it doesn't make it.
honestly I'd put it above Flip Floppers, but
Yeah, me too. Me too. It's my
Really?
favorite OP of the year.
This looks
It's my
pretty
favorite thing
generic
of the year.
already.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's got the cute girls doing cute things.
the way they integrate the
Yo,
opening
yo,
into the
this-
actual anime.
This Ping Pong Girl OP is pretty legit.
yeah, it's
Yeah.
Like the best part of the opening is how they use it in the episode. So they'll cut the music, like three fourths into the opening, and then they'll like play some dialogue, and then they'll continue it to just get you extra hype.
Oh, the Durarara treatment, right?
yeah they do it.
Wait, so can we consider putting Ping Pong Girls over Flip Flappers?
I wouldn't. I wouldn't. No.
I
Wait, can
wouldn't. I'm sorry, I
I
wouldn't.
think
Can I
it
make
has-
a ping pong girls argument that you'd probably like?
Sure, hit me with it.
Okay, so one of the reasons I really like the Ping Pong Girls OP is because it's basically like it's like the exact it's like a little tiny version of the entire show. So like at the beginning, there's like a teeny tiny bit where you just have like the girls like talking
Yeah.
to each other,
Yeah.
but like kind of just hanging out, and then you have like some really cool action stuff for the majority of it, which is like just like the show basically.
And the
Yeah.
microcosm, and then the tone of the song is
Yeah,
like a
that's
Yuri
real
Yuri
strong.
opening or something.
Yeah.
This opening is hella strong, dude.
You think so?
Man, if we can
Yeah,
find
it
a
is. It is. I think it should be.
I don't think it's
like, the
anywhere
best of
near
the
the
year.
Flip Flappers.
It is.
No,
Like,
it's not
what-
the. It's not the strongest. I don't. I
When
think
the
Flip
yellow-
Flappers is better.
When the yellow girl, like at the 57 seconds, she's gonna hit the ball. She opens her eyes for a second and then she closes them again. It's so good.
It's
No, I really like this opening.
Ping Pong Girls is like top 3 at least. Like
I agree.
I don't agree for top 3, but I think it's definitely one of the better ones here.
It looks like we kind of have like a top 4, like already.
Yeah.
Like,
Can we?
kinda set up.
Okay, let's ignore those 4 at the top right now and focus on knocking out the ones over here. Like, do we
Or
want?
What are the top 4?
Or we could just pick one.
Just pick
Yeah.
one. We have already Flip Flappers, ED, Flip Flap, Scorching Ping Pong Girls, Shankatsu Switch, Yuri on Ice, History Maker, Mob Psycho 100, the 99 Choir. The
Yuri on
countdown.
Ice.
Kai's a
is
fucking
so
gaijin.
good.
I feel like
shit.
it's probably either gonna be between Drifters, Erased, and Sangatsu.
Yeah, I think Drifters is the
Where's the
better one.
Cultic 9?
We took it off.
Not on the list.
How good is
That's
the Drifters
odd.
OP?
That's really, really odd.
It's not that good.
Oh my god, what? It's so good.
screw you.
Music's
I didn't
terrible.
really like it as much.
Yeah, I
but
didn't like it either.
The visuals are great, but the music's awful.
I feel
it
like
fits so well though.
I feel like
visuals are
Erased
amazing.
is the appropriate decision.
I think
No,
Sangatsu needs to be there too.
Sangatsu or
Sangatsu.
I'd say Dimension W, but
I'm
that's
watching
me.
Dimension W's right now.
I think Drifters. Like I love Sangatsu, but
I'd prefer
I think
Revolution
Drifters too,
over
but I think Drifters too, but I'd be okay with Sangatsu.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Sangatsu.
It's a tie for me with Sangatsu's and Drifters. Yeah. I will
Dimension
say
W.
the ED specifically. I like the ED of Sangatsu a lot.
yeah, I would go for Sangatsu ED, but I still prefer Drifters. It's just so good, and it kind of. I mean, we haven't given anything to Drifters, even though they are just so strong and iconic.
Wait,
Like the mangaka is.
I
that's
sort of like
Dimension W's ending.
I sort of liked this argument too that Sangatsu's gotten a lot of love elsewhere and it'll probably get some more love later, but Drifters has something unique that it's
I really think
offering
that-
here, and I think we need to. I would rather recognize that than just say Sangatsu, because Sangatsu has so much more to it than just its opening.
What about Concrete Revolutio? Because I
that's
mean,
pretty
if you look
good.
at chat right now, everyone's talking
I
Conrevo.
think the only part I dislike about that is like the dubstep breakdown. Everything else is great.
The dubstep breakdown's great.
It kills my ears every time.
It's
But
hilarious.
I almost stick around because the
know.
part right after is
I like the
I-
music.
I don't like it.
The Concrete Revolution OP is like hella fucking good.
Yeah, I can see it as number 5 overall, like Jeffrey's.
And like the
so.
whole direction too, and everything.
Because
and
Con-
matches everything.
we haven't given
Yo,
Conrevo
the
anything. if you
the
wanna use
breakdance.
that.
Yo, this is pretty cool. This is
Yeah.
pretty cool.
It's because you guys were all gone when we were talking about other stuff.
I like Concrete Revolution's opening here.
Same.
Yeah, that's
I like
pretty
the
cool.
song
It's
more than I like the visuals, though. It's just the characters over the
I
characters.
think okay. The visuals are like
The second half
yeah,
of the visuals are
just
pretty
the
cool.
characters.
Yeah, the second half's pretty neat.
There's a lot of motion to it, and there's like a lot of action that like works. I feel even if it's just like characters and not like thematic stuff. Like it just
It does have that nice dubstep breakdown. I don't know.
Yeah, it shows like the bosses and shit, the outcomes that come up, and you don't know who they are. You don't know if they're the bosses or whatever. You don't
yeah.
I mean, the
Oh, that's
Drifters opening was also done by one person, the whole thing.
Hey,
And that was
Nia.
cool. Yeah. I mean, it's trashy, that's true.
I forgot
I need
Fly
to-
High, dude. No.
Fly High.
So what do you guys want to do? How do you want to decide this? Should you go Drifters or Concrete Revolutio or something else for this last slot?
Conrevo.
Conrevo.
No, do we have everybody okay with that?
Yeah.
No.
I don't like the na part in Drifters OP at all. Really don't.
I think Drifters OP looks a lot better than the Conrevo one.
Yeah,
The
it
song's
does.
a little
Yeah,
bit better.
yeah, I mean, and
Not
the
at all.
visuals are iconic.
Can we
That
just have them
manga
tie for 5th?
No.
That manga
mean-
is legendary. Like,
Yeah,
it makes me
Drifters
want
does
to
have
watch
great visuals.
whole scene. Yeah.
I would still argue that we might be able to lose History Maker. I don't think it's
Ah,
that great.
dude.
I would agree.
Yeah, no, I know you don't. I know
no.
you think it should be there, Kai.
I
I'm
don't
sure
mind
everybody
dropping
else-
History Maker.
I don't.
I'd be fine dropping it, to be honest.
Yeah, we can drop. I
catchiness
would.
of that song and
I would
the
drop.
Kai, no
Kai,
talking
you're
for
being-
the next 5 minutes. Let everybody
You
else
just,
talk.
put Fly High. in there,
Okay,
dude.
yeah, I'm okay with dropping History Maker.
You
for
think
50%.
you think Concrete
Drop it.
Revolutio and Drifters are both better
Yes.
than Yuri on
Yes.
Ice's
Yes,
History
yes,
Maker?
yes,
Yes.
No, I
yes,
think
yes.
Dimension
No.
W is better than Concrete.
I would agree with
No.
Dimension W over.
Dude, Fly
Yeah,
High
I'm
is better
okay.
than
Yeah,
anything.
okay. So we take Yuri on Ice and
That seems
put
kinda tragic.
Concrete Revo. Yeah,
Kai is sad that his
Kai,
favorite
we
show
know
doesn't get to win in every category.
What about
Kai,
Amanchu,
we
though?
know how much you adore it, but
I mean, just gonna put
I
it out
don't even-
there. What about we put?
Can we
Amanchu
can we
opening
have
of them?
Kemp here just like moderate since he's so neutrally gray?
What if we put a Manchu over
Temp is
Concrete
alive.
Revolutio?
No.
No.
I would be fine with
Nope.
that. I think Amanchu deserves to be mentioned. It's really good.
Amanchu? Okay, I'd put it over
Did
Drifters.
Manchu
but
not win OST? I don't remember.
I'd put a Manchu over Drifters.
Yeah, but Manchu
Yes,
won
same.
OST.
Yeah, all right. I guess I can
mean,
live with that.
I understand where you're coming from because I really want to fight for Hikari Yare, but like, there's no way it's like,
Yeah, same.
Man, that was
Like,
such
it's
a
just not.
thing too. It was such a thing this year of the opening of Yuri on Ice. It was
I did not
was
like it as
singing
much
that
as
song at
everyone.
work. I
I
don't
didn't
know.
I didn't even like it
how
that
you
much the
guys-
first time.
Ah, and the visuals. All right, okay.
dude,
I mean-
Mother's Basement did an entire fucking video on one of Haikyuu's openings too.
Mother's Basement also thought the Magical Girl Raising Project was one of the best anime of the season.
Yeah.
I mean,
Which
I'm just
brings
saying,
us to our next category.
Oh, we lost Amanchu. Damn.
All right, I know
What
it's
the fuck?
sacrifices are made. It won OST, and I'm happy about that.
Can we just add Amanchu on the bottom? I'd like to.
All right.
Yeah.
So
Just top stakes.
So
why
listen,
not?
we're reviewing here the best OP and endings of the year. Best overall, Flip Flappers. Congratulations. Scorching Ping Pong Girls opening, Mob Psycho's opening, Drifters opening, and the Concrete Revolutio Season 2 opening.
Yeah.
All right. That brings us to our next category, which is worst anime of the year / biggest pile of shit.
All right.
Now,
can we
this
take,
is well, hold on. Let's not jumping the gun. I got to read all the
Get rid of
nominations
the meme
first.
one. Get
All
rid of
right.
the meme one.
So you guys are cute, but True Anime Discord and anime in general. I thought it was an alright year for anime in general.
Wait, I have
we-
one more to add.
We have Berserk, Big Order, Taboo Tattoo, The Magical Girl Raising Project, Myriad Colors Phantom World, Mayoiga. God damn it, Blake. I can't.
What the fuck is that there?
Put.
Behave
All right.
yourselves.
Concrete Revolutio, Sailor Moon Crystal Season 3, ReZero, Nanbaka, Girls Beyond the Wasteland, Izetta the Last Witch, Yuri on Ice, I don't know how to pronounce that, Joker Game, To Be Hero, and a bunch of meme shit. Final Fantasy 15, the Brotherhood OVAs. What the fuck were those? Those were real bad.
And Kingsglaive.
Oh, wait.
And Kingsglaive was really bad.
Hold on. Ace Attorney, Phoenix Wright,
Oh my god.
and RS Keikaku Rebirth Storage. I don't even know what that is.
Wait, I have one more to add.
Oh, is that the shitty Chinese?
Blood of Wars. Yeah, that deserves to be on this
Blood of
list.
Wars. Sure.
Yeah.
I don't even know what that is.
Was
It's
anybody
not
actually
good.
expecting anything out of that though?
No, but this isn't most disappointing. This is just flat out the
Oh,
worst.
true. Yeah, that's right.
I'm gonna go ahead and delete my hate for Sangatsu because that's
Fair enough.
relevant.
I completely forgot Ace Attorney existed.
I think Conrevo and Yuri.
Ace Attorney gets better, guys.
Ace
I
Attorney.
actually sit down to watch it.
Okay.
I think
Good.
Berserk
All
top
right, so
three.
stop yelling. So that
Yeah,
I'll
stop
speak
yelling,
in a
Hype.
second.
Berserk top three.
I think we should take off, Con Revo, because there's enough people who like it that it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
that was a meme. I think it was
Take
a meme.
Conrevo.
I don't like it at all, but I don't think it was
Same
that
with Yuri on Ice.
terrible.
Same with
Yeah,
Yuri on
Yuri, take that off.
I think
I
Phantom
also-
World should also go.
Yeah, I think
Phantom World should be
yeah.
up.
Phantom World should go.
Andy Zeta.
Izetta the
Okay,
Last
we're
Witch
gonna
was just
argue.
not that bad.
Taboo
ReZero?
Tattoo needs
Can
to
we-
be taken off.
Nah,
Can we take out Ace
ReZero-
Attorney? Ace Attorney really is not that bad. It gets a lot better.
Boy, that
Joker
first
game. I mean, it was not great.
Joker game.
but-
I think Joker game stays. Joker game is
Joker
great.
game stays.
I think you could
Uh,
take off Big Order.
I mean,
No,
I
they
I
don't
don't
make
think
it-
it's anywhere near as bad as all of these
I
other
don't think.
shows.
I don't think
Well,
it's
but
bottom
here's the
three.
thing. Should we really talk about what's the absolute worst show of the year? Or should we try to give it
Yes.
to something that actually matters and is
Or
still
like
really
something
bad?
that
No,
we
just the
finished.
worst thing.
Yeah, I suppose.
Just the worst thing.
Yeah,
If
the worst
that's
thing.
the case, then it just goes
That's
to
what
Berserk.
And I think
disappointment's for.
Joker game's still in the running.
I
I think
that.
someone. I think we should have it so that someone should have at least one person has finished.
I
actually wanted to
Disappointment.
defend one show. So
I want to defend
Actually-
Raising Project too, so.
Disappointment's kind of different from
I don't-
like
yeah, I
the
don't
worst.
think-
We
thing
already did
that's
disappointment. Yeah.
relevant.
I don't think Raising Project is the worst.
No.
Raising
like-
Project's pretty fucking bad.
It's the worst. The worst
so
one I saw.
bad. It's
Really
it's the
bad.
worst one I saw too.
Yeah, it's
leave
the
it on
worst one
here
I
for
saw.
now. Leave it on here
I
for now
agree.
because
No.
The worst one I
it
saw
really-
was Taboo Tattoo. That was fucking garbage.
so what can we
Okay,
take
I'm
out?
gonna defend that to the death. Taboo Tattoo
No, it's
isn't the
fucking
worst. It's
garbage.
pretty bad, but it's definitely not a pile of shit. And I'd argue it needs to be taken off.
Biggest pile of fucking
so
shit.
I'm gonna remove Salem and Crystal season 3. It was absolutely atrocious, but seasons 1 and 2 again are worse. So
Yeah, I mean, you're
I
the
c-
biggest hater, so
there
you
were-
don't think it's your.
there were some improvements made. It's not good, but it's still not.
Full disclosure, I just added Qualadiaco because someone took it off, and I nominated it before.
Well, I didn't, but the soundtrack is good enough that it shouldn't be here.
No, it's
It's fine
it's offensively awful.
No, but it's fine.
I think
to
it
just
needs to be
listen
talked
to it.
about.
Okay, I mean,
You think To Be Hero should really be on here?
yes, fuck it, the worst thing I've seen.
Can we really take off Ace Attorney?
Fuck
I don't think it's that bad.
I would be fine taking off this.
I think enough people like To Be Hero.
What is your
No,
argument
they-
for Ace
they like
Attorney?
it because they
Because-
watch it and make jokes about it. That doesn't count.
Let's not yell. Let's not yell.
Okay,
I
okay,
have
okay.
before.
I'm gonna attempt to be civilized here, and I'm gonna say Ace Attorney. Okay, so the initial airing of Ace Attorney is, I will agree, very bad. Like everything up to like episode 7 and 8, but it went for 2 core, and everything after episode 10, 8 and 9 are kind of like that treading line where it's like you feel like you should stay because it's getting better, and then 10 just really like picks it up, and like it's just like Ace Attorney all over again to me.
All right,
Yeah,
Hypest,
man,
if
that
you
10th
say
episode.
Yeah,
so
it's
I have,
just so long. It just
yeah,
takes so long.
like getting 9 episodes to get to the good part. That's not.
Yes, I don't know.
But if you
that
say it
doesn't
gets
make it
better,
bad. That doesn't make
yeah,
it the
okay,
worst.
yeah, if you say it gets
So-
better, we can take it off.
If there is
Like,
if there are
It's
shows
better
that
than anime that doesn't have a good part.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, so I don't know. I think the way to go about determining like the worst of the worst is since this is like a community effort of finding the worst, I don't think there should be shows that actually have people that like them on there.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
like To Be Hero.
Like even one person liking them makes them better than some of the shows on this list.
Yeah,
Can we at least let's
because that
time out.
means because
I
that
agree.
means they're at least better. That means at least there's more representation than literally everyone hating it.
Now, I agree with you. However, I do want to say something about Magical Girl Raising Project before you delete it.
Fuck you, but okay.
There was no point at which that show ever indicated it was trying to do something well. At no point did it have a goal. No point did it care to develop any characters. At no point did I think this show was trying to develop any characters or situations other than just to establish them and have them killed.
Because it's
It's
a tragic backstory mostly.
I guess.
My argument for that show would be that it has like the magical boy who's actually a girl, and just that makes it
Right.
not
Okay.
worth
That
it.
was a
And
cool
it-
character and a cool angle. Okay. Just
it
because that
also
exists.
has like lesbians, like actual lesbians. So
Yeah, but
The reasoning behind like it's once you descend so far as a show, like it gets to the point where like it's either everyone hates it or there's like a few people that kind of like it, right? So I think that like that's more grounds for the ones where everyone hates it. To
yeah,
kind of like
at the greater community at large, Raising Project is like pretty decently regarded on our anime and stuff too. So I know
Is
that's
it
not
really?
us,
Good
but,
God.
like,
well, I mean, yeah, I don't really think that should play a factor at all, but
well, I just mean like it's
if you wanna do that, then Yuri on Ice wins Anime of the Year.
yeah, which is disgusting to even think
Can
about.
somebody talk about Chie? Chie?
yeah. I
What the hell
didn't.
is this? What is this?
Who put that there is the question.
Dude, I don't know.
Okay, so let's get it out of there.
Delete this.
Maybe
Yeah,
they tried to spell it.
Maybe it's actually the
What
worst.
even is this?
Yeah, we don't even know what it is, so it's got to be the worst.
Yeah.
I can't find it. Is this
Boy.
real?
Okay.
It's probably an
so-
abbreviation for something. we
No,
don't know
it was.
what is.
It's someone probably was deleting Cadelia code or whatever,
Mm.
and then that
Yeah.
was like left over.
Oh.
Oh,
Okay.
that makes
Um,
sense.
Do we want to get some people talking about how bad some shows are, making some cases, and then people defending them? Huh? Anybody?
Group, let's get started on Joker game.
Oh my god, let's do it.
Okay, so
okay.
you can start.
I was just gonna say I've never felt like I was being treated like an idiot, like other than maybe Icon. Like, and this is like a runner-up for Icon as far as like a show that does not respect your intelligence.
It's bad.
Like a show that assumes you're so stupid that it thinks that it's entertaining in some way. Like, there's nothing to Joker Game other than like being told you're stupid enough to enjoy it.
Wow.
And what did it do to show that?
My issue with it when it was running was how bad all the mysteries were. Like, it was trying to be Keikaku Dori, but it was also trying to be hyper realistic, and you can't really do both. Because like, there's an episode where he's on the dude's on a train and he's trying to like get a message out, and apparently at the end of the episode he's had a fucking bird in his jacket as he's killing all these dudes the entire episode, and they try to play it off as ha ha, I'm so smart, I have this bird to send the message, but it was just so bad. Oh my god.
That's terrible.
Well, and the worst part is that like it thinks it's so smart by pointing out that you know, people that like there's something to war other than like materials, that intelligence matters. But like, it's so obvious, and it's trying to be realistic and talking about Japanese intelligence, which was terrible. Like, it's just there's just so many levels on which the show does not work.
Oh, Technobabble. Ugh.
My favorite was the one where they blow up the house.
It's filled with the thin film of flour, therefore it explodes violently.
Do you think we should take the Final Fantasy off there?
I don't care about Final Fantasy, so it's not worst for me. But for somebody who loves it or loves the game,
I was really into 15, so it kind of hit me as the problem.
I thought the shorts were okay, I guess.
I was disappointed by the shorts, but I don't think they're the worst.
I mean, just okay is better than worst piece of fucking.
We could throw it out there. We could get out of here.
They're not good. They're certainly not good, but they don't hang.
I don't know about King's Gate. I didn't see that.
I know Jiggles will defend 2B Hero, so he could probably take that off.
Yeah, you should probably take out 2B Hero. There's a few people that like it here, I think.
I heard it had really good Sakuga too as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was one guy that animated most of it, so.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Oh, just like TQ, who has only one animator and editor and everything, does the whole show.
Dude, I can't believe that show's still fucking airing.
Business model. They earn more per animated second than like a TV size, like a full length TV episode.
Here's where it gets difficult, I think. Just looking at these names is like.
Honestly, I would kind of fight Big Order because like.
Yeah, talk to me about Big Order.
Okay, so I didn't watch the show, but my partner did, and she really liked the show because it was more Mirai Nikki, except with JoJo stands apparently, in that it was just like it's another one of those. It's so fucking stupid, but like the things like there's a famous moment where the protagonist touches a girl's ribbon and she immediately gets pregnant, and
that sounds funny. That sounds pretty funny.
Like I said in the chat, I'll double up on taking it off because it was horrible in an entertaining way.
Yeah.
So.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's ironically good, like Sinful Gears.
It's just it's just entertaining.
All right. That's not what we're looking for here.
Okay.
Boy,
can we have?
I guess. Can I defend Taboo Tattoo for the same problem? It's just enjoyable, but.
Okay, it's not enjoyable. Okay, here's my opinion on it. Okay. Everything in that show is absolute fucking garbage besides the animation, and I think that saves it from being like the worst of the worst.
I feel like it embraces the fact that it's cliche and generic and just goes all the way with it. The main character's name literally translates to justice, and his whole like goal is just to be a hero of justice. And I feel like it goes completely over the top and just goes, but at the same time, it's still sincere about wanting to save everyone.
I just thought it was obnoxious.
And it's just a fun action show, too. I mean, it's not for everyone, and I do agree that it's kind of a bad show, but I really enjoyed it, and I think some people would enjoy it as well.
I guess my point earlier is that if there's actually representation here of people liking it, then there's no reason that it should be the worst of the worst.
Yeah, we've got.
I think it was bad, but I don't think it was 1 out of 10 bad. And I think some of these shows
It's-
are 1 out of
yeah.
10 bad.
It had probably one of the best fighting scenes of the entire season too. So there's that.
Yeah, that fight scene in episode 1 was fine.
Okay, I want to defend Quality Echo.
Of course
it's
you do.
wrong. It's bad, but the soundtrack is so good. I mean, it's the best, my favorite composer. So he
Yeah,
did
it's
like
really
Gatchaman
good.
Crowds, Gurren Lagann, Naragami. He's an amazing composer.
Okay, yeah, I'll put that.
And by the way, some scenes are actually good because of him. So the whole show doesn't actually suck. It has hype moments. Some dialogue flows well with the moment and the music. So it shouldn't be here. Yeah.
All right, we've got 3 left for the last place here.
I'd probably take
So
off
this
Nanbaka.
this
'cause it was
category is
kinda-
now a joke because Claudia is the worst anime by a country mile.
I would disagree. Like the music alone, yeah.
If it has some redeeming quality, then it can't be the
I would
worst.
take Nanbaka off, I guess, because I laughed at the first episode, even though I didn't follow it.
It's pretty bad though.
Yeah.
It was pretty.
But if it was bad enough to be entertaining, then it's still not as bad as. the
But
show
apparently
taking
not enough
itself.
to continue watching it.
Yeah.
There's
But
a lot of.
I mean,
it wasn't a show that like did it really take itself like seriously?
No. It was a complete. It was a pure comedy. So.
Like if you look at Joker Game, right, which probably was like, hey, we're trying to be a real spy show, and it was just like absolutely unwatchable and not entertaining at all. That's a
I
lot
would
different than watching a
honestly-
comedy.
No, but
Than watching
sometimes
a comedy,
it's
that's
just
funny
the worst
because it's
thing.
bad.
Now, sometimes a bad comedy is the worst thing ever, right? Like,
well, if we're taking things off for bullshit reasons, we have to take Nanbaka off because the character designs are so bad that I physically laughed out loud.
They look like clowns.
Those are fucking great.
Yeah.
They look like no, they look like Fujo's OCs to put into their freaking Black Butler fan fiction.
I think that's different than finding the show entertaining. Like laughing because it's like bad is different than like continuing to watch something because it's entertaining because it's so bad.
The thing was, I never cringed at Nanbaka like I thought I would.
Yeah.
It was terrible.
it's
Don't
not
get me
as
wrong. It's really bad, but I don't know if it's Joker Game.
So what
level
is
bad.
this Keikaku Rebirth? Something that I've
I don't
never
know.
heard of.
Ask Rand.
I watched it. It was it's like they tried to cram like 6 episodes worth of mecha cliches into one.
But was it worse
20
than Blood of Wars?
I don't know, but Keikaku had nothing of worth in it. It was just a bunch of cliches smashed together, rushed developments, if at all. And then even as like a CG hater, I feel like people who like CG would just despise it. It looks like complete garbage.
Talk to me about
Yeah,
Blood of Wars then.
It was just awful. Like I looked through my list and I apparently gave it a 2 out of 10, and I don't even know why that 1 point was given to it.
Yeah, it's a 1 out of 10. It's like a true 1
yeah,
out of 10.
it was just so bad.
That sounds pretty bad.
It's only 20
Am I
minutes.
gonna get to
I'll
trash
watch
Blood
it
of Wars
together.
now, though?
Please.
I mean, don't we have like the 3 worst?
We have 4.
Yeah, 'cause Berserk is.
Berserk is
Oh
goated.
shit. Yeah.
Honestly,
I would personally want to put Joker Game over Berserk
Me
because
too.
people actually
Yeah.
managed
Can
to
I
be convinced that Joker Game is good somehow.
can I argue the devil for Berserk here?
that means Berserk
Go
is
for
even
it,
worse,
guys.
right? Because no
Berserk
one
is fucking
can like
awful.
Listen,
It's
you.
bad.
It's so
I
bad.
know you have
so bad no one could like it.
I know you guys have all this vitriol for Berserk, and I know where it comes from, and I respect it, and I understand that it's
Just say what you wanna say.
just a ridiculous slap in the face to anyone who likes the manga or anything like that. I have not read the manga. I don't care about this. I don't like the aesthetic, and I don't give a shit about CG. I thought it was fine. I maybe would have
Even
watched
the
another
directing?
episode. I didn't know what the directing was. What was the problem with the directing? I thought it
You
was.
didn't see the
okay.
horse slide into the screen with no movement?
Oh, I must have missed it. I must have missed it.
Okay, I think Berserk should be on the bottom list, but I think Joker Game should be over it because at least Berserk
No.
like
Berserk has nothing redeeming about
has
it.
a real like it has like source material that at least
It
builds
has
the
its
story a
legacy.
little.
The
on other
stills
hand,
look
that also
cool.
kind of makes it worse.
The character
Yeah,
models
it
look
makes it
cool.
worse. No, because actually the legacy is everyone knew this was going to be bad going into it. So
Well,
like,
this isn't the
if
most
you
disappointing list.
yeah,
So.
yeah.
Yeah,
It was
it's
most
not
disappointing.
disappointing. It's the thing that you're sad it exists. I am sad. This is
Just
real.
like
Is anyone
joke-
excited for season 2 of Berserk?
Wait, they're doing that?
They're making a
hoping
season
it's
2.
canceled.
Fucking
Yeah.
kill me.
Wait, who said they wanted a season 2?
No
It
one.
was a split
It's
core.
it's planned.
Oh my
They planned
god.
it from the beginning, and now
It's-
they just have to take it.
I want to throw up.
I mean, they couldn't possibly do Berserk in 13 episodes.
All right, so we got to choose
Should
one
we
between
vote for it?
Blood of Wars and the other one.
We haven't
think
heard so much shit on Blood of Wars yet. Comrade, go.
Tom's got to talk about Blood of War.
Oh, Tom, let's go.
Yeah. Okay. So I've never seen something so horrifically incompetent my entire life. I'm literally not even joking. The show is it's basically just a giant pile of horrific tropes. It breaks even the most basic screenwriting rules by starting like the joke answer for like how do you explain your sci-fi plot at the beginning of a show is like you do a newscast about it. So the show literally starts with a newscast, and then the whole rest of it is this bizarre heist scene, which is absolutely disgusting. And I'll post this again because this is a scene right here which explains everything that's horrible about Blood of Wars. It's like a 10-second cut of a CG door opening while everything else on the screen is completely static. It is truly horrific. And this is just the first episode. I don't even want to know what the rest of it is.
I think we should possibly take off Rand's just for the fact that it's not even like been really heard of except for by Rand.
Both
but
me
then
and
it wouldn't be the worst.
Nia
the
watched it.
worst thing ever.
Like
It's so bad.
The
Wait,
Joker game.
who else watched it?
Nia.
Me. Joker game is better than it for the fact that Joker game, at least like the visual part of it, is okay.
Keikaku's not competent like in
I mean,
any form at all.
I think Joker Game is pretty gross as
Yeah,
well.
I'm not okay with
Yeah,
Joker Game not being on the list. It's
I
just
agree.
so
Yeah, I
awful.
think we should keep that on the list just for the fact that more people have seen it.
Actually, I think Berserk could be taken off. To be
Yeah,
honest,
I would take off Berserk.
Berserk sound design is actually not the worst thing in the world.
It's terrible. The sword doesn't sound like a sword. No, it's really bad.
Frying pan.
Everybody brings up the
Okay.
frying pan. I
Everyone
wasn't
brings
bothered
it.
by it. Didn't even
Everything
notice.
is bad about the show.
I mean the
Everything.
OST, like the actual OST, isn't the worst thing I've ever heard. Like,
Because it. No.
I think it's got a cool aesthetic too, and like a
No,
sort
it
of
doesn't.
cell shaded thing.
It's
I
not
like.
so
Yeah, but it doesn't
not-
add. It doesn't add anything to the like source
Look,
material.
No,
Well,
cool
even if
cell
it-
shaded is frickin' JoJo. No.
Time out.
Yeah.
Even if the whatever's good about Berserk comes in through whatever filter, through terrible filtration process, and is siphoned down into a little dot in the character designs or whatever, that there's still something redeeming about Berserk that looks kind of cool or is kind of interesting.
I mean, shit is redeemable, but it's still shit.
Berserk cell shading isn't consistent. Like you have some very flat, no textureless, like the characters, and then you have like Guts' arm, which is highly rendered, like realistically rendered, and it's so inconsistent that it stands out so much.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
we should
it's not
just take
rendered.
off
It's not cell
Rebirth.
shading. It's they have no textures. That's
Hey,
a shadow. Like,
Tom.
No, it's just some things have textures and some things don't, and it's
Yeah.
really inconsistent, noticeable.
Hey, Tom.
What?
What's worse between Blood of Wars and Berserk?
I've never seen Berserk.
Okay, if you were to take a stab in the dark based on seeing Blood of Wars, because I don't think anyone really else besides who else has seen Blood of Wars?
Me.
Has
I didn't
anyone
finish
seen
it.
both?
We should
Okay,
let
do
Nia
you think
pick.
it was worse? Do you think it was worse than Berserk?
Like I said, I don't know. Randa says yes.
Time out.
I'm,
We
I'm
should.
apt to agree with him.
Nia's the only
I
one who's
think-
seen everything. We should just let him pick this category.
No, I've seen everything.
Bruce said he's seen both.
Okay,
Yeah,
you
I've
guys
seen
go.
everything
Doing
too.
with your life, Nia? Come on, man.
Yeah, but I think you should just take off Rebirth because like it's
oh
not
no,
relevant.
no.
Like on my anime list, it's like just a bit over 1,000 people have even rated it. Like it's not relevant.
Okay.
Yeah,
You can find more shit that was posted online than
Yeah,
this.
I'm
Yeah,
sure
sorry, Rand.
Okay, that's
because there's probably something Rand like Shitcom that came out this year.
Yeah,
and,
exactly.
And then Joker game over Berserk for worst.
Yeah,
Yes,
I
please.
agree.
I like that.
No, I don't agree.
I don't agree. I don't agree.
Should we vote?
Because Joker
Um,
game is competent.
Let's do a
visually, at least.
popular vote.
Berserk
we-
actually has cool music. I don't know.
Should we go down the list?
Sure.
1-1 vote. Berserk or Joker game? Hype.
I don't know.
Okay.
Berserk.
Callipy.
Berserk.
Rice.
Wait,
No
which
vote.
is
Haven't
worse?
seen any.
Church.
I'm gonna go with Berserk.
Tessa.
Joker
They're
game.
succumbing to the memes.
I'm not voting.
Okay. Gru.
Obviously, Joker game.
Ats.
I haven't seen either.
Jiggle. He's not there. I vote for Joker game.
Jiggle.
Berserk didn't offend me. Nia.
Berserk.
Who's next?
Blake.
Blake.
Berserk.
Lenny.
Okay, that's 2/3 already. Basically
abstain.
2/3.
Rand.
I haven't seen Joker game.
And Gene.
Berserk.
And Tom.
I'm gonna go with I'll go with Joker game.
Oh, by a very close margin, Berserk is the worst anime of the year.
Yeah.
All right. Well done. Well done. We got through that
The
one.
proud
That's
owner
good.
of that title.
Yeah.
Even though I didn't vote, one thing that I want to comment about, like just from hearing you guys talk about it, it sounded like Berserk was like bad, but Joker game was like offensive. If you understand.
No,
what
Berserk,
I'm
kind of
saying.
Berserk was offensive.
We already went over that it can't even be the worst if there's something people like about it, and some people like the OST. So
Yeah, but who cares?
No, it's
Who
not.
cares about
It's
being
not.
consistent,
It's not the fact that
Like-
there was no.
People
It's,
like Joker game.
it's
but
not the fact that
that show's
there's
still
like.
awful.
It's not the fact that there's redeemable qualities. It's the fact that someone like actually likes the show. Not like that they still think it's bad, but it's not as bad as the others. Like if someone legitimately actually like really liked Berserk, like and thought it was like way better than like a bunch of other shows, then it would be more of a consideration than like if they still thought it was bad but just not as bad as
Are
Joker
we just
game.
talking about people who are like here, or like just in general?
Here.
Because I assure you
Here.
that there's
Here.
somebody on this planet for whom Blood of
Here.
Wars is their favorite show.
No. We're
Here's
talking
the-
about
I
here.
don't know.
This
All
is
right.
our true anime, so we're clearly talking about true anime.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
The popular opinion doesn't really apply.
All right, moving on. Worst of the year. Congratulations, I guess, to Berserk.
Congratulations.
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 Are we skipping Contessa's
Joker-
meme category?
Hold on, we have
No.
two.
No.
Time
No,
out.
no.
God, you guys chill the fuck out and let me MC this shit.
No.
Worst of the year. Berserk. Runners up. Joker's game. Blood of Wars. We have two meme categories coming up here, just before the big one. So Contessa, do you want to take this one away? You want to talk about this?
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, if it's
Okay,
her, that's
so this category, I distinctly chose it because there was a lot of gay shit this year, and when I'm talking gay, I mean like not some bullshit Yuri subtext, not some Fujoshi bullshit, but like actually like kind of queer stuff. And so I felt like I wanted to talk about this category this season or this year. Yeah, so we can start by taking off stuff. Super Lovers probably gets out.
Super Lovers is
Wait, no, wasn't it
ironically-
actually gay?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's they're actually in a relationship. So
Yeah.
But is it Fujoshi stuff?
no, well,
Is
I
that
don't know,
not
it seems
gay?
pretty
I mean-
gay to me.
Is the
I don't
criteria?
know. Does
Yeah,
the
what-
fact that Fujoshis would like it mean that it's not allowed?
Contessa, how would you like us to judge this?
Yeah, I'm not sure what the.
I guess I would rate it based off how prevalent is the gayness.
Most gay.
How real is the gayness? And I mean, I guess that's a little vague because something like Flip Flop is very real, or Yuri on Ice, I'd even say, is like really obvious on the gayness, even if it's not, you know.
Wait, super lovers are actually in a relationship though, aren't they?
Yeah, how's that not gay?
Yeah. Okay,
Yeah, they're
so
in a gay
Super
relationship.
Okay, yeah, I didn't watch Super Lovers, so you might be right. So, Pandora and the Crimson Shell is really gay.
Yeah, that one gets my vote.
We can take JoJo off. We can take Zeta off. Izetta is not gay at all. It's
They did kiss.
there's-
The girls
JoJo's
did.
just homoerotic. It's not actually
Yeah.
gay.
Yeah, yeah.
Izetta has a kiss against
Yeah.
Something that gets me
But
rock
that's-
hard.
Izetta doesn't have a kiss though.
It between two girls, yeah, it does.
It does.
What?
Not the two main girls, but a girl and another minor
Okay,
character.
that doesn't count.
It's probably not. It's probably not top 3.
Yeah, if we have other examples of characters that are actually in a relationship, then
But there are none other than those. Izetta is
Okay.
the gay.
I
The
think
gay.
you could take is the gayest characters this year are
Wait,
Nene, probably some.
I'm sorry. I was just gonna ask if ping pong girls, right? Isn't there gay girls in that?
Once again, it's like homoerotic and like sort of gay, but like it's not explicit. It's more Tanoshi. It doesn't play it for real, and the relationship isn't the basis of the show, right?
Okay.
So, like the show, Yuri on Ice, it obviously has the relationship part. Super Lovers does. Flip Flappers, I will defend to the fucking death. Pandora and the Crimson Shell is also about it. It's about girl meets girl. I think you could take the last two off the list there. Anti-Vierge is pretty gay, but like once again, it's not the basis of the show, and Raising Project is just a side couple. So
Sure. All right. So pick out of the our job. Pick top 3 out of these 4.
See,
Can
I
we
would
do a top 4?
I would cut
not do
Super
it.
Lovers here, but people, I need second opinions.
It's
because
legitimately gay.
I don't know who else watched Pandora, so
yeah.
I mean, I think that having a canon gay couple kind of puts it above.
Yeah, flip
flappers.
flappers.
Yeah, flip
I think it puts it
Flip-
above
But
flip flappers.
No, see
Yeah,
why
I agree.
why I liked Flip Flappers was that it spent like multiple episodes going over her Kokona's mind state. It felt like it was actually a coming out sort of story for me. So,
But
I don't think-
I
it's
don't think
Flip
it was
But
Flappers.
it's not. It's
Flip-
not clearly gay.
Yeah, Flip Flappers is so focused on the relationship between the two main characters, and it does that almost every episode, and that's clearly the focus
Yeah.
and the themes and the things. And
Yeah.
certainly that's a little gay too, yeah. But you're saying like explicit. You're in the face of 3 shows that have explicit gay relationships.
Yuri on Ice isn't explicit either, though.
Oh my god!
kiss
Yeah,
on the
it is.
ice.
Oh my god! Oh, you don't even go there.
They-
That's
You
that
can't
was-
sit there in good conscience and say
That was gay as hell.
Yeah, that was super gay. Yeah, I think
Okay.
everyone kind of agrees that
They give engagement rings. Engagement rings.
Wait, I was talking to my friend about this, and at first I was joking, but then it became kind of serious, and I was like, so at the start of the show, it's like both Victor and Yuri, like they're straight. It's like they like girls because they've said, oh, they've had girlfriends, and Yuri was gonna confess to that girl that owns the ice skating rink, and then I was thinking about like he likes Victor so much that it changed his like sexuality to being gay. And you can't just say I'm gay for one person, so I'm not gay. No, in fact, that makes you super gay. That you love one guy so much that you start being into guys.
Exactly.
So I was
that
like,
was my argument as well. Yep.
I was like, this isn't your regular everyday gay. This is advanced gay.
Yeah, that's extra power of gay. Yes.
I think everyone agrees Flip Flappers wasn't explicit.
Yeah, and Contessa, we know you love it, and like we'll get to it later in the last category.
And this is
but-
your award too, so I kind of feel bad, but like
Yeah,
I
if-
definitely would say that the other 3 are
the
more
only
gay.
one, Pandora the Crimson Shell. Can you explain what happened there, or how gay it is?
Okay, so it's literally the opening narration of the show says this is a series about girl meets girl.
All right,
and
we're
it's-
deleting Flip Flappers. That's
Yeah.
that's pretty fucking gay.
Between these 3, I'd probably
Pandora.
Okay.
It literally had two female robots, and she has to finger bang the
Super
cat
lovers.
robots.
Yes, they have
She does what now?
No, she
Yeah.
has to finger. Yeah, they have to finger each other to turn into their magical girl form.
Oh my god! How did I miss that?
Glorious. So it's basically
That
the
takes number
actual
1.
gay version of Gakuen HX8 is what you're saying.
I'm gonna look at
No,
this
well,
now.
it takes place in the Ghost in the Shell universe, so it actually has like a lot of like Ghost in the Shell shit going on.
Oh
too.
really? Jeez.
Yeah.
Contessa, you never told me about the show. What the
Yeah.
fuck?
I would have watched this. What are you doing?
I talk about this
That
good.
sounds, dude. That sounds like
No,
it's
you
right down Kai's alley.
No, this show is legitimately like good, but it went under everyone's radar for some god awful reason.
You should have said this before, and we will have watched it.
Yeah, what are you doing? Oh,
Okay, well,
Alright.
I will host a Pandora and the Crimson Shell rewatch. So
I never actually finished it, so I'm on board with that.
Okay.
Yeah, I vote that one instead. Yeah, I was gonna
Right,
vote
even
Super
though
Lovers.
Yuri on Ice was man, that argument you
Okay.
made for Yuri on Ice
Yuri
is
on Ice
very
is
good.
3. Yuri on Ice is 3. Super Lovers is number 2 in that argument.
Think so? Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
here's my argument against Yuri on Ice, and that's because they take the opportunity to make sure they have an out every single moment.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah,
when
I
they get the
don't like that
rings,
part
it's
either.
like
Yep.
right.
Yep.
Like they
So-
don't show the
Yeah, yeah, they don't show
cut before
lips.
the kiss and make sure that it's
Yeah.
and then like in the rings they explicitly say, "Oh no, it's not really engagement
Yeah,
rings. It's just a misunderstanding," and it
Yeah.
freaking kind of pissed me off.
That's why I said it wasn't gay and put flip floppers over it because
Yeah, I would
flip
I'd put
floppers.
flip flappers over Yuri.
I
would.
No.
There is no.
There's
no
text
kind
and
of-
there's subtext, and Yuri on Ice is gay text with straight subtext, and the other way
Just
around for
the
flip
simple
floppers.
fact that flip floppers is
No,
two
but flip floppers
Yuri
has-
on Ice is two guys.
They explicitly say in flip floppers, episode 7, like
They say.
okay, so the demon Papika is like, "Hey, do you want to fuck me?"
Yeah.
And she says,
She explicitly says, "You wanna
"Yes,
fuck me?"
but not you." Obviously, I'm
Yeah,
not gonna go
she's-
dig out.
She's figuring
But
out
she's-
what Papika she likes, and is it the sexual attraction to Papika, and she kind of rejects that one too.
No, she doesn't reject
Yeah,
it though.
she does.
says
She doesn't accept.
she rejects that Papika, but she doesn't reject. She this explicitly says,
Right,
"I
it's
like
more-
you like that, but not that Papika because it's not that. That was just a fragment of Papika." So.
Yeah. That's an aspect of
But-
Papika that she
but did they
likes too.
kiss?
Yes, and they didn't
Yes,
kiss.
but it's an
Did they
explicit.
kiss?
They fuck symbolically, isn't that enough?
Okay,
Yeah,
Subtext.
can we move on
See,
from
All right,
this?
we're moving on. We're moving
Literally-
on.
Okay, hold
Literally
on.
at the end.
I need to interject on behalf of the chat or of the text chat. Rand and Clearly are both asking that we return to the biggest disappointment and discuss why Yuri on Ice is not in biggest
Yes, me
disappointment.
too.
I'd agree.
Do you
with
want me
that.
to defend that? I'm not going to reopen the votes, but I will absolutely tell you why it's not.
Okay.
Can we go
Look,
back at the end?
Yeah,
the
let's-
viewers,
Yeah, we
the
go.
viewers will know that we are right. Fuck the list, anyways. The viewers will know.
Kai's fucking Nazi.
Okay, can we move on to the
Yeah,
main?
no,
we
sorry.
being recorded?
I mean, I'm not completely done Yuri on Ice, and I actually missed that part of the discussion. I mean, I guess it's
Yeah.
not super fantastic, but it's still good. Like, I'm still liking it. I'm like 11
Yeah.
episodes in.
It ended
Are you
9 out of
Biggest
10 for me.
disappointment.
Yeah.
And biggest disappointment doesn't mean it's bad. It means it's.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, like, going from like a 10 to like an 8 or a 7 isn't really, you know, like,
I
I'm
think
so
you mean
disappointed.
Yeah, that's how it was for
I
me.
think
yeah.
you mean going from an 8 to like a 5.
Yeah, 8 to 5
Yeah,
sounds
that's
good.
what happened to
It
me.
felt like a
And-
9 to like a 5. Yeah.
The fact is, there were shows that went from like 9s to 2s in the
But
show.
wait,
No,
which
Kumiko
show?
Yes.
was like a
Wait,
7
wait,
to a
wait.
2 to me.
Wait,
Okay,
which
anyway.
show? Which show
Nine.
went
Yeah,
from a
which
9
one?
to a 2?
Our three
That's
winners are Kumamiko, which went from a
Kumamiko
9
is like
for
a
a
7
2.
or a 6 at best.
That
And,
started. That
Under-
started at like a 7, 6.
No, why
and then
is
it went
Under
down
the
to, like,
Dog on there? Like there was no
Are you
hype for
kidding
that
me?
anyway.
Are
so-
you
No, there
kidding
was.
me?
It-
There
that
was a
one I-
whole
that one I agree with.
Kickstarter campaign. There was a whole.
That one I agree with.
Oh no, man.
Under the Dog wouldn't exist without hype. Like it wouldn't.
Yeah, it was pure
It
hype.
would. Yeah.
Yes. I think Under the
At
Dog
least in-
deserves to be there.
Yeah, that one
Yeah.
I agree with, but I don't really care. I don't know about Kumamiko, and
Yeah, I
I was
Yeah,
more
I don't think
disappointed
they're-
in Yuri than Erased.
I don't think
Kuma
there-
Miko was fucking AIDS. Let me tell you.
All right.
That
Yeah.
was the most disappointed I've ever felt.
Yes.
Bad. Moving on. So Contessa's award for most gay show presented by Contessa goes to Pandora and the Crimson Shell for the gay Yuri robots, and then Super Lovers and Yuri on Ice for accurate portrayals of male. Well, maybe not accurate, but realistic portrayals of male relationships.
Super Lovers is pretty accurate.
All right.
Wait,
That sounded really
Love-
rapey. That was
love don't
really,
know no
really
age.
rapey.
Yeah, maybe once you get older, Gru.
Yeah, you know
Can we
from
move on?
I'm
experience.
as old as the older guy in the.
So our next category
Yeah, the
is
next category is
2016's 2017 Anime of the Year. This
So it's gonna
category
be-
is my personal pet that we can use to discuss which show at the end of the year next year we will look back and say this was my anime of the year.
So shows, not movies, then.
No, I put in movies specifically.
Yeah, it's the Yuasa movie.
Okay.
Yeah, but we're combining the two, right?
What
Yeah.
about the Yuasa
Man.
show?
Yeah, because Violet Evergreen is a movie. Violet Evergreen's a movie.
Evergarden?
Evergarden, I mean, sorry. Yeah.
No, it's gonna be a TV show.
Explain the category again. What's the difference between this and actual anime of the year?
No, this is what we think next year.
This is predictions. This is
Yeah,
predictions.
These shows aren't out yet. We haven't seen them, so that's the only
Before we
difference.
start, Fate Extra is it next year?
Oh yeah, that we should remember Fate Extra.
Disqualified.
Yeah, it's winter 2018 or something.
Yeah, it got delayed to next year.
All right, let me read these. Let me read these suggestions.
Okay.
We have
Next
the Dragon Dentist. We have Violet Evergarden. We have Little Witch Academia, the series. Kobayashi Sanchi no Maid Dragon, the Maid Dragon show from Kyoani. We have Symphogear season 4. We have Sakura
just remove
Quest.
that?
Yeah, well, in a minute. Yuri no Mikashi Arukeyo Otome. I don't know what that means.
That one. That's the one.
We don't translate that. All right, Nekopara. That's the video game with the cat maids, right?
Yes.
Rest
Yes.
of the
Why
ancient,
is this here?
the rest of the Ancient Magus Bride OVA.
Ancient Magus Bride
Despera Never Ever. What is that?
That's the Abe
That's a
one.
joke. That's not coming out next
Okay.
year. We should take it out.
Code Geass season 3. Oh
Yeah, it's not
boy.
confirmed, so we should-
Oh boy. Super Lovers season 2. Man, you guys went to town with this one. Sangatsu. I mean, that feels like cheating. Let's remove that
Yeah,
one.
I kind of feel. Think
One Punch Man season
I mean,
2.
but if Sangatsu's cheating, so is Ancient Magus Bride, though, because it's
Yeah.
started airing.
Well, then Kizu's cheating too. So.
Yeah, cheating. Let's get all these off here. We have the ACA
I mean, it's
13
nice.
Q
But then all the second
Kansatsu.
seasons are too.
13Q Kansatsuka.
Legend of the Galactic Heroes remake. Boy.
Gengai Yu Densetsu.
Kekai Sensen season 2. Rakugo season 2. Boku no Hero Academia season 2. Space Brothers season 2.
No, it's freaking. That's
What?
wrong. That's Eccentric
That-
Family. That's Eccentric Family.
Yeah, it's Eccentric Family.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Ten
Space Brothers
Kazoku.
is Uchu Kodai.
Oh boy. Adam the Beginning. I don't know what that is.
A reboot of.
Astro Boy.
Ballroom A Yokuzo.
It's gonna be so good.
I don't know
I'll
what
talk
that
about
is.
that. I'll talk about
The
that.
Pokemon reboot. Pokemon the first movie, right?
Yeah.
Right. Heaven's Feel. That is Shingeki
That's
no
Fate Stay Night.
Bahamut. Oh, okay. Shingeki no
Someone-
Bahamut,
someone
Virgin Soul,
pasted Joker.
and Attack on Titan season 2. All right. So guys, you wanna
so
take off
first let me
things?
ask.
Yeah.
If
I thought we
Sangatsu.
escaped Joker game, dude.
Okay,
Oh,
so
I tried to copy the arrow, but my control V had something else.
All right. Serious.
Okay, I
Go ahead,
have to
Nia.
ask a question first. So if we remove the latter half of Sangatsu, why do we have all these second seasons?
Oh, because those were like
Sangatsu
separate productions.
Yeah,
Sangatsu
was always
is
gonna
like
be-
it's just split core. It's not like a second
It's
season.
like it's not
Do-
split
do-
core because it's.
Let's just keep going.
Do you know what
It's
split
just-
core means?
Oh, never mind. Yeah, it's just a
Okay.
double length core, right?
Yeah, but
Like-
but do you believe that Boku no Hero Academia season 2 will be any different from the first one?
No,
I
and
just
that's
threw
why
it in
we're
there
gonna
for the hell of
delete
it.
it.
The first season was good, so why wouldn't you be excited?
Like-
Boku
Yeah.
no Hero Academia isn't on this list yet, and that's a crime.
It is
Uh,
on there.
Pick-
Actually.
pick- no, someone deleted it because I think because I read the manga and it progressively gets better.
Yeah. I'm not talking content, but I'm talking production. So if
Okay.
Sangatsu is in production right now, and therefore you won't have it for next year because it's the same production, I'm just saying
It's
that the production
because
for
it's
Boku
still
no Hero
airing.
Academia,
No.
like, why would it be different?
It's
Okay, the
because it's
difference
still
is that
airing right
Sangatsu
now.
is just like a week difference, right? Like it aired last week, next week, and it just keeps going. It's the same season, even.
I think there's a technicality here
This-
that you're
this is
picking at
stuff
that
that's-
doesn't need
This
to
is
be
stuff
picked
that's
at.
this
It's
is stuff that's
continuing.
premiering next year.
Split Cool would be fine, but
Yeah.
I just think it's like it doesn't really matter.
So let's stop talking about it.
I mean, the essence. I think the essence is like, is the weight itself.
No,
Like the
split
looking
schools are
forward
different,
to, Like you can look forward to like the next week of Sengatsu, but it's different than looking forward to like the next season of Boku no Hero Academy, which is still
Yeah, but this category is what's gonna be the best anime next year.
Yeah. Okay. So the difference is also many of these shows like
because it
Code
doesn't
Geass-
count. It doesn't count as an anime of next year. It counts as an anime of this year.
No, it
we
does.
counted
Like Code Geass,
once.
for example, that one wasn't planned. That's like a new thing.
I think what you're getting at is that the spirit of the category is something fresh and new, and if it's just a continuation of the show from this, it feels like not in the spirit of the category.
No, I think.
So I don't think they're as strong.
I mean, they are fresh and new because we haven't seen them for a year.
Many we haven't seen for 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. Sangatsu we haven't seen for a week.
I don't want to continue to argue about this. I don't think it's meaningful.
We all know that you don't want to argue about it, Kai.
Yeah, well, the meaning isn't like you don't think it's important, but there are people arguing about it. So,
but why did you out Marcus Bright then? Like it hasn't been just a week.
Wait, what?
Ancient Magus Bride OVAs.
Yeah, it was taken off because it started airing this year.
I don't even know what that is.
All right, you can put those back on there if you want.
It's OVA for like this manga that's like pretty fucking good, but like penis. Because it was yeah.
How about instead of bickering about definitions, we just like start talking about?
Yeah, I'm trying to be here all night.
Yeah. All night. It's 2:30 for me now.
Sorry.
I've been here for the last 5 hours.
How do you want to do this? You want to start taking them away? Or you want to?
Yeah, I'm gonna start off by saying that we should take out Kekai Sensen season 2 and just basically any ones that like aren't really like
huge
Attack
news.
on Titan season 2, like
yeah, who cares?
They're
you know
gonna
what
be more
I'm
the
saying?
same.
Like, yeah, ones that like like might be like decent, but probably aren't gonna be the best of the year.
Yeah.
Excuse me, Symphogear is probably most likely going to be the best show of next year.
I didn't say Symphogear.
I want to leave Symphogear on for now because there's such a gap between season 3 and season 4.
And then and like
It's the Yuasa one.
Shingeki no Bahamut,
It's
like
Yuasa.
That's a completely different show.
I'm hyped for that personally.
No, it's not. It's season 2.
Yeah,
Virgin Soul is season 2.
No, wait, no, there's
it's a completely different
yeah, it's a different show.
characters.
It takes place in the same universe years
has the
later.
same
It has the
characters.
same characters. It just has a new protagonist.
No, I think there's legitimately
There's only 2 returning characters, aren't there?
There's some returning characters.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no,
there
there's
are.
a season 2, and then there's this. I think there's 2 separate ones.
No, that one already came out.
No,
The other
Virgin Soul is the second season. There's other Bahamut stuff, but this is the second season.
Nia is actually right. Yeah, I just did the research.
I mean, I bought all the merchandise for the first one. Yeah, I'm right.
But
Okay, so
do
I
you
think
still
we
think
can-
it'll be the best though, or
Yeah.
like in the top 3 for the best? I
Yeah,
guess.
we're hyped for that shit.
Probably for my personal enjoyment, it is. But I mean, I'm fine with cutting it because it's not gonna have the same appeal that a Yuasa movie is gonna have.
Yeah.
We can cut
Is
other
Yuasa
things
just going to win this? Like, can we talk about that real quick?
No.
Boy, I've got some horses in this race.
Obviously, Kai is gonna disagree.
I disagree as well.
But what did Yuasa do?
Oh my god.
Oh yeah, let's laugh at an honest question. Come on.
He did.
Kaiba.
Ping
Ping
Pong
Pong
the
the
animation.
animation to
Oh,
Tommy.
okay, that's that guy. Okay,
Mind
yeah.
game.
Gotcha.
The goat.
The
for lack
goat.
of a
Yeah,
better term.
I don't like him as much as you guys like him, but yeah.
Have you ever even watched any of his shows?
No.
God, 3 episodes into Ping Pong the animation. I think it's pretty
Oh, stop it. Kai.
So now we all know that we can
So,
definitively
okay.
reject Kai's opinion.
Okay.
Okay,
So
but
do you
for real, guys.
Kai, do you think that LWA should be a top 3?
Yes.
I think
that
people
right?
are
I don't believe so.
No,
I think it will be well
it's-
executed.
It's Yuasa, Uchoten Kazoku season 2, and one more that I don't
Violet Evergarden.
Symphogear.
Probably
No,
Dragon
not
Dentist.
Symphogear.
Probably Dragon Dentist.
Violet Garden.
I don't know. The OVA was okay.
Violet
It's fine,
Evergarden.
but I don't think it's the.
Yeah, I'm not hyped
Maybe the year.
about that. It looks like
Can we take out One Punch Man season 2?
yeah.
Yeah.
Tsurumaki didn't direct the OVA. Tsurumaki's directing the.
I'm pretty
the show.
excited for One Punch Man season 2, but I guess
Okay,
I could
we
see.
can take
I
out
guess
like
I guess I
Sakura
could
Quest.
see why.
Can we take out Sakura Quest?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm down with taking
that's
out
rush.
Sacrifice.
That's rush.
We could also take out ACCA, I think.
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah,
nobody knows
Yeah.
anything about
I read
it.
some of the manga.
I think it could.
Adam the beginning.
Adam the beginning, yeah.
There's literally.
Ballroom
It's
Iyokuzo.
a continuation.
Okay, I will talk about Ballroom Iyokuso.
Yeah, I heard that was pretty good. I heard that's pretty
Ballroom's
good.
great.
It's oh my gosh. Okay, so
Hype,
like
stop
I'm gonna
yelling.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna do my spiel.
Lower.
I'm doing a quick spiel. So what it is with Ballroom Yokuso is that it takes a lot of the spirit from Hajime no Ippo, which is a boxing anime or series, and basically what it is that it's about ballroom dancing, and it uses like, because I'm comparing it to Hajime no Ippo. If you have seen it before, you get the idea. But if you haven't, then it's kind of like the main character has a goal in mind, and he goes through basically it's a typical sports anime, and it will go through the usual formula. You'll go against like these new opponents, and then what it really does good is characterizing all the opponents that he goes against, and his character slowly builds up throughout it. It's just really well executed is my biggest thing. And to see it animated by Production IG, because they did Haikyuu, I'm really excited because, you know, as we've argued before with the animation for Haikyuu, it's very snappy, it's very engaging. So I'm really happy for that.
Sounds good. Do you think it's the top 3 most anticipated show?
Wait, what show?
Ballroom Yokuso. It depends on how, because the thing is like, I will give it top 5, but probably not
I
top
don't think
3.
nobody else will.
I'm pretty excited for it actually.
Yeah,
From what I
I'm
saw,
super
it was,
excited.
It's being done by IG, right?
Yeah, it's done by IG.
IG, and then it's got the same. Looks like it's got the same like art director as Haikyuu, or the same artist that worked on Haikyuu.
All right, guys, this is getting a little.
You know what else IG did?
Yeah, we're not getting
We're
anywhere.
not cutting anything, so
We can cut Legend of the Galactic Heroes. That probably because it's not gonna live up. It's not gonna live up. Like,
Does anyone really care about the Pokemon movie?
I don't.
No.
Episode epic. That's never happened again. Like,
I do love it.
there's no way.
I think
I'll cut it.
I think we can get rid of OPM season 2, even though I'm personally
Yeah.
really hyped for it.
Yeah.
And I think we can get rid of Code Geass season 2.
Can we get rid of the
Yeah.
Maid Dragon? Can we get
I
rid
think
of the Maid
CG
Dragon?
season 3. Okay.
What
I mean,
about
I'm not
Bahamut?
against taking
If
it off.
If Maid
No,
Dragon
no, no.
is
Maid Dragon is gonna be better than Violet Evergarden.
no,
Maid Dragon's
Violet
not
Evergarden.
gonna.
I agree with.
Maid Dragon is gonna be the next Phantom World.
I think we can get rid of Dragon Dentist too.
Maid Dragon's
Yeah.
really good though.
Maid Dragon
Maid Dragon's really good.
If Maid Dragon is Nichijou, then I'll be in on it, but I don't think it's
Yeah,
going
I
to be.
mean,
If
Maid
you-
Dragon is directed by Ishihara. He's directed by Yasuhiro Takemoto. He's like the best director in anime right now, and I don't think we should delete that.
I was gonna say, if you have seen, I don't understand what my husband is saying. It's by the same author as that, and the comedic timing in that is
show
really
is
good.
fantastic.
Yeah,
Also,
it's really good. It's really good.
It's not that good though.
Top of 2017.
Don't take Symphogear off. Maid Dragon's most likely to win the best gay award
Wait,
next year. So.
why can't we take Symphogear off?
Because I fucking love Symphogear.
Is it
But
just
it's
you?
like
vote.
it's
Yeah,
pretty
that's
much like universally like,
Yeah,
hated.
okay.
What's up with
Listen,
Little Witch Academia? I'm
What's up
excited
with
for
Little
it.
Witch Academia? Are you
It's
kidding
in my
me?
top 3.
Oh
Personally.
no, it's well
5.
executed. I don't think it'll be amazing. I think it'll be really well done.
I mean, the movies were like some of my favorite pieces of animation.
I mean,
Yeah,
it's
I don't-
directed by like legendary animator. I
Yeah.
don't think we should take it out.
There's
Okay.
nothing I'm more excited for this year than Little Witch Academia.
Can we take out My Hero Academia?
Yeah, please.
Yeah.
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 Can we take out Heaven's Field because nobody cares but Rush?
I care.
I care about it.
I
but
care, but
also-
not a lot.
I don't
I
care
think
I think
about it.
that
think you're
I'm fine
underestimating
with
how many
removing
people
it
watch
because
Yeah,
Oh
I'm
my God,
underestimating
this
how many
fucking-
people's
This category
bad
is going to
like
shit.
Fate.
I'm
All right,
actually
let's-
decently excited for Heaven's Feel.
Yeah, that might be
Yeah.
like top 3 for me.
Yeah, that's my top one.
Let's stop this now because I think it's
can
I
we
think
stop
cutting.
talking over each other?
Yeah.
Just
Yeah.
There's like 17 people in here.
That's not gonna happen.
Um,
I'm
I
gonna.
mean, starting to talk while other people are talking, like that's retarded. Come on, that's like actually autism.
What? I can't hear you.
Oh no,
Yeah.
no! I just muted Rice. What am I gonna do?
All right, calm down. I think that cutting is really hard in this category because people are excited for a lot of things, and so I want to put a top 3 of the Yuasa. Is that a movie?
Yes.
Yes.
I want to put Violet Evergarden and Little Witch Academia, and I want you to tell me who else or what should we swap.
Uchoten for Violet Evergarden.
Agreed.
Man, did you see the?
I
Has
agree.
everyone seen the PV of Violet Evergarden?
Yes.
Very pretty.
We have seen it.
It doesn't
Are you
matter
kidding
because
me?
Uchoten Kazoku is like freaking amazing.
You know what else we saw about a
Did
year
you guys
ago?
talk about Violet Evergarden?
Oh, I'm doing it now. What do you
We
want to say about it?
we saw Yuri on Ice's PV like a year ago, and it
All
looked
right, calm down,
fantastic.
church. Calm down, church. Calliope, what did you want to say about Violet Evergarden?
Making a point.
Oh, I just wanted to hear what you had to say about it because I
Can
don't
you
know
stop
anything about
talking
it.
people down?
I don't have anything to say about it. We can cut it if you want.
All right, here's what we know about Violet Evergarden.
Violet Evergarden has the worst Kyoani director working
Yes,
on
it
it.
has the worst Kyoani director.
Okay.
Why would you like?
Who's directing?
The guy who did Kyokai no Kanata.
I haven't seen
Yokai no
it.
Kanata, yeah.
Is it Ishihara?
No.
No, it's the fourth guy that nobody cares about.
Oh.
Okay, so what's the third here?
Choten.
Choten, yeah, I'm down
No,
with.
I think Heavensfield. I think Heavensfield is probably gonna be.
I'm
bigger
down with
than
you,
that.
Chosen.
Heaven's Feel is my number 1, but I will make a case for removing it in the sense that I feel that none of the Fate Stay adaptations so far, like they're not good as a standalone. Like as
Yeah, I
people have
guess.
said, like Unlimited Blade Works is not as good as Fate Zero, but like Fate Stay as a whole is probably better than Fate Zero. So if we're talking about like just as a standalone, I don't mind taking Heaven's Feel off.
Yeah, it's also my number 1, and I think Rand is also more excited for it. I think it's gonna
my
be
number 3.
split even. Yeah, it's my number 1, number 3, and number 1 of Rice, and Rand is also more excited. I think. Yeah, the Rand list makes sense. I think.
All
It
right.
seems like there's more people excited for Chosen Kazoku than Heaven's Feel.
I think we should vote if that's the case.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you want to? Okay. Heaven's Feel, Uchido, Kazaken. Oops. Shit.
So
Did I
what's
just
with Rakugo season 2? Because I've only heard good things about season 1, but then it seems like no one cares about it now.
Becomes a
These
parenting
other
work.
shows are even better.
Okay.
All right, we're going through the vote for the third on this category. Hype.
Uchoten.
Okay, somebody else mark these because I can't do.
I'll do it. I'll do it.
Calliope, what's your vote?
Heaven's Feel.
Rice.
Heaven's Feel.
Church.
Between which two? I'm sorry.
Uchito Ken Kazoku and Heaven's Feel.
What's Uchoten?
Yeah. What's the translation?
Family. It's the eccentric family.
I don't have an opinion on the topic.
Clearly talking.
Uchoten.
Tessa.
Eccentric, the one.
Cal.
Uchoten.
Gru. Okay, he was very far away from his mic, but I heard Uchitan.
Yeah, sorry, I was getting a drink of water.
Okay, yeah, I don't give a shit. Kura? Kura's not here.
Okay.
Nia?
Uchoten.
Lenny?
Uchoten.
Rand?
Heaven's Feel.
Temp? Hi, Temp.
I would marry Tomohiko Morimi if I could.
So Uchoten.
Gene?
Pass.
Tom?
I also have no opinion.
Okay. No, Uchitan Kazoku. On
Yeah.
the list.
I haven't seen the first season of Eccentric Family, and I never finished Unlimited Blade Works, so.
All right, so that finishes up that. Well, we have to pick the number 1. You guys gonna fight for Yuasa over Little Witch Academia?
Yes.
It's Yuasa.
Yes, Yuasa.
Yuasa's worst work is better than the Little Witch
Boy.
Academia short.
Boy, I don't think so at all, and I didn't like any of his things really. So
You haven't really given him a
okay.
chance.
I mean,
Kai never gives anything a chance.
I tried to give Tatami a Galaxy a chance twice. I've watched that first episode, and it just talks so fast, and I don't want to
Well,
read
that's a lot
that,
of
and I
time.
can't.
Just try the second one.
As soon as it
It's not
gets a
as
dub, I'll watch it.
It's never getting a dub.
It's never getting a dub.
Well, then I think that's a negative.
It's not a negative.
If it's
That's
undubbable,
ethnocentric.
All
whatever.
the
That's
bickering aside,
Yeah.
anime of the year.
That's ethnocentric.
all right.
Yeah.
We'll see. A Little Witch Academia. Okay, whatever. All right. 2016 2017 of the year. Yoru wa Mijikashi aru Keiyo Otome. Little Witch Academia and Uchi Ten Kazoku Season 2 as runner-ups. You guys want to take a break? You want to go right into it?
Let's go right into
Let's just
it.
finish it off, man.
get
Just
it
finish it
over.
off.
All right.
Yeah.
The
All right.
nominations for 2016's
Five, right?
Anna,
top
May.
10.
We do in top 10. Yeah, we're going to rank them in order, too.
Okay.
All right.
I'm gonna delete Shonen Maid because I
Hold
added it as a meme, even though I do like that show.
Okay.
All right. Hold on. Let me read it first. Anime of the Year nominations. Erased. Saze-san. Space Patrol Luluko. Girlish Number. Super Lovers. Hibike Season 2. Mob Psycho 100. Flip Flappers. Occultic 9. Rakugo. March Comes In Like a Lion. Yuri on Ice. Concrete Revolutio. Mayoiga. Hayaku Season 3. Boku no Hero Academia. Konosuba. Mobile Suit Gundam Thunderbolt. And Amanshu.
Let's take Saze-san
So-
off.
Yeah.
Okay, so we
Let's also
have,
get rid of Erased.
So,
I don't think anybody.
Anybody gonna fight for Erased?
Nope.
I'm not gonna
Mayoiga?
personally fight for it, but
Is Rush here?
we- it seems we have
No,
around.
no rush.
Yeah,
bad.
just narrow it down to top 10.
Yeah, we have like 15 right now, 16.
Super Lovers. Anybody gonna fight for that?
No.
No.
Memes.
That's a meme. Memes.
I like it, but it's not top 10
Um,
material.
Anyone gonna
Uh,
fight for Mayoiga?
I would.
Like Will.
Blake.
Yeah, play kind of like. Is there anybody else that's on
Occultic
Mayoiga's
9?
side?
Will anybody actually fight for Occultic 9
I'll
for
fight
best
for
Top
Top
position?
10, yes.
I will,
Occultic
yes.
10
Top
is.
I
10.
think
Okay, never mind.
Occultic 9 should be off, but okay, we'll have that
No,
fight
keep
later.
it on.
It's
Um,
top 10. It's top 10.
Wait,
Kono-
are we keeping Mayoiga?
I mean,
If-
for now, I think it's
If
terrible.
Blake's the only one who likes it, like we should cut it.
I don't want to finish
I
the.
like it too.
Watch the. Okay, there we go.
All right.
Girlish Number top 10?
No.
Yeah. Oh my
Yeah.
I
God.
think
Yes.
it
Are you
can
kidding?
stay. I want it to be gone though.
All right. What about Konosuba? That seems.
We can take
Konosuba
it.
stays.
We could
It
scrap
can
it.
go. It's pretty bad.
Does anyone like it that
Oh,
a
whoa, whoa,
lot?
whoa,
Like
whoa,
I know
whoa.
people like it, but I don't know if people like it a lot.
Tom likes it and doesn't a Blake like it
I
too?
mean,
I
I'm
like
not gonna
this.
fight
I
super
wouldn't
hard
put
for
it-
it, but I don't think we should take it off so flippantly.
It should
It's-
be there, yeah.
okay.
I don't
I
Alright,
we can put
alright,
them on like at
alright.
the bottom or something.
All right. We'll leave it on for now.
Yeah, we
I'll-
can
I'll
start
move some of the
sorting
stuff
these.
You want to sort them? I think.
At least the bottom. At least
Wait,
the bottom
please.
ones for
Okay, please don't delete anything from now on. What was that one that was just deleted?
I didn't
Can you
delete. I
put that
just
back?
dragged it.
Okay.
I just dragged it.
Gotcha. All right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's
don't
sorting.
delete anything from here on out. Boy, what do you guys want to do? You want to do like top 5 kind of locks, like higher end, and then kind of sort the bottom end too?
How
Yeah.
about best 5 and then 5
I'm gonna
honorable
fight tooth and
mentions?
nail for Rakugo top 5.
Or just put this list in order.
We know what's first and the rest doesn't matter.
So I think there's a couple that stand out to me as kind of locks, like Space Patrol Luluko. I think that's in the top 5.
I agree.
Please.
Nah, I don't agree.
Please.
Wait a second. Flip Flappers is. Oh, there it is. Never mind. I'm dumb.
Yeah.
I think Flip Flappers top
yeah,
5.
Flip Flop
Yeah,
is easy
I
top
think
5.
there's a big
I would say
split.
Mob Psycho is a shoe in for top 5.
I say Rakugo
Yeah.
for top 5 for sure.
Rakugo.
Rakugo's
Sangatsu?
Yeah, Sangatsu as well.
Yeah.
I think that's actually a really solid top 5.
And I would say Concrete Revolution, maybe.
No.
That's
It's-
for me
it's
too,
very-
but I can understand why it wouldn't be.
Yeah, it's very divisive here. I honestly think that's like a really good like top 5 in terms of like.
I don't
sorting the
agree
best
with-
from the rest.
I don't agree with Luluko in top 5.
Yeah.
I mean, nor do I.
Really? Okay.
That's
Well, let's
interesting.
bump it.
I
Let's
would
bump it
put-
down to the top.
Hold on, I think we
put
should.
Occultic 9 over that.
I think we should define like an upper echelon and like a lower echelon.
That's what I'm
Like,
trying to do. Yeah.
that's what
Yeah,
we're
not
doing.
necessarily like 5 and 5 necessarily.
Yeah.
Bucket sort.
So like these top 4 so
I
far.
think-
Everyone agree?
Yeah, I think Space
Yeah.
Patrol, Luluko, and Hibike are kind of linkers here.
Agreed.
I would
Maybe
like
drop
Uh,
PBK
in the middle.
personally.
I could
haven't
drop
finished
PBK lower. I could drop PBK lower, but let's see what you want to put over it.
I personally would say Haikyuu, but I don't think anyone else would really, besides maybe Mia.
I really like Haikyuu, but the third season, I definitely had problems with it. One of the main problems was that besides the whole thing against Ushijima, every other player just felt like some kind of gimmick that they shoehorned in just to kind of fill in time. I actually liked it a lot less than season 2.
Like
season
like
1,
which
so.
character, for example?
Like the guest blocker and the like second.
I think the guest blocker is really well written, personally.
If you replace Haikyuu with Scorching Ping Pong Girls, I'd put it in top 10.
Okay. Well, we'll bump it down. Bump it down.
What's
That's
the
kind of saying.
Oh, go ahead.
What's the ranking for Manchu?
It's in my top 10.
I don't think it makes it.
Yeah, it's in mine, but I think it
It's
can
in
miss.
my top 10 as well.
It can go in and out, yeah.
Like, yeah,
There's no way Haikyuu
We'll
is
leave it.
worse than Mayoga.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then Boku no Hero Academia is another thing that's just sitting there.
Yeah, I don't.
No,
Does anybody feel super strongly about that? Like,
I feel
think-
super strongly about it, but I guess I understand if you don't consider it
I
higher
think-
I think
echelon.
Tom likes it.
I think it does definitely deserve to be on the top 10.
I like it a lot, but eh.
I think it's as good as CBK.
ooh, I think
What is?
Girlish Number is much better than Boku no Hero Academia.
I think Hero
I didn't finish it.
Academia is like around maybe 6 or 7 for me, personally.
I guess it's just I prefer shonen over slice of life, but so I guess it's just my kind of thing. It's not necessarily the best.
All right, where would you put Mobile Suit Gundam Thunderbolt?
That's pretty good for Rain list.
I thought Thunderbolt was pretty good. It's in
I
my
like-
personal top 10.
Thunderbolt is like top 5 for me personally, but I don't mind as long as it's in the top 10. That is what matters to me. I think it's better than Hibikek.
Yeah, I feel like all the people here that have seen Thunderbolt think it's really good, which is really saying
I didn't like
something.
it.
God, what if
Who
we
who didn't like it?
No, yeah, I watched it for the jazz though, and I wasn't a big fan.
Hear me out. What if we drop down Hibike and Occultic 9 below Yuri on Ice and Concrete Revolution?
No, I would not put it.
I'm okay with the Cultic 9 going down there.
Yeah, same.
Yeah.
I would not be okay with that.
I would not be
okay with
yeah,
it.
no.
Yeah, I'm not okay with Yuri on Ice being above Conrevo either.
I don't think
Yeah.
Yuri on Ice.
Yeah,
Personally,
Yuri on
I don't
Ice
think
does
it's in
not
top
hit
10.
I am.
top 10.
Whoa! It's all no.
What?
Hmm.
I just said
I
I don't
can't.
think it should be top 10.
I will make a deal for you. I'll put Concrete Revolution above Yuri on Ice if you move Occultic 9 below Yuri on Ice.
No.
No.
Is this an eel place?
Yeah, this
I think that's bad.
is supposed to be a representation of the community,
There-
Kai.
I don't want to diss Occultic 9, but I say to
You
you,
never liked a single mystery show. You've said that before. I don't
Kai,
think
you're one person. You get one vote.
okay, all right. I'm
Yeah.
just making it.
I
I'm
don't
just
like
making a
Boku
case
no
here.
Hero Academia at all. So like,
I
don't
think
know,
Yeah, I don't like it either.
I think
The-
a lot
the
of people.
top 10 that we have right now is like pretty close to what I would have.
I think a lot of
Yeah.
people here wouldn't even put Yuri in their top 10.
I wouldn't put
would-
Yuri in my 10.
Me
top
neither.
10.
Man.
Not on
I,
mine.
I would.
I would consider it.
God.
It'd be on
Yuri
the
would
verge
be
for
like
me.
15 on my list.
You have
so.
to make a case for something like for any of the ones below it. I think Girlish Number is stronger than Yuri on Ice. I really do.
I think
I-
I might
I-
should
I'd
Because I
agree
think
with
My
that.
Hero Academia is far stronger than Yuri on Ice.
I agree.
Yeah.
I would agree.
Yep.
I would say
Hmm.
like who put Mayoiga on top? Because like Mayoiga.
That's
Yeah, I don't know if
Blake.
that's top, like.
Yeah, I don't even think Mayoiga is top 10 either.
No,
Hey,
like I like Mao Yoiga, but I wouldn't put it top 10.
I think it should be like.
You all need to
very
read
good.
Barthes.
thinks that.
Yeah, it's postmodern, guys.
It is though. It's very good.
Like if I'm losing the fight on Yuri on Ice, there's no way you're gonna get Mayoiga.
Yuri on Ice is gonna
I-
wake you.
I-
Also, Yuri on Ice was like up there for biggest disappointment. Mayoiga wasn't.
I sort of disagree, or I sort of agree with Kai here, to where like it's the same argument just for two different people. Like, I mean, honestly, don't think either one of them should be in the top 10 based on what I've heard around the Discord. But
Okay.
so that's just me personally, I guess. But
I think Yuri on Ice just kind of shot itself in the foot midway by trying to introduce way too many characters.
I think
focusing
that's a
too much on the
criticism.
dating.
Yeah, definitely. But and that's
I feel like
kind of
Kai.
it's not my anime of the year. Listen, guys, but for something like to see something like Occultic 9, where it's just it's this
Kai,
like
Kai,
explosion
Kai,
of
Kai.
techno
I'm gonna-
babble and talking and characters, and then this mystery
Kai.
element, and you're like, this is
the
better than
dumbest
anything.
argument ever. I'm sorry.
Okay,
Like,
you're right.
I
You're
can
right.
say
Okay, all right.
No, I'm serious. Like, I can say the exact same thing. Where like to see something as like insultingly poorly animated as Yuri on Ice above something like Boku no Hero Academia is also insulting to me. It's
Okay,
like,
all right. I
it's
can
not,
see
what
that.
you're making is not an argument.
There are some flaws with Yuri on Ice that do hold it back from really being a 10 out of 10. And I think at its best, though, what it aspires to do and what it's going for is so relevant and so poignant that I wanted to give it a spot on the top 10. If you guys have arguments for these other shows below it, then fine.
I would
drop
put
it down.
Conrevo at least above Occultic 9. So
I think why.
Yeah.
I'm not sure why we're not just like everybody write a top 10 and then try to.
That's
figure
no
it out from
fun.
there.
We have to talk about it.
No,
We-
no,
like-
that's not.
I don't think we're really saying much.
Yeah, we're not
we're
saying
not-
much. Yeah.
It's not really coming across like okay, see, me
Okay.
personally, I haven't seen a few of the shows on here. So when I look at comparatively what I've seen around the Discord and what I hear from a lot of people is how I make my decision on which I think should be higher, right?
Right.
So like I haven't seen Rakugo and I haven't seen Mayoiga, right? But
Right.
based on what I've seen around here, and the general consensus is that Rakugo is obviously better than Mayoiga, so it should be higher. So like the vibe I'm getting is that a lot of people think Occultic 9 is better than Yuri on Ice here. And that's just kind of how I look at it, I guess.
You guys are just making a huge mistake, and I don't want you to be wrong for history.
Shut up, Kai.
Wow.
All right,
Does
fine.
Conrevo include both seasons for this entry?
No.
It's for the last song, but like
Did the first one air in 2015?
it aired
Yeah, I think
when
so.
this last fall season.
Okay.
'Cause
Right,
this is
but
like a community thing, right? So like if we have a bunch of people here that really
All
like Conrevo,
Yeah, well,
then it should have some representation, you know.
yeah, like I think Conrevo here, it's like half of us really love it and half of us like really hate it. So.
Yeah.
I think
So
most
so
people
maybe
do
it shouldn't be on the top 10 then, right?
Well, I think it should be at least be above like we can take off like everything in the bottom 5 right now. I think. Except maybe Ghost.
Okay, wait.
I want to
who
give a
hates
case.
Mayoiga? I want to question. Who hates Mayoiga? Who doesn't like it?
Plake the
I
show.
don't care
I
about
don't-
it.
I don't really like it that much.
The-
Yeah, but who watched it and was like, it's bad?
I watched
I
that
got to
first
episode 8.
Wow.
Okay, you get
that's another thing,
I
Blake.
watched,
If
like,
not a
6
lot of people
episodes.
here have watched it and finished it, then it's not going to be in our favorites.
Right, it's emblematic of us not wanting to watch it.
Yeah,
Shouldn't we
play-
count for drop scores?
Yeah.
Holy shit, it's a 5.8 on Mal. Not that that means anything, but I was just looking at what it was.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
no, it doesn't really
Well,
determine.
Plake,
much,
your
yeah.
your argument about that show, from what I understood, was that it was designed to be bad, and that's sort of the joke. And I just saw it as
But it's
being terrible.
perfectly designed to be that.
It's by a director who makes absurdist comedies all the time. Like you can't argue that it wasn't on purpose when the director's background is what it is.
I
And
don't think
it
it's
wasn't
that funny.
it wasn't designed to be bad. It was designed to be a comedy. And then if you don't like the comedy, of course you're not going to like it.
Yeah. But
So how
the
many-
comedy is like dissonance with like the music and the visuals and the voice acting. The whole thing just doesn't mesh together, and that's the joke.
Okay, but how many people want it in the top 10?
I
only
like
Just
it,
Blake.
but I don't even want it in the top 10 because
Yeah.
I don't think it works.
only
Okay, so
Plake.
so it's only Plague.
Yeah, probably.
All right.
Yeah,
we can
so
cut
I
it.
don't see why it should be representative of our subreddit.
You know, if Yuri on
Yeah.
Ice is only me, then we'll delete that one too. That's fine.
No, I
I
like
mean,
it.
I agree
I
with you.
like Yuri on Ice. I just think it should rank really low in the top 10.
All right, so we'll put.
Yeah,
I'd
or
be
10.
fine with
Or
Yuri
not.
on Ice as a 10. Like,
Yeah,
All right, what do we
it's
have?
literally borderline.
yeah, I agree.
I'd like to
'Cause
hear
I
Hope
think-
talk about Thunderbolt.
Yeah.
Can we talk
yeah.
about Thunderbolt Fantasy too?
Give me
Yeah.
a.
Yeah.
Tell me why
Yeah,
it's
well,
good.
That counts as
Fucking
anime.
puppets.
It's like I want to talk about freaking Gundam Thunderbolt because I think it's
Go for
actually pretty good. But
Well, talk about it. What's good about it?
because like the thing I like about the Gundam series when it actually does do that, it is the whole gray morality and war thing, and it really captures it well because the Federation side and the Xeon side, at least how I felt it was portrayed in Thunderbolt, was just really well done because both sides are both assholes, and Daryl, which I believe is the Xeon side, and protagonist, is given a really good backstory as to why he's in a predicament. He becomes an amputee, and then he just goes through so much because of what war has put him through. And I think it does a good job of doing that. And then the OST with the jazz tones is really nice. It's not well executed at times with the music. I think that they play the OST too much. I think there should be moments of silence. But the whole, war is a pain in the ass and things happen because of it, and how there are war crimes and all that. It just captures all those elements I like about war stories really well. And I know Gundam is like not something a lot of people are into. I know we also have struggles with the Gundam series right now. I think Cow is a great representation of that, but I think Thunderbolt really deserves a top 10 spot. I think it should be like right in the middle, like 6th or 7th place. And that's all I really want to say.
Unfortunately, this is a representation of like us, and you're like, from what I know, you're like the only person that has seen it.
I've seen it there's a lot of people actually in here. I think that have seen it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
I've
I've
seen
only
Gundam
heard him
Thunderbolt.
have anything to say
Yeah,
about
what do you
it.
guys
so
feel
that's
about it?
Just basically what I'm going off.
Contessa talked about it too, I think.
I was talking about Thunderbolt Fantasy.
Yeah, Thunderbolt Fantasy, two different things.
Oh yeah, I'd
Yeah.
include that over Gundam Thunderbolt.
I thought Gundam Thunderbolt didn't have enough space to really deal with any of its issues seriously, and it came across as unnecessarily contrived and ham-fisted. Enough that I didn't really like it.
Yeah, I mean, I can agree with you there. I could see how that's the case.
I think
It
they
did feel a
did well
little
enough
rushed.
with the amount of episodes they had. They
Mhm.
only had 4 episodes, and they were 20 minutes each, like 18 minutes each, actually.
Yeah, 18 minutes
Yeah.
each.
Okay, so how do you guys feel about Alancho being in the top 10?
I'm fine.
It's actually number 10 in my personal top 10, but like I'm fine with it disappearing.
Yeah, I would take it over.
It's like number 7 for me.
I enjoyed it. I would take it over a number of these series that we have in the top 10.
I would probably switch it out with Boku no Hero Academia, but
yeah, me too.
I would be very opposed to that.
Yeah, I would also.
I like Boku no Hero a lot. I think it's like one of the few shonen that really does the whole representing characters as ideas really well, like All Might, for example. And I think like not a lot of people appreciate that, at least from what it seems at times.
Yeah.
What's
Was the plot of Boku no Hero Academia any good? Like what happened in that show?
It is really inspirational.
Yeah.
So okay, so to answer your question, there's the world itself. I think it's about 80% of people who are born with like some kind of superpower.
Yeah, I watched the first 3 episodes. Yeah.
Oh well, then
I
you
get-
know what it's about.
No, I know what happens after the first 3 episodes. Like what do they do? What's the?
Oh, they go to a hero school.
That's it.
There's 3 arcs. There's one. There's one arc that's like a school arc where they're like just all like doing school things, and then there's the final arc, which is like this thing where like villains invade the school, and then
It's like a Harry Potter thing.
kind of.
Yeah. Can we talk about Thunderbolt Fantasy? Since
That would deserve a spot on my book.
yeah,
I mean, it's not an
number
animation, and
6
it's
on my list. So
I mean, I can see how like the writer does anime, but this is not animation.
Yeah.
It's live action.
Can we
People
just
think,
stick to
some
anime?
people think it's stop motion, but it's not. It's live action.
I want you to disqualify Thunderbolt Fantasy from this top 10 without using the fact that it's puppets.
No, it's live action.
It's not
animation.
Count as animation.
That's
No,
not
I know,
How
I-
animation works. They're animated by puppet strings. And
Time out. That's not what I'm
puppet
saying.
works.
I want you to
No,
ignore that
The
fact
concept
and
of animation is taking frame by frame by frame separately.
like we
not
understand that.
recording.
All right, you've been muted. Okay, I want you to argue against Thunderbolt Fantasy without using the fact that it's not animation.
Can we put La La Land in this top 10?
What?
I like how you muted Blake because you didn't like his argument. That's not really.
No, that's
Yeah,
what I
that's exactly
literally
what you
just
did.
said.
He
No,
was
that's
just
what
yelling. He's unmuted now.
I
so-
gave you a challenge, and then you immediately said, "Well, I'm going to ignore your challenge." Can you
He doesn't
not?
have
No one
to.
cares about your
You
challenge.
don't
No,
have
you
to
asked
just set the
him-
rules.
So you
You
guys,
asked him to explain why a carrot isn't a vegetable without explaining that carrots aren't vegetables.
Can we just make it a top
They're like-
5? I felt like this
I'd
year
like-
wasn't good enough to warrant a top 10.
I'd like to
Okay.
nominate Dark Souls 3 as best anime of the year.
Yeah.
It is made in Japan and
It's
has
not even a
animation.
good Dark Souls game.
Didn't that win biggest disappointment, Berserk?
Great. Okay, I actually agree with Tim. Can we just make it a top 5 and just throw out the rest?
you want to?
No.
I'm fine with that.
No, this year was amazing.
Yeah, this year.
Yeah, this year was
really
really good. This year was really good.
And we're so close too to like.
Yeah,
Oh,
we
we are
literally
about to think.
we literally have everything set up for the most part.
Okay,
I
so
like Konosuba, but I'd be willing to take it out of the top 10.
I like
I
Konosuba
agree.
too, but
I
I
agree.
really feel like top 10.
Yeah, I mean, no way. Konosuba is a worse comedy than Mayoga.
Fuck off.
No.
Please.
I think Konosuba, like,
Uh,
Konosuba's jokes overstayed their welcome, and for like a 12-episode series, kind of gets.
Nah, it was
Only
hilarious.
I
it's
only
10.
think
Yeah, it's
Darkness.
10.
So
Okay, still 10 episodes.
just to be
Oh,
clear, we're
Darkness,
completely ignoring Thunderbolt Fantasy just
Okay.
because.
Understandable.
What about
alright.
Girlish Number top 10?
I can talk to you about Girlish Number if you want to talk to about Girlish Number.
Yeah, but like general
It is-
consensus.
It is a show with such.
Yeah, where is JoJo in this? Actually.
oh shit, we forgot about JoJo. Oh my god.
Yeah, we
I
did.
love
Alright.
JoJo, but I haven't seen Diamond is Unbreakable, so I can't.
Diamond Unbreakable so good. Oh my god.
Yeah, I'm still stuck on Stardust.
Oh.
I feel like JoJo has
Me
always
too.
been anime of the year.
JoJo's like JoJo's third on my list actually. So.
JoJo's like on my actual
You
list. It's
think
like
that
fifth.
should? You think that should be the 5th spot then?
I can see it.
I can see it.
I
Hmm.
could definitely see it going there.
Like
Yeah,
based
sure,
on
I mean-
based on everyone talking about it right now, I feel like it could probably go in the top 5.
What's good about JoJo's this year? What's better about this? Diamond is
It's-
Unbreakable.
Well, I mean, it doesn't have to be better. It just has to be good.
No. Okay. Let me do my quick spiel. So the thing about Diamond is Unbreakable, and this kind of leads into like Araki's writing style right now, and Jojolian and Steel Ball Run, is that at the beginning it was just doing its regular Diamond is Unbreakable style of writing. Shut up, Clear. It does its style of writing, and what it is it's just pretty straightforward, and it introduces a lot of very esoteric niche like superpowers through the stands, and like you have like your cool setups and all that. But then in the later half of Diamond is Unbreakable, it goes for the Julian Steel Ball Run style of writing, where it's very it's so mystery-esque, it's so thriller-esque in its presentation, and it just works because Araki just like mastered that style in my opinion, and that's why I like it so much, because it not only has like this weird over the top, interesting superpower writing, it also has like that atmosphere to go with it, and it's just really well done in that aspect, and that's what I like about it. Plus character designs and all that other stuff.
Yeah.
So on
Okay.
and so forth.
Yeah, see,
I like
I'm not
that.
even really a fan of like JoJo's like character designs and like everything like that. But I will say that I could definitely tell it's up there for a lot of people. So I respect it being
Right. I just
being
wanted
high on the
somebody.
list.
I wanted somebody to verbalize what's good
Okay,
about it.
so
me
if
too.
I can tack it on to JoJo, it fixed a lot of the issues with Stardust Crusaders, which is like the abysmal pacing, the kind of like weakness of the overall cast and villains. It really improves the stands of the series, and it lowers the scale enough that there's a lot of really weird stuff that's going on, but it makes you feel like you're in the town, and it's the slice of life of JoJo.
That sounds cool.
Yeah.
Let me talk about Girlish Number. I mean, we can cut it. It seems like there's a lot of good anime this year, but I do want to say that when it came out, I thought it was going to be a Shirobako knockoff or kind of blowback to that, and instead of failing at doing Shirobako, it actually took what Shirobako set out to do with the kind of portraying an industry realistically and the problems that are encountered in anime production. And it took that and it gave it a cynical kind of warped twist, but it contained such a large amount of heart in its characters and in the situations and how they approached those situations, like having to do stuff they don't want to do for their job, and dealt with these really neat problems that I don't see any anime nowadays approaching, other than stuff like Shirobako. So it had some great voice acting, it had some great art. I mean, I don't know if it needs to be one of our top 10. I don't know if anybody else watched it, but
I would put it on number 10.
I didn't particularly care for it just because I don't think much of what it says is very useful or interesting. Because I mean, everybody already knows how shitty that industry is to the like. It's just
yeah, but it wasn't making that stand. It wasn't saying that. That wasn't its like theme or its what its message was. It was instead saying something more along the lines of, there's different types of people that have different values, and when put in these situations, they'll react differently, and their personalities really determine who they are and why they end up where they are. It was really heady for what it was. Again, I'm cool cutting it. That's
I would put it on number 10, like maybe next to Thunderbolt.
I mean,
And
I'm
see
another
which one
person
makes it.
who doesn't really care for it, and I think it's really really simplistic, and I don't really
Man.
see any kind of real intrigue in the themes.
We can cut it for other things being better. That's fine, but it's anything but simplistic.
I liked it.
So if anyone doesn't have an argument for Haikyuu being top 10 besides myself, then we could probably cut that.
Was season 2 this year? I'm fine with season 2 being top 10, but not season 3.
Season 2 started 2015 and ended in 2016.
Yeah, we got the
So
latter
no.
half of it.
So no, it would not
I mean,
qualify.
there's a couple of people on here that really like Haikyuu, but there's not very many people who even watch it. So that's the issue.
Yeah, there's not that many like active people. It looks like that that watched a lot of it, which is fine. And I'll take the L on that one. Even though it's in my top 5, but that's fine.
Yeah. Same with Girlish Number for me. Okay, we've got
12 left.
3 left to cut.
13.
Yeah.
Damn, this is
Can
rough.
we?
Love
Can
Live, Sunshine.
Oh Jesus.
Memes. Yeah, we need to cut 3 more. And then
I want to get a really solid consensus on Luluco because, like, I personally enjoy it. I don't think it's like that up there. I think it's like near the bottom.
But it's top 10, right?
I think it's.
I don't think it's top 10.
It's
don't
my
think-
anime of the year, probably.
Yeah.
It's not on my 10.
I
It's
think
not on my
Luluco's top
10.
10.
I think it's definitely should be represented in the top 10.
Yeah, it's my 1 or 2.
I don't think it should be cut, but I think it should be represented somewhere in
I
the
would
top
put
10.
it right below Conrevo, to be honest.
No, I think it's fine where it
But
is.
okay, in terms
Big 9.
in terms of how we feel as a Discord, do you think it should be below Conrevo?
As we
No.
feel as a Discord, I feel it would be right above, and a Cultic 9 would be right below Conrevo.
Yeah,
I think
yeah,
actually
yeah, I like that. I like
I think
that.
Occultic 9 is better like than Conrevo.
Yeah, well, you don't like Conrevo.
Our Cultic 9 is like purely the directing and pacing and everything. Like the story itself is like, who gives a fuck? But Conrevo actually has like meat behind it, so.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
how many people here liked Conrevo enough to have it in the top 10? Because I know like you and Kura liked it that much.
Me,
But
Kura, Jean, Rand.
I think it's better than
Oh,
the
okay.
Cultic 9.
Yeah,
I don't like it
I
either.
think a
definitely
lot
be
of
up there.
people here really like it.
So I have to be like honest, as like one of the people who likes Conredo. I just started the watch with Kura, and I haven't seen any of season 2 yet, so I don't think it's fair for my opinion to affect Conredo's position.
Yeah, I was just wondering because like when I picked it up, not a lot of people here seemed like I asked for opinions, and Rand I think had watched it back then, but only kind of Contessa and Kura gave me opinions, so I thought they only liked it, but it seems like a lot more people do, so I can definitely
The other thing
see it
is,
being there.
like, everyone who really likes Conrevo, I think, is saying it's like really good and has it in their top 3. So
Yeah.
The problem is it's season 2, and the only people
Yeah,
that stick
yeah.
around to a season 2 are the people who enjoyed the first half, or at least was
Right.
able to tolerate the first half.
Yeah, that's a factor.
Okay, so
Tell
now
me
we
what-
just need to figure out the shows to cut, and I think then we should probably figure out the order, because
I think we can cut Amanchu.
Yeah,
I
I'm
guess I
sad.
definitely
Bottom
would vote
four.
for it, but yeah,
I agree on Amanchu.
we have to cut something.
Also cut Thunderbolt. I think only Rand and Titus
Yeah,
like it.
I would
Do you think we could have any kind of like honorable mentions for this, or are we just doing top
10
10?
is already so many.
Is anybody gonna go to bat for Thunder? You gave a great description of Thunderbolt. Boy,
Cut Yuri and Ice.
I
Yeah, cut
guess.
Yuri.
All right.
You should cut your NX as well.
All right.
I lost my darling.
That's fine. We still have to cut Mobile Suit Gundam. And
Cut a
It's
Cultic 9.
possible.
Yeah.
It's
I'd
between
cut a
that
Cultic
or a
9
Cultic
over-
9, I think.
I think that.
yeah, I'd be fine cutting a Cultic 9.
I'd be
Yeah.
fine. I
Cut the
see
bottom
how-
three.
No.
What? The
I'd
bottom
do
three?
but
That
I'd be
doesn't
fine
even
with
make
cutting Cultic
sense.
9, I guess.
Top 8.
Just cut Gundam. Only 2 people like it.
How
Yeah,
many
to be
people like a
fair,
Cultic 9 here that much though?
Jiggles
Yeah,
like
what's,
it. I like it.
what's the argument? No. Time out. Instead of saying who likes it, somebody tell me what's good about a Cultic 9.
The directing mostly.
Yeah, it's the best
Directing,
directed show.
aesthetics,
Visuals.
animation,
Yeah.
everything except the story and plot itself and characters.
No, I like
But
the
all the
I like the story.
aesthetics.
No, the story is still good too. Yeah.
You like all the exposition?
The
That
Yeah,
just
story
the same
is really
thing over
terrible.
It
and
didn't
over
bother
and
me.
over?
Yeah,
It's
it's
baby's
not the
first
same
thriller.
thing,
Yeah,
It's
see, this
not
is
the same.
this is a really interesting case because it seems like we're stuck in a position where we have a show where a lot of people dislike it and a lot of people really like it, but it's still like watched. And then we have Thunderbolt, which is like maybe not as like popular in terms of how many people watched it, but the people that did watch it really liked it. So it's
No, I've
like-
seen it.
I've
Yeah.
seen both.
So it's kind of like in a rock and a hard place here.
But
I
it's not
liked
in
it.
Rand's top 3, right? I don't think anyone has Thunderbolt in their top 3 or top 5.
No, it's in my top 10, but
Yeah.
It's in my
Cultic
top
9's
10.
in my top 5.
a Cultic
Yeah,
9's
Cultic
not my
9 is
top
my
10
top
though.
5 too.
Let's hear from the people that have heard
Cultic 9
seen
is
both.
my number 1 of the year, probably.
Go, Gene.
Oh, kind of lost my train of thought.
A Cultic
It's
9
spiders,
versus
you fuck.
Gundam Thunderbolt.
I think Occultic 9's directing was great, except for episode 10, in which it somehow became overly indulgent and none of the framing or staging was really consistent with what was happening on screen. And that's like a really big like black mark even on the direction in the entire show.
No, the directing was weaker in episode 10. I don't think it was bad.
I thought it was
Yeah,
like
it was-
significantly weaker than the rest of the show.
I said, yeah, but like
It was
it's the best
amazing.
directed show this season in every other episode. Like getting significantly weaker doesn't make it bad.
I don't
I don't know
agree with
about
your
best directed,
claims.
but I think
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that the direction of Flip Flappers and Sangatsu, while not as flashy, fits more with the story and also like what they're going for. So I would still put those above Occultic 9.
I don't know. The way Occultic 9 was directed was perfect for the type of story it was trying to be. Like,
I might agree on
Yeah.
Flip Flappers. Sangatsu, I don't think I'd put above Cultic 9.
Yeah, me neither. Well, I don't know yet. I need to wait for more episodes on Senkatsu, but I grew very fond of Occultic 9.
Maybe Sangatsu. I could see it.
Yeah.
See, I'm fine with everything here except for Luluko. I don't know why. I just don't care for Luluko.
Man.
Yeah, I
Oh,
really.
no.
No,
Yeah.
Luluko needs to stay.
Luluko and Flip Flappers my
Yeah.
one too.
No, Luluko I think is too well represented here and liked.
Yeah. Could we cut Boku no Hero Academia?
Nope.
It seems very offensive.
No.
I will go to the grave before we do.
I would be fucking upset. Let's
Yeah,
just
because
say.
it's a really good shonen.
The real problem I have with cutting
I'm
My
okay
Hero
with it.
Academia is
who
that
would
nowhere
be
else
upset?
on this entire page anymore, and it definitely deserves better than that.
I think the only people who don't like it are just people who don't like shonen in general.
Should
Yeah.
I like it and I don't like shonen.
I'm cool with keeping Academia. Should we vote on Occultic 9 and Thunderbolt?
Yeah,
I mean, just take out Thunderbolt. Fuck it, I don't care anymore.
Or Hibike.
I don't know. Wait, yeah, what's up with?
Oh yeah,
No!
we forgot about.
No! That is worse.
Okay,
No.
so wait, who has like Boku no Hero Academia on top 5?
I do.
It's in my top 10, but not top 5.
It's my top
Actually,
10.
I
not
think
top
it's
5.
I think it's like 6 for me, but yeah.
It's my number
Okay,
one.
who has
Oh.
Hibiki in their top 10?
Me.
I do.
I do.
didn't finish it.
I do.
Okay.
Okay, so I think BK stays.
Okay,
Well,
let's
I think we
let's
should talk about it though.
Like it's just solid all around. Like the direction and everything it does, the nuances in the show are just so good.
Sure. At
I
its
mean,
worst, and this is kind of Hibike's worst because season 1 is generally a little bit better. The writing was maybe a little spotty, but at its worst, Hibike is so much better and at so much higher production values in everything from background art to voice acting. It's so good so often that I don't think there's any way that a show with serious flaws in some regards could even hold a candle.
Yeah.
I don't know. I saw like I haven't finished HBK season 2, so my opinion is incomplete. But like the 3 episodes I did watch, I was really bored in all 3, and I don't really know part.
That first arc is kind of bad.
Okay, how about we all vote for one to cut, and then the show with the least votes gets cut.
Wait, vote for the one we want to cut, or vote for the one we want?
No,
Yeah,
we
vote
should probably cut one first before you like start.
Yeah,
on the
vote
top
for
5.
either Occultic 9, Thunderbolt, and so let's just go down the list like we did, and whichever one gets the most votes to keep.
Hold on. Let me
To keep,
reorganize this.
right? To keep on the list.
Yes, to keep on the list.
Okay, so we say the ones that we want to keep on the list, or the
Whoa! That's not gonna work.
Just
out
one.
of the bottom
Okay.
2.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Vote to
No,
keep.
I mean, just take off Thunderbolt this one because only me and Rand are like going for it at this point.
That's not.
I put it above Occultic too.
Oh, okay. So we have 3.
I
But
mean, I do like Occultic too, but I like Thunderbolt more.
So before we do this, is our vote for the one that we like or the one that we?
The one you want to keep.
All right.
The one you want to keep.
Just making it absolutely clear.
All right, let's go down the list. Hype.
Thunderbolt.
Calliope.
No vote. No vote.
Rice.
Between what and what? Thunderbolt and
Cultic 9.
no vote.
Neo.
No vote.
Clearly.
No vote.
Tessa.
Occultic.
Gal.
Celtic.
Donkey. How you doing? You voting?
Jay's in chat.
Okay, Gru.
Thunderbolt.
I'm voting for Gundam Thunderbolt. Kura.
Occultic.
Nia.
Thunderbolt.
Blake.
Occultic.
Lenny.
No vote.
Rand.
Thunderbolt.
Temp.
Ooh, Occultic.
Just keeping
Gene.
it close.
Gene. Spider.
Thunderbolt.
Tom.
09.
Crazy J.
That
Crazy
is,
J.
that is an
Oh, no.
even tie.
Kai, have you seen Thunderbolt?
I haven't, but
Top 11?
Occultic
Voted for it
9
without
was
seeing it?
Occultic 9 was so bad that I
Clear
don't think it
votes?
has any business in the top 10.
Claire just
Thunderbolt.
Thunderbolt.
Never
Okay,
heard any
I'm
for
gonna
top
give a
10
vote
until
then
now.
since it's a tie. I'm gonna vote for Thunderbolt.
What? No.
Oh yeah.
You already voted.
Hey, Hats is voting too. What's
Like
he
the
voting?
way that you guys are selling Occultic 9 to me, I'm just like, yeah, whatever. But like the people
but
selling
it's like the best
Thunderbolt, I'm
fucking
like,
show of
yeah,
the
that
year.
sounds pretty legit.
If you haven't seen the show, don't vote. If you haven't seen either show,
But
or you
I
don't
mean,
care
like,
about either show,
you can't say it like
Yeah.
that because earlier we were going off of like opinions
Yeah.
formed upon like what we've heard in the Discord. It's like you
well,
can't just say
Jiggles would
now
also
that,
vote
like,
for Occultic 9.
if I'm
and he's
voting
not.
against, yeah.
Okay,
like,
Hats.
say it
Wait,
like that now.
guys. Hats in chat. Let's just ask him. Okay, 9. There we go.
I think the other problem is that it's a lot easier to describe what makes Thunderbolt cool than Occultic 9.
So Claire doesn't get a vote. Cool.
Wait,
Yeah,
Clear.
voted too.
I don't know what's going on.
Well, Clear said Thunderbolt, so we're back at a fucking tie again.
Yeah.
Why don't we just
Yeah.
keep it as a tie since it's
Okay.
a tie?
I feel
Yeah.
like we should compromise and agree to just
Yeah.
kick out HBK.
That's not bad.
Let's do that.
I'm entirely
Alright.
with you.
So
I
Can we
think-
just?
I remove
tie
any
for
show
9th.
from Occultic 9.
Yeah, tie for 9th. No, tie for
Yeah.
10. Tie for 10.
10.
Oh,
10.
yeah, right. No, you tie for 9th, don't you?
No, it's
No,
tie
10.
for
We have 10 right here.
We have 11 results, so it's a tie for 10th.
Oh,
Yeah.
we do? Oh, who?
Yeah.
No, we don't.
Yeah, there's 11
Yes,
there.
Oh,
That's why we were
okay,
voting.
5 at the
okay,
top,
okay,
4 in the
okay.
middle, 2
I'm,
at the bottom.
I'm crazy. Sorry,
Wait,
I apologize.
I thought we were.
You're right.
I thought we were voting to call it off because we had more than 10. But if
Yeah.
we only have 10, why are we voting? Just like whatever.
No, we don't have 10. We have 11.
There's miscommunication. There's miscommunication.
All right, moving on. So it looks like we've got a ranking, the top 5, and then 4 in the middle here. Does anybody propose any changes here? I think Boku no Hero Academia, I don't know if it rises any higher than that.
I think it's good at 9.
I want
Yeah.
Conrevo at 6.
I like Boku no Hero better than Luluko.
Yes.
I think what we're gonna end up having to do for the top 5 at least is I think JoJo is solidly 5th, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think the top 2 here are between Rakugo and Flip Flappers, correct?
Yeah.
Sangatsu
too.
Is Sangatsu really that close?
Yes.
Yes.
So
Yeah,
Mob
yes.
is
For a lot
4.
of people here, yeah.
Okay, that's
So
fair.
Mob is handily 4.
I would put Rakugo over Mob, or I would put Mob over Rakugo personally.
Yeah, me too.
So would I, but
Yeah,
I don't think there's
I would
enough
put
list.
I'd put Mob
I
over
am
all of them.
I am one of the only people here that pretty like I dislike Mob Psycho. So take that as you will.
Maybe we should actually have a question between whether we would want Rakugo over Mob.
No, a
Or
lot of
Mob.
people are putting Rakugo as their number 1.
Dude,
Yeah.
Mob was my number 1 personally, so.
Can
I
we
think
just
you're
do a
the only
straw
one,
poll for the top 4?
No, that's not in the
Wait,
spirit.
one thing I need to like
No,
confirm.
that wouldn't work because everyone would vote for their favorite instead of where they think they should be placed.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
Well, how about we do that just for the number 1 spot? Straw poll top 3.
Yeah.
Do
for
you,
number 1 spot.
you think that's meaningful? All right.
Yeah,
we
because
certainly do that. Yeah.
We've already
then-
discussed why they should
I'd rather
be
talk
there.
about it.
Yeah, I'd rather talk about it too.
Well,
Yeah.
we talk about it, then we vote.
Let's talk then vote, yeah.
Someone want to talk about
So,
Flip Flappers? Because I will if someone won't.
Wait,
No, I think Temp should.
I hear this Temp guy has an opinion on the flip flap.
Yeah.
Hit me
I
with
just
it,
want to
Tom.
hear Temp. Like that's the main reason we're here. I want to hear this 15-page essay.
Temp.
It's pretty good.
Riveting.
Perfect.
Come on.
Or the one Temp is typing?
Yeah, Temp is typing.
Number 1 is Temp is typing, right?
Animated.
The most compelling.
Yeah.
Okay.
On the edge of my seat every single time.
I mean, I know Contessa, you really liked it. If you want to talk about it, go ahead. I mean, I will if nobody else wants to.
Flip Flappers is everything I've literally ever wanted in an anime. Lots of interesting symbolism, beautiful, amazing art. OST that was, I appreciated at least. Just coming of age story with a lot of actually intricate themes to it, I guess. Yeah, also it's gay. Thanks, Rand.
I think that's how it worked for me, that there was this one surface level that was kind of like this space dandy romp through all these different circumstances and different art styles and things, and it was kind of really cool in that regard. And then on the other level, it was also this wonderful story about these two girls and their relationship, and I thought about it in magical girl terms, and it really played with stuff like adventure and, you know, what's more meaningful, the plot or the relationships, in the type of way that I enjoyed a whole bunch. And just, you can't really poke holes in any of the art, in any of the in the music. Just everything was so presented so well, and including all the references to all the other anime too that it did. It was super solid the whole way through.
Yeah, I don't think there's much you can really critique it on, is part of it. And it just has so many levels that I feel like all the rest of these shows don't really have. So I don't know.
Yeah, I think that's good. That's
All
my
these shows
piece.
are solid.
Anybody else
Man,
want
you
to say
guys are
anything?
making me want to watch Flip Flappers.
Dude, it's
Flip
good.
Flappers is good. You should watch it.
I mean,
Yeah,
it's
that's
really good.
definitely- I feel like it's in everyone's top 3 at least.
Right, I think if we asked I wouldn't put Sangatsu even in my top 5. But I think everyone would put the Flip Flappers in their top 3 for the most part, so
I agree.
I feel like it's at least the consensus number 1. maybe.
Nah,
I think top 2.
Well, let's hear the other arguments. Anybody want
Yeah.
to talk about Rakugo?
If Gru doesn't want to go, then I'll go ahead and do my spiel.
You can go first.
Okay, so like the main thing as to why I pick Rakugo over Flip Floppers is just because it kind of tells. Well, obviously it's a story about like Sukeroku and Kiku. Well,
Kiku
yeah. Thank you. I'm horrible at names today. And they play. They have a dynamic with each other. But then I look at it more as a story of two geniuses, and how it is that Kikuhiko is able to go up in his industry because he's able to, or work through the trivialities of respect and disciplines that the industry has set. And Sukeroku, who like he's a genius, and what he doesn't understand the the workings of the industry, and because of that, he stumbles, and then he like loses his way with that, and that's what really makes it beautiful to me, because it kind of resonates with me because I have an issue with that personally, where I'm in a position of my career and I don't know how I should work through it. And that's the biggest thing. Another thing is the romance side story, which like I like romance, but I also hate it ironically because even as a side element, I always think like it was done really bad. And like the romance element in Rakugo is just, I think it's done well because it doesn't feel as though it doesn't feel ham-fisted in there. It's like it's there, but it doesn't feel as though it shouldn't be there. That's what I mean. But at the same time, it's not a major element in my opinion, because I personally don't care about Sukeroku's interactions with the girl, but it's important for his character arc, and it doesn't feel as though it's in the way. There's a bunch of other like nuances to Rakugo that I like, but that's like my main two.
I think the biggest thing that puts Rakugo over Flip Flappers for me is that while both of them have fantastic chemistry with their two mains, Rakugo has it just has better characters on their own than Flip Flappers has. Because Flip Flappers has great characters as far as like how they work off of each other, but they're also fairly simple when you compare them to Rakugo. And I don't know, just Rakugo's the whole package for me. It's where Flip Flappers has a couple things that I think are absolutely fantastic. And I don't know, Rakugo's the only 10 I have this year. So
Okay.
if you're not gonna like it, you're not gonna like it.
As far as reading the chat goes and like listening to people's opinions in the voice chat, I feel like there are people that would put Sangatsu at 1. There are people that would put Flip Flappers at 1, and there are people that would put Rakugo at 1. But I haven't seen really anyone put Mob at 1. So maybe that warrants it being 4th.
Yeah, I think everybody likes it, but yeah, you're the only one who put it at 1.
It's already
Oh
marked at
man,
4th.
I'm not part of everyone.
Dang.
But yeah, I would most definitely put Mob at first, but I understand that a lot of people don't think it's better than the other 3. So
Somebody want to talk about Sangatsu that's seen Honey and Clover? Because I really like Honey and Clover, but at the same time, there's a lot of issues with it.
Out of the top 3, Sangatsu seems to have the most people that actively dislike it.
It's just Kai.
I thought somebody else.
I want to say here, I want to clear the air. I don't think this is a bad show. I just don't like it.
I don't.
think it's got some.
Sangatsu. Go ahead. Go
No,
ahead.
no.
Sorry, I'm cutting you off. So.
Yeah.
No, that's all I have to say. That's
Okay.
really it. Like I'm absolutely happy at being top 3. That's fine.
I don't mind Sangatsu being in the top 10, but I don't know, man. One, it's like not done, which I know doesn't matter. 2, it just like it just doesn't work for me on really any level, so I can't keep it in the top 10. So.
Oh, is it not done? If it's not done, I don't really know about putting that as like, like this this year, this should be the thing that we all say is the best thing. Like,
yeah.
From what it has done,
this is coming from a guy that's like looking at the top 3 and thinking that I'm probably gonna like Sangatsu the best, like by far. So
I think it does enough this year to warrant it. Like it doesn't just have a giant sticker on it that says "Wait for next year."
I'm fine with it being in the top 3. I'm fine with it being like number 2, but I don't know. It just I don't feel it doesn't feel like a number 1 because there's just this dour thing
I'm
to
okay.
it.
Does anyone want to talk positively about it?
Oh, you.
Yeah, I want to say like Sangatsu is like a perfect mix of like design in every possible way. I think the character designs are some of the best for the themes of a show I've seen. Right, like you've hardly ever find such good character designs.
Don't they look exactly the same as Honey and Clover though?
They do.
No, it's just the same person designing them. Like they're not the same characters.
But they don't look the
Yeah,
same.
but I mean the same person wrote the story too. So
Yeah, but I'm talking about how they're animated. Like it doesn't matter how the mangaka did them. They're great. Like the outlines on the mouths.
but
the
that's his art.
visuals,
Art is like in an aspect, but it's probably like to me one of the least important aspects.
No, but the
What
whole thing is
what
super
makes it
cohesive.
great?
Yeah,
Nothing
what's the
doesn't
appeal?
fit because nothing doesn't fit the way it's directed and edited. The watercolor backgrounds, and they hit at the right times. Yeah, okay. What clearly is posting that's amazing. The music's great. Everything fits together perfectly.
Okay.
Can I make a significantly less technical argument about why I think Sangatsu is so great? So the reason I really like Sangatsu is because I think it takes it like Contessa mentioned that it was like she thought it was dour, and I think that's actually like really like that's the exact opposite of how I feel about it. I think well not the exact opposite, but I feel that it does a really good job of mixing like really kind of depressing and like down moments with also these really joyful, happy and saccharine moments. And then it kind of shows like both extremes of human experience in at least in that regard. And I think that it especially shows a lot of nuance in how it treats family and how it can show how family can both be like positive and or both like positive and really constructive and really harmful. That's what I find interesting about Sangatsu.
So it's kinda like Honey and Clover. Got it.
That's probably why I didn't like it. I hate Honey and Clover.
I guess.
Last... Oh, sorry.
Okay, I guess what it comes down to for Sangatsu, it just feels very like Oscar bait anime to me, and I don't know. That doesn't. Yeah.
That's
I'm not
like
saying
every
like.
chef.
I mean, I feel the same way about Rakugo.
Yeah.
So, and
No, I don't like
Chef
Chef in general. I think so. No, I think Rakugo is also very Oscar baity. Like Flip Flappers is the only thing that really felt like it.
Yeah,
It
honest.
used the medium. Yeah,
I don't
it was,
think that's
it
a
was
real
honest
criticism.
I
on its-
disagree.
Yeah, I
vehemently.
disagree too.
I think the Rakugo performances in that show are some of the best like use of animation as a medium for adaptation that I've ever seen. Just the fact that it started out as a manga and you have these performances that make use of animation, stuff you could never do in live action. They make use of the voice that you could never have in a written medium. And they just combine every possible strength that animation has to make a complete picture. It's just something that's worth so much to me that I can't sit idly by and have someone say that it doesn't use the medium well.
Okay, so do we have our number 1 spot locked? Or are we still talking about which one should be number 1?
I think Brand is possibly setting up like the ranked vote thing for the 9
Oh,
remaining ones,
okay.
which would actually be really cool if it ended up working.
This is some good arguments. I think that's a strong top 3
You just want me
regardless
to
of.
do the top 3 and have people rank those 3?
Oh, only the 3? I was gonna say the 9.
Yeah,
that we have
we already have a poll for the 3, right? Basically.
I think 4 and 5 are real set, and we can do the rest later.
Temp did it.
Right, but Ramp break
did the thing.
Okay, thanks, Temp.
Temp is a
Oh, it's only top 3.
Isn't that what we were doing?
Oh, we
Yeah,
could have
yeah,
gone
yeah.
for the top 10. That would be
Yeah, you could
interesting.
have done top 10.
Yeah, we should do top 10 and see what happens.
We have 10. We have the tie for 10th, and then the 4 and 5
No,
already
but
set,
like,
and that was
I
like
still
reached an
feel like,
agreement. That's going
yeah,
backwards. I don't like
I
doing
still
that.
feel like Occultic 9, the people who like it way more than the people who like.
Yeah, so it weights it more.
Yeah, it will weigh more. I would put at number 1, so it would just go.
Okay, let's put the
Okay.
top. Let's
That's
put
why I
all
just
of
wanted.
them.
That's why I just wanted to take everyone's top 10 and then weight it like that. But
All right.
that's less
Yeah,
interaction. So
we should weight it.
I think we had a fair amount of interaction.
Also, I think if we wanted to do that, we could have just done a poll in the subreddit. I really wanted to
yeah,
hear you
like
guys
what I
talk
did at the
about it.
beginning.
No, but
Yeah, that's what I'm
he's
saying.
after the discussion, so it's fine. Like we deleted.
We've all talked, so
We will talk. This is that to wrap it up.
Every
top
show has
3?
been done. I think for the rest of the 9 that we have, I think having a tie for 10th is fine.
Yeah, making. I would just say let's put all 11 in, and then like
boy, I don't
Sangetsu's number 1, I guess, on the weighted
Boy,
thing.
I don't like this at all.
Wait, what weighted thing?
Yeah, I agree with Kai. This is going backwards. We should just be voting on the top 3 to see which one's number 1. That was the
Yeah.
original intention. Like, why are we doing something else now?
Okay.
Well, because the thing is that if we vote on the top 3 to see which is number 1, you're gonna have people who like people
Drew, I already
like
did
me. I'm fine with either Sangatsu or Flip Floppers being top, but I do not want Rakugo to be the top one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
okay with any of
So like,
it represents. I think it represents all of us, like our opinions better.
Yeah, I don't think I know it's been a couple of hours, and you guys are real troopers, and I appreciate you sticking
been
with me the
more
whole
than a
time.
couple hours.
It has been more than a couple of hours, but that seems like abandoning what we've been doing all along. Just
No, but we've had the chance to convince each other, and now we're gonna see
Yeah,
how that turned out.
I think this specifically is one
for
that's not
top
going to
3.
get solved until like.
Okay, for top 3, I'm okay, but you guys are saying put them all in there. I don't think that's a good idea.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because
if we put them all in there, I'm just gonna like rearrange them entirely, and it won't make any sense.
No, that's why I think that's actually more accurate.
Yeah,
but
I
like
think that's
that's
better.
for something else, like separate from what we've been doing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Should we?
Which is something I'm interested in doing, but like not now.
You can make your own top 10s. Yes,
Yeah,
we can talk about that later. I want to finish this first. So yeah, if everybody takes the poll for the top 3, then we can use that, and then we can talk about 6 through 9 here.
Okay, so
There's 17 responses.
Are we
so
doing
far.
are we doing the weighted one, or are we doing the straw poll?
The weighted one.
Weighted.
How do I see the results for that?
Hit view results.
Oh, okay.
No cheating.
you can't. It doesn't let you.
So wait,
Yeah.
what are the numbers mean then? Like what people generally like?
How high it's weighted
how
by.
I think it's like the average. The average
Flip
score.
Flappers right now is at 1.8, so that means it's the
it's number 1.
It's the
Yeah.
highest.
Yeah.
Huh.
Everybody takes it.
Which is really weird because in the straw poll that I made, it was like the last of all of them. So I'm assuming it just got
that's
a whole lot
weird.
of
Well, no.
I assume it got a whole lot of number 2s on this one.
Oh yeah, maybe.
I would think so. Yeah.
Yeah, which is why it doesn't make sense, because then if it's like so many people's number 2, it becomes number 1, even though most people wouldn't have it as number 1.
It's still a
That
lot of
makes
people's
sense.
number
That's
1.
ranked voting. That's how ranked voting works.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
the point.
Obviously,
But
everybody
I think that's fine.
All right.
Like it shows that it was more well liked in general. Fewer strong opinions. Well, and not even fewer strong opinions, just more consistent opinions.
That's part of one of the strengths of the show too, is that it really doesn't do anything wrong.
What, flip flop?
Yeah.
Or
But if
overly
you look at it
wrong.
now,
None
it
of these
has
three do
as
anything
many number 1 votings as the second highest that has the most number 1 votings. So like, it's not even because it doesn't have a lot of number 1 spots.
Okay.
Let's finish this
So-
one
It
up.
actually has the most.
We've got 4 here that we have to rank that are worse than JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, but are better than Occultic 9 and Mobile Suit Gundam.
I'm going to go ahead and say that I think Revolutio should be at 9, considering how little
No.
people here have seen it.
No, it's
It's better than Luluco.
I think TBK should be 9.
No, it's not. Luluco is better.
No, I mean, I haven't seen it, but I don't think they're. I don't know.
Do we
Let's
just
talk-
do another? Wait,
I want to. We can, but let's talk them out first because I haven't heard what specifically in Concrete Revolution season 2 is admirable or deserves this list place.
Kura, take it away. Kura.
All right, should I leave if we're spoiler talk?
We're
Wait,
all
who wants to
spoiler
lead?
talk.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be spoilers. Spoilers-ish. I guess not you. Yeah. I mean,
So do I leave or?
Kura's taking it.
Yeah, but go ahead, leave, Cal.
All right, I'll just mute myself.
All right, Concrete Revolution. I think it's the most successful political satire in anime. I know a lot of people do not like the plot in Con Revo, but I find it evaluates justice from a variety of angles. Its four main characters represent the justice from a sort of Dr. Strangelove perspective, justice from a child's perspective, justice as you feel in your heart, and it tackles how the I should have written something for this. It tackles how we as a culture and in both Japan and I'm really rambling here.
No, it's good.
Okay, yeah, it tackles how we approach justice and the assumptions we make, and how no matter which angle we attack justice from, we cannot find a true sense of justice despite society's constant encouragement for it. Like if we approach justice from a simple angle where we have good guys and bad guys, like a simple superhero narrative, then we often end up with unintended consequences, and then the good guys become bad guys later. When we approach justice from a utilitarian angle, we often end up forced into positions that we don't like. I think it takes all sorts of these different forms of justice and plays them against one another and dismisses all of them. It's very much like, I'd say, a Watchmen or it does a lot of what other political satires do.
Mm-hmm. Can you give me an example from season 2 specifically of how it does that?
The finale specifically, the protagonist adopts very much of a Lelouch type persona. In the second to last episode, he pretty much does exactly what Lelouch does in the finale of Code Geass. Code Geass spoilers, I think everyone's seen it. And decides to make himself an enemy of everyone. And he wants to make himself he wants everyone to hate him and unite against him in order to essentially save the world, much like Code Geass does. And unlike Code Geass, where that actually works, when everybody unites, it's not successful. The one of the main love interests forces him to acknowledge that they have a conversation and acknowledge that he's not being true to himself. And even though it may be effective in uniting people, making himself this enemy of everyone, of the government, of the entire world, that type of utilitarian outlook is not effective. And it contrasts it with how it contrasts it with being true to his own feelings. So I see that as more of a taking apart of it essentially takes Lelouch's stance and deconstructs it, and that shows how that type of manipulative stance on justice is misplaced.
No easy answers.
Yeah, well, that's sort of the show in summation. There are no easy answers.
Okay, I just wanted to make a quick point that may not be like super important right now, because I feel like the show did exactly what you're saying, but I also feel it took like some easy outs every now and then, like the episode where a dad and his young daughter lives outside like a cornfield, some kind of field that has these plants that make people into these superhuman creatures. And so the dad gets transformed, but he uses the power for good, but the government wants to shut this down because like it could lead to a lot of terrible accidents. And so they're faced with this kind of dilemma where like you have to protect everyone from these accidents that could happen, like people getting sick and etc. But this guy is actually using it for good. So like, what is the right choice to do here? Should we can let him just do these things that make his daughter happy and actually save people, or should we try and save even more people? But then when the main character is faced with this dilemma, there's just some random other superhero guy comes in and saves it, and then the episode is over. Like literally out of nowhere, this character comes and resolves the problem.
Oh, that sucks.
Well, that problem in itself, if I recall correctly, that's the episode where Jiro refused to do anything, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was the point of that episode. It wasn't. I know that dilemma is interesting, and you could say it took an easy way out of answering that dilemma in particular. But I think the point it was going for there was not you weren't supposed to. It wasn't weighing those two outcomes. It was saying that not answering the question, refusing to answer the question is not an acceptable
But
answer.
I feel like where they failed with he was given an opportunity to not answer the question because for him, like if he actually had to stand there and not just let everything resolve itself naturally and like not taking part in it, not answering the question, then that would have been cool. But like there was no downside to this because someone else just came in and resolved it.
Well, I mean, it wasn't immediately solved. Like, it was solved at the end, yeah. But like for the majority of the episode, he was there really confused as to, or indecisive. I mean, even like it was, what? Where was that, the like 12-minute mark? I think maybe a little after that we have the badass Raito fight when he's like, "What the fuck?" And I mean, just because it gets resolved easily doesn't necessarily mean that it removes what it's actually trying to say there.
I just feel like they didn't really like achieve what they set out to do because they gave him an out. Like he wasn't actually forced to be in this position because like there was someone else to do it for him. But it was just a small point. Like I get what the show was trying to do overall.
Yeah, I still think it made its point there. I understand why you don't like that it gave him an easy out, but I think it had already let him struggle with the dilemma long enough that it had already, like Jiro had already understood that it was not.
Maybe with Luluko, move Hibiki, and Hero Academia to the same tier. And we can fight between those two.
That's good. All right, let's bring everybody back in.
Wait, what? What'd you say, Contessa?
Hibiki and Hero Academia on the same tier, and then Conrevo and Luluko in the same tier, and then we figure it out from there.
So Hibike and Academy in the higher tier, right?
No, in the lower tier.
Lower tier.
Lower tier.
Yeah, after healing all that, I think I'm kind of okay with Concrete Revolutio going over Hibike. Hibike doesn't really aspire to do anything even novel to season 1 of Hibike, and it's certainly not asking questions on that level. Not that it's any less for doing that, but I do think in trying to tackle with that, even at a percentage where it doesn't always hit its mark, I think Concrete Revolutio I'm okay with that being.
Yeah, I feel like it's a show that wants to do a lot and it has a lot of interesting themes, and if they end up resonating with you, they're gonna resonate really hard.
Right.
Like you're gonna get a lot out of it.
Yes, thank you for saying what I was thinking. Yes.
Okay, so I think personally, the order of the 4 should, in terms of like how I think like the consensus is, would maybe be like Luluko, then Revolutio, and then Hero Academy, and then Hibike.
Swap Luluko and Revolutio.
It's possible, yes.
I would swap Hibike and Revolutio.
I'd swap Luluko.
I'll defend.
Well, remember we switched up. We put them on the same tier, or we put them on different tiers. Hibike and Revolutio are in the same tier.
Why don't we just do the poll?
Yeah, exactly. Let's vote
Well,
for
have we
this
talked about
tier.
everything yet? I don't think we've talked about
We haven't really talked.
Luluco or My Hero Academia.
I think we did.
Yeah, seriously, what?
Hmm?
People already voting? SMH.
I don't think.
I didn't even
me
know there was a
talking-
poll.
I
Yeah,
don't
me
think me
neither.
talking about why I love My Hero Academia is going to change anyone's mind.
Yeah, but I want to talk about it anyways.
All right, you can go for it.
Because it deserves it.
Yeah, we can redo the poll after we talk.
I mean, it's fine.
Yeah.
We don't even need to redo the poll. I agree that it probably won't change many people's minds. But like, what's so awesome about My Hero Academia to me is that it manages to be a really. It's. I mean, yeah, I agree with what Clearly's saying in the chat, but it manages to be a really genuine superhero superhero show that it really captures what's super cool about superheroes, but is still really thematically strong, and that still like addresses like the problems that like superheroes bring up naturally, and does so in an intelligent way and in a way that's really resonant. Mostly through the character of All Might in the first season. And like I said, that's what I really love about the show. And past that, there's also just like the fantastic character designs and the really fantastic action. I wasn't here to talk about the scene with All Might and Nomu, that final fight, but that is one of my favorite moments of the entire year. That fight is fantastic, and yeah, I just really like the show.
I think the manga is just better though.
I mean, I don't care
has,
though.
That
That's
has
not
nothing
important.
to do with the conversation.
Yeah, I know, but
No,
it
it's
had
just derailing.
Yeah, we're not
had
talking about
nothing.
the manga.
As far as Boku no Hero Academy goes, I think it was like really strong, and I think personally, I think it should be. I mean, I don't know. I think where it's at's fine, like around like 9 or whatever. But I do have it really high on my list personally because it just did everything really strong for shonen. Like, I don't think there's a category that you could look at and say, this recent shonen did this better, or this recent shonen did this better. I think it pretty much did everything about as good as it could be.
I'll give
Is
one.
2006
Also-
recent?
I'll
Huh?
give.
I have one more thing to say. I would like to express disappointment in this Discord for not putting My Hero Academia anywhere else in this chart, and especially for it not being in best moments when like fucking I Love Amelia is in here.
It's not All Might there.
It was in there, but someone deleted it.
Oh, we deleted it.
Yeah, you should have been here.
Rip. Yeah, if you were here, then we could have argued for it. Sorry.
You should be disappointed in yourself.
Well, I don't know. The best
Damn.
moments list looks really terrible to me in general, but yeah.
Yeah. Why is Conrevo not in Sakuga?
It was like we had the most Sakuga of the year in there, but we had to cut
It
it
was
down
best
to 3.
animation. It wasn't.
It was one of the
wasn't best
last to
Sakuga.
go.
We talked about it.
Yes, that was me clearly.
It would have been in. Jiggles came in with the Kizu at the end.
Yeah, that was weird. I don't know what that was.
I don't
No,
see
it
why
was
Phantom
Flip
World's
Flappers.
in there
It
in
was
Conrevo
Flip
either.
Flappers, and Flip Flappers got replaced with Kisu. Conrevo was gone by then.
Back to the topic at hand. I'll argue for Luluco if nobody wants to. Man,
I mean, I can too.
yeah, Luluco was pure Maishi, and I think a lot of us were expecting sort of the references to other trigger shows. We were expecting some sort of the crazy silliness, like that moment where he's like, "You're under arrest. You're free to go. You're under arrest. You're free to go." We were expecting that type of nonsense. What really drove Luluco home, and why I think it's better than these other three, is the fact that they actually told this super endearing story about Nova-kun and this character's first love and what that means. And that's what I wasn't expecting at all. And that was sort of the sentiment you see in that ending song is so it came across so well and was so strong through the moments, like her dying after having her heart stolen, that it really not only tied in well with the plot, but it was resonant emotionally. and that was a huge surprise for me, and I absolutely loved it.
And one more thing I want to say about Luluco is that one of the most genius things about Luluco to me is that its themes and its story justify itself. It's a story about Luluco saying, "Look, here's the love that I've created for this other person. Let me show you why it's valuable." And it's also Imaishi looking at his own work and saying, "Look at what I've made, and this is why I love it."
That's meta.
Dude, I just think it's really clever and original because like crossover isn't really like an original idea. You don't really see it done very much with like studios in their own anime, and like they found a perfect way to do it in creating a short series and introducing new characters.
Yeah, the creativity in that short can't be ignored, and it's a real strong.
I really actually do think the short format helps Luluco.
Oh yeah, it would be
absolutely.
It would face some like Kill la Kill level problems of like, what are we doing here if it wasn't a short.
But yeah, just continuing to go on with Luluco, I think that it was just pretty much genius because I don't think there's an emotion that I didn't feel while watching it, and it just seemed to do everything right. And especially with like animation too, like quality of animation, obviously Trigger.
And it being a short helps too, but
yeah.
Would you? Does anybody feel super strongly about Hibike? Can I propose dropping that down, maybe below one or both of the?
It's my favorite on the 4.
Yeah, it's my favorite out of the 4 too.
Oh wow.
I don't even care about it.
I
Yeah,
haven't seen it.
Same. I don't really have any opinions towards it.
I would put it on the bottom of this, probably.
I'd put it at 9 personally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd put it second out of this one.
I think personally I'd go Hibike 9, and then Hero Academy 8, and then either Conrevo or Luluco for 7 or 6. The order doesn't really matter that much to me. But I definitely think Hibike is lower than Hero Academy.
All right.
And I don't hear anyone like
any propositions?
objecting.
I like TBK more than
pretty
Hero
good.
Academy.
I haven't seen the other two, but Boku no Hero Academia just sounds like a super well done shonen. So I mean that's fine.
Yeah,
but
that's why I'm
shonens
okay
aren't
with
really
it.
my thing. That's why like I don't see myself liking it more than Hibike on any circumstance.
Also,
if I could.
Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Actually, I was gonna say Boku no Hero Academia is, as Rand says right down here, doesn't take that many risks. IMO, I can kind of agree with him, and like a lot of people say here that Boku Hero Academia, whatever, is really good. Yeah, it's a really good shonen, as I already said before. That deals with ideals and all that. I think for anybody who like keeps up with the manga, will agree that everything past the anime is a lot better than what the anime presented. And I think that, personally speaking, with what Hibiki does in season 2 and what like Conrevo attempts to portray is a lot better than what Boku no Hero Academia attempts to set up in the first season. Because at least I feel with Boku no Hero Academia is that there's a lot more setup than actually accomplishing anything.
But
I mean,
well, hold on.
Those
That setup is like it's like a story of its own. I agree with the middle arc. Middle arc is kind of set up, but I think the first arc is a really fantastic story, even if like nothing else even happened.
Those first 2 or 3
and the middle
episodes,
arc, the middle arc would be that way for any show too, because you need to introduce characters. You can't just have them like.
I mean,
you can't
Conrevo
just
was
have
the
them,
second
like-
season, so
I mean, if you're doing a shonen with the focus being on a group of characters, you need to introduce them at some point in some way. And I feel like a hero school is actually a really neat idea to do that.
I wish I'd seen it all because
Well, this has at least I have a lot of shows I know I want to catch up on.
Can we live with the order as it is now, or any sweeping
No.
changes that people need?
At least bump up Conrevo.
Yeah, people are just gonna bug you.
Move Occultic 9 like 5 spots up.
Okay. No, I can see Concrete Revolutio over Hibike season 2 just
Yeah, I
because
see that too.
there were some writing problems inherent in Hibike season 2.
I
that-
think as a Discord, I feel like more people prefer Leluco over Concrete Revolutio, but
yeah.
Wait,
I
can
mean,
we?
that's
can we
just how
also
I would view it.
refer at least to the straw or to the poll?
Yeah, we can do that.
Because the poll here has My Hero Academia over Hibike.
Oh, I didn't know there was a poll and I didn't vote in the poll.
Which one?
Oh.
Which poll?
And
I just pasted it.
Rand's poll.
Yeah, Rand made it.
It also has Conrebo over Luluco.
Yeah, which I also think is fine.
Fire
It's
Tail,
also
I think
Conrebo
that's
is
fine,
way over Space Patrol Luco.
I didn't vote in this poll.
Yeah,
Well,
it's
vote
14
now.
responses.
Vote
Can
now.
we
How
take
do
a
I
new vote?
Yeah. Do a new vote
Okay.
if you want to do it.
Rand.
Yeah, I think the vote was fine for the top 3, but the rest.
I think we've got it in a good place. If you want to make
Yeah,
an argument
I have no
for
problems with that vote.
if you want to make an argument for My Hero Academia above all 3 of these, like let's hear it.
I wouldn't put it above all 3. I'd want it over Hibike, but I'm fine if it's not.
I don't want to put it.
It
over
is over
Hibike, too.
Hibike on the poll.
I mean, I want to hear some. I want to hear some argument for Con Revo, because, I mean, like, I feel like at this point I've heard all I need to hear about Boku no Hero. It's shonen well done. That's it.
I mean,
We went over.
Didn't Kura give a pretty long?
gave a long one.
Oh shit! I went to eat for like 3 minutes, I guess.
Damn it!
Yeah, we're not doing that again.
Watch the VODs.
That's fine.
To be honest,
VODs.
I'd really like to hear. Like, I have not really heard a really impassioned argument for Hibike. It's just a lot of it was well executed.
I mean, Kai gave one earlier. Like,
Yeah, I think my point was that at its worst, Hibike it doesn't have the aspirations of something like a Concrete Revolutio, but it sets out to do this small scale drama, and not only does it keep it small scale, not only does it feel realistic to the high school settings and the characters, but at its worst, even when it's kind of meandering or doing some melodramatic things, just the production values and the way everything feels is so on point for the tone of the show and the themes of the show that it can never really be accused of losing its way, and even when it's kind of putzing about. And if you say, and it also takes some risks that I don't see something like a My Hero Academia taking, in regards to like the full performance thing of, having the mom, Asuka's mom, being that scene where it's just this like child abuse and like really harsh, something you wouldn't really see in a lot of anime.
Wait, I have a question. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So wait, what exactly is the scene in question that's risky?
Oh man, did you not see that? It's so if you guys want to know, spoilers, Asuka stops coming to band practice, and then Kumiko, like she does, wanders into the wrong place at the wrong time and sees Asuka's mom arguing with the principal and the band director, stating she can't play in your band. She has to take her school seriously. I raised her from a child all alone, and she is going to get A's and go to a good college and have a good life, and the band is going to distract her. And then you learn later that her father was a Hibike or a euphonium player. Sorry, a Hibike player. A euphonium player, and that's like the large reason why the mother, and they divorced bitterly, and he hasn't been a part of her life. So that's a large reason the euphonium represents like this other side of Asuka that is not what the mother values at all. And she just like the creases in her face when she's so upset at the principal and the teacher and the band director are just something so unique in anime, something that you don't see. And then Asuka kind of, band director gives her an answer she doesn't want to hear. Asuka's kind of doesn't want to say anything because she's put in this hard place, and she wheels around and just smacks the shit out of Asuka. and it's like, oh, um, and man, and the scene ends by the mother kind of breaking down, and then Asuka saying it's all right, mom, and then holding her head up, walking out in front of all of her classmates, and just not looking at any of them, and just leaving, and it's just wow. When Hibike wants to do emotional character drama, it it can conjure it like out of thin air. And granted, a lot of the series is not as good as that moment, season 2 specifically, but even just the fact that it does that in with such high production values the entire way and a clear focus on what it's attempting to do.
Also, I also really like how what role the main character takes in the story. Like instead of the typical like important guy or the hero or the passionate guy, it's just Kumiko. She's very observant. She's laid back. She's not really invested, but at the same time, the way that like we talked about this in best character, like she acts differently depending on like who she's talking to.
Yeah.
And all of those things. Like there's just so many intricacies, whereas like Boku no Hero, it's just like it's straightforward. Like it's fine, but it's not special in that way.
Well, I mean, I think having a main character like Deku, who's like, and I mean, yeah, there's a lot of loser main characters, but like having like other characters recognize the potential in him is kind of interesting. I mean, I'm not gonna argue super strongly for it. But yeah.
Yeah, and if it just comes down to maybe Hibike did band drama well, and then Boku no Hero Academia did shonen drama well, Hibike, I think, wins in production values and also risks that it took and how it goes about it.
Okay. So I think I can get behind Hibike being above fucking Hero Academy, and I can get behind Conrevo being above Maluko. So does it go? So then it would go Conrevo, Luluco, and then Hibike, and then Hero Academy.
It'll go however the poll goes.
You like the argument for
I didn't know
Luluco
we
over
I didn't know
Conrevo? If we can talk it out,
Wait, no, I didn't say Luluco over Conrevo, did I?
Or you like Conrevo over Luluco?
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like that's what most people would agree with.
Oh yeah.
Yes. Yes.
I can see that if that's the consensus. I'd
And
rather
I'm
talk
okay.
it
And
out
I'm
than
okay
vote
with
on it.
that too. I mean,
Yeah.
that's just what I'm saying. I'm okay with and noticing
I
based
suppose
on the arguments.
the talk on the I just want to clear this up, and yeah, we can move those. I'm okay with that. But what does season 2 specifically do different than season 1 of Concrete Revolution?
It's less seasons and more of a split core.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And,
Okay.
and honestly, that's not even important.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I was just wondering. That's fine. I guess I'm okay with that. I don't know. Is there any other strong Luluco supporters that want to challenge that? No one?
Wait, I'm sorry. What was the question?
Say anybody that wants to challenge the fact that we're gonna say Concrete Revolution was better than Space Patrol Luluco.
Like you guys, I see a lot of people just being like, in my opinion, something should be lower. In my opinion, something should be this or something should be that. And like, I remember saying this once on the subreddit. Like, no one gives a fuck what you think unless you like explain yourself to some reason. Like, I don't mind if you hate Hibike and think it should like not even be on the list or whatever. But like, you gotta make an argument for it, right? Like,
If we did that, we'd be
otherwise
here.
it's not interesting.
The-
Like, why are we
The
having
description I
this?
heard for Conrevo
Yep.
was pretty good. So
Yeah,
I'm okay.
I liked
We'd
what you
literally be
defended.
here for like
Yeah,
48 hours.
we've been doing
if
this. You
everyone
just
did
don't
that.
care enough to listen to our opinions.
Oh, come on, that's mean.
Well,
Um,
I
Being
think
dismissive and an asshole.
Rice, yeah,
I-
you're being unnecessarily aggressive. When we say IMO in the chat, it's mostly us just joking because there's been so many times when people have been like, "Well, yeah, that's just your opinion, man." It's mostly just a joke. I do it reflexively.
I mean, everyone's opinion matters, but like, just I would like more people to participate in talking, because then, in the end, like, why don't we just vote if we're not gonna, if like people aren't going to talk, right?
I know
They
where you're
just
coming from,
disagree with
Rice. I know where you're coming from, and that's kind of what I tried to poke people into doing. And I thought I got a great thing out of Kura from Concrete Revolution, and then a lot of people kind of agreed and kind of set it up and said,
Yeah, I feel bad that I missed that now, but oh well.
Yeah, and I feel like the majority of us have actually like talked about something that we were passionate about or disagreed with. So
I mean-
I don't think everyone who states their opinion has to give a response, because if we did that, then we would literally be here like
We have
for
already
a
been here
week
all
straight.
night, and you also have to take into
It's-
account that we've been discussing these shows since the start of the list. Like, it's not just the anime of the year that we're talking about these shows, so we're gonna end up seeing a lot of the same stuff over and over again for every category they get nominated in.
Yep.
So people are just kind of tired now.
Yeah, it's been 7 hours, guys. I can't thank you enough for staying with me. Great, it's better than I could have hoped for.
So okay,
does-
so who's in disagreements for oh, we already have it.
Does speak now or forever hold your peace? Is everyone acceptable? Are there any like? I mean, we voted on the top 3. I don't think we can.
I think
I would
Flip
just
Flopper
be
should be
saying-
#1.
It is.
It would be the same thing I've been saying, but I'm pretty sure Occulting Night would be like top 7 easily.
Give it up,
I
Plague.
just
Give it up.
can't.
It's fine.
I just can't play.
Like
What should be?
it's not like it isn't top 10. Like it's still top 10.
Yeah, you
That's
got
really-
it on
that's-
over Yuri on Ice, which at the start of the day I would have laughed in your face if you said that. So
Yeah, and
okay.
I would have done the same thing if you would have said it was over Haikyuu.
Yeah.
What poll is this? I'm actually like so lost. I mean, I'm reading the.
There's
the
no poll for
messages.
this
I
one.
can't find this
There-
poll.
yeah, there is a poll.
Yeah, but
There
why?
was
It
one
doesn't matter.
It was-
Should we
it was just
reconsider Yuri on
reference.
Ice poll?
Oh, the area.
I still think we should go back and look at that.
You guys are meme fiends.
No,
Nope.
no going back.
It's done.
Well, you already got to say your piece.
I already
That's
lost
that's
mine.
because he was here.
I lost my
Usually
piece.
I'd say let's go back, but I'm just tired, man.
I've been here for 7 hours and I have not eaten a single piece of food.
Get
Yeah,
some
Alright,
food, man.
Same.
Let's wrap it up.
Also,
Here.
at
Same
the end of
thing-
the
same
day,
thing.
I came to this not to like, say, oh, this list reflects my opinions and that's what's important to me. I came here to talk about things, and that's why I got a little bit upset about like people putting so much emphasis on like nitpicking about like what has to be a little bit over what. Because in reality, like I would like Hibike to be way higher, but like I just wanted to talk about it really, not say this is marginally better than that, and then
I think
just
we
like disagree.
I
Well,
get where you're coming
plenty-
from.
Plenty of
Like,
people have been.
It was
voted
really
here for
good
this show.
earlier on, but like now I guess people are tired, so it kind of devolved into that.
No, I
No,
mean,
think we
I-
did. I think
yeah,
we
people
exhausted it.
definitely. People are definitely martyrs for their shows, like,
And
which is a good thing. When I say that, I mean like they're like, all right, it's fine. My show is not as high as I want it to be. That's all right. Like I did that with Haikyuu. I did that with Mob Psycho. I know that a few other people did it with their shows. Like
Yeah.
Plake eventually like settled on Occultic 9 at 10. Like he's not happy about it. But
I literally
My
said
problem is it's not representative. I don't think it's representative.
no.
Okay, you
I
have to let
literally
it go.
said before. Wait, I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm sorry to interrupt. But I literally said before we decided to just put them into the same tier and vote on them. I said I don't mind dropping Thunderbolt because honestly, I like the show. But if not enough people have seen it, but a lot of people have seen Occultic 9 more, I'd rather see Occultic 9 get argued for a higher place to see where it compares to the rest.
Yeah, I mean the people who like it are not as passionate as people who, well, at least me for Occultic 9. Like Hypers likes it, but he's like, whatever.
Yeah,
I just think you're making
I like it a lot, but I'm not gonna force it on people because at the end of the day, it still has its weaknesses, and I will agree with that.
So I wanna say yes that any good list is gonna have a lot of compromise, and that's gonna be a lot of hurt feelings. And I'm glad we got through it mostly intact. And I thought we did get some.
Here for Occultic.
I just want to know. Sorry to cut you off, Blake. I just want to know where Occultic 9 would actually place in your opinions. Like if you had to settle
You
on
said
something.
one.
I give it.
No, no, no.
I give it like a 2 out of 10. I wouldn't put it anywhere near
No,
there.
it would be. I think it would be like if it got into the votes, it would be like 6th place or 7th place, right below Concrete Revolution or right above it.
Yeah, that's honestly what I want to know from people.
Do we should we do a we could do a
Yeah, let's
top
do
10
that real
poll like
Again, that
That's what I'm
kind of
doing. I'm doing
defeats
it
the
separate.
purpose of 7 hours
I
of
had a waiting
talking.
for this one.
Guys,
It's
it doesn't
separate.
really
It's
matter.
separate.
All right, come
what
on,
I've
calm
gotten from this
down.
is I've heard people talk about their favorite shows, and now I'm convinced. Well, yeah, that's a great show, and that's all that really matters. It doesn't matter
Yeah.
how it's ranked.
Yeah, it's the talking that matters.
Yeah, I agree that the talkings matter, but I haven't heard anyone really talked about Occultic 9. They say that, it's interesting.
Yeah,
at what
That's
it
why
does.
it's so low.
Let's talk about it.
Yeah.
Plate, go.
Okay, so like I said, the directing is super interesting. I love the color palette, and I love the different settings that it has. Something that struck me at the beginning, and it only got better as it went on, is that every setting was super recognizable, and it had its own color palette. That's great. It's the only show that does this like all year, I think. The characters are not. Yeah, the characters are not like amazing, but it's not going for that. So I don't think that's really like a weakness. It has a lot of different themes. I think up there with Flip Flappers, and I think a lot of Flip Flappers stuff and interpretations are super overdone. And I say this having written my piece about Flip Flappers early on, and I think that was kind of crazy and a bit stupid. But Occultic 9 could support that, right? Like it has its ideas on media, its ideas on like how people feel. I mean, as a person who lives in a place where like occultic stuff is like a bit more accepted, I guess, in some ways. I like how it takes it into culture, right? Like when they start talking about Freud and Jung and even like Lewis Carroll or whatever, that's pretty interesting spin, I guess, on postmodern ideas of magic and supernatural stuff, and the way the people feel about that supernatural element happening. Yeah, I mean, basically world building, but it's really interesting because it has a lot of the world building is integrated into the themes of how do you say this? Public perception and media. And also, it's super relevant to this year, I think, right? Like we saw a lot of, like people say, fake news and stuff, and it's politically interesting. It's the most politically poignant show of the year, I think.
Concrete Revolution.
Maybe Concrete. It could be second to that.
Can I talk about Occultic 9? Or say a couple words?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind talking about it too. So.
Yeah, so would I.
The thing about Occultic 9 that I liked, at least, was normally I don't really like, or I don't like the mystery genre because it mostly involves around explaining something that's somewhat contrived or having to really just give some sort of exposition to resolve sort of some nebulous conflict. And I don't like supernatural genre because it has, supernatural things, especially if they don't, it tends to be a little contrived, really both of these situations. And the way Occultic 9, I felt, did a good job, I guess, getting around that was by essentially ignoring it. It just kept duct taping things on and on and on to the subject, and in a way that was surprisingly, I guess, it kept it interesting and engaging. And while it wasn't able to sort of resolve and put everything together by the end, it was that entertaining aspect of watching things getting more absurd and absurd that really, I thought made it better than a lot of the other shows on this list.
Okay, I want to talk about Occultic 9's addressing media. I think that was the most interesting, besides the directing, I think that was the most interesting angle of the show. I found it really poignant how none of the characters realized, this is going to be spoilers, by the way, I'm going to spoil the mid-season twist if you haven't seen it. None of them realized they were dead. For half the show, they're ghosts and they can't interact with other people. but they're so trapped in their own worlds that they never even realize it. And it actually takes the TV, the media itself, to wake them up to the idea that they are dead. They never realized it organically. And I thought that was really a really effective way of saying how we're all trapped on our own wavelengths, which is why I like the end of the show where
it's all about
being
wavelengths.
What?
Because it's all about wavelengths.
Yo,
Yeah.
what we talking about now?
Cultic
9.
Yeah, but the you're at I like how the end of the show it said that ghosts are just people, at least those ghosts, on a different wavelength. I thought that was very effective at pointing out that they, even before they were dead, they were already on a different wavelength. And not just them, but people in general get trapped in their own social circles. And media allows us to isolate ourselves from all the other people and live in our own wavelength. Which and I think Occultic 9 showed that, visualized that very effectively.
Is this what you were going to write about?
Yeah, I'm still going to write about this.
All right, that's cool. I actually didn't see that, so I can see where it's going. That's pretty cool, actually.
Yeah, I think I think Gotchman tried to tackle that too, and I think Gotchman was effective. But to me, that mid-season twist was the most interesting part about Occultic 9. And I also think there's it's interesting that Gammon could never come back from being a ghost, and he continued running his blog. His life actually, it seemed, based on the ending, it seems that Gammon's life will actually not change when he's a ghost. He almost just doesn't need his body because so much of his life is on the internet.
Damn, we spoiler now.
Yeah, I mean, I said
it was spoilers.
Okay.
Yeah, if we're a spoiler, then what I meant when I said it was poignant, it's also that about modern culture. For example, Gammon, he was living like an need. That's the first line that he has, and ultimately his life as a need was disconnected from everything, and it continues to be disconnected.
And that was just a joke, though. Like, he wasn't a need. He went to high school.
Yeah, no, that's a joke that people make on the internet. But he was. Japanese people joke about that.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying
like
it was a joke. He wasn't living a neat lifestyle.
But he didn't get along with anyone. That's why he didn't find out he was dead. He was neat in everything but the spirit, I guess.
Yeah, it's just semantics.
Yeah.
Isn't he a neat at the end of the show though?
No, he has to
literally
be.
is all alone.
Yeah, he has to be. I guess his dream comes true.
There you go.
I just want to ask how did you feel about how they like kind of end the mystery of the Reaper and the girl who lost her brother, like him having her brother's organs and stuff. Like to me, it seemed kind of a bit meh that the detective just comes and tells it, and then whoops, that's over.
That whole storyline was part of why I like my whole opinion on it was a very like average by the numbers thriller.
It got a bit weak, but the twist on the first twist with of her.
Yeah, that was great.
Holy shit! Yeah, and the way they started editing the black screen with red just for a few seconds, it's so intense.
They did a really
Yeah, I
good
love
job
that
of
episode.
foreshadowing it too, without
what
making
twist
it
are we
blatantly
talking about?
obvious.
When
She's with the dead brother.
Yeah, she was with the dead brother.
Was
They
that
hit
really a
stuff.
twist?
I mean, well,
I mean, we knew that had happened. They say that.
I just mean like maybe I'm just misremembering, but I feel like it's a like pretty common horror thing that like the person who is left alone spends time with the corpse. I feel like that's pretty common.
Yeah, I mean, it's a perspective idea. I mean, Owari Monogatari did that same thing, but this one did it better than Owari.
yeah, I agree.
And we're saying this was better directed than something Shinbo did, right? Like one of the highest acclaimed shows of all, anime of all time, and this one did it better. This is so many strengths.
Yeah, dude. Fucking yo, but no one backed me up on the opening, dude. We were talking about that.
I fucking love that direction. It's just so. It's.
Yeah, I like the opening. It's cool. It
I
has
think
some
that's probably
comedy.
one of my favorite parts of the show. Is literally the opening. It's just so fantastic.
It just like if I'm to try and say some of the gripes that me and some other people who did not like it as much had, it wouldn't be that the ideas were bad. Like you can obviously hear that it has a lot of strong themes and ideas going on, but like where it fell short for me and a lot of others were in how they chose to present it with the characters mainly sitting around and just explaining the plot. Like I felt like aside from the directing, which I did like in a lot of places, there wasn't really a lot of reason for it to be an anime to me. Like I felt like I could have just read it.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the directing is a really compelling argument on that front.
Yeah, if it's graded acting, that's a good idea to make it anime, right? Like,
But I'm actually going to go further than that.
Good
Like,
character animations.
yeah, to me, it was very effective on the horror aesthetic. To me, episode 9 felt very reminiscent of something out of Amnesia to me, and I was genuinely, I don't want to say afraid, but yeah, let's say it was effective on a horror level.
yeah.
And that was
that was great.
There were other parts of it that I thought were effective, but that one in particular is probably one of my. It might be my favorite horror scene in anime.
I feel like the last couple of seconds in the opening were like some of the best horror stuff for me.
Yeah, because you don't see it done well in anime a lot of the time.
Yeah, exactly.
It's
Like
super
the hair
hard.
and the
It's
rain and the
really
mirror.
hard.
I feel like
either come-
Yamishibai is like considered one of the
Yeah.
most like really scary anime, and the last few seconds of the opening felt like a well animated version of Yamishibai, even though the animation in Yamishibai is what kind of helps it be scary.
Yeah, and it's kind of crazy that this is the director of Your Lie in April.
Yeah, dude. I think this guy definitely has chops. I haven't seen Your Lie in April, but
It doesn't
I
have
hope
horror.
they experiment more with this kind of style, because the character animation is just fucking crazy.
I mean, Your Lie doesn't have horror, but it has pretty good like darker scenes.
Yeah.
I need to watch it.
I think Your Lie in April is atrocious, but
He did lances and masks
I mean,
too.
that's fine, but
What?
God bless.
True patrician.
All right. Did you guys have it out?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Are we ready to wrap it up, or is anybody else got anything to say about anime
Please,
this year? Okay.
Oh,
It's been
Kizu,
a
guys,
while.
it's good. So watch it.
Thanks,
Yeah, but if
Jason.
we're
You're out of
including-
10?
Yes.
Yeah, it's a 10 out of 10.
So, first
I feel
off,
like Kizu would have had way better discussion and ranking if like more of us have actually seen it.
Well, we shouldn't be discussing Kizu anyways, because
Yeah, Kura hasn't seen it, and we don't want to spoil it for him.
It's more Monogatari.
Just saving
it's
it.
a movie.
Oh my god,
Yeah,
Drew, yeah, he's
too.
So
next year we should have like movies that came out for us, even if they were like older.
We should
Yeah.
not be rating movies next to TV shows.
Well, we did, boy.
Yeah, well, we
Yeah,
shouldn't.
we
I still
should.
think Kizu should be removed from Best
Yeah, do you
Designs.
wanna adjust that, because people
No.
are having?
You weren't
No.
here. Go away.
I was here.
all right.
Like a TV show has strengths that a movie doesn't, so I don't think it's unfair to rank them up against each other.
It's unfair because the two things are just like they're
The
just
productions are different.
very different.
No, but see, like a show like the Myriad Color Phantom World, like it has good animation for much longer than a movie it has. So I don't think it's unfair to rank them up against each other.
Yeah.
But no, that's exactly why it's unfair. Because the production realities of making a movie and the production realities of making a TV show are just completely different.
That doesn't matter.
also
Because
with-
we are judging the end result, not how they made it.
Well, I gotta say, you even have to judge a TV show differently than how you judge a movie. I mean, they're similar, but they're different, and so you can't use the same metrics for one or the other.
I'm not really sure I agree with that. Like you look at what it did and you
Well,
judge it
there's
based on
different
that.
shortcuts that writers take in writing a movie that doesn't work when you have a TV show, in which TV show needs to go into more detail because you do have more runtime than the movie allows. But then there's also there's different strengths and weaknesses to each form. And and it's because of that I don't feel it's appropriate to try to directly
Just
compare.
just like there's strengths and weaknesses to different genres, like you judge genres based on different points. Like
I don't know how
felt very
genres can
different to me.
have different strengths and weaknesses.
Yeah, exactly. So you might judge them differently.
No, I don't see how they do have distinct.
But for
strengths and
example, you said before with Boku no Hero Academia that it was a shonen show, and they had to introduce a lot of characters early on. Like that's not necessarily true for every kind of show.
Well,
I mean, it's true for every show that has a lot of characters. It's
That-
not
and-
just because it's a shonen that they have to introduce a lot of characters. There's shonen with like little characters. So
But then you're also looking at what the show
that's
does.
just not it's not a valid.
Well, then
argument.
there's also, we can even go deeper and say whether something is based an original story based on a manga or based on a light novel, because I think that affects a lot of that. But I will say that especially because of production and also just basic like structure, movies and TV shows do not compare well with each other.
Like you can't say shonen does characters better than any other genre because that doesn't make sense. Like, which is what you're arguing.
But that's just a dumb comparison.
I mean,
like
that's
another
exactly what
comparison that is
hold on,
outside of
hold on,
anime.
Callie,
what's-
Callie. That's exactly what you said, though. You said different genres have different strengths. So, like, you directly compared that with movies and anime. So I don't understand how.
Okay, so for an example, if you have a movie and you look at what the story does, and then you compare it to a TV series and look at what that story what story is that telling, that's a decent comparison to make.
Right. Yeah.
So I'm basically just saying you shouldn't compare them on stuff that doesn't make sense to compare them on, and I happen to think that animation you can compare those.
I don't think you can because of I mean you can obviously compare the animation, but like when you it's hard to say that it's fair to compare them.
It's what you do with the information you get out of it. Like
you can
I'm on
compare
the
them, but
side
is
for
it
this.
fair to compare
Yes,
them?
I think it's fair because like movies typically have better animation because they have more budget and more time and whatever other
So it's
reasons.
unfair.
But yeah, but you can also say that certain shows get a higher budget, so then it's unfair again, right? So then at the end of the day, what you're comparing is how well it's animated. And if it's animated, then you can compare it. Like you can't just say because a movie has more budget or whatever, then it's unfair because like Unlimited Blade Works or something, they obviously have more budget than something small and unknown that someone just made as a filler series for a season.
Let's not get into specifics, but some shows do have a lot more production time than others and a lot more to work with, and the studio size, and there's just a ton of factors you can take into account if you want to make this distinction. So that's why I don't really feel like it's relevant to draw it between movies and TV series. But also, that you're saying it's not fair to say like this has better animation than the TV show if you're comparing a movie and a TV show. But then you can just not
It's
draw
fair.
that conclusion.
It's fair to say it has better animation, but the point of comparison is what I'm saying is unfair.
Yeah, especially if you're trying to hand out awards, like it kills the spirit of the award because then it's basically going to go to a movie every single time. Like I struggle to think of any year in which a
But it
TV show,
didn't.
like a movie, isn't better than a TV show.
Okay. First of all, I've seen a lot of movies that have like mediocre TV series level of animation.
Oh yeah.
Uh,
But that's not the
also-
argument being made.
All right, guys,
Also,
guys,
for example,
guys,
something
guys,
like
guys,
Two Flowers,
guys.
I think it has a
Guys,
lot
I
better
have to stop
animation than
you.
a lot of movies have.
Nia, I have to stop you. I want to wrap this up. It's been over
Well, I
7
mean,
hours
this
now.
isn't this isn't about
we're
the
done.
awards.
We're
you can wrap
I,
it up.
This is something
Okay,
different.
well, I wanted to do sort of like an end thing of like just so
No.
everybody knows that they can leave now. There's nothing else to talk about. I was giving you a chance to, give any grievances about the list or our awards or anything.
Poo-poo head.
Yuri on Ice should be biggest disappointment.
We went over that. We went over that kind of.
No, we didn't.
Oh, we did.
No, we didn't. No, we
We
didn't.
did.
Let's-
It's on the
let's go
VODs. I
down.
can bring up the VODs.
Let's
Okay.
go down.
Oh, my access has been denied.
Yeah, because people were going back and deleting things. I said
Only
to
your
only.
access, Tom. Only yours.
So anyway,
Can we just go down
We're
the list of people and see who wants to open it back up for the Yuri on Ice thing? Because I think
also
some people still.
You did say to file any grievances.
sure. I'm happy. I'm happy to entertain that. So let me review the winners here. For best surprise, we have Scorching Ping Pong Girls. For biggest disappointment, Kumamiko. For best character, Kukihiko and Sakiroko and Rakugo. Best character design, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Best OST, Imanchu. Best short, Space Patrol Luluko. Best animation, Mob Psycho 100. Best art direction, Flip Flappers. Best moments, we had a whole list that we didn't even bother sorting. Best single episode was Flip Flappers 5, Yuri Helm. Best ending, Flip Flappers ED, Flip Flap. Worst of the year, Berserk. Gayest show of the year, Pandora in the Crimson Shell. Next year's show of the year, or movie of the year, as the case may be, Yorwa Majikashi Ake Aruke. God, we should have done that in English.
Doesn't it say the English title?
Oh, I guess we cleaned it up. Anyway, anime of the year, Flip Flappers. You guys want to put Yuri on Ice on most disappointing?
Yes.
I haven't heard the argument for why it's disappointing.
Yeah, I mean, I see it clearly going downhill,
Right,
but
Tom,
go ahead.
take it away, Tom.
Go for it. I
mean,
want to hear
I'd
this.
actually rather have somebody like Rand who had a much higher opinion of it in the beginning say it.
I actually wouldn't mind doing it because I was like in a position where I was ranting about Kumamiko, and for some reason Kumamiko got the award, and I was like, what? And I also so basically what it is that my biggest issue with Yuri on Ice is that the first episode, and I think like at least Kai will definitely agree that the first episode establishes a lot of things that can happen in the show. And then, as he said it himself, like it devolves into not necessarily something bad, but just not as grand as it could have been with what was established in the first episode. To me, my issue is that in the first episode, we see that Yuri, Japanese Yuri, is like and in a position where it's going to be a coming of age story, obviously, and I don't mind that at all. I don't mind at all. My issue is that like what they established in the first episode was one, he has a relationship issue because he had to juggle between what he wanted to establish it with his relationship with the girl and then his career, and I wanted that to be tackled. And then there were some other elements, but that's the biggest one to me. So I'm gonna let someone else tackle those. But they kind of threw that out of the water for this story about coach and student interaction, and it's nice in concept, but I just don't like how it's executed. There are also things like when they introduced the characters in the first episode, I felt they were introduced very well, and they did what they had to do. But then in the later episodes, when they were introducing the competitors of the competitions for the ice skating, they felt like they were just thrown in there at times. They get a backstory, and then that's all it is. And then at the end of the competitions, you hear maybe one or two liners from them, and then that's the end of that. And that's just my short spiel on the issue. I'll let someone else build on that.
Yeah. So my biggest problem with the show are technical, and that's somewhat rare for me. But my biggest problem with the show is the degradation of the animation quality throughout the show. In the first episode, you have this really fantastic scene with Yuri where the animation, where the performance itself speaks so clearly, and you get such a beautiful sense of like who this person is and what kind of struggles he's been through, and how passionately he feels about skating and about Victor and all of this stuff. But then in the second episode, and this is my real problem, and not just in the second episode, but throughout the whole series, at least as far as I watched, because I dropped it around episode 6, the show like keeps trying to be that. It keeps trying to be this thing where the animation speaks beautifully about each of these character stories, and where each individual like performance is like beautiful and grand, but it just looks terrible. And it's just all I can see when I look at these performances is just, this sloppy line work, these goofy proportions, this complete lack of any kind of like detail or nuance or even really interesting editing. And that's really my biggest problem with the show. And I think that if it had this fantastic animation that the first episode had, I think that each of these characters would come to life in their performance. But it just doesn't work at all. And that's my problem.
All right, so I'll take the next swing at Yuri on Ice. And so honestly, I had pretty favorable opinions about it throughout the entire run. I recognized early that it was a pretty Machiavellian kind of anime in which it was just trying to do whatever it could be to be as easily consumable to the most amount of people. And so that way, when it transferred from a lot more complexity and a lot better animation, it basically just goes to show that, yeah, they ended up deciding to put a lot of their energy, effort, and money into the first moments in order to try to hook people. And then they just sort of had to like play interference to get to once you get the mid portion. But the mid portion itself was actually somewhat interesting in which you do get introduced to a lot of characters. They get a sort of defining quirk. Then you get to see them working on the ice, and then it ends. And so while it's not really rewarding as seeing a person develop over time, it is something that is at least entertaining to watch it from week to week. I always felt I had a desire to just watch the show, just see like who the new person's going to be. What the real problem the show really hit was the final, in which I think it has one of the worst endings I've ever seen. Because it so I don't want to, I'm not going to go into spoiler or too much spoilers for this or go into like specific details. But what happens is that they start bringing these really flat characters who only had one note and they're like one-off kind of characters. They bring them back and they just sort of they do the exact same thing again. And so those guys feel extremely flat. All the background characters don't really add anything because you already sort of like heard about it before. And then you have expectations that certain things are going to happen, that this is going to be emotionally impactful, and it just sort of whiffs on it, in which it starts giving you other stuff and starts trying to come up with other things, and it just completely falls apart on, like, there's no real interesting climax or catharsis or any real closure with any of the like relationships or like any of the main characters. It just sort of ends. And there's things that you thought were important the entire series that turned out not to really be important. And it goes like, well, what was the point of this entire journey when they sort of just like don't even care about the destination at the end?
What can you give examples of what specifically you're talking about in that regard? I couldn't agree less. For example, I think the at the end of Yuri on Ice, I think yes, it did have that mid part where it didn't convey what Tom was saying. It didn't convey the emotions as well as it could have. But the end was the best part of that for me because it did hit those arcs. For example, JJ, right? He's kind of a throwaway character. He doesn't get a whole lot of anything really aside from being the butt of the joke that he shows up and everybody wants to leave. And his performance, I think, does kind of adequately capture his hubris. And then when he's shown in the finale there, he sees the guy before him do exceptionally well, and he starts thinking not about his own performance or his own glory, but he starts thinking about the performance of the guy before him. And then these moments happen during his performance where he only does one, he turns a quad into a single, and then the announcers say that, and then you're like, oh shit, oh man. And that is emotionally resonant. That does feel like a meaningful thing, even if him in the beginning you weren't on board with JJ and his whole shtick. Seeing him in those struggles in that moment makes that middle kind of pay off, and I think it did that for every character.
And so one of the problems that we run into is that the Swiss guy was pretty much the exact same way he was before. And I mean, he really didn't gain development there. JJ was a one-side character who really did get some development. And then, oh man, I can't even remember. I'm struggling to remember. You had the Kazakhstan guy who, like, the only real notable thing about him is that he shared a good moment with Yurio, and that then that was sort of it. His, like, him even in the competition doesn't really mean too much. It didn't really seem there was much he was working on, since he was actually probably one of the more well put together characters. And I'm struggling to even think who the other people were. But what really gets me is that when you see Yuri do his first one, you're like, wow, this really matters. And then it's just like, I guess the problem is I was hoping for a lot more sort of direct confrontation to sort of have it be like larger moments, and it just sort of the ending just sort of happens.
It was so
You're just like,
there. Did you not see it when Yurio beat the world record on the short program? And then you're like, holy fuck, because it was really the production values did come back, and it was kind of animated in a way that was like, wow, that's really amazing. And then the moments in the long form program when Yuri decides to do his thing in the way Victor did his thing, that's pointed out and that's shown to you, and that is that kind of soaring moment that makes you feel in the same way Victor feels in that moment.
well, I mean, the only thing is he did try that in his previous qualification where he went for it before and failed. He over rotated and failed, and so it was
And they
something that
kiss.
was expected to happen. And then it comes to a point where I'm really trying to sort of get to, like, what was the emotional climax supposed to be? Because it felt a lot of energy was spent into episode 10 before the Grand Prix final, when you have Victor and Yuri. And so they go through this huge emotional moment, and then it just sort of leaves into this sort of weird sort of questioning, like, what's going to happen? And then it just sort of goes like, well, I guess he's coming back, I guess. It leaves an interesting sort of like just wafiness in which it doesn't really want to like make a definitive point and like this is what just happened. And that's the thing that got me. And even then, like, once I start seeing Yurio go about, I'm just almost to the point, like, I started seeing him do this before, and I'm not really pumped up, considering he did that in the previous competition and still lost to JJ. When he was going all out, that had much more emotional impact for me, because we've already seen Yurio push himself. That was when, like, it was a prize, and now it's just he did the exact same thing before.
Sure.
And I think that's one of the problems, that all the like ice skating stuff, except for Yuri's second performance, some aspects of that, well, actually pretty much everything was done beforehand, which would make sense. Like, you're not going to just bust out something new in the finals. You'll be using all that stuff beforehand.
Can I get my input on this?
Wait, one sec. Let me just say one thing. The title of Biggest Disappointment means that there's going to be the largest gap between the initial impression and what the end result was. And if I remember correctly, Yuri on Ice had the highest upvoted sort of section on the first week of the TWIA, and I believe the highest voted comment on that said that in 10 years, we'll be looking back and saying that this is the greatest show of the decade. I think that was Kai who posted this, and I think that there's a pretty big gap between the greatest show of the decade and how we all see it now.
All right, I call checkmate. Everyone agree with that?
Yeah, rip.
See, the thing that you're missing is that show ended on a 9. So maybe it's one of the best of the season. Yes. So, and I expected it to be super amazing after that first episode, which is one of the best episodes I've seen in years, since like Kill la Kill's first episode. And I think that the difference there is not, if you accept my reading on that, then you also accept my reading that it ended as a 9.
In 10 years, do you think we'll be discussing Yuri on Ice? Do you still hold true to that statement?
Do you think Yuri on Ice finished as a 9?
No, but
Well,
I'm
then
asking
you
you.
don't accept my other thing.
This was your expectation.
No, I think it finished as a 9, which
but
is why it's not a big disappointment for me. It tried.
I agree with Kai. I think we'd be talking about Yuri on Ice in 10 years, because what else would we talk about when we're talking about ice skating? This is the only anime that has tackled ice skating, and all those flat characters you talked about, they just show a different like style of ice skating. And even if they're flat, they just open up the gates. Because I've never watched like men's singles in ice skating, to be honest.
Yeah.
And Yuri on Ice convinced me that it's amazing and it's pretty cool. And I think that's quite the achievement. In the anime, for example, when Yuri is doing his like skating thing, he just does the same thing over again, but the show builds up like the way it seems is anything could happen. He could have messed up in that program, but he didn't. And that's what's exciting.
Yeah, every jump on Yuri on Ice, even in the middle when it wasn't too good, when Yuri slams his face into the sideboards in episode 5 or something, and when Yuri finishes, goes for the quadruple Lutz or whatever it was, and the thing that was Victor's signature move, every time somebody jumped, I was like, oh my god, are they gonna fall? And I guess that if in that it successfully conveyed the appeal of ice skating as sport. And yeah, it wasn't perfect, but man, it did that.
Well, I mean, I don't think anyone's saying that it's not entertaining. I mean, it was an extremely entertaining show, and I argue it was designed to be as entertaining as possible. However, I mean, I feel if we're going to talk about anime of the year, I think we might want a little bit more depth or something more to it than just like pure entertainment.
Oh, we're not talking about anime, though.
I know, but yeah, even then, since we're also going to like biggest disappointment, I mean, there's a lot of cool stuff that was going on in that first episode, and I was hoping that this would be something special, and then it turned into an entertaining show. Because Kai, basically all the stuff you said, I could basically say about Girls in Panzer, and I mean, I don't consider that to be an extremely deep show, even if it's extremely entertaining.
Yeah, and which is why I was kind of okay letting it go on anime of the year and not being in our top 10. I know this is our list, but the reactions to Yuri on Ice have been so different outside of this subreddit that, man, I'm wondering what I and everybody else saw that you guys missed.
The reactions to ReZero were also really positive.
That's true.
As were the reactions to Sword Art Online and like a million other shows that nobody cares about anymore.
Even
or
when
that
they're
Disney are
airing,
generally
though.
considered to be bad.
But did you guys feel the tension
I think
on
a lot
every
of us are a
jump?
little bit more cynical here.
No, I agree. We are significantly more cynical here.
Sure,
but
sure.
I mean,
But I'm just saying for everyone at large, there's no disappointment in Yuri on Ice, or there's a little bit of disappointment.
I mean, but I don't think. I mean, this isn't about everybody.
I get you.
This is about us, and
that's
I think it is very clear that in this Discord that there was a disappointment in Yuri on Ice. That as the weeks went on, we as a group got less and less hot on
I think
that
it's
show.
two things. I think it's two things, and this is how I see it from on the other side of the coin. First is that yes, the production quality went down in the middle. It certainly did. It definitely did. They introduced a lot of characters, and like Tom said, they couldn't really convey their styles. If they had unlimited budget, it probably would have worked. I can tell you from seeing the end that those end performances are like the same as the beginning performances, and I was looking for it after you guys pointed it out and made a big stink about it. The second element of disappointment, I think, is kind of what whoever talked first, I forget who it was now.
It was me.
Hypus said about this show kind of promising us something that it didn't go for, or that the first episode, and that's when I wrote that post. I think I was expecting it to go down a path. Like there's a million different branches it could have gone, a million different stories it could have told after that first episode. And it kind of went with two guys falling in love over sports, and then kind of trying in the background of skating, and instead of kind of doing that, the sports anime that kind of accumulated in episode 3. And that was initially, yes, some sort of shock, or I had to readjust my values or what I was expecting from that show when I got around to figuring that out, of like, man, this is not what I was here for. But I think that's where you're getting hung up, that I kind of saw it out and got past those two issues, and the final product of Yuri on Ice, taken holistically as this kind of Fujo Beatty show that really told us about ice skating and really conveyed these characters' relationships through this time and how they fell in love was good. It was a good show. It wasn't the show I thought it was going to be on episode 1, but I'm not angry and upset about it because it was still quality enough.
I completely agree with that because when Hypest was talking about the first episode and expectation that was set up, I was like thinking to myself, I'm like, yeah, I'm really disappointed that they didn't do that. But then at the same time, when I think about how I feel the show, like I don't feel disappointment. I just feel that like very, very early on they went in a different direction, and I just went with that. And like I think that is pretty good. Like it's doing very well for itself, like at what it's trying to do. It's just that there's a little bit of a disconnect between that and the first episode that I feel like a lot of people haven't gotten over.
Yeah, and I think part of the problem is that this Discord, I don't know if it was happening as much elsewhere, but this Discord, I think, really talked up that first episode. Like, I wasn't even planning to watch this anime until, like, everyone in here was just gushing about it, and I decided, like, I had to make time for this. But Kai, I can also I'm also sympathetic to your position in this one, and the main reason is that I know I have some unique tastes in anime, and it's to the point where most of the stuff I watch wasn't even considered up here. And the thing I like most this entire year, Brave Witches, is nowhere near up here. And I honestly think that it probably doesn't deserve to be up here, even though I could spend a good amount of time talking about the things that it did extremely well.
Yeah.
I mean, there's also things that are pretty bad about it. And I think that's something a lot of people here can do, is that we might have shows that we really like, but we also can recognize we can't argue it too far. And I think, yeah.
I mean, and I would just like to say that I think it's a bit I don't think it's really true to say that like the only problems that we have with it are that like we had like different expectations than what the show gave us. Because I don't have a problem with like, I mean, I thought at least I was extremely specific to say that I think that the show didn't deliver in a very, very specific way. Not that it turned into something that I didn't like, because I would have been fine, or something that I didn't expect, because I would have been fine with that, and I think most people would have been fine with that, but that it didn't deliver on what it turned into either.
Really?
I mean, Yuri on Ice is still an 8 out of 10 in my book.
I don't agree with that at all. Like that.
It's just that. And like my problem is that people were talking like it was going to be a 15 out of 10, and and I think that's why it is well deserved for the most disappointing anime of the year for the subreddit, is because it was talked up to an unrealistic amount, and like it would have had to land all the quads. It would have had to been JJ in the first 2 freaking competitions to be able to to be able to like live up to those expectations.
And I mean, I don't agree with that. And I think a lot of people here think that the show like is at the like at best average, and like I'm of the opinion that it's just not very good in general. And I think that's not an uncommon opinion.
I think it's good, but I think it's worth noting we're talking about most disappointing anime of the year, not dumpster fire of the year. This can be a good show. I think this is a good show, but the most something can be good and disappointing at the same time. We expected something masterful. We got something good. That's a disappointment, and it's probably a memorable disappointment because we still have strong feelings about it. It wasn't like something that it wasn't something that failed where we thought it would succeed. It's something that we thought would be masterful, and it still succeeded, but not as much as we wanted it to.
Mm-hmm.
But I think there's a bigger disconnect between going from masterful to good than from something that you think is like good or great to like awful, which the other like winners or top 3 have like.
I think the reaction that everyone here has a lot of people here have the reaction that it was a big disappointment. So it doesn't really matter from where it came from and to where it went. Just that the reaction people have, that's enough.
But my argument there is like, how many of you, if you finished it and you still feel disappointed, then that's something I would be concerned about. And
Yes.
I think everyone here finished it for the most part.
I didn't finish it.
Tom did finish it, but Rand thought it got a lot worse. He finished it. I finished it. I thought it got a lot worse. I think Phaeton
I
finished
finished it. You already heard my opinions on the end. So thank you for your concern, Kai.
Well, and I mean, if we're going to compare it to the things that are already up here, I think Under the Dog is fine. I think that deserves its spot. But Kumamiko was not really a show that was particularly hyped up. I think it was just pretty. And I actually wasn't here for Kumamiko or Erased, so I can't say definitively.
So this was the argument for that.
Can I go ahead and
Yeah,
do
yeah,
the Kumamiko?
yeah, yeah.
Okay. So I was a big believer in Kumamiko winning the award. And that's because I really, really, really enjoyed the first few episodes. Like, I thought they were legitimately funny. I thought it was a really nice comedy. I really liked the art style. I thought it was heading in a really good direction. And then it started going downhill pretty quickly. And then the ending was just like an absolute shit show. So it was kind of like I didn't have high expectations. So when I went into it and it was actually good, my expectations were like huge, like through the roof. And then like it just went back down again. And I was like, oh well, kind of sad about that.
Yeah, me and a lot of friends were really looking forward to it. Expected something completely different, and yeah, it just got worse and worse.
Oh my, like that part where she was speaking English, dude. That little girl, and the teacher or whatever, like talking about sexual activity. She yelled out sexual harassment. Dude, that was like legitimately hilarious. And then it just kind of got bad real fast.
Is the controversy on the ending, is that part of the disappointment, or is it unrelated?
No, that's definitely part. The controversy was that it was just unnecessary and like completely like not what people wanted.
Yeah. Death threats to the author.
I was talking about this too because I was like, the way how like it shifted towards the end, where I'm like, it kind of leans towards cringe comedy, but it was still like that borderline area. But my issue was that as the show continued to go on, it did cringe comedy, but it didn't have like an uplifting moment that Watamote does, or like even though she does something particularly really fucking dumb because she's just social awkward, there's kind of like a speck of a moment that kind of just like reassures you that she's okay. And like my issue with Gakuma Miko was that it wasn't happening like that, and it just spiraled into like a dumpster, basically a fire dumpster of just they're putting her in a situation where I just don't enjoy, to the point where one of the characters in the show was just like, I'm willing to like put this girl under the bus to make what I want to happen. And I was just like, and there was a lot of backfire for it, and that was my reasoning as to why I thought it was top 3.
Yeah, when the author is receiving death threats, I think I don't see how that situation compares to a couple
because
people
that
were
means
upset.
that means that people liked it in the first place, right? Like it was generally pretty well received, and especially by me.
Yeah, Kumamiko.
And then to get death threats from people that watched the show because the ending was so fucked, like.
Well, okay, but again, this isn't what does the general populace think. So unless somebody here personally sent a death threat to that author, it's not really relevant that she received.
Well, I mean, I was incredibly upset with the ending. I wasn't upset enough to send a death threat, obviously, but
he wrote one. He didn't send it.
Yeah, I did that. I did that old trick.
I mean, when so many people here feel like Yuri and Ice was a disappointment, I don't see why it's such a big deal to put it on there.
I don't think it was. I wasn't talking because I said my piece.
Yeah, but so many people still do.
I mean, I think everyone who was against it is tired.
Yeah. Well, what do you mean against which side? I think there's a lot of people on both sides
Against
who are tired.
putting it.
Well,
Against putting it on the
I'm
list
against it, but I wasn't here for the original conversation, so I don't know who else was here defending it besides Kai.
Apparently, it barely even got discussed. That's
It
what
was
Kai said.
almost everyone. Almost everyone is a couple people. But
Go
it's
watch the
not-
VODs. This is all being recorded.
It wasn't like it was barely allowed. We were just like, oh, do you think we should delete this? Okay, yeah, let's do that.
I've heard that Erased and Yuri are like incredibly similar in how the first episodes are really strong, but then it just kind of like goes downhill.
So Erased has more than one for good episode.
I
Erased,
think
like,
the
the first
difference
4 are good.
between sorry,
means it's a
I
bigger
think the difference
disappointment,
between Erased was that like it kind of fell apart later in the series instead of kind of changing the direction early on, like we talked about earlier. So I guess that's why it's more disappointing.
Yeah, I think Erase is like more of a shame because it's so technically competent.
Yeah.
I think that counts as disappointment. But I just think, like, should we, like, I don't know, who watched Kumamiko anyways?
I did. Hype did too.
About what? What?
You watched Kumamiko too, right?
Yeah, I watched Kumamiko. That's why I'm arguing about it.
Nearly New Year's.
So like two people then?
Yeah, that's why I said when I was bringing it up, like, I don't think it should have gotten like the award because like
Your argument was so good though.
Well, Hype,
Yeah,
it's
so
not.
I'm saying, should we
Hype,
just
it's not
go down
our
the
fault.
list? Should we go down our people and just ask which one would we rather have on their Kumamiko or Yuri on Ice?
No, I'd like to hear your argument of why Yuri on Ice is a bigger disappointment. than
We've just heard it.
We just went through
like
this
an
whole thing.
hour's worth of arguments, Guy.
Yeah, let's just do the vote. I'm gonna vote for Kumamiko. I like that argument more.
And also the fact that I don't think that it's better than any 3 of these. I think it's less of a disappointment than all 3 of these. And like,
I agree.
Under the Dog was a huge disappointment. Erased was a huge disappointment.
Well, that's you. So
yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, but
let's
you can't vote
do
to
the
put
other
it in number 1 without
Well, I
jumping
think
in the other
we can
ones.
vote to put on the
That's
bottom.
we're not doing number
you-
1. We're
Okay.
Well, then
I
what
think
would you
Under
get
the
rid
Dog.
of?
So
I
you're-
would give Under the Dog number 1.
Yeah, it was bad, and I had low expectation, but it was still terrible. And yeah.
You see, I didn't follow up with the production issues, so when I watched it, I was kind of like fuck.
Yeah.
But
Me too.
I just didn't want to talk about it because I was just like, oh, we already got to the point of it. But I thought it was gonna get the award, but then
Yeah,
it went
me
to
too.
Kumamiko for some reason.
You can go back and listen to all the arguments, guys. It's
Also,
not-
like,
Yeah,
it's
but we're gonna
not
change
it's not me and Hype's fault that Kumamiko was picked as the first one. We just gave an argument for why it should be, and everyone else jumped on it.
Everybody agreed. No,
Yeah, we gotta remember we started really slow.
The
We started
argument is
really
real
slow.
good, and I remember when that happened, and everybody being up in arms about it.
Yeah, it's like like unethical almost.
It's
pretty-
disappointing on a whole nother level where it's like, wait, why would a human being even write something like that?
I mean,
Yeah, it's like a shame.
I think we've made similar arguments about Yuri on Ice. Me and Peyton have both made similar arguments.
Like, why would a human being even write something like that? You've
Well,
made that
no,
argument.
like questioning the morals of the people who wrote it, like questioning their artistic chops, basically.
This isn't an artistic discussion. This is like an unmoral discussion. Like, was it really even moral for the author to write it like that?
So what happened at the end that's like fucked up? I actually want to know.
So there's like a socially awkward main character, and she wants to go to the city because she lives in like a forest with like a bear that oversees her, and like there's a teacher there and a few other kids that come to visit, but she like lives there, and she wants to go and be an idol, I think, right?
Yes.
Isn't that what she
Yes.
wants? Yeah.
She didn't actually want.
She wants to be an idol, and she wants to visit go to the city and live there, and at the very end, like they just like bully her into staying like into the forest, and then that's just the end. Like,
What?
yeah, it's like it's fucked up, dude. Like they take advantage of her, like of her social unawareness and stuff like that, and they just bully her into staying because they don't want her to leave.
Wasn't it kind of more like she just wanted to learn to be a city person and move there one day, and then they kind of bullied her into doing the whole idol thing, and then like that was too much, and then she broke at the end.
That's literally how the ending kind of builds up, because it's kind of like she gets to live in the city, because of the fact that she got there through the idol initiation thing, and it's just written weird because how it is that it's through her own like conceptions of what the world is telling her, because she in her mind she's just like, oh, other people are perceiving her as like this country bumpkin that doesn't know what the hell she's doing, and then she just kind of breaks through her own means, and it just seems out of place, and that's my biggest issue with it.
Yeah, the author just kind of made her like.
Not the author, it's actually the production crew that did it. The author had nothing to do with the ending.
Oh well.
Yeah, no. The thing with the ending is that the author wanted the ending the other way. He thought they were gonna do it the other way. Then the production team did it like that. They were like, oh, instead of having the character go through the arc intended, like she'll be a better person, they ended with the bullying, like you said, the thing. And then the mangaka complained online and was like, oh my god, what have you done to my character? Why did you do this bullying thing to my character? And then he deleted the tweets and he wasn't heard of again or something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it literally like
they bullied the author himself too.
She fucking regressed instead of like instead of fucking going forward as a character. It's
I
like,
feel
holy shit.
I feel so sad for the sister because she was literally like one of the few characters I was like, yo, she should, like, the girl should not be doing this. She just needs to stop.
Okay, I see. Yeah, so I am not opposed with Yuri on Ice being a disappointment, but like looking at the three we have right now, like I'm with Kai. Like, what the fuck? Like, how's it close?
Yeah, that's what happened. Well, that's how the argument went. We went slowly by it, and like this.
I mean, I would easily take off Erased to put on Yuri on Ice.
I guess I could live with that if
I'm
that's
down
what
with
you
that.
guys want to do. How big was
Yeah, I mean,
Erased?
the only one I watched on that list is Erased, and and Yuri on Ice beats that one out for me.
I mean, I watched Under the Dog, Yuri on Ice, and
Under
this
the
one.
Dog was so.
And, yeah, Under the Dog.
It definitely
Yuri
doesn't.
on Ice and Erased.
I think just by context, Under the Dog belongs in there.
And
a Kickstarter thing.
Yeah.
I mean,
think
from what
Erased was much.
You had high expectations of Kickstarter.
From what I've
I
heard about
didn't.
Erased,
People who backed
is
it
that
did.
I have
Erased,
Kickstarter is not a place to have expectations for, and I'm sorry for cutting you off, Church.
Oh, it's all good. I'm just confused on how like Yuri would be a bigger disappointment than Erased, when what I've heard about Erased is that it actually has more good episodes than Yuri on Ice, and then it drops.
Because it's a
And
slow
when that-
decline.
It's a slow decline.
At least to me, it was like for Erase versus Yuri on Ice is like my thing with Erase is that even though I caught on to the gimmick early and I was just like, oh, okay, this is done for me. When I hear other people talk about it, they were still like looking at the at who could be the culprit as the kids, and I just didn't buy the kids could have been a culprit was my biggest thing. Episode 8 kind of just sells it on you, but the way how episode 8 spirals down up to episode 13 is not to say that it does something different and then executed badly, because I personally just think that the way it went was bad, but it was still executed just enough for me to be like, okay, this is fine. Yuri on, and that doesn't mean that Erased is better or worse better than Yuri on Ice. I mean, I still think Yuri on Ice is still a better show than Erased. I just think that my issue with Yuri on Ice is that, yes, I said at the beginning that the first episode set up a lot of expectations, and then it changed the expectations for me, and I had to adapt. My issue is that when I adapted, it just wasn't doing things well. I think Cal was making comments as to how Yuri on Ice's biggest problem when introducing characters is like there are too many split focuses on those characters, and then from there, like you don't get it doesn't feel believable. I think is what Cal was trying to get at. If you could correct me, then go ahead. But that's just how it felt like to me as well, because like too many characters were getting introduced, and they were getting moments, and it was just like they're there, but like why should I care? Because it just feels like they're getting squeezed in. And I felt like wait, sorry. Let me just finish up real quick. Sorry about that. Is that I don't mind the whole coach-student relationship thing. I support that approach. It's not executed well. It's not executed the best that it could be. It's very weak on that front.
I think the highs on Erased are higher and the lows are lower than for Yuri.
Yeah, by
Wouldn't
that
that
argument,
mean-
you would say that
Wouldn't that mean it's
Erased
the
is
biggest drop?
yeah, Erased
Yeah.
is more of a disappointment.
But I would personally I agree the exact opposite. I think the highs in Yuri are higher and the lows in Erased are lower. Though I don't think that they're significantly different from each other personally.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's pretty much consensus that Erased and Yuri are pretty close to being tied when it comes to which one's a bigger disappointment than the other.
No, I think a lot of people are more disappointed in Yuri here.
Yeah, same.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because my thing with Erase was that I saw where it was going, and it was like,
Did anybody
it
here
didn't
have,
cut me off completely.
Did anybody here actually have high expectations for Under the Dog, or even any expectations?
Yeah.
I did because I didn't follow up with the production. I didn't follow up with the production issues.
Absolutely, yeah.
See,
With
It could have been a decent show, and it was just awful.
Yeah.
They used it in the preview. They didn't use the stuff from the preview on the show. If they used the stuff, that was a better show. And I mean, thinking they're gonna use the already there assets is not that crazy. They were there already, and they didn't use any of that.
All right, guys. It's been and gal. It's been a fun time, but I'm gonna go ahead and get off and get some food.
Key.
Yeah.
I feel like we're close to being done with the conversation here.
Yes.
Wait, can I get my input on Erase?
Yeah, I just really want to make me some fucking bratwurst right now.
I mean, if you wanna leave, don't feel bad about it. I mean, everyone's been here a lot. Like, I'm fine being here. Like, I'm not tired or anything, so that's why I'm still here. Like, no one's forcing you to be here. If you don't want to, then
Well, I'm probably
like,
just
feel
gonna
free to leave.
dip out of the conversation for a little bit and get some food. I'll probably still stay in the voice chat.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna just tap out.
Who wanted to talk about Erase?
I haven't watched Erase, but the way everyone talks about it, there's no reason I want to watch it. It's just that much of a disappointment from my perspective. While Yuri on Ice is still an okay show, regardless.
This isn't
So,
for a worse show though.
Yeah.
This is for a show that you had something about it made you think it was going that build your expectations up, and then it destroyed those expectations. It didn't follow through on them. Like Erased being a worse show isn't a good reason why it's the biggest disappointment.
Yeah, but there's no reason for me to watch Erase because everyone's complaining about it. But Yuri on Ice, it's still okay.
I mean, I would recommend it.
So while it was happening, then it was more of a thing where it was like everybody's into this, and then they realized it's terrible and it's not worth your time. Whereas Yuri on Ice, you can still have that that consolation of like, yes, you can watch this. It's good. Yeah, you'll like it for if you like this and this. And that I know that's a quality argument, but half this argument is quality. And the difference there, I suppose the delta, that's a factor. And even if expectations were anime of the year for Yuri on Ice or anime of the season at least, then man, I'm right on the side of Erased being like right up there in the same category, and then just being a miserable show overall that you don't want to watch.
I don't think it makes a lot of sense to like say to people you were more disappointed in this than that when they're clearly saying what they were more disappointed in. Like you're trying to make the argument that the gap from like what you were expecting to what it turned out to be is smaller for Yuri on Ice than it was for Erased. But if at the end of the day, if people say they were more disappointed in the one than the other, then that's the feeling on it.
That makes sense.
Oh yeah, I mean, I don't think Kai is trying to tell people it's like you're not allowed to be disappointed. Like,
I mean,
you're
no,
wrong
but the
about being
argument is that
disappointed.
people were more disappointed in general with one than the other when people are clearly saying, hey, we were disappointed with this.
So
Yeah, no, I
there
just
might
didn't-
be
I didn't-
some.
I think there's a recency bias too.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was just gonna say.
Yeah.
I didn't
recency bias
dislike
is-
Erased that much, so.
And recency bias is evident in everything.
That's true.
And I mean, it's something to consider, but I don't think it's particularly bad for this one. I mean, like all of our our top three are all shows from this season.
I think for biggest surprise and biggest disappointment, it affects it the most because you don't really remember how hyped you were or what your feelings. It kind of levels out the highs and lows. So that's why Ping Pong Girls. I don't know if we look back a year from now, if that'll be the thing we most remember fondly or the biggest surprise that we were like, oh yeah, wow, that was really good. I didn't think it was going to be good. In the same way that I don't know. The Kumomiko and the Under the Dog and have like tangible things associated with them where things were bad. The situation was bad. There was a situation. And Erased on a lesser extent, yes, I certainly see that. But then Yuri on Ice, I don't see it at all.
Can we
But
just
clearly, a
like?
lot of people do.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
I just wanted to get to a consensus soon because I haven't eaten in the last 8 hours. But on a serious note, can we just? I want Yuri on Ice to at least get some form of representation for disappointment.
Okay. Would you like biggest disappointment presented by Yuri on Ice?
Can we just give it the 4th spot if we're not willing to give it 3rd?
Yeah, I'll give it. Just add it. I don't want to take a race off because that was a terrible thing. But
Yeah, I'm happy with that. That's literally, I think that's what we all kind of wanted, was just to see Yuri on Ice be represented there.
You can tie for 3rd, just like we tied 10th for Anime of the Year.
Okay.
And I think maybe, and this is like, I don't even think you need to say that it's a tie.
Wait, these are in order?
No, yeah,
not really. That's
fine.
fine.
I think it might be useful in future years to not necessarily get so focused on having the same number of things in each category.
Sure.
Because
Sure.
sometimes there's just like isn't extra things to mention, right?
You're right. You're right. I don't think there's anything after Yuri on Ice that was anything close this year.
Also, the placement doesn't matter. Like, if it's there, we all know that it was a disappointment to many people, and that's enough.
Yeah.
And it was. I don't want to get this wrong because I've been kind of advocating for the devil, but I do think Yuri on Ice was a disappointment. I don't want to make it sound like
I think that's enough. Like, we don't need any more than that.
Yeah.
Well, that wraps it up. There was a break in the stream, so I don't know if it's going to be one VOD. I'll try and stitch it back together. But
it's only 5:30.
Yeah, it's 7 hours.
Go to
I'm
sleep.
sure lots
Go
of
to
people
sleep.
will watch
yeah, that was 8 hours. We started at 3:20, so that
Yes.
was 8 hours of talking about anime. I knew it would get long. I had thought it might be that long, but
Fucking
thanks.
weebs.
We had people come in and out, and it was great. I think we talked a lot. We gave a lot of people, a heads up on what was good and what was worth talking about.
I think we
No
should
one's gonna
format
watch
this a lot better next year if we do this next year.
Hey guys, what I miss?
I think Saint should be the MC, and Tom's idea of like we should just add more placements if like there are so many contendants for a category.
Well,
Can
or
we
less.
also like add genres in here because I think that'd be a little more interesting.
Nah.
Genres get sticky because then you have discussions
We
about
wanna have
what's
a
in
fun
what.
discussion.
Like,
All right.
Which genres though? Like which ones?
I would be fine
All of
having
them?
like really general genres like comedy, drama,
And-
basically just comedy and drama.
And
Basically,
we could try to like not have any overlap, right? So.
Oh, I
Maybe
mean, honestly,
comedy.
I would be fine if people were willing to even allow. I'd be willing to be more inclusive and let an anime be in 2 than exclusive. But I think it'd be a lot better if you actually get a lot more genres open, because then there'd be some anime which I feel I would love to talk about to get a shot to actually like be put in there that just weren't
Right.
given the chance.
That makes sense. Inclusive genres instead of exclusive genres. That sounds really good.
Because I mean, like having a romance genre would be something that'd be interesting, and we might be able to talk about some shows that we didn't get to talk about because they may not be too great elsewhere, but they might be solid romance.
but on the other hand, like there is a problem of how many romance shows come out in any given year, and like it's true of a lot of genres. Like there's only like
my
you
God,
either go to
Tab.
the really big genres, and it's really only shows like maybe like slice of life, which is also a really big genre, and that's even in some ways not really a genre.
Well, then what happens is that then it becomes an easy victory. You get to spend like 5 minutes talking about a show, and then we're done. But I
Yeah,
mean,
that's not that
there's just
interesting,
like
though.
most of the stuff I want to talk about just doesn't come up in conversation here.
Yeah,
And I think,
more.
like,
I think
there-
we can do more categories, even if they aren't genre based. More specific categories. I would have loved to have given most like Arya show, but not really quite like Arya, and then just giving that to Amanchu.
Because
But
I
I
think
feel
like,
like
one-
But that's cheating.
Yeah, it's
I mean, we
it's
can
Jeopardy, right? It's Jeopardy.
I
I
think
don't know.
best slice of life would be interesting, but
I feel like we have
just-
to watch out and not like nominate the same shows in every category because
Yeah,
we
that's
end up
what-
talking
that's-
about the same thing every time.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's what I was afraid of. Like,
Flip-
that's why I was saying, like, don't overlap the shows.
And Flip Flappers even did a run on a couple of the awards.
Yeah.
Already. So, but I'm gonna post this on the subreddit, and I'm gonna stop the VOD, and see you next year.
Oh,
Because it was
shit.
fun.
Yeah.